on Channeling the Higher Self, read by Alio Voices. Chapter 1. What is channeling? Today's affirmation. Every day, my inner voice becomes louder and clearer. Learning that you, too, are a channel of spirit can be a means of spiritual awakening. The highest psychic realization is that God talks directly to human beings. What is channeling? In its most general sense, it's a means of transmission. The channel receives and passes along information. Inspiration and creativity are aspects of channeling. Being able to elevate others to higher states of consciousness and bring out the best in people. This is known as classic channeled metaphysical literature. We are all channels of divine energy. It is transmitting something which is beyond one's personal self. A channel may be asleep, in a meditation, in a trance, or awake while channeling. There are as many ways to channel as there are individuals that channel. A channeler brings forth information that's not part of the channeler's own learning or experience. Every day, in countless ways, you and I are channels of spirit, of ideas, and of resources that come from beyond our conscious personalities. Our channeling abilities have profound impact on our own lives and the lives of those around us. We can become aware of this fact. We can realize that we're channelers and can consider which types of channeling we wish to perfect and use. Rather than channeling without awareness of what we're doing, we can take a more active, creative role in our channeling. By doing so, we assume our birthright, our mission in life, to become a channel of blessings to others by the way we willingly choose to channel our energies.
Now, my friends, for the fun part of my day.
He was one of those guys that could do everything.
Chapter 2. Listen to your intuition, the channel of your guardian angel. Today's affirmation. I am directly connected to infinite intelligence. Intuition is the highest form of psychic ability. Intuition as a channel of guidance. Intuition is information that comes to you from universal intelligence or God, and in this respect, it is referred to as a channel. It guides you on your path to your highest good. The psychic side of intuition. Intuition never comes randomly. There is always a purpose, a reason. Intuition is more than psychic ability. It draws conclusion and directs your actions like a faithful guide dog who knows you and knows what's best for you. Many times, intuition guides our actions without our knowing it. All knowledge is within. Intuition is knowing from within. Two keystones of the teachings. 1. Knowing that all knowledge comes from within. 2. Learning to look within. To demonstrate this, I have a story about Zen archery. A man by the name of Eugene Herrigold traveled to Japan to learn about Zen. Finally, Master Kenzo Awa, the revered archer, agreed to work with him. Eugene spent countless hours learning how to draw the long and very stiff Japanese bow. He shot at no target. He learned that the target was an inward one, a state of mind. Finally, during the 5th year, the master brought out a target and demonstrated shooting. The master could hit the target every time without hardly looking. He joked that his master had learned to shoot in his sleep. Later that evening at the master's studio, he revealed an amazing secret. In pitch black darkness, the master shot at a target twice and hit it both times dead center. The master explained that we believe we need our eyes to see because we believe the world is out there beyond us. If you separate yourself from the target, you then have to learn the trick of how to hit it with the arrow. The art is to become one with the target, allowing the arrow to return to its natural home. An archer who aims the arrow at the target is merely a trick shooter. The archer who becomes the target is on the path to realizing Zen's great secret. The great secret to developing intuition is to follow the path because it leads to our true nature, one with God, not because we want to become psychic. Intention is everything. The secret of unitary oneness. We are all one. All of creation is one. There is one spirit or energy that unites all of creation. It connects all human beings with one another and with everything else in creation. Although we may appear to one another as separate, disconnected beings, we are each extensions of the Creator's Spirit. What happens to one of us touches us all. There is a unified psychic ecology among all events in creation. God created human souls out of the Creator's own being. Each soul is a projection of God, in the same way our thoughts and images are projections of our mind. Although each soul has its individuality, all souls are one spirit. Each soul is like a miniature universe, like a drop of water in the ocean. Each person has intimate knowledge of all of creation. Modern science states that creation is holonomic. When you aim a laser beam at a holographic plate, the beam bounces off the plate and projects a three-dimensional picture in space. This projection looks solid and as real as the actual plate. Being psychic is an inherent, natural attribute of the soul. Intuition draws upon this universal knowledge that is psychically available to the soul. The superconscious mind. There is only one mind. This single, living reality is a universal mind that we all have in common. Mind is like the air we share. Although we each have our separate lungs to touch the air, there is only one air. Aspects of the conscious mind. The lowest form of the mind focuses on the physical world. Each of us appears distinctly separate from one another and is a channel of sensory information. Aspects of the subconscious mind. All subconscious minds of both the living and the dead are in contact with one another. It remembers everything from all lifetimes, stored in the Akashic records located in the subconscious mind. It is a channel of telepathic information and gets knowledge from other people's thoughts and experiences. Aspects of the superconscious mind. A channel of clairvoyance. It gets information directly from the oneness of life and taps into the knowledge from universal mind. Intuition is a super channel, taking advantage of information coming through all the other channels. Developing intuition. 7 major principles. 1. As you become consciously one with life, you become more consciously intuitive. 2. Empathy and love are the highest forms of attunement for intuition. 3. A need to know something stimulates intuition. 4. Intuitive knowledge comes from within. 5. Intuition requires an acceptance of what spontaneously comes from within, our first thought, feeling, or image. 6. Genuine intuitions are consistent with our highest values or ideals. 7. Honor your intuition by acting on them or affirming them. Imagine that your intuition is like a lightning rod. The lightning up in the sky is the infinite intelligence, the energy that seeks expression when it's needed. You want to bring the lightning down from the sky. If you don't provide a ground, a connection with the earth, the lightning won't come down your channel. Being prepared to put intuitions into service provides the necessary grounding. Spend time in nature. This is the best way to cultivate intuition, by spending time in nature. It's the perfect way to practice oneness with life. Birds are a common symbol of telepathic and intuitive messages. Hence the phrase, "A little bird told me." Intuition is empathy, harmony, resonance, and communion. When we attune to something, we become one with it or in alignment with it. Choose something in nature to meditate on. It could be a flower like a rose, a tree, or maybe the sounds of nature, or even a bird or squirrel sitting quietly. Empathically merge with this energy and become one with it. For example, if you chose a rose, become a rose yourself. Begin to feel as the rose feels. From within yourself, imagery will arise that expresses your affinity with the rose. Thus you will come to know the rose intuitively. Intuitions often come as feelings. Sometimes they come as voices.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get cancer? How does that happen?
In the book, The Natural Depth of Man by Wilson Van Dusen, Wilson shared his experiences with mentally ill patients who heard voices. He learned that there are good voices and there are bad voices. The patients reported hearing different voices, voices that spoke with different tones and spoke different things. There were voices that were highly critical and said terrible things. He coached the person to speak back to those voices, to tell them to stop. They also heard voices that spoke kind words and had encouraging things to say. He helped the person to learn how to listen to those voices. These inner helpers could offer advice about the person's recovery. As mental health returned, the bad voices went away, but the good voices remained as helpers and guides. Anchor your channeling by being clear about your purpose for receiving information. By having some purpose focused on serving a need, we direct the active part of our channel in a constructive manner. The subconscious mind is like a strong cross-current we have to swim through as we reach upward to the superconscious mind to access intuition. The subconscious mind may be filled with many different voices, good and bad. Our superconscious mind is filled with pure love, light, and harmony. Our purpose helps us attune to the highest source of guidance. Learning to listen to the still, small voice. Practice exercise. Begin with a difficult decision you have to make. Think through the alternatives. Consider your values and purposes, and make your best decision. Make a tentative commitment to follow through on that decision. Making that commitment is necessary to arouse your entire being in the contemplation of that decision. Hypothetical thoughts don't excite the intuitive faculty, for it's of a more practical bent. Next, sit down and get as quiet as you can within yourself. This step is the attunement. Focus on the feelings evoked by your highest values and your ideals. When you are in the frame of mind that is resonating with your ideals, ask yourself if your decision is a good one. There will be a response to that question within you, a yes or a no. That response is the voice of intuition. You may experience it as a voice, a feeling, or a thought. An answer will be there. It's usually the very first thing that comes to mind. Learning to trust intuition. Trust. Accepting the first thing that comes to mind is one of the hardest aspects of learning intuition. It involves trust. Tip: accept your first response and save your evaluation, analysis, and criticism for later. Remember, intuition is like a loving friend. It's there to help and guide you toward your highest good. Our guardian angel. Intuition guides and guards us, inspires us, brings experiences of spiritual meaning. Sometimes it speaks, like an inner voice. Sometimes it brings feelings, like joy or dread. It nudges us. It guides us without our awareness. Its promptings may be subtle or loud. It is one face of the higher self. Intuition performs all the services we might expect of a guardian angel. In fact, within each of us is a guardian angel. Where's your guardian angel? Right inside of you. That's right. Our guardian angel resides where our portion of the superconscious mind becomes the one universal mind. It is that part of us that hasn't forgotten our oneness with God and knows of no separation from God. The guardian angel thus has no free will of its own, but serves only the will of God. The actions of our intuition aren't the response of our free will. They are involuntary, spontaneous responses of our guardian angel, drawing us ever closer to the experience of oneness. Chapter 3: Dreams, the Nightly Channel of the Higher Self. Today's affirmation: I will remember my dreams in the morning and any helpful messages they may hold. As we fall asleep, our intuition, our sixth sense, not only remains awake, but also becomes more expansive. There is no awareness of a separate self. There is simply being, deep, silent sleep, pure intuition, pure psychic oneness. Dreams as a channel of psychic experience. A study of 9,300 documented cases of psychic experiences showed that 57% of these occurred in dreams. Dreams are a channel of which we obtain important information about the future. 8% of the population has had a dream that foretold, in explicit detail, an event that later happened. Anything of importance that would ever happen to us, we would first preview in a dream.
When the doors closed last time, people went nuts. By popular demand, we are opening the doors up again to join our AI Amplifier Club for
the nightly channel of the higher self. Dreams are perhaps the most profound channels of the higher self. 6 ways dreams function as a channel. 1. They are themselves real experiences in the spiritual dimension. 2. They provide readings on our current life. 3. They provide us with a way to contact God. 4. They are inspirational, teaching us lessons. 5. They are creative, presenting solutions to problems. 6. They are psychic, seeing into the future. Dreams are also a channel of preventative health care and healing. While we sleep, our inner physician is always in attendance. Dreams may warn about developing illnesses, giving advice about treating health issues, and even provide direct healing. There is evidence that during the dream state, the body is receptive to new programming. The synthesis of new DNA molecules while dreaming could spark a reversal in a disease process. Consider reading the book, The Inner Eye, Your Dreams Can Make You Psychic, by Joan Windsor. Dreams as a channel of many mysteries. Our Dreaming Mind, History and Psychology, by Bob Van de Castle, is an encyclopedia of documented cases of wondrous dreams that have shaped the course of history. Muhammad had his first experience of religious calling in a dream. The Bible is full of examples of God talking to people in their dreams. Creative inspirations occur in dreams. Musicians have dreamed music, artists dreamed art, authors dreamed stories, and etc. In Dreams and Dreaming by Edgar Cayce, hundreds of dreams of ordinary people were interpreted. Dreams come from our subconscious mind expressing our fears and wishes. Dreams also come from our superconscious mind, the work of our higher self. Meeting the higher self. I was in the early stages of alcoholism when I had a dream about a drunkard in a sacred forest sanctuary that he was judging as he conversed with the caretaker. It turned out that the caretaker was the author's higher self, and the drunkard was actually himself. The lesson was to have more compassion for himself. An encounter with the higher self leads the dreamer through surprising turns into a deeper understanding of the meaning of one's problem. Who is the higher self? The higher self appears in many guises. It understands that there is a purpose in all things. It views all experiences as opportunities for growth and learning. The more you work with your dreams, the more you will realize there is a larger intelligence at work directing your life. An analogy: it's as if you are the driver of the car, but not its owner. At any time, however, you may hear a voice behind you declare, "Turn right here." Such moments remind you that you are really only the chauffeur. Although you have to steer and brake the car, the true master of the vehicle is sitting in the back seat, your higher self. The higher self is the seeing eye of the soul's awareness of itself. The soul is our true identity. Ego has access to conscious mind. Higher self has access to subconscious and superconscious mind. And whether or not the higher self appears in your dreams, it is at work in many of them. There are many theories out there, and through my work, this is what I know to be true. We have an ego, physical, spirit, soul, and higher self. These are each separate entities, yet one energy. Our spirit is attached to our ego, and when we die, our physical form dissolves, but our spirit lives on in whatever egoic form we attained while on earth. Our soul is connected to our spirit. Our soul is more advanced, a more pure light, and holds memories of all of our lifetimes and evolves with every lifetime we experience. Our higher self is connected to our soul. It is our purest form. When we stop incarnating, our soul dissolves back into the oneness, and we are left with the higher self, which is always our connection to God, to Source, to universal intelligence, to the oneness, the sea of awareness. What is a dream? As we fall asleep, our intuition, our sixth sense, not only remains awake, but also becomes more expansive. Our entire body, our whole being, begins to function as an ear that listens intuitively. We merge with creation and resonate with all that we hear. There is no awareness of a separate self. There is simply being. Deep, silent sleep, pure intuition, pure psychic oneness. If you dissolve into the universe during sleep, how do you come back in the morning as yourself?
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks,
Fortunately, it's in the deep sleep that we are most closely attuned with our guardian angel consciousness. It guards us while we are asleep, protecting the pattern of our individuality. It beams us back to ourselves intact, so to speak. Our soul evaluates our life during sleep. Our soul examines our life during sleep and uses its superconscious perspective to determine if we are on course or not. The experience the soul has while we are asleep is what we remember as a dream. Whether or not our dreams reflect our soul's experience depends upon the level of our personal development. Anything we wish to know or experience can be safely obtained in our dreams. Dream incubation, opening the channel. We can actively seek helpful dreams. The intention to apply what you already know is the seed of further inspiration. Dreams grow from what is on your mind while falling asleep, so be careful what you are thinking about as you drift off to sleep. Dreams help us become ourselves and create our own lives. Suggestion: actively seek helpful dreams by focusing on a question or solution to your problem before you fall asleep. Ask that you be shown through your dream how to solve the problem or what your next step to attaining success is. When you wake up, check in with yourself before you move your body. Remember, every time your body moves, you forget more and more of your dream. Preparing to channel a dream of guidance. Write out your feelings about your question to get all your thoughts out on paper. Then, reduce your question to a single phrase that expresses the heart of the matter. Repeat this phrase to yourself as you fall asleep. Write a letter to your dreams asking for their advice. In your letter, Outline what you already know about the problem and what you're going to do about it. Invite your dreams to show you a better way. Put the letter under your pillow when you go to bed at night. As you fall asleep, imagine yourself following through on your own plan. A study done at an ARE conference showed that 2 out of 5 people who remembered a dream after using the pillow technique found the answer in the dream to be just as helpful as a psychic reading. Learning to recall dreams, an exercise in channeling. Learning to recall your dreams can be a good exercise in your own channeling abilities. 1. Before you fall asleep at night, repeat to yourself, "I will remember my dreams in the morning and any helpful messages they may hold." 2. Lie still in bed when you wake up. 3. You may have no distinct images. That's okay. Be patient. 4. Become aware of subtle feelings. 5. Allow the feelings, colors, or shapes time to blossom into memories or images. 6. The information is there in how you are feeling. 7. Simply let it flow forth. 8. Trust. 9. Keep a journal by your bed and write down any images or thoughts that come to mind. Don't worry about remembering all the details. Pick out one thing that stands out in your mind. Maybe it's a color or an object. And as you move through your day, ask the question, what relevance does this have in my life? How can this help me? Channeling dreams into action. In the application comes the awareness. In other words, practice, practice, practice. The best book on dreams is the one you write yourself. When we meditate, it improves our dream recall the following day. When we apply a dream insight one day, the next morning our dream will be clearer and easier to understand. Dreams are experiences of our higher self, creations of our soul. Simple secrets to learning to interpret your dreams. 1. Have a purpose for recalling your dream and write it down. 2. When you recall a dream, write it down. 3. Find something in the dream, anything that you think could be a clue. 4. Think of a way to test the validity of the clue or your understanding of it by some practical application. Find or make up an insight from the dream. 5. Do something constructive about it. For example, write down the results of your experiment and compare them with your own standards. If you do this, you will have a follow-up dream to further clarify or deny your conclusions. Practice exercise. 1. Record your dream. Write down whatever comes to mind. 2. Find something in your dream that you can make come true that day. If you saw the color red, wear something red that day. 3. Bringing something of our inner experience into our outer lives completes a circuit of energy. 4. Doing this is part of learning to channel. Chapter 4. The Creative Channel of the Mind. What we think, we become. Today's affirmation. I create my own reality. If I don't like what I've created, I can simply create again. We live our lives as channels of energy. Energy isn't ours to own because it belongs to life itself, but it's ours to use, to channel. What we think, we become. Restlessness is the experience of energy we don't know how to channel. Psychology suggests that the energy arises from a desire, but one we can't quite acknowledge. When we mull over our options for action, eventually one thought begins to take precedence, and soon we move into action. Thus, we've found a way to channel our energy. The 3 components to channeling our human being is 1. Input side. given energy which comes from universal life force. 2. Output side, what turns the energy into action or experiences. 3. In the middle, the psychology of our mind, our ideas about how to spend our energy. The formula of creation, going through channels. How energy is channeled determines its effect. It's the fundamental process of creation. It originates from the Creator. It's how the Creator, God, created all that exists. We use the same energy field that God does. God patterned this one energy, this universal life force. A multitude of patterns arose out of the mind of God and channeled that one energy into the forms of nature. The basic process of channeling is: spirit is the life, mind is the builder, physical is the result. Patterning is like a film projector. The light bulb in the projector is the source of energy. It shines a neutral light like spirit. You place film in the projector, and the patterns on the film pattern the neutral light, shaping and coloring it. The film is like the mind, a source of patterns. The result is pictures on the screen. The physical manifestation, what we experience, is the result of the patterning of light, which comes from our thoughts. Ideas, channels of material reality. As a man thinketh, so is he. Proverbs 27 verse 3. Patterns we hold in our mind channel the life energy into physical expression. Ideas have their effect through their patterns. Ideas exist in another dimension, the fourth dimension. Ideas exist outside of time and space. Ideas are real in themselves and become real in the physical world as well. Ideas create our physical world. Personal expectations and attitudes affect how we experience events. How do ideas create our physical world? As we tune into an idea, it begins to shape our experience. Every moment of our lives, we're acting as channels of energy shaping events through the ideas we hold. Ideals, and what spirit will you channel? What ideas will you channel into reality? Because the thoughts we have are so influential in our lives, we need to consider carefully which thoughts we give our attention to. It's a matter of values. It's important to establish our concept of ideals. What is your highest value? What is the ideal by which you choose to steer your life? Ideals are models of perfection. The perfect 10 exists only as an idealized spirit form in the superconscious region of the mind. We will never find perfectly realized in physical form. Asking yourself, what is my highest value or ideal, is an exercise in raising your consciousness to the superconscious mind. The ideal is meant to stimulate emulation and guide our actions, but not to hold out hope of perfect success. Ideals are the parents of ideas. Ideals are the parents of ideas. Ideals are unachievable. If you can achieve it, it is an idea. Ideals continually motivate and inspire us. Ideas die once achieved. Values based on an ideal keep us going. Examples of ideals include love, harmony, and peace. Examples of ideas include wealth and happiness. Learning to express your ideal is one way to channel your higher self.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with Tai Chi.
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
The ideal of the Christ consciousness. The ideal choice of ideal is Christ consciousness. What makes Jesus special is his total awareness of his divinity within, his willingness to accept it, and to live it. To sin is to miss the mark. When we turn our backs on our awareness of oneness and take our physical being, our existence in the material world, as the prime reality, we miss the mark. We could define sin as self, meaning to focus on our separateness rather than on our oneness. An antidote to separateness is to focus on oneness. An antidote to feeling lonely is to forget yourself and reach out to someone else in love. This is the spirit of Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness is an ideal that can provide continuous inspiration for a lifetime. If you find this term objectionable, search within yourself for your own sense of your ideal. What's important here is that you look within and become conscious of what is there, that your own intuition guide you to the ideal that you would choose to govern the spirit by which you live. Channeling the ideals of the higher self. In order to channel your higher self, you need to attune to an ideal, and then to set oneself aside so that the ideal may express itself. Ideals are the currency of the higher self. Ideals you set for yourself determine the qualities of the higher self that you will experience. I die daily so that Christ may live in me, said Paul. Set the ideal, then be spontaneous. Once your ideal is set, you can trust in the flow. You begin channeling the ideal of your higher self. Channeling sexual energy. Sexual energy is the strongest physical force within the body. No sex act or sexual relation is necessarily bad in and of itself. Rather, it's the purpose or the desire that the sexual event is expressing that determines its value. Sexual energy is best served when used as a guide to an awareness of God and the divinity of another person. When used for your own self-gratification, it may lead to an unhealthy attachment. The same is true for channeling. If channeling is used for self-achievement or self-gratification, it likely will lead to confusion. If channeling is used to help oneself or someone else grow and expand, it will more likely be of value. For parents only, channeling new life. The conceiving of a child begins when a man and woman join forces to make a life together. What the parents think about, what's on their minds, their ideals, what's in their hearts is of essential importance in what soul they will attract to incarnate in the physical embryo. We have a great influence on shaping what enters through the combined parental channel. The law governing parental channeling and spirit entity channeling is like attracts like. What the parents love, the mental and spiritual environment they create, and their degree of consciousness of purpose will attract a like-minded soul. The heavenly home. Home is the model and our closest experience on earth of the heavenly home. Making one's home like heaven on earth is a rewarding experience in channeling. What is an ideal home? It is a home with an ideal. Companionship. A desire for companionship was God's motivation for creating souls, and companionship is an essential quality in the ideal home environment. It's easy to take our companions for granted, here and beyond. To remind ourselves of the heavenly delight of home companionship is to remember some of our most precious moments of channeling our simple, subtle pleasures of making room for someone else to share our life. Love is a channel of miracles. Love, the giving out of that within self. Love motivates every soul. Love is a law unto itself. Love is a channel of miracles because it can transcend the law of cause and effect, and love can break the rules. Forgiveness. Each of us, in countless ways, find ourselves violated in some manner by someone else's inexcusable action. Their insensitive or hurtful act causes us to become angry.
So you've been in a car accident, car's bent, neck stiff, not your fault, yeah? Let me guess, you're thinking, I'll sort it later. Later gets people screwed. You've got 30 days, no doctor, no claim, no money. You wait too long, it's gone, like it never happened, and no one's chasing it for you.
Now you know you're against the clock and you're about to lose that payday. What do you do about it? You go to Cayce Connect, you get qualified in 30 seconds. No stress, no phone calls, just answers.
Right, time to talk money, cash, pesos, dollars. Cayce Connect uses AI to get you 5 to 12 times more than the standard payout.
Standard payout, 8 grand. Cayce Connect, 72.
Now that is the difference between waiting and winning. All right, son, you got all the details. You don't want to miss out. What are you waiting for? Click the link, get qualified, get paid.
Oh, before you run off, did I mention you get your payout in weeks instead of months or years?
Yeah,
That's the important one.
Cayce Connect, Cayce Connect. Get the link down below and get paid a check. Cayce Connect, Cayce Connect. See how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
There's cause and effect, and it may continue, like a row of falling dominoes, toward an inevitable conclusion. By an act of forgiveness, however, by accepting what happened and forgiving the person, you can break the chain. Forgiveness is one of God's creative powers to perform miracles. Every day, every moment of our lives, we give ourselves toward one goal or another. With every heartbeat, we channel love, and what our heart dwells upon, what our minds think about, we become or experience in our lives. We continually channel our energy, our love, our ideas, our ideals, our actions into creating life as we would have it. It's the most everyday, ordinary, and miraculous channeling we do. Chapter 5. Meditation, Channel of Spirit. Today's affirmation: by quieting my mind, I allow answers to arise from within. Meditation is listening to the divine within. Two well-known channelers credit meditation as the womb that spontaneously gave birth to their channeling practice. To intentionally make contact with the higher dimensions, begin meditating. Meditation on the breath, a channel of inspiration. How to meditate. Use your breath, a word or image, as a focus point. Concentrate on your focus, and whenever your mind strays, return to your point of focus. Begin by simply breathing and study your breath for a moment. As you become aware of your inhalations and exhalations, allow the exhale to bring you into relaxation. Allow your breath to just happen. Don't try to control it. It breathes me. Watching the breath is an ancient Zen Buddhist technique to meditate and an important channel of inspiration. You are learning to allow the breath of life, the spirit, to flow through you. Become a channel of awareness. Become aware of the silent witness. The little I is focused on thoughts and feelings, whereas the silent I is focused on witnessing. The silent witness is the first level of consciousness of the higher self. Be still and know that I am God. How to meditate. A fuller understanding of I am. Use your breath, a word or image, as your focus point. Concentrate on your focus, and whenever your mind strays, return to your focus. Place your intention to stay focused in gentle opposition with your mind's natural tendency to wander. These two forces meet and gradually cancel each other out. This leaves the presence of I am awareness to reveal itself in the background. This I am awareness leads to a far greater awareness. The higher consciousness within is not above you. God isn't above us, but within us. Raise your consciousness within self, and then higher self or God meets you there. As you go within, become aware of the vibrations. Higher, lower, light, dense, subtle, coarse. Follow the path of calmness in search of higher vibrations. Search for the peace that surpasses all understanding. It's a particularly fine vibration. Immediately there's a feeling of moving higher within, seeking answers from within. We can contact an awareness that knows answers to the questions that confront us. All knowledge is within. Meditation is a very portable guide that travels within you everywhere you go. Ask your higher self for guidance. If you have a question or decision, commit to an answer on paper, saying it aloud. This begins the channeling process. Next, enter into meditation and focus on your ideal. Maybe it's love, for 20 minutes or so. When you come out of meditation, ask your question or state your decision and become aware of any insights that arise. Meditation on an ideal. A lot more goes on in meditation than what you might expect. It's a time where other dimensions, other realities, other vibrations become an influence on the person. Research has proven that meditation improves psychic sensitivities. Other minds, including those of the dead, as well as other forms of spirit energy, have easier access to our mind. While meditating, it's important to attune yourself to the highest vibrations. Imagine surrounding yourself with love and light. This creates a boundary that separates and protects us from anything that's not in accordance with our intentions. Attuning to an ideal. Whatever you focus on in meditation, it's like tuning your mind to that particular channel. You receive the energies of that wavelength in a pure concentrated form. When we meditate on an ideal, the pattern of energy contained in that ideal actually affects us. We become a channel for spiritual energy to influence our being.
Excuse me, you're reading wrong. Put these on. Show me your book. I'm going to take a picture of it. Now it's going to scan it and read it to you.
As I sit here with one foot on either side of the ledge, looking down from 12 stories.
And I can increase the speed.
I can't help but think about suicide. On my own. I like my life enough to want to see it through. I'm more focused on the people and how they ultimately.
And you can pick from hundreds of different voices, even celebrities like.
They look at the ground as it rushes toward them and things.
Yes, you can literally pick from any book on the bookstore or upload a PDF or take a picture of anything and it'll read it to you in whatever voice you want and in whatever speed you want.
So can it read my textbooks for me though?
Yes, you can listen to your textbooks on the way to class.
That's going to make things so much easier for me. Wait, what is this called?
It's called Speechify. You can download it on the App Store.
Oh my god, amazing.
Meditation and the Book of Revelation. The Lord's Prayer, as taught by Jesus, is actually a formula for patterning the opening of the psychic centers. When Apostle John's centers opened in the pattern, the endocrine glands functioned in harmony to allow God's consciousness to fully inhabit John's body and be present in his awareness. The Book of Revelation describes a second coming of Christ. It's the birth of the Christ consciousness in John, in each of us. God's incarnation in John's body, as was the case with Jesus, becomes a totally conscious experience. The body is the temple. The body is the temple. It's where we meet with God. And you don't need to become a health freak first. It's not what we put into our bodies that defiles us anyway, but what comes out of our bodies by way of our thoughts, speech, and actions. It's not the substance itself that causes harm, but what we digest of what we eat. This principle is similar to the dream principle. It's not what we learn that changes us, it's what we apply from what we learn. The use of scent, chanting, music, and breathing exercises can aid us in our meditations. and help us invoke what is within us. Meditation is channeling. In meditation, we channel the life energy, the creative forces themselves, as they quicken our awareness of our higher self. Meditation is a process of channeling God's energy through us in a pattern that's most in tune with our consciousness of that higher self. Each time we tune within and open ourselves to the channel of higher consciousness, we take another step forward in being able to express that awareness in our lives. Chapter 6: Inspirational Writing. Today's affirmation: I am healed by the divine love of Universal Spirit. The creative power of God's words can be summed up with 5 simple words. First, there was the Word. Inspirational writing. A Course in Miracles by Helen Schucman was channeled completely through inspirational writing. Jonathan Livingston Seagull by Richard Bach is another example. It's not uncommon to hear authors talk about how they ride creative impulses in their writing. Channeled writing might even feel like ghost writing. Being a constructive channel. Attune yourself to an ideal, like love or peace, for about 5 to 10 minutes or more. Allow your whole being, mind and body, to resonate with the spiritual energy of the ideal. Then allow your thoughts to flow directly on the paper. Your writing will reflect and express that spirit or ideal. Here we have inspired, constructive writing, a channel of the higher self. Dissociation and automatisms, a channel of the subconscious mind. The process of getting up and getting dressed is mildly dissociated from our conscious mind. All the little details of our actions occur as automatisms, reflex actions directed by the subconscious mind. All subconscious minds are in contact with one another. The subconscious mind isn't only a channel of information about your unconscious feelings, it's also a channel of telepathy. Automatisms can express your subconscious feelings and more. They can also express subliminally perceived telepathic information from the living and the dead. Automatic writing versus inspirational writing. Handwriting is another source of automatism. We do it automatically, without thinking. Many famous writers have used automatic writing as a means to channel information. For example, Ruth Montgomery in her autobiography. An example of a disassociated automatism is the use of Ouija boards, which the author personally discourages. Writing automatically with the subconscious mind as a source of the material results primarily simply in the production of channeled material. What comes through may affect the person, but there's no growth in the process itself. It's more like learning a new trick. Inspirational writing comes from the superconscious mind, which is attuned to your higher self. Inspirational writing promotes growth in consciousness. Meditating on an ideal before inspirational writing allows the ideal to serve as both a magnet and a filter for what will pass through the channel. Experiment with inspirational writing. Practice. One way to get started is to simply begin writing out your ideal. Perhaps you begin with a single word or phrase. Maybe you'll find yourself simply writing that again and again. Whatever you write, it doesn't matter. For example, maybe my ideal is to be the best I can be, so I keep writing that over and over again. I am aware of what I am writing, but I don't judge it. I don't do anything to interfere with what my hand might feel inclined to write. And then I find that the phrase begins evolving and changing. I can be my best. The best in me can come through me, etc. I feel I am starting to warm up and begin trusting more in the process.
Okay, this is what a good mattress is supposed to feel like. Not enough people are talking about this, but Ashley legit changed how I sleep. They've got so many options, different feels, different features. There's literally something for everyone. Plus, you could actually test them in store. Like lay down, feel it, no guesswork. My favorite part, you actually wake up rested. Honestly, I didn't realize how bad my old mattress was until I came to Ashley. Now I'm telling everyone you have to try one at Ashley. Just go to the store, lie down, you'll get it.
Gemini, will this ham feed 6 adults?
That ham appears to be 8 pounds, which should feed 8 to 10 adults.
Bring on the leftovers.
Holiday smarter. Save on the Google Pixel 10 Pro at Best Buy.
Tips. Let go of any demands on yourself for performance. Be playful. Let go of the need to write something of importance. Allow yourself to flow. Don't take it too seriously. Forget about whether or not you're doing it right. Forget about grammar and punctuation. Most people hesitate before they write, waiting for inspiration, evaluating, censoring, or filtering your thoughts before you write will keep you from writing in an inspirational flow. Write anything and nothing in particular. Just play with the words. It's a good way to get started. It's easier to receive ideas while writing than by just sitting waiting for the ideas to arrive. Starting the flow is the hardest part. The first words are the hardest to get out. After that, you'll find a rhythm and flow that's right for you. Focus on your feeling of attunement to your ideal and let it express itself in your writing. If you can, withhold from reading your writing for 30 days, but keep writing. The inspired word and creativity. When the emphasis is on the process of tuning into your feelings, not on being inspired with holiness or wisdom, the pleasure of inspirational writing is available to all of us. Words bring our awareness into the consciousness of being. Playfulness adds another link between the inspirational writing and creativity. The more we can accept ourselves as a channel in the awake state, the more we can realize that we need only be ourselves, who we really are, to channel our higher self. Learn from your breathing. Meditation on the breath can become a basis for learning inspirational writing. A willingness to trust in inspirational writing without first knowing what you will write requires a meditative frame of mind. Inspirational writing is a way to channel higher consciousness, but automatic writing is trick shooting. There are 3 modes of breathing. 1. Controlled. We can choose how to breathe by controlling the length and fullness. 2. Automatic. When we don't pay attention to our breath, it happens automatically by itself. We have voluntarily suspended our interference with the breath momentarily, yet we could assume control at any time. 3. Inspired. We are consciously allowing our breathing to express itself naturally while we watch. By becoming calm and relaxed, by trusting our breath, we allow ourselves to be inspired. 3 modes of writing. 1. Controlled. Much of our writing happens this way. We decide what to write and how to write it. 2. Automatic. Writing without awareness of the act. The handwriting happens by itself, controlled by the subconscious mind. 3. Inspired. Maintaining an awareness of what we are writing, we allow the writing to proceed on its own, to just happen. We don't decide upon thoughts to record. We just allow them to express themselves, watching our thoughts reveal themselves as we write. Answers from the higher self. A genuine need is the greatest stimulant for the flow. Meditation shapes the flow. A special value of inspirational writing is that we can use a form of role-playing to get answers from our higher self. An alternative approach to channeling. 1. Imagine what it would be like to be God. 2. Pose a question to yourself. 3. Imagine God hearing that question. 4. Allow yourself to answer the question as God might. Dream incubation is a way to channel. 1. Imagine some person as the personification of your highest ideal, real or imagined. 2. For your meditative attunement, allow yourself to imagine what it feels like to be this person. 3. Write down those feelings. 4. Now pose a question to that person. 5. Use inspirational writing to receive an answer from that person. 6. Ask for clarification if it is needed. Wrestle with the angel, and it will bless you. Chapter 7. Artistic channels of creativity. Today's affirmation: I trust my higher being to lead me along the right path. When the real music comes to me, the music of the spheres, the music that surpasses understanding, that has nothing to do with me, because I'm just the channel. The only joy for me is for it to be given to me and transcribe it, like a medium. Those moments are what I live for. John Lennon. Artistic channels of creativity. It is the arts that provide the channeling opportunities for the greatest expression of spiritual truths. Our inherent creativity is thus both a powerful and fun way to explore and develop our ability in channeling our higher self. All artists give credit to flashes of insight, the spontaneous flow of the imagination, when they are channels of creativity. We already are channels of creative energy. The challenge seems to be for us to accept that gift and develop its expression. Art is the way we can manifest our spirit in the material world, said George Winston. The Temple Beautiful were in Egypt 10,500 BC. The purpose of these temples was to either purify people of disease or initiate them into the mysteries by raising their consciousness through the arts. The arts were actively employed as a holistic mode of education and transformation. Of all sensory effects, odor has the most powerful influence on the body. Through chanting and dancing with the proper music, one's conception of one's body in the material world can change to the point that one becomes aware that everything consists of vibration. In this manner, a person can learn how the energy is the basic reality and how to pattern it toward a desired manifestation. There is no more powerful method for revealing spiritual truths than the arts. Psychologists have verified that listening to music can alleviate migraine headaches. They have also verified that the aroma of spiced apples can lower blood pressure, and the aroma of peaches can reduce pain. Clearly, art can affect consciousness. It can inspire us, evoke emotions, or create higher emotions. Ideals, art, and creativity. There is a close association in folklore and research that closely links genius with madness. The tension between profound creativity and madness provides another lesson in channeling. Although the arts are the greatest channel for the realization of spiritual truths, we must always keep in mind that no other channel can unleash such destructive influences. Opening the channel when the adrenals are overstimulated, as in fear and anger, is much more hazardous than an overstimulated sex center. Such stimulation is much more provocative of mental disturbances and the anguish of obsessive, compulsive states of mind than sexual stimulation. Researchers have even studied the effects of film footage on people. Some footage was of the Nazi concentration camps, which weakened viewers' immune systems, leaving them more vulnerable to disease. Other footage of Mother Teresa's charitable works strengthened their immunity to disease. Ideals expressed in movies affect our bodies in subtle but profound ways. When opening ourselves to the channel of creative influences, ideals also serve as a safety anchor. Make sure you anchor yourself in love or another ideal, as always, when channeling your higher self.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's.
A spiritual appreciation for art. We can use the artist's perception of the world as a stimulant to our own perception. Listening to music can transform our emotions. Music can help us bridge the gap between the physical body and the infinite reaches of consciousness. Music also serves as a bridge between changes in activities to help change our mood when we need to relax or when we need to get up and work. It can also help us experience our feelings more clearly, deal with them better, and ultimately change our mood. Listening to music is a wonderful way to open the channel to inspiration and visions. Nature as master teacher of creativity. Tune into the sound of music in nature. If we can attune ourselves to nature's music, we will be getting closer to hearing the music of the spheres, that celestial music played by angels. When you're in nature, Find your own way to hum or make sounds that blend in with nature's sounds. In this way, you attune yourself to the vibrational frequency of nature. You can learn something about channeling from examining and reflecting upon any aspect of nature you meet. Attune yourself to animals, insects, or birds. Become one with their energy. Participate in the arts in the spirit of play. Of all the arts, we carry the ability of music expression with us at all times. A wonderful channeling exercise is to sing to yourself in the shower or on your way to work. Our voice is the highest vibration we can achieve with our physical body. Chanting also allows you to channel with your voice, a surprising amount of expression from your higher self. Quiet or silent humming can also be a form of prayer. It's great practice to cultivate your willingness to flow with your spontaneous, improvised self-expression. Creating life seals. This is similar to a vision map, a personal poster displaying symbols related to your ideal, your feeling for your higher self, and of your soul's purpose for this life. Draw or make a collage. To begin, ask yourself, what is my highest ideal? What are the most important qualities of my higher self? What do I consider to be my purpose in life? What talents do I have? Include your dreams, symbols, or images. The placement of your symbols holds meaning as well. Left represents where we have come from and what we're bringing with us. Right represents where we are headed. The center represents the essential focus of this life. The top area represents the ideals, values, or a guiding wisdom. And the bottom represents raw energies or other natural resources to develop, or our foundation. The purpose of a life seal is to stimulate yourself, to evoke a sense of higher purpose and higher consciousness, to serve as a reminder of your higher self. And it's like a commercial for your spiritual life. Creativity and channeling. Practicing being in the spirit of creativity, owning our birthright of unique self-expression, is very important in developing the awareness of channeling abilities. The word recreation or recreation means rest and renewal, play and creation. Its essential value is in teaching us the joy of being a channel of expression, a channel that can express in a manner like no other, the living, the presence of the higher self. Chapter 8. The Visionary Channel of the Imagination. Today's affirmation: universal love and abundance is circulating in my life. In order not to have to reincarnate, one must learn to do good for its own sake. From The Boy Who Saw True Spirit Guide. The Boy Who Saw True is the private journal of a young British boy who kept a diary of his psychic visionary experiences from the time he could write until he was almost 20 years old. The boy had the ability to see people's thoughts. They appeared as images surrounding the person. He could also read people's energy and see what was coming in their future. This takes us back to the principle that thoughts are things. They're alive. They affect those around us. Thoughts are one element of the unseen forces and can be seen through the imagination. Many of our dreams are actual visits with others. People who have died do not become all-knowing spirits. They only have access to the same wisdom we do on Earth. People don't become smarter after they die, except to know that there is life after death. The Boy Who Saw True asked his elder brother's spirit guide how a soul might come to not have to return for another life. The reply was, besides paying off debts and not doing any more evil, one must learn to do good for its own sake. Strong desires act like a boomerang. You hurl them forth into time in the shape of desires, and they come back to you in the shape of fulfillment. Incompleted strong desires bring you back to Earth to fulfill them.
When the doors closed last time, people went nuts. By popular demand, we are opening the doors up again to join our AI Amplifier Club for $1. Yes, $1. And we're going to donate that dollar to Feeding America. Let me tell you real quick what the AI Amplifier Club is. This is the #1 community on the planet to learn AI, to go from confused and overwhelmed to confident and secure, to get reviews and training and prompts and a monthly live training with a professional, with weekly trainings from our partner, Igor Pagani. Tony and I have 76 years in business and helping people succeed. Igor, we believe, is the top AI educator, and we combined forces. We partnered. So now you get the best of both worlds in one community. This guy knows how to take really complicated stuff and make it pragmatic and practical. And you have the opportunity to get instant wins, instant playbooks, tactics, strategies, hacks, monthly training, all in a community that you could test drive now for $1. A community like this out on the internet, people are paying $197, $297 a month. The least expensive we found that was solid was $97 a month. You get a 30-day trial. And at the end of 30 days, if you love it, you stay for just $37 a month. If you don't love it, you click one button and we'll still donate that dollar to Feeding America. But guess what? We are not leaving the doors open for long for this $1 trial. This is to say, sorry you missed the doors closed on the first time, but you don't want to miss this one. Go give it a test drive for $1. We'll donate that to Feeding America. We've already provided over 2 million meals, and you'll see for yourself that you won't want to be plugged into any other community, any other group in the world than this. Hurry up before it's gone.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get cancer? How does that happen?
There was a mass, basically a tennis ball-sized tumor at the base of his brain. We were then rushed over to our local children's hospital, and that's when they told us that he had cancer. Couldn't believe that something that big was inside his little head. And everybody always says the worst sentence in the world is you have cancer, and it's not. The worst sentence in the world is your child has cancer. Our oncologist reached out to St. Jude.
St. Jude knew exactly what was happening. They already had a clinical trial going on. The discoveries that St. Jude makes are shared freely around the world. What was important to me was knowing that anything that we did would help future kids, because no child should die of cancer ever. We never got a bill from St. Jude, ever, nor will we ever.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
Nobody expects their child to get diagnosed with cancer. But then when they are, you are so grateful that there's a place like St. Jude. We were just treated from the very beginning like family. I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
If it wasn't for St. Jude and the people who donate and give money, I wouldn't have my boy.
The etheric field of the imaginative forces. The physical world is but a fleeting shadow, an effect, an end product of the mind's patterned projection of spiritual energy. Imagination is the psychic, intuitive foundation, the receptive and informative background of the ability of the physical eyes to see. We do our seeing with the mind's eye, not the eyeballs. Psychologists agree that perceiving is a creative act. It's the same source that creates manifestations that also experiences them. It's why the word visionary means both perceptive and creative. Perceiving and creating reality are soulmates. Psychics read people's energy. We see in the situation of the boy, from the boy who saw true, seeing the thought forms sticking to his visitor. These thought forms are etheric patterns of the imaginative forces in the visitor's subconscious mind. These patterns are about to be manifested in the visitor's physical life in events that will soon come to pass. With his imagination, the boy sees, through the channel of the subconscious mind, these thought forms and is able to predict the visitor's future. The creative power of visualization. The act of visualization, holding the product of imagination firmly in mind and acting as if it will materialize, harnesses and shapes the imaginative forces to create its physical reality. Medical science has now confirmed that we can use mental imagery to control the workings of the body. Imagery is the language of the subconscious mind, that portion of the mind which rules the body and steers most of our actions. Imagery is the process of experiencing in patterns rather than by linear, logical thought. To make use of this power, set an ideal, visualize a goal, then act as if it were coming to pass. The psychic, inspired imagination. When you give the imagination free rein, it proves to be inspired or psychic. You may feel like you're just making it up, creating it yourself. Creativity, the psyche, and inspiration all have the same source. Patterns from someone else's thoughts and feelings could be influencing your own. ESP researchers have found that one person's thoughts can exert a subliminal influence upon the daydream patterns of another person. The daydreamer doesn't even suspect it. Beware, subconscious minds are connected and can influence us. Control, no, but influence, yes. Developing imagination through pretending. Many fear they are not visual learners. This fear is unfounded. We all visualize. We can't see without imagery. What most people mean when they say they can't visualize is that their visualizations aren't as clear as what they see with their eyes. The solution is easy. Just pretend. The following is a pretend exercise you can use. Remember, children pretend all the time. Kids don't concern themselves with how vivid their pretending is, or whether it's occurring through images or thoughts, or even that their pretending is different from reality. They're too busy playing in their pretend world to notice any of that. They become absorbed in their pretending. It becomes real. How can we distinguish between wishful thinking and psychic information? It's the role of ideals to help us invoke imagination in the service of truth, rather than our desires. The role of the higher self. Roles can be tools we use to enter certain states of awareness. When we put on the mask, we hide our own face. It allows us to get out of the way, to forget about our own personality. When we put on the costume, it allows us to attune to the spirit of the role. It's like stepping inside the ideal itself and becoming it. Channelers who ask their spirit guides whether or not they're really spirits or a figment of their imagination often receive the reply that it doesn't matter. The two alternatives are the same. Channeling visionary guidance from the higher soul. You know what it's like to have an imaginary conversation with a family member, friend, or boss at work. Why not have one with an inspired teacher? Playing music can help intensify the process. Imagination is a wonderful channel of wondrous teachings and guidance. Meditation teaches you to become a channel of the spirit of inspiration. With your imagination, you have a vehicle that knows no limits. To intensify your channeling experience further, you can use self-hypnosis, where we enter the domain of trance channeling. The following are additional questions and exercises. 1. Tell your mouth to become wet. Say to yourself, salivate, over and over. See how much response you get. Now try using an image. Imagine holding a lemon or half a lemon in your hand. Imagine squeezing it until beads of juice appear on its surface. Bring that lemon to your mouth and suck the juice. If you can imagine it, you'll see what I mean. Your mouth gets wet. Although a thought only makes you think, an image touches and affects your whole being. 2. Pretending to visualize. Instead of trying to visualize your arm immersed in warm water, pretend that your arm is immersed in warm water. Take a moment to put your arm on the chair or on the table. Then pretend that your arm is resting in a dish of warm water. What does it feel like to pretend that your arm is resting in a dish of warm water? If you examine your thoughts and feelings closely, you'll discover that perhaps you feel that your pretending isn't very vivid. If so, what is it that you're paying attention to that helps you feel that your pretending isn't vivid? 3. Role-playing A. Imagine being your higher self, and through role-playing, ask and answer questions between yourself and your higher self. Attune to your ideal. Set self aside and let the ideal express itself. Imagine what it would be like then to play the role of someone who personified the ideals of your higher self. What may start as pretending and acting becomes a channel of a quality of spirit. Imagination becomes real. Role-playing B. Think of a special place where you'd like to meet with your higher self, figure, or guardian angel. Imagining being in that place will put you in the mood of your ideal. While you're there, basking in the wonderful vibrations of your power spot, imagine seeing your higher self, figure, or guardian angel approach you. Experience the person's special qualities and what it's like to be in the person's presence. Pour your heart out to your higher self, expressing what's on your mind. Then simply listen as your higher self responds. Chapter 9. Who's there? Identifying the spirit who speaks. Today's affirmation. I easily discern messages from my ego and messages from my higher self. There is being awakened within self a power, an influence. Do not allow this to be directed by an entity that does proclaim himself or herself as being the guide. Why? For, as indicated, the abilities have been such in self and the soul development that to call upon the infinite is much greater, much more satisfying, much more worthwhile in the experience of an individual's soul than being guided or directed merely by an entity outside of that self that, as self, is being in a state of transition or development. Identifying the spirit who speaks. A tribe in Malaysia, the Semai, consider spirits to be mischievous and untrustworthy. The Semai know that the spirits can often lead people astray or into danger. When the Semai were asked why, they said, "It's because the spirits are jealous. They're dead, while the people are alive." According to some, the history of spiritualism began on March 31st, 1848, in Hydesville, New York. There had been mysterious rapping sounds in the home of the Fox family. They discovered it was a spirit trying to communicate with them. He used a rapping code. 2 raps for no, and 1 rap for yes. The rapper claimed to have been murdered, identified the name of the murderer, and indicated it had been buried in the cellar. This was confirmed. Within 2 years, a new sort of religion had been born called spiritualism. Parapsychology tests the spirits. Parapsychology is the scientific study of paranormal events. Such research will never be able to prove or disprove the reality of life after death. Instead, it led to some convincing demonstrations of the telepathic ability of the medium spirit guides. They did a study to prove or disprove Eileen Garrett, a well-respected medium who channeled Ovani. The results showed that Mrs. Garrett, and her Ovani voice at least, had ESP ability, ESP meaning extrasensory perception. But it didn't prove whether Ovani was in fact who he claimed to be, a spirit from the dead. In mediumship, a person enters an altered state of consciousness and delivers information about the afterlife and the condition of those deceased. The medium is in communication with spirits. I believe in our day and age, we refer to mediumship as transferring information from spirit to person, and trance channeling is when a spirit speaks directly through a person's mouth. More perspectives on mediumship and the subconscious mind. Thoughts are things. Those thoughts live on in eternity. There is also the continued activity, which is the soul's spirit journey in other dimensions of being. Communication across the channel of the subconscious mind operates on the principle of affinity, that is, like attracts like. When we channel the thought patterns of the deceased, or recall their past life memories, we do so in a selective manner that most resonates with our own subconscious feelings, motivations, and needs, aka filters. The bottom line is that channeling information through a third party is only about 80% reliable because of the interference with the medium's filters. The best thing we can do for our departed loved ones is to pray for them and telling them, "What are you doing listening to me instead of focusing on the light and going on?" The dead have little to teach the living. The dead have impressive ESP powers, but beware of mistaking this for higher wisdom. Pursuing communication with the dead distracts all concerned from their own inner development. It is for that reason primarily that I would strongly caution anybody against pursuing mediumship, particularly if it is for vain or shallow or self-gratifying reasons. The psychoanalysis of spirit guides. Eileen once asked a friend to interview her spirit guides. She wanted to learn more about their true nature. Were they actually spirits who lived before, or were they part of her own personality as psychologists believed? The spirits explained that they are intimately connected with Eileen, and to get rid of them would be to get rid of her, and vice versa. The spirits also said it's not appropriate to ask who is speaking, but better to ask what quality of consciousness or level of reality is being expressed at the moment. For added reference, when the author channeled his higher self, he often experienced his information coming through an old man figure. Eileen's friend determined it's not accurate to conclude that such figures are subpersonalities of the channel. We're contacting a level of the mind that is transpersonal, that is impersonal, that goes far beyond the channel's own personality. It's more accurate to think of them as personifications. For example, Mother Teresa is the personification of charity and goodwill. Rambo is the personification of courage. The wise old man symbol personifies the mind's capacity to bring knowledge and insight from the depths. The wise old man is a role the mind plays when it creates pearls of wisdom and brings them to the surface. Edward Edgar, a Jungian psychiatrist, commented that our desire to expand our consciousness comes from the innate urge of life to realize itself consciously. For Eileen, Uvani is a doorkeeper, a protector, a role that served to protect the open channel from the very many voices that would come through. Uvani pointed out that any entity, enthusiasts, foolish ones, anguished ones, can come through when the channel is open, so that he needs to guard the opening for the protection of the instrument. Eileen's friend also determined that there were two aspects of the four energies that Eileen channeled. 1. Psychic abilities, accessing information, and 2. Being an oracle, delivering wisdom. 2 of the spirits demonstrated psychic abilities, while the other 2 functioned more as oracles. The purpose of channeling is to bring new meaning. When human beings struggle and wrestle with the ultimate questions about nature, about life, the principle of the word, or what he calls the inner principle of meaning, will be present there in the struggle. If the human being can persevere in this struggle, the principle of the word will help bring inspiration or insights to that person. Why have you come? When Eileen's friend asked her spirit guides this question, they responded with, to instruct us of the true nature of our reality and to remind us of our talents so that we might take a more constructive role in shaping the future of the planet. The oracle level of the mind speaks an unchanging message. The darker side of trance channeling. Whatever possessed me? There are many ways we can be possessed. our own regressed unconscious impulses influencing us, cultural propaganda hypnotizing us with assumptions or values that aren't necessarily true, intuitive urges based on subliminal telepathic information, the influence of the wishes of our friends and family members, the whispering of spirits, ideas, feelings, and needs in the subconscious mind can exert irresistible influences on our behavior, regardless of how they get there. Whatever the source, whether it's advertisements or spirits, there is always an affinity between the possessor and the possessed. We all have a darker side, and the influence is drawing out our darkness, giving us that extra push. Just as deep inside our psyche there rises the spirit of wisdom, personified as higher self, so there is a spirit of evil, sometimes personified as the devil. Evil. Evil isn't a separate force. All force is the one energy of God, but that it's a pattern of use of that one force for personal indulgence at the expense of the whole, a willful and knowing rebellion against God's will. It's a powerful transpersonal pattern, existing both within and beyond the individual personality. Nothing can possess us against our will. Self-indulgence can weaken our aura, where potential spirits can move in. Other examples of weakened auric energy fields: improper meditation practices, dissociated states of mind, accidents, alcohol, illness, extreme emotional states such as rage or chemical intoxication. Caution. Given these potential sources of possession, from the ordinary to the demonic, it seems important that we give careful thought to how we open ourselves to the psychic, transpersonal, and potentially turbocharged energy of the psyche. In regards to channeling the higher self, the author decided against using a spirit guide to channel information per se. Not that he never used a spirit guide, but he left that decision to the will of God. The author's main focus was always that we not be diverted from growing in our own awareness, of developing our own higher consciousness. We all appreciate the advice of developing an unnecessary despondency on a crutch. It undermines our own growth and realizing our own potential. By seeking the highest within, we provide the best possible channel available. Chapter 10. Evaluating Channeled Guidance. Today's affirmation: I have divine power within me that creates miracles in my life. When the student is ready, the teacher, whether an inner teacher or an external one, will appear. Evaluating channeled guidance. Main ingredients of channeling inspired wisdom. 1. Having a genuine need to know. 2. Making the necessary attunement. 3. Having the ability and intention to put that guidance into service. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Readiness involves both the person's ability to recognize guidance and to be able to apply it. Getting guidance from someone else's own psychic abilities can help you recognize your own. Learning to evaluate channeled guidance is part of the process of channeling. Cayce's Guidance Heuristic. Heuristic is a method of discovery. It's based upon the assumption that there's no perfect absolute truth, only better and more workable approximations to it. The heuristic mantra: pray as if everything depended on God. Work hard as if everything depended on you. Do your best with what you have available, and more will be given. Cayce's Law. In the application comes the awareness. What is the question? Identifying the appropriate question is very important, as the question will influence the answer. A vague question results in a general answer. It is the desire of the seeker, the particular quality of the vibrational pattern of the need to know that stimulates and focuses the energy from which the guidance is created. Ideals and purposes. When it comes to evaluating guidance, especially the results of applying the guidance, the outcomes that do result will ultimately be compared with the original purpose or intention. Be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. Set a purpose or intention for contacting, your higher self. Thinking about possibly satisfying outcomes helps clarify the purpose. Values are important and need to be considered carefully in preparing for guidance. This is where the emphasis on ideals comes into play. Ideals serve as a guiding star. Giving consideration to ideals when contacting your higher self needs to be a top priority, not only because of the importance of aligning our purpose with our values, but also because of the quality of the energy that is activated. An example of an ideal is, truth is beauty. Simply meditating briefly on the ideal oftentimes solves the problem. When presenting the question to another psychic, time spent contemplating the ideal has a tremendous effect on the quality of information that comes through the psychic. Consider the source. Consider all of the possible sources of information: desire, expectations, the subconscious, as well as universal awareness. All of these sources can affect the message differently than the source of highest guidance. If a psychic says, "I'm not able to get anything on this question," it's a good sign that the psychic respects the process and is working from integrity. It's universally true that what blocks us from the awareness of all wisdom is our sense of self. Higher beings usually speak as if they are personifications of eternal principles and manifested as identities and only for the sake of the listener. Higher beings usually pay less attention to the pain and feelings of your personal situation and speak in the language of universal truths. Higher beings usually are compassionate and insistent on the reality that we are spiritual beings and we create our own reality. Higher beings usually are patient and forgiving. They usually orient you to your spiritual destiny by focusing on what's your next step. They usually speak in humble tones and have a great sense of humor. Evaluating the guidance. Don't get lost in trying to pinpoint the exact source of channeled guidance. Focus instead on determining what, if any, of the guidance is valuable. Ask yourself, does the guidance make sense? Does it speak to the situation? Is it workable? Does it seem constructive? Do you have a positive response to it? Examine the guidance from the point of view of the ideal that you set. If it doesn't meet the standard of your ideal, either you should forget it, or else you may decide that you have some soul searching to do. Assuming the guidance passes these preliminary tests, seek a second opinion. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Never rely on one single external channel as a sole source of information. Look for commonalities and for correlations in the information. Evaluating guidance. 1. Compare the results of a psychic reading with your inspirational writing and then your dreams. 2. Form an opinion. 3. Take it into meditation. The final test. Applying the guidance. Test guidance by applying it in practice. Determine if the guidance works. Try it out, test it, and see. Good ideas are a dime a dozen, but one idea put to good use is golden. Don't ask the question if you're not ready to take responsibility for the answer. Sometimes you don't know what you need to know. There is no question at first, just a problem, a sense of unease, difficulty, or pain. By yourself, or with the help of a good listener, it's possible to start with the felt sense of frustration or conflict to determine what is needed by way of guidance. Perhaps the process would begin simply by a statement of facts. I'm very dissatisfied with blank, and I want to know what to do about blank. It helps to get more specific. What exactly is bothering you and why? What are you seeking in a solution? What are your goals? What are your constraints? Chapter 11. Using hypnosis to become a trance channel. Today's affirmation. Whenever my thoughts are not in alignment with my purpose, the universal force sends me a sign. The study of the self may best be done by suggestive forces to the body through hypnosis. Entering hypnosis is basically a process of deep relaxation while maintaining a quiet awareness. It's much like what we experience in meditation, with the possibility of adding further suggestions to open the imagination to deeper channels of the mind. The suggestibility of the subconscious during hypnosis. Hypnosis is a state of heightened suggestibility, of communicating directly with the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind operates on the principle of suggestion. It accepts any statement as being true. The conscious mind operates on the principle of reasoning. It rejects any statement until analyzed and evaluated. It seduces the attention of the conscious mind and redirects it elsewhere. Relaxation. Relaxation aids in the process of hypnosis. As the body relaxes, the sensory system also relaxes, and the conscious mind grows dim, similar to falling asleep. The difference between sleep and hypnosis is the conscious mind doesn't dissolve because the hypnotist's voice has captured its attention and gives it a restful focus. If the hypnotist were to stop talking for an extended length of time, the conscious mind would lose focus and fall asleep. Bypassing the conscious mind to access the subconscious mind. As the person relaxes more fully and the dimming conscious mind rests upon the pillow of the hypnotist's voice, the subconscious becomes uninhibited and opens up to accept suggestion. Remember, the subconscious mind accepts any suggestion, so the key to hypnosis is to bypass the conscious mind through relaxation and connect with the subconscious mind through positive suggestions. It's very easy to do. Whatever the hypnotist suggests can be vividly imagined by the subconscious mind, and what it thus imagines, it takes as reality. Learning self-hypnosis through relaxation imagery. You can learn to enter the hypnotic state yourself by learning to respond to your own suggestions. Focusing on images suggestive of relaxing is the basic procedure. Hypnosis and ESP. All subconscious minds are in contact with one another. If hypnosis is a means of communicating directly with the subconscious mind, we should expect that extrasensory perception would be more pronounced during hypnosis than during the normal waking state. There has been some research on telepathic hypnosis, whereby hypnotists can connect with your mind telepathically at great distances, similar to distance Reiki. Sending people thoughts of encouragement is a natural and positive use of telepathic suggestion. Hypnosis often increases telepathic abilities. Hypnotic imagery, a channel of self-diagnosis. We could diagnose ourselves if we would turn within. The inner wisdom figure is an image representation of a state of consciousness, an internal awareness that has proven therapeutic value. Once again, we see the value and power of the personification. Using an image of a person or being can unlock hidden powers within the mind. Self-diagnosis. 1. Enter a light hypnotic state using self-hypnosis. 2. Next, imagine being on top of a mountain searching for a path down. 3. Descend down the mountain and discover a secret door leading into the depths of the mountain. 4. Door number 1. Open the door and enter an atmospheric vibration of renewal and restoration. 5. Door number 2. Looking around, you see another door with a sign upon it that reads, "The One Who Knows Health." 6. Open door number 2 and meet a person or being who knows everything about your body. 7. You sit down in front of this knowing being and ask questions. 8. The being answers your questions with colors, shapes, words, phrases, images, etc. The power of hypnotic role-playing. Role-playing allows us to take on the characteristics of the role, to channel whatever characteristics the role suggests. Role-playing is a process of pretending. It engages the channel of the subconscious mind through an act of the imagination. By neutralizing the conscious mind and providing more direct access to the subconscious, hypnosis can increase the power of role-playing to an incredible degree. Role-playing also shows the power of personification, how proposing an image of a being can open a profound channel of inspiration. Channeling is an expression of the channel's own growth in consciousness. An outline of how to journey within. You can imagine moving along a path of light as a tiny dot outside of the physical body. Shapes and forms appear and dissolve. Suddenly one sees a hall of records without walls. An old man hands you a large book, a record of the individual for whom is seeking the information. Trance channeling. Rubbing your hands together activates and opens the channel. Trance channeling is like taking time out, as in meditation, to honor and focus exclusively upon a state of awareness that's always there. Learning self-hypnosis. Get into a comfortable position and take a deep breath. Hold it. Exhale. Do this 5 to 7 times, inhaling deeply, exhaling long and slow and completely. Focus on your arm. Notice anything about your arm that might feel like heaviness and say to yourself, "My right arm is heavy." Don't do anything with your arm, just lie there. Repeat the phrase several times. Allow yourself to experience your arm as feeling heavy. As you imagine your arm feeling heavy, notice how you let it go and relax in your right arm. You are responding to suggestion. After about a minute, move on to your left arm and repeat the process. Then say, "My arms are heavy." Move on to your legs. Right leg, left leg, both legs. Finally, spread your focus out over your arms and legs. Say, "My arms and legs are heavy." The more you let it go and relax, the more you are responding to suggestion, and the more you are becoming absorbed in a self-hypnotic trance. Level 2. Repeat the above process, only using the word warm instead. "My right arm is warm." Then at the end say, "My arms and legs are heavy and warm." Level 3. Begin to focus on your breath. Watch your breath without interfering with anything and say, "It breathes me." By now you have become very relaxed. You will notice your thinking is hazier, and you may experience spontaneous daydreams, or have a tendency to fall asleep. You're bordering on the sleep state. You're beginning to directly experience the region of the subconscious mind. Now role play with your higher self. Chapter 12. The Channel of Cooperation in a Group. Today's affirmation. Whenever my thoughts are not in alignment with my purpose, the universal force sends me a sign. As each star in the sky gives its own illumination of the darkness, each of us functions as a portion of God's awareness. Each of us functions as a unique channel of God's consciousness. A group channels an artificial ghost. Cooperation is an excellent form of channeling. We set aside exclusive focus on ourselves and act in harmony with others toward a common goal. Learning to cooperate in a group is a good way to learn channeling.
Okay, I only have 30 seconds here, so let's talk about how fast time moves. You know, you weren't thinking about getting another car, then suddenly, it's time to replace it. Or, it's time for your daughter's quinceañera. Or time to start planning for retirement. That's why, time after time, San Diegans come to Mission Fed for their banking needs. When the time is right, talk to Mission Fed. Visit missionfed.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership account and loan subject to approval.
Conjuring up Philip, the artificial ghost. Members of a Toronto Society for Psychical Research conducted an experiment trying to create an artificial ghost, and they succeeded. They began by inventing a fictitious character named Philip. Each person took turns adding details and info to this make-believe story. For over a year, they met once a week and sat in meditation trying to channel Philip to no avail. In the second year, they tried a different approach. It was suggested that by creating an informal social event where they were laughing, singing, and telling jokes and having fun, Philip would be more likely to show up. After the fourth session, they heard a rapping on the table. It was Philip, the artificial ghost. Philip could not only rap the table, but he could lift it up and move it across the room. He could also control what stayed on the table and what fell off when he turned the table upside down. The group noted that Philip showed no more knowledge of himself than the group had created of him. Philip always remained faithful to their imagination, not to the facts of that era. Philip was clearly not a spirit. They interpreted Philip as an artificially created thought form. This creation of their group mind was capable of creating quite dramatic and seemingly intelligent physical phenomena. The Toronto experiment instructed a second group of people to copy this experiment. They created Lilith with identical results. What is the significance of the Philip experiment? We certainly see some suggestive evidence about the reality of thought forms and their ability to mimic the presence of an actual spirit. It also shows the power of group energy working cooperatively to channel. The channel of cooperation. The first step in developing psychic ability is to learn how to cooperate within a group. Nature interacts in an overall pattern of cooperation. Rediscovering the spirit of cooperation actually places us more closely aligned with the consciousness that promotes our better channeling. The act of cooperation attunes us to the transpersonal level of our existence, joined with the rest of creation in a unitary expression. We as lights in thee. Yes, we have the group, as gathered here, seeking to be a channel that they, as a group, as individuals, may be and give the light to the waiting world. First, let each prepare themselves and receive that as will be given unto each in their respective sphere of development, of desire, of ability. The first lesson, as has been given, learn what it means to cooperate in one mind, in God's way. For as each would prepare themselves, in meditating day and night, in what wilt thou have me do, O Lord? And the answer will be definite, clear to each as are gathered here. Will they seek in his name? For he is among you in this present hour. For all as seek are in that attitude of prayer. The interpretation of this prayer is as follows. Seek to know God, to know ourselves and one another, and to be able to express that knowledge in the world as a group and as an individual. Channel through the way you live. You're developing awareness of your individual mirroring of God. We are as lights in God. As each star in the sky gives its own illumination of the darkness, each of us functions as a portion of God's awareness. Each of us is a unique channel of God's consciousness. The Dream Helper Ceremony. Gather some people together for an overnight healing service. This doesn't necessarily need to be done under the same roof, but it certainly could be more fun that way. Ask, who among us is feeling troubled by a specific problem and is willing to ask the group for help? Don't reveal the nature of the problem until the next morning. After everyone's dreams have been shared, then you can reveal the issue. Then the person with the problem leads the group in a silent meditation, and then everyone prepares for bed. Be sure to say, tonight your dreams belong to someone else. Don't lose them or censor any dream material you may recall. In the morning, oftentimes, the dreamers don't think they've had dreams related to the person's problem at all. After everyone shares, and the person with the issue shares, you begin to see the connections and relatedness of the symbolism and images. It is as if before going to sleep, each person engages his or her instinctive, projective empathy to intuit that aspect of the volunteer's undisclosed problem that corresponds naturally with an unreconciled issue within the person's own life. This technique is a powerful group ceremony for channeling dream guidance. It gives the group an opportunity to function as a psychic consultant or group oracle of healing. More effective than a psychic reading, it's a great way for a group to be a channel of blessings to someone in need, while at the same time learning something about themselves. People sharing of themselves with one another can channel a fountain of enlightenment. The Cotton Ball, getting to know you. Exercise to use with a group of strangers. Take turns introducing yourself, but rather than saying anything personal, the person merely says, "Mary had a little lamb." While saying this, the person imagines a positive scene in their mind that expresses something in their life. The group empathetically attunes to the sound of the person's voice and monitors their own spontaneous reaction. Contemplate for 1 minute on the person's voice vibration. Share any images, colors, feelings, or words that came. Notice common themes coming up amongst the group. Try to guess the nature of the scene the person was imagining. The group is usually wrong, although one person may hit on it. But the group does seem to be able to tune into some aspect of the person's life. This usually aligns with some commonality the person has with the focal person. For example, if the focal person was a teacher, the teacher in the group is able to pick that up. The cotton ball ceremony, a more profound level of channeling. In this, one person volunteers to ask the group for help with an undisclosed problem. This person takes a large wad of sterile cotton and rubs it between their hands while thinking about the problem. The rest of the group meditates. Next, the focal person breaks the cotton into small pieces and hands them out in the group. They hold the cotton in their hands and tune into their impressions. They verbalize whatever comes to mind. After everyone has shared, the focal person responds. Choir practice, channeling the sounds of the higher self. Jungle symphony exercise. You can make spontaneous sounds which free you to be yourself as well as raise your consciousness. In a small group, ask everyone to make the sound of their favorite animal all at the same time. Do this a few times until people are comfortable to sound out loudly and for as long as a minute. Then ask the animals to respond to each other's sounds, to interact, to communicate, to harmonize, as they would in nature. The Jungle Symphony is great fun and reminds people that their inner child still enjoys to play with sound. Additional suggestions for the individual. For a week, make a commitment to ask this question daily. What would you have me do, God? Then at the end of the week, check in with yourself and see if you have been divinely inspired to do anything in your life.
Can my dad go from XL to M with walking by Halloween?
Regular walking? No, I'm sorry. That's impossible.
So what should he do?
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of October, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better?
After 40, the gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body get younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
What happens if my husband starts Tai Chi tomorrow morning and follows it for 28 days?
You won't believe his results by the end of the month. This is how Tai Chi workouts work.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
He can start small, that's fine. This program is designed specifically for beginner men age 40 to 60 plus.
Isn't a gym better?
Gym doesn't work after 40. Do Tai Chi to live longer, healthier, and happier.
Any equipment required?
No, body is enough to build a strong physique and a clear mind.
How to start?
Just get the app and start tomorrow.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app and follow along.
This cheese stuffed pizza sure seems popular.
Yeah, with ADP doing payroll, HR, even benefits, I can focus on the part of the business that I love.
Yeah, stuffing stuff with cheese.
Cheese stuffed soda. Cheese stuffed napkins.
Cheese stuffed pockets?
ADP helps you focus on the part of the business you love.
Chapter 13. Being a channel of healing forces. Today's affirmation. I believe there is a higher power working through me, which is helping me reach my goals. The best way to be a blessing to others. Be yourself. You're real, true, spontaneous, essential, genuinely individual self. The secret of the green thumb. Luther Burbank was a famous horticulturist. He grew thornless cacti by telling the plants that they had nothing to fear, and thus no need for such protection. The secret to improved plant breeding is love. Burbank was a practiced meditator. It was by meditating with his plants that he had learned their secrets. He was able to heal the sick as well as the plants. As we nurture our gardens, it rejuvenates us. Developing a green thumb is good for our health as well as our plants. Your attitude while gardening is very important. Plants tended to by a grouchy gardener are hard on our digestion. Awareness of the unseen forces in creation. The invisible forces, the intelligence of creativity at work in plant life, in all life, is what the author calls the creative forces. Behave as if the God in all life mattered. Nature can instruct one on how to meditate and introduce us to invisible forces at work in the plants, animals, and insects. These overlighting intelligences are also known as fairies, devas, nature spirits, and elementals. Humans, being one with nature, contain these forces within as well as without. By merging intuitively with plants, becoming one with them, we can develop an awareness of the unseen forces at work. In setting yourself aside and joining the plant in the spirit of love, you become a channel of the creative energy in harmony with the plant. Through the plant exercise, you will be able to experience the energy pattern of the plant. Remember, what you want to see is within you. Awakening the atomic power of healing forces from within. There is consciousness all throughout our body. With a little training, subjects can make contact with individual cells within the body and affect their functioning. Each atom in the body has consciousness. When we meditate, the ideal we focus on shapes our awareness. This altering of our consciousness filters down to every cell in our body, every atom. For purposes of healing, use the ideal of Christ consciousness or being one with God. Allow the consciousness of every atom within the body to be filled with the awareness of God. The effect of this awareness is to alter the very rotary forces themselves within the heart of the atom. Remember that atoms are in instant communication with one another. They appear to communicate the information contained in the rotary activity within the atom. It is something about the spin of energy within the core of the atom that serves as an instantaneous telepathic link between all atoms. There is a link between the effect of the rotary forces within the atoms of the body during deep meditation to the opening of the channel of the healing forces of creation. Research on channeled healing. Healing through prayer and the laying on of hands has a long history. Laying on of hands. A nuclear physicist tested the ability of the gifted healer, Olga Worrell, to affect bacteria growing in special laboratory containers. Olga would hold a container in her hands and attempt to retard or enhance the bacterial growth. Results proved that Olga could significantly affect bacterial growth in whichever direction she chose. Another study was done using inexperienced college students, which showed they could also affect the growth. Another study was done where healers laid hands upon patients with real illnesses. The healers wore special gloves with water in the palms. The study showed the water had been atomically altered. This proved that laying on of hands has the power to atomically alter the body. Power of prayer. A study was done that showed receiving prayer aided recovery. Patients receiving prayer recovered with significantly fewer complications than the patients who did not. Studies also show that this is effective even when the patient's own belief system is not relevant. They are unaware they are being prayed for. This shows that people can channel healing energies that operate on molecular structures themselves. The Glad Helpers. View the development of healing ability not as a technique, but more as an opportunity for soul growth for the practitioner, as that person develops an awareness of oneness with God and is able to share that with others. The little things that count. To become channels of blessings, we must be willing to be active in life, ready to help when needed. It's the little things that count here. A smile is as valuable as a prayer. Lending a hand, reaching out to touch someone, giving a hug, taking time to listen. Remember, it's not for us to fix or rescue people. Keep your thoughts positive. Our thoughts are not private, but affect those around us. Thinking kindly of others is as important as acting kindly toward others. Have faith in the process and leave the results to God. Nothing is achieved through self-doubt. Lay aside concerns about how you are doing. The best way to be a channel of blessings to others is by being yourself, your real, true, spontaneous, essential, genuinely individual self. Plant exercise. Find a plant that attracts you and become that plant in your imagination. 1. Approach the plant, acknowledging that it is expressing its creative nature with no reservations. 2. Thank it for being willing to share its secrets. 3. Approaching it as a living being will put you in the proper frame of mind. 4. Example. Stand in front of a rose bush and imagine what it's like to be a rose bush, to grow and blossom and wither and bloom again. 5. Allow the images to work themselves into your body. 6. Mimic the feeling of the plant in the rhythm and movements of your body. Dance with the plant. 7. Allow your mood to express itself in sound. Sing the plant song. 8. By giving yourself over to the spirit of life, express that life in your own way, openly, fully. 9. Become one with the plant. Join your spirit with the plant spirit. Breathe. In doing so, you are awakening universal life force energy. Chapter 14. Being yourself, the ultimate form of channeling. Today's affirmation. My inner voice guides me in every moment. There is a vitality, a life force, an energy, a quickening that is translated through you into action, and because there is only one of you in all of time, this expression is unique. And if you block it, it will never exist through any medium and be lost. The world will not have it. Martha Graham. Channeling is not a substitute for being yourself. Be careful not to devalue any thoughts that aren't channeled in some psychic fashion. If we approach channeling as a substitute rather than as a means to become who we really are, it won't work. If we use channeling as a crutch to simply compensate for a low self-image, rather than allowing it to touch and heal that problem, we cheat ourselves of the ultimate secret of value of learning to be a channel. Allow your channeling to heal your self-doubts and teach you that you are okay and worthwhile. Channeling can teach self-esteem. Learning to step aside, to remove oneself as a block to the channel, is part of the process. Rather than being guarded about every word or action, you let go and talk and act freely, without forethought. Trust your immediate experience. Accept the first images that come to mind, the first words that reach your lips. Let the ideal you have attuned to shine forth, without hesitation or censorship. It's not easy being conscious of self without being self-conscious. Channeling involves learning self-acceptance. Again, learn to trust the value of your initial reactions, thoughts, or images. That's key. Serving an ideal opens the channel. Don't just be good for something. The greater and more genuine the person's need, the better the psychic functioning. It's the same for us. Whether we're serving a need or serving the expression of an ideal, when we respond to something more compelling than our own personal concerns, it's easier to set ourselves aside. Focusing on another person's needs can inspire our ingenuity. Expressing our love of a person in our work often helps us enjoy the process even more. The qualities we wish to have for ourselves we need to give to others. By becoming a channel of blessings, we ourselves are blessed. Service, the misunderstood secret. Testing channeled guidance by putting it into service, by applying it, helps test its validity and, if valid, increases our awareness of its truth. Serving others distracts our attention away from ourselves so that we more readily open ourselves to channel. Service is not only the purpose for channeling, it's also its stimulant and its means. Unfortunately, it's too easy to interpret service as a should rather than a natural, meaningful part of channeling. When we serve as an expression of our self-esteem, doing good feels good. Helper's high has been proven to be real. It is a definite feeling in the body, a pleasant sensation accompanied by a mood that some describe as calm, warm, or glowing, that comes from genuine altruism, service to others. Helper's high is the secret value of service, one of the blessings of being a channel. Become a conscious channel. The ultimate experience is not to channel. The ultimate experience is to become a conscious channel, capable of giving and receiving inspirations and sharing them in a state of conscious awareness. Two things have been learned from channeling. One, it taught me that I was something more than I suspected, that there was a spirit inside that connected me to the rest of creation. Two, it taught me that being myself was potentially a perfectly fine way to channel that spirit. Trance-channeling also demonstrated that the task ahead remains to learn how to love, to trust love, to be love, and to love being myself in my own way. More trance-channeling won't help me do that. To be yourself as only you can be. The only way you can be yourself is in the conscious awake state, acting in a totally spontaneous way. Know that when you go into trance, from the superconscious state of universal awareness, you'll sound pretty much like all the other trance channels who've tapped into that same source. When there's no ego at all, universal awareness and the same timeless, unchanging message come through. In some cases, it can almost be as much of a cliche as the familiar ego. Remember, each piece of nature serves its creator's purpose by being itself. Quite simply, we serve the creator's purpose and thus render our greatest service by knowing and sharing who we really are. No one else can be you the way you can. To express that spirit in your individual way is your purpose for being here. God intends for the world to have your expression. Use your intuition to know your soul's identity, your heart's true desire, and let it be. Know that finding a way to express yourself in service to the world is what you really want. It's the ultimate purpose and the blessing of channeling your higher self. The end.
With Ralph's same-day pickup and delivery, you can shop the same in-store prices and have your groceries brought right to you, so you can spend time on what matters most. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
Welcome to Atomic Habits, a groundbreaking guide to mastering the small changes that lead to remarkable results. Imagine unlocking the potential within you by making tiny, seemingly insignificant adjustments to your daily routines. These are the very changes that, compounded over time, can revolutionize your life. James Clear, an expert on habit formation, brings you a masterpiece that isn't just about forming good habits and breaking bad ones. It's about understanding the very essence of human behavior and harnessing it to achieve greatness. In a world where we're often bombarded with quick fixes and instant gratification, Atomic Habits offers a refreshing perspective. Clear delves into the science of habits, explaining how they are formed and why they can be so difficult to change. He reveals the hidden forces that shape our behavior, often without us even realizing it. Through engaging storytelling and relatable examples, you'll discover how habits are the compound interest of self-improvement. Just as money multiplies through compound interest, the effects of your habits multiply as you repeat them. They seem to make little difference on any given day, yet the impact they deliver over months and years can be enormous. Clear's approach is methodical and practical, breaking down complex psychological concepts into actionable steps. You'll learn about the 4 laws of behavior change, a simple yet powerful framework that can help you build better habits in any area of your life. These laws make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying serve as a blueprint for creating a system where good habits flourish and bad habits wither away. One of the most compelling aspects of Atomic Habits is its focus on identity. Clear emphasizes that the ultimate form of intrinsic motivation is when a habit becomes part of your identity. Rather than focusing solely on the outcomes you want to achieve, he encourages you to focus on the type of person you wish to become. This shift in mindset transforms habits from mere tasks to integral parts of who you are. When your habits align with your identity, they become self-sustaining and far more resilient to disruption. Throughout this audiobook, you will encounter inspiring stories of real people who have transformed their lives through the power of Atomic Habits. From Olympic gold medalists to successful entrepreneurs, these stories provide tangible proof of how small changes can lead to extraordinary outcomes. You'll also find yourself reflecting on your own experiences and how your habits have shaped your life. By the end of this journey, you'll be equipped with the knowledge and tools to reshape your habits and ultimately your destiny. James Clear's writing is not only insightful but also deeply relatable. He understands the challenges we all face in trying to change our behaviors and provides compassionate guidance to help you navigate these obstacles. His pragmatic approach is devoid of jargon and full of practical advice that you can start implementing immediately. Whether you're looking to improve your health, your career, your relationships, or any other aspect of your life, the principles in Atomic Habits will help you get there. As you embark on this journey, remember that the power of Atomic Habits lies in their simplicity and consistency. It's not about making radical changes overnight, but about making small, sustainable changes that, over time, lead to profound transformation. Each chapter of this audiobook is designed to build upon the last, creating a comprehensive guide that will help you develop habits that last a lifetime. So, get ready to explore the world of Atomic Habits. Prepare to uncover the science behind habit formation, discover the power of tiny changes, and unlock your full potential. This audiobook is more than just a collection of tips and tricks, it's a roadmap to a better you. Let the journey begin. The power of small, incremental changes often goes unnoticed in our daily lives, yet it holds the potential to transform our futures in profound ways. This concept was brilliantly demonstrated by the remarkable turnaround of British cycling, a story that serves as a compelling testament to the effectiveness of marginal gains. In 2003, British cycling was languishing in mediocrity. For nearly a century, British riders had achieved little of note on the international stage, with just a single gold medal at the Olympic Games since 1908 and a complete absence of victories in the prestigious Tour de France. The situation was so dire that some European bike manufacturers refused to sell their products to the British team, fearing that association with such underperformers would harm their brand. Enter Dave Brailsford, the newly appointed performance director who would change the course of British cycling history. Brailsford's approach was revolutionary. In its simplicity, he focused on making tiny, 1% improvements across all aspects of cycling performance. This strategy, which he termed the aggregation of marginal gains, was based on the belief that the cumulative effect of numerous small enhancements would lead to significant overall improvement. Brailsford and his team left no stone unturned in their quest for these marginal gains. They made obvious tweaks, such as redesigning bike seats for improved comfort and applying alcohol to tires for better grip. But they also delved into less apparent areas. They introduced electrically heated overshorts to maintain optimal muscle temperature, utilized biofeedback sensors to fine-tune workout responses, and even tested various fabrics in wind tunnels to create more aerodynamic racing suits.
My little miracle is Beckett. You look great. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. Yeah. You never think it's going to be you. All you can think of is, the kid's not going to live.
I wish my cancer's gone.
St. Jude, they saved Beckett's life. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. And St. Jude doesn't bill us for any of it. It's a blessing. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated.
You can help save the lives of children like Beckett by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
People that donate are giving our kids a chance to live.
Score last-minute deals at Dick's with up to 40% off Stanley, up to $320 off gifts for the family, and $400 off the Nordic Track 1750 treadmill. Need your gifts fast? Choose 1 hour curbside or in-store pickup at checkout. Every holiday starts at Dick's.
The team's commitment to this philosophy extended far beyond the bicycle. They brought in a surgeon to teach riders the most effective hand-washing techniques to reduce the risk of illness. They meticulously selected the best pillows and mattresses for each rider to ensure quality sleep. In a particularly striking example of their attention to detail, they painted the interior of the team truck white to more easily spot dust that could potentially impact the performance of their precisely calibrated bikes. The results of this approach were nothing short of astounding. Within just 5 years, British cycling dominated the 2008 Beijing Olympics, securing an impressive 60% of the available gold medals in cycling events. They continued this success at the 2012 London Olympics, breaking multiple world and Olympic records. Perhaps most impressively, British riders went on to win 5 Tour de France titles in 6 years, a feat that would have seemed impossible just a decade earlier. This remarkable transformation serves as a powerful illustration of a broader principle, the compound effect of small habits over time. It's a concept that challenges our natural inclination to seek out dramatic, overnight changes. We often fall into the trap of believing that significant results require equally significant actions. We dream of losing substantial weight, launching successful businesses, or achieving other lofty goals, and we imagine that these outcomes must be the result of singular, heroic efforts. However, the reality is far more nuanced and, in many ways, more accessible. The British cycling story shows us that sustained, incremental progress can yield extraordinary results. When we consistently improve by just 1% each day, the compounded effect over a year is a 37-fold improvement. Conversely, if we allow ourselves to decline by 1% daily, we risk reducing our performance to near zero over the same period. This mathematical reality underscores the immense power of habits, both positive and negative. Good habits, like compound interest in finance, accumulate value over time. A single workout might not transform your physique, but a year of consistent exercise can reshape your body and health. Similarly, reading a few pages each day might not make you an expert overnight, but maintaining this habit for years can lead to profound knowledge and wisdom. The challenge lies in our perception of progress. Small improvements often feel insignificant in the moment. It's easy to discount the value of saving a little money, exercising for a short time, or studying a language for just an hour. The results aren't immediately apparent, which can lead to discouragement and a return to old, less productive habits. Equally insidious is the ease with which we can slip into negative habits. A single unhealthy meal doesn't cause immediate weight gain. Neglecting your relationships for one day doesn't instantly destroy them. Procrastinating on a project once doesn't immediately derail your career. But when these small negative choices compound over time, they can lead to significant problems. This principle applies across all areas of life. In personal development, consistently reading for 30 minutes a day can lead to dozens of books completed over a year, expanding your knowledge and perspective. In fitness, adding just 1 more rep or a minute more to your workout each session can result in substantial strength and endurance gains over time. In relationships, small daily acts of kindness and attention can strengthen bonds in ways that grand gestures cannot. The power of incremental change is particularly relevant in today's fast-paced world, where instant gratification is often prioritized over long-term growth. It's a reminder that true, lasting change rarely happens overnight. Instead, it's the result of consistent, small actions repeated over time. Moreover, this approach to improvement is inherently more sustainable than attempting drastic changes. Radical lifestyle overhauls often lead to burnout or disappointment when immediate results aren't seen. In contrast, focusing on small, manageable changes allows for gradual adaptation and increases the likelihood of long-term success. The concept of marginal gains also encourages a more holistic approach to improvement. Just as the British cycling team looked beyond obvious areas for enhancement, we too can find opportunities for growth in unexpected places. This might mean improving our sleep habits, refining our decision-making processes, or enhancing our learning techniques. It's important to note that while the focus is on small improvements, the mindset behind this approach is anything but small. It requires a commitment to continuous improvement, a willingness to experiment and adapt, and the patience to trust in a process that may not yield immediate, visible results. The story of British cycling's transformation is more than just a tale of sporting success. It's a powerful metaphor for personal and professional growth. It challenges us to reconsider our approach to change and improvement. Rather than always seeking monumental leaps forward, we can focus on consistent, small steps in the right direction. This doesn't mean we should abandon ambitious goals or stop dreaming big. Instead, it suggests a more practical path to achieving those aspirations. By breaking down our larger objectives into smaller, daily habits, we make progress more manageable and sustainable. In essence, the philosophy of marginal gains reminds us that excellence is not an act, but a habit. It's not about perfection in any single moment, but about consistent improvement over time. It teaches us to value the process as much as the outcome, and to find satisfaction in the small victories that pave the way to larger achievements.
I'm about to show you something illegal in 12 countries, but completely normal in America, and it's in your shower right now. Hi, I'm a dermatologist in New York. 3 months ago, I sent my shower water to a lab. The results came back and I literally couldn't shower for almost 2 months. But what I did next is going to change your life. Here's what was in my water. And it's in yours too. Microplastics, thousands of tiny plastic particles from pipes, bottles, and breakdown of synthetic materials. These are so small they penetrate your skin and have been found in human blood, organs, and even brain tissue. You're absorbing plastic into your body every single shower. Then hard water minerals, calcium and magnesium coating your hair and skin, clogging your pores, creating that film that won't go away. This is why your hair feels like straw and your skin stays dry. Then fluoride, enough to poison your thyroid, which controls your metabolism, energy, and hormones. When your thyroid gets damaged, everything breaks down. But here's what made my jaw drop. Pharmaceutical residue, birth control pills, antidepressants, painkillers in the water because treatment plants can't filter molecules that small. You're absorbing someone else's birth control hormones every time you shower. This is why you can't lose weight around your hips and why your hormones are a mess. Plus, heavy metals like lead and copper from old pipes, and your skin absorbs 60% of everything that touches it. And then there's chlorine at swimming pool levels. When it mixes with hot water, it turns into gas that penetrates your pores and destroys your collagen from the inside out. That's why your skin looks older. That's why your hair stays damaged. That's why you're exhausted. That's why nothing works. It's the water. After seeing this, I bought 8 different shower heads with filters and tested them all. They're useless. They remove some chlorine, but nothing else. No microplastics, no fluoride, no pharmaceuticals, no heavy metals. So I called my brother Michael, a water engineer from MIT and Stanford who designs hospital filtration systems. He said, we need to build this ourselves. We created a 3-sphere system that works completely differently. The mineral ball removes chlorine, fluoride, heavy metals, impurities, bacteria, and microplastics from the water. The anion ball enriches water with precious minerals that your skin easily absorbs to promote elasticity. The energy ball adjusts the pH value for maximum skin and hair absorption, leading to hydrated skin and smooth hair. I installed it and tested my water 2 weeks later. The contamination is completely gone. Microplastics filtered out, hard water soft as Swiss mountain water. Within 2 weeks, my skin transformed from just clean water. My hair went from straw to thick and soft. Energy came back. Water pressure became 200% stronger. The water bill dropped $24 a month. We called it Shower Envy, and every unit is made with medical grade materials because my family uses this every day. Right now, with tariffs hitting in January, we're doing 69% off plus free USPS shipping. This is the lowest price we've ever offered and probably ever will. We're a small company, and with this sale, we're running low on stock. By the time you see this, we might already be sold out. Check if there are any left. We offer a 60-day guarantee, use it every day, and if you don't see results, full refund. No questions asked, 2 weeks. That's all it takes for your body to show you the difference. Click below before we sell out.
As we navigate our own journeys of personal and professional development, we would do well to remember the lesson of the British cycling team. Their success wasn't born from a single revolutionary change, but from a relentless commitment to small, continuous improvements. By adopting a similar mindset in our own lives, we too can harness the surprising power of atomic habits and marginal gains, transforming our potential into reality, one small step at a time. The journey of personal growth and achievement is often misunderstood. We tend to focus on immediate results, expecting our efforts to yield instant, visible changes. However, the reality of progress is far more nuanced and complex. It's not about where you stand at this moment, but rather the direction in which you're heading. Your current situation, whether favorable or challenging, is less significant than the habits and behaviors shaping your future trajectory. Consider this: a millionaire who consistently overspends is on a path to financial ruin, regardless of their current wealth. Their habits are setting them up for future hardship. Conversely, an individual struggling financially who manages to save even a small amount regularly is laying the groundwork for future prosperity. It's the habit, not the immediate outcome, that truly matters. This principle extends far beyond finance. Our lives are shaped by the cumulative effect of our daily choices and actions. Your current weight isn't just a number on a scale, it's a reflection of your eating and exercise habits over time. Your knowledge base isn't static, it's constantly evolving based on your learning habits. Even the state of your living space is a direct result of your cleaning and organizing habits. Understanding this concept is crucial because it highlights the power of small, consistent actions. Every choice you make is like a vote for the person you wish to become. Are you consistently choosing actions that align with your goals and values? Are you making decisions that will compound positively over time? These are the questions that truly matter when considering your long-term success and fulfillment. The compounding nature of habits works both ways. Positive habits can create an upward spiral of growth and improvement, while negative habits can lead to a downward spiral of decline. This is why it's so important to be mindful of the habits we cultivate. Let's explore some examples of positive compounding. Productivity, for instance, compounds in fascinating ways. Imagine completing one extra task each day. It might not seem significant in the moment, but over the course of a year, that's 365 additional accomplishments. Over a decade, it's 3,650. The impact becomes even more profound when you consider that each completed task often opens up new opportunities or frees up mental space for more complex endeavors.
Last minute shopping. Oh, yes. Do you know why to look? You mean where? Well, Macy's is the where, but only you know the why. Come on, like why this would be the right scent for them. Okay, now you give it a why.
Oh, why? Because they totally deserve it.
I think you've got a gift for this.
Knowledge is another area where compounding yields remarkable results. Reading one book might provide some interesting insights, but a lifetime habit of reading can transform your entire worldview. Each new piece of information doesn't just add to your knowledge base, it interacts with existing knowledge, creating new connections and deeper understanding. This is why lifelong learners often display a kind of intellectual compounding, where their rate of learning and insight generation accelerates over time. Relationships, too, compound in powerful ways. Every positive interaction, every act of kindness or support contributes to the strength of your social network. Over time, this can create a virtuous cycle where the more you help others, the more willing and able others are to help you. This network effect can lead to opportunities and support that far exceed the sum of individual interactions. However, it's equally important to recognize the danger of negative compounding. Stress, for example, can accumulate in insidious ways. A single stressful day is manageable for most people. But when stress becomes chronic, occurring day after day, week after week, it can have severe impacts on both mental and physical health. The effects compound over time, potentially leading to burnout, depression, or serious health issues. Negative thoughts are another area where compounding can be particularly harmful. If you consistently think of yourself as incapable or unworthy, you're likely to interpret events in ways that reinforce these beliefs. This can create a self-fulfilling prophecy, where your negative expectations actually shape your reality. The same principle applies to how you view others. If you habitually see people as untrustworthy or hostile, you're more likely to notice and remember instances that confirm this view, further reinforcing your negative perspective. Even societal issues can compound. Major social movements or upheavals rarely spring from a single event. Instead, they're often the result of numerous small grievances and injustices that accumulate over time. When a tipping point is reached, the built-up tension can explode into significant social change. Understanding the compounding nature of habits and choices is crucial, but it's equally important to recognize that progress is rarely linear. This is where many people stumble in their pursuit of personal growth or achievement. They expect to see immediate, consistent results from their efforts, and when this doesn't happen, they become discouraged and may give up. The reality of progress is often more like the melting of an ice cube. Imagine a room at 25 degrees Fahrenheit with an ice cube sitting on a table. As the room slowly warms, nothing visibly changes with the ice cube. At 26 degrees, 27, 28, and so on, the ice remains solid. It's not until the temperature reaches 32 degrees that a dramatic change occurs. The ice begins to melt. This sudden change wasn't caused by the final degree of temperature increase alone, but by the accumulation of all the previous increases. This analogy perfectly illustrates how progress often works in real life. You might be working consistently towards a goal, exercising regularly, learning a new skill, building a business without seeing any noticeable results for a long time. This period of apparent stagnation is what we might call the valley of disappointment. It's the phase where your efforts seem to be making no difference, and it's where many people lose heart and give up. But just like the ice cube, all that work isn't wasted. It's building up potential energy, creating the conditions necessary for a breakthrough. When that breakthrough finally comes, it might seem sudden or unexpected to outside observers. They might call it an overnight success, not realizing the months or years of consistent effort that led to this point. This pattern shows up in numerous areas of life and nature. Consider the growth of bamboo. For the first 5 years after planting, bamboo shows very little visible growth. But during this time, it's developing an extensive root system underground. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, it can shoot up 90 feet in just 6 weeks. Without understanding the process, one might think the bamboo grew 90 feet in 6 weeks, when in reality, it was growing for 5 years and 6 weeks. The same principle applies to many forms of personal and professional growth. Learning a new language, for instance, often involves a long period where you feel like you're not making progress. You're learning vocabulary and grammar rules, but you still can't converse fluently. Then, at some point, things start to click. You begin to think in the new language, and your progress seems to accelerate rapidly. But this sudden improvement is built on the foundation of all your previous study and practice. Recognizing this pattern is crucial for maintaining motivation and perseverance in the face of apparent lack of progress. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results from your efforts. But understanding that you're building potential energy, that your work is accumulating even if the results aren't yet visible, can help you push through the valley of disappointment. This concept is beautifully illustrated by the quote often attributed to Jacob Riis, which has been embraced by successful individuals and teams across various fields. When nothing seems to help, I go and look at a stonecutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow it will split in two, and I know it was not that last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. This perspective shift can be transformative. Instead of focusing solely on immediate results, you learn to trust in the process. You understand that the work you're doing today, even if it doesn't seem to be yielding results, is setting the stage for future breakthroughs. It's like planting seeds. You don't see the plant the day after you put the seed in the ground, but that doesn't mean nothing is happening. Moreover, this understanding can help you approach your goals with more patience and consistency. If you know that progress often involves a plateau before a breakthrough, you're less likely to get discouraged during that plateau phase. You can remind yourself that this is a normal part of the process, not a sign of failure. It's also worth noting that this principle applies not just to individual efforts, but to larger scale changes as well. Societal shifts, scientific breakthroughs, and technological innovations often follow this pattern. Years or decades of work and small advancements suddenly culminate in a major leap forward that seems to come out of nowhere. In light of this, how should we approach our personal and professional development? First, we need to shift our focus from immediate results to consistent habits. Rather than obsessing over day-to-day changes, we should ask ourselves if our current habits are moving us in the right direction. Are we consistently taking actions that will compound positively over time? Second, we need to cultivate patience and persistence. Understanding that significant change often requires a long period of seemingly fruitless effort can help us stay the course when we're tempted to give up. We need to trust in the process and keep putting in the work even when we can't yet see the results. Third, we should pay attention to the small things. Given the compounding nature of habits, even tiny improvements or deteriorations can have significant long-term impacts. This means celebrating small victories and being vigilant about small negative habits that could compound into larger problems. Fourth, we need to be mindful of the different areas where compounding occurs. It's not just about finance or physical fitness. Our mental habits, our relationships, our knowledge, and our skills all compound over time. By taking a holistic view of our lives and habits, we can ensure we're setting ourselves up for positive compounding in all areas. Finally, we should remember that breakthroughs often come after a long plateau. When we're in the midst of that plateau, it's easy to feel like we're not making progress. But if we can maintain our efforts and push through, we may find ourselves on the cusp of a major breakthrough. In conclusion, the path to significant achievement and personal growth is rarely a straight line. It's a journey filled with plateaus, valleys of disappointment, and sudden breakthroughs. By understanding the compounding nature of habits and the delayed nature of progress, we can approach our goals with greater patience, persistence, and wisdom. We can learn to trust in the process, to keep putting in the work even when we can't see immediate results, knowing that we're building potential for future breakthroughs. In doing so, we set ourselves up not just for short-term wins, but for long-term, sustainable success and fulfillment. In the pursuit of personal growth and achievement, we often find ourselves fixated on grand goals and ambitious outcomes. We dream of transformative changes, losing significant weight, building a successful business, or mastering a new skill. While these aspirations can be inspiring, they may not be the most effective way to create lasting change in our lives. Instead, the key to sustainable progress and meaningful improvement lies in the power of systems and habits. The journey of personal development is akin to nurturing a garden. Each habit we cultivate is like a seed, beginning as a tiny, seemingly insignificant decision. But as we consistently water and tend to these seeds, they grow roots, sprout, and eventually blossom into sturdy plants that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Similarly, our habits, when nurtured consistently, become the foundation of our character and the drivers of our success. This process of growth is not always visible or linear. Much like a gardener who patiently tends to their plot without seeing immediate results, we too must persist in our efforts even when progress seems slow or non-existent. This period of apparent stagnation is what we might call the plateau of latent potential, a phase where our consistent efforts are building up potential energy, even if we can't see the results yet. Breaking through this plateau requires a shift in our mindset and approach. Rather than focusing solely on end goals, we need to direct our attention to the systems and processes that lead to those results. This idea, popularized by figures like Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, challenges the conventional wisdom about goal setting and achievement. Consider a basketball coach aiming to win a championship. While the championship is the ultimate goal, obsessing over it during every practice and game would be counterproductive. Instead, the coach's focus should be on developing effective training routines, fostering team chemistry, and continuously improving strategies. By concentrating on these systemic elements, the team naturally moves closer to their championship aspirations. This systems-based approach offers several advantages over a purely goal-oriented mindset. Firstly, it acknowledges that winners and losers often share the same goals. Every Olympic athlete dreams of gold, every job candidate hopes to be hired. If goals alone determine success, everyone with the same objective would achieve it. Clearly, there's more to the equation. The British cycling team's remarkable transformation in the early 2000s illustrates this point perfectly. Their goal of winning the Tour de France hadn't changed over the years. What changed was their system, their commitment to marginal gains and continuous improvement in every aspect of cycling. This shift in approach, not a change in their ultimate goal, led to their unprecedented success. Moreover, achieving a goal is often just a momentary change, not a lasting transformation. Imagine tidying up a chronically messy room. The act of cleaning provides immediate satisfaction, but unless the underlying habits and systems change, the room will inevitably return to its cluttered state. This cycle of temporary improvement followed by regression is all too common when we focus solely on goals without addressing the root causes of our behaviors. Another limitation of goal-centric thinking is its tendency to restrict our happiness and satisfaction. When we tie our contentment to specific outcomes, we create an either-or scenario where we're only allowed to be happy once we've reached our target. This not only postpones our happiness, but also narrows our definition of success. Life rarely unfolds exactly as we plan, and by fixating on one particular version of success, we may miss out on equally valuable alternatives. A systems-first mentality offers a more sustainable path to satisfaction. When we learn to love the process rather than fixating on the product, we open ourselves up to a continuous stream of fulfillment. Every day that we engage with our system, be it writing, exercising, or learning, becomes an opportunity for satisfaction, regardless of the immediate outcome. Furthermore, goal-oriented thinking can create a yo-yo-yo effect in our efforts. Many people work intensely towards a goal, only to lose motivation once it's achieved. Runners train rigorously for a race, then stop exercising once they cross the finish line. This pattern of intense effort followed by inactivity can be counterproductive to long-term progress and well-being. In contrast, a systems approach encourages consistent engagement and continuous improvement. It's not about winning a single game, but about playing the game indefinitely and getting better with each iteration. This mindset aligns perfectly with the concept of lifelong learning and growth, allowing us to derive satisfaction from the journey itself rather than just the destination. Implementing a systems-based approach requires a shift in how we think about change and improvement. Instead of setting ambitious goals and hoping for massive transformations, we need to focus on building robust systems of small, manageable habits. These atomic habits, as James Clear calls them, are the building blocks of significant change. The power of atomic habits lies in their compounding nature. Just as compound interest can turn small financial investments into substantial wealth over time, consistently practiced small habits can lead to remarkable personal growth and achievement. The key is to make these habits so small and manageable that they're almost impossible to skip. For instance, rather than setting a goal to get in shape, you might establish a system of exercising for just 5 minutes every day. This tiny commitment is easy to keep, and over time, it's likely to naturally expand as you build momentum and enjoy the process. The focus shifts from the intimidating end goal to the simple, daily action that moves you in the right direction. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior cold turkey, which often leads to failure and discouragement, you can create a system of small, positive habits that gradually replace the undesired behavior. For example, if you want to reduce your social media usage, you might start by setting a system where you read a page of a book before checking your phone each morning. The beauty of a systems-based approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid goals that can be derailed by unexpected circumstances, systems can adapt and evolve. If one small habit isn't working, you can adjust it or replace it with another without feeling like you've failed. This adaptability makes your personal growth journey more sustainable and enjoyable. Moreover, focusing on systems allows for a more holistic approach to personal development. Instead of compartmentalizing different areas of your life, you can create interconnected systems that support overall growth. For example, a system of regular exercise might naturally lead to better eating habits, improved sleep, and increased productivity at work. It's important to note that adopting a systems-first mentality doesn't mean completely abandoning goals. Goals can still serve as useful North Stars, providing direction and inspiration. The key is to not let the goals overshadow the importance of the daily systems and habits that lead to their achievement. In practice, this might look like setting a broad, directional goal like improved physical fitness and then focusing intently on creating and maintaining systems that support that direction, like a daily exercise routine, a balanced meal plan, and a consistent sleep schedule. The goal provides context and motivation, while the systems drive actual progress. This approach also aligns well with the concept of process goals in psychology. Instead of focusing solely on outcome goals like lose 20 pounds, process goals emphasize the behaviors and actions within your control, like exercise for 30 minutes 5 times a week. By shifting focus to these controllable elements, you reduce stress and increase your sense of agency and accomplishment. Implementing a systems-based approach requires patience and persistence. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results, but remember the principle of the plateau of latent potential. Your consistent efforts are building up, even if the effects aren't immediately visible. trust in the process, and keep showing up for your systems day after day. It's also crucial to regularly review and refine your systems. What works today might not be as effective tomorrow as your circumstances and capabilities change. Treat your systems as living entities that need regular care and adjustment. This ongoing process of refinement ensures that your systems continue to serve you effectively over time. Another powerful aspect of systems thinking is its ability to compound across different areas of your life. As you build effective systems in one area, you'll likely find that the skills and mindset transfer to others. For instance, the discipline and consistency you develop through a regular exercise system might help you establish a productive work routine or improve your relationships through consistent communication habits. Furthermore, a systems approach can help mitigate the effects of willpower depletion. Relying on sheer willpower to achieve goals is often unsustainable, as willpower is a finite resource that gets depleted throughout the day. By establishing systems and habits, you reduce the need for constant decision-making and willpower exertion. Your positive behaviors become more automatic, making it easier to stay on track, even when you're tired or stressed. In conclusion, while goals can provide direction and motivation, it's the systems and habits we establish that truly drive long-term success and fulfillment. By shifting our focus from lofty objectives to manageable, consistent actions, we set ourselves up for sustainable growth and improvement. Remember, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. Embracing this systems-first mentality doesn't mean giving up on your dreams or ambitions. Rather, it's about recognizing that those dreams are realized through the cumulative effect of small, consistent actions over time. It's about falling in love with the process of becoming, rather than fixating on a specific end state.
So good, so good, so good. I got what I need and it feels so good. So good, so good, so good.
I didn't realize how bad my old mattress was until I laid on one at Ashley. I literally sat down in one of the beds and I was hooked. They've got everything. Hybrids, cooling, firm, plush. Did I spend hours here trying every single option multiple times because I love them all? Maybe. Do I regret it or am embarrassed to admit it? Never. I almost fell asleep mid-test, like in the store. Not kidding. I thought it would be way more expensive, but Ashley is actually goated when it comes to prices. I even picked up pillows, sheets, the whole setup. 10 out of 10 experience. I don't think we'll ever buy a mattress anywhere else, and you shouldn't either. Go to Ashley and try one for yourself.
As you embark on your journey of personal growth and achievement, consider the systems you're building. Are your daily habits aligned with the person you want to become? Are you focusing on consistent, manageable actions rather than waiting for motivation to strike? By nurturing a garden of positive habits and robust systems, you create an environment where success can naturally flourish. In the end, life is less about the destinations we reach and more about the paths we walk. By focusing on systems, we ensure that every step of that journey is meaningful, regardless of where it ultimately leads. So start small, be consistent, trust the process, and watch as your atomic habits compound into remarkable transformations over time. The journey of personal transformation is often misunderstood. Many of us embark on this path with grand aspirations and lofty goals, yet find ourselves struggling to make lasting changes. We set ambitious targets, like losing weight, quitting smoking, or starting a successful business, but despite our best intentions, we often fall short. The reason for this common struggle lies not in our lack of desire or effort, but in our fundamental approach to change itself. At the heart of this issue is a profound truth: the power of habits. Habits are the invisible architecture of our daily lives, shaping our actions, decisions, and ultimately, our destinies. They are like the atoms of our existence, small, often unnoticed, yet incredibly potent when compounded over time. Just as atoms build molecules, and molecules form matter, our habits accumulate to create the substance of our lives. The concept of atomic habits encapsulates this idea perfectly. An atomic habit is not just any small routine, it's a fundamental unit of behavior that, when consistently applied, can lead to remarkable results. These habits are both minuscule and mighty easy to implement, yet capable of generating tremendous power over time. To truly grasp the transformative potential of habits, we must first understand the layers of behavior change. Imagine peeling an onion. Each layer represents a different level at which change can occur. The outermost layer is about changing outcomes. This is where most people focus their efforts, setting goals like lose 20 pounds or make $1 million. The middle layer involves changing processes, the systems and routines we use to achieve our goals. But the innermost, most crucial layer is about changing our identity, our beliefs, self-image, and fundamental view of who we are. Many of us make the mistake of focusing solely on the outer layer's outcomes and processes without addressing the core. We set outcome-based goals and try to change our habits without altering our underlying beliefs. This approach often leads to temporary changes at best and frustration and failure at worst. Consider two individuals trying to quit smoking. One says, "I'm trying to quit," while the other states, "I'm not a smoker." The difference may seem subtle, but it's profound. The first person still identifies as a smoker attempting change, while the second has already shifted their identity. This identity shift is the key to lasting transformation. The power of identity-based habits lies in their alignment with our deepest beliefs about ourselves. When we change our identity, our behaviors naturally follow suit. If you see yourself as an athlete, you're more likely to maintain a consistent exercise routine. If you identify as a writer, sitting down to write each day becomes an expression of who you are, not just something you do. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader systems of behavior. In societies, organizations, and individuals alike, there's always an underlying set of beliefs shaping the visible actions. A democracy operates on fundamentally different beliefs than a dictatorship, and these beliefs determine what behaviors are possible or impossible within each system. The challenge, then, is to align our desired behaviors with our identity. This is why many attempts at change fail. We try to adopt new habits that are incongruent with our self-image. If you see yourself as someone who prioritizes comfort over growth, it will be an uphill battle to consistently push yourself in the gym or tackle challenging projects at work. The story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting, illustrates this principle. Clark managed to stop biting his nails through sheer willpower, but the real transformation came when he changed how he saw himself. Instead of just trying to stop a bad habit, he began to see himself as someone who cared about his appearance and health. This shift in identity made the new behavior, not biting his nails, feel natural and sustainable. This approach to change, focusing on identity rather than outcomes, has profound implications for how we pursue personal growth. Instead of asking, "What do I want to achieve?" we should be asking, "Who do I want to become?" This subtle shift can make all the difference in creating lasting change. For instance, rather than setting a goal to lose weight, one might focus on becoming a person who prioritizes health and fitness. This identity-based approach naturally leads to behaviors that support weight loss, but it goes beyond that. It creates a sustainable lifestyle change that persists even after the initial weight loss goal is achieved. The power of this approach lies in its ability to create a positive feedback loop. As we act in alignment with our new identity, we reinforce that identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain the new behaviors. Over time, what started as a conscious effort becomes an automatic expression of who we are. However, changing our identity is not an overnight process. It requires consistent, small actions that gradually reshape our self-image. This is where the concept of atomic habits becomes crucial. By focusing on tiny, manageable changes that align with our desired identity, we can slowly but surely transform ourselves.
Last minute shopping.
Oh, yes. Please help.
Gift guide. Do you know why to look?
You mean where?
Well, Macy's is the where, filled with great whats, but only you know the why. Come on.
Okay. Ooh.
Like why this would be the right scent for them.
Right.
Why a little red box can bring out big feelings. Okay, now you give it a why.
Oh, why? Because they won't ask for it, but they totally deserve it.
I think you've got a gift for this.
Technically, I think I know of several gifts.
For example, if you want to become a writer, start by writing just 50 words a day. This atomic habit is small enough to be achievable even on your busiest days. but consistent enough to begin reshaping your identity. Over time, you'll naturally find yourself writing more, not because you're forcing yourself to meet a word count goal, but because writing has become an integral part of who you are. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior through willpower alone, focus on cultivating an identity that's incompatible with that behavior. If you want to stop procrastinating, start seeing yourself as someone who takes immediate action. Small, consistent steps in this direction will gradually shift your self-image, making procrastination feel increasingly at odds with who you are. It's important to note that this process of identity change is not about denying your current reality or pretending to be someone you're not. It's about consciously choosing and nurturing the aspects of yourself that you want to grow. We all have multiple facets to our identity, and by deliberately focusing on and developing certain traits, we can shape our overall self-image in positive ways. The beauty of this approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid outcome-based goals that can be derailed by setbacks, identity-based habits are more adaptable. If you see yourself as a healthy person, a single unhealthy meal doesn't negate that identity. Instead, it becomes an outlier, prompting you to return to behaviors that align with your self-image. Moreover, focusing on identity change can lead to more holistic personal growth. When you change how you see yourself in one area, it often has positive ripple effects in other areas of your life. For instance, developing the identity of a disciplined person in your fitness routine might naturally extend to increased discipline in your work or personal relationships. However, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Changing deeply ingrained beliefs and habits takes time. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process opportunities to reinforce your commitment to your new identity. It's also worth noting that while we focus on personal identity, our habits and beliefs are often influenced by our environment and social circles. Surrounding yourself with people who embody the traits you aspire to can significantly aid in your transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. As you embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, remember that the goal is not perfection, but progress. Each small action that aligns with your desired identity is a step in the right direction. Over time, these atomic habits compound, leading to significant personal transformation. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on sheer willpower, but in reshaping our fundamental identity. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful change. Through the power of atomic habits, small, consistent actions aligned with our desired identity, we can gradually transform ourselves. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small atomic habits that will help you embody that identity. Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single, small step. Your atomic habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results. The journey of personal transformation is a fascinating and complex process, one that often eludes even the most determined individuals. At the heart of this journey lies a profound truth: true behavior change is, at its core, identity change. This concept challenges our traditional notions of self-improvement and offers a powerful framework for achieving lasting personal growth. Consider the story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting for years. Like many of us, he initially approached the problem with sheer willpower, managing to stop the habit temporarily. However, the real transformation came when he took an unexpected step. He scheduled his first manicure. This simple act shifted his perspective entirely. Suddenly, Brian wasn't just trying to stop a bad habit, he was becoming someone who took pride in the appearance of his nails. This shift in identity made the change effortless and permanent. This anecdote illustrates a crucial point: the most potent form of motivation comes from aligning our actions with our sense of self. When a habit becomes part of your identity, it transcends the realm of things you want to do and enters the sphere of who you are. This transition from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is the key to sustainable change.
With Ralph's same-day pickup and delivery, you can shop the same in-store prices and have your groceries brought right to you. So you can spend time on what matters most. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
The power of identity-based habits is evident in various aspects of our lives. Think about someone who takes great pride in their physical fitness. They don't need to convince themselves to go to the gym. Working out is simply an expression of who they are. Similarly, a person who identifies as a voracious reader doesn't struggle to find time for books. Reading is an integral part of their identity. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader life goals. Instead of focusing on reading a book, the aim becomes to embody the identity of a reader. Rather than running a marathon, the goal shifts to becoming a runner. Learning an instrument transforms into embracing the identity of a musician. This subtle but powerful shift in perspective changes everything. Our behaviors are typically a reflection of our identity, often operating at a subconscious level. Research has shown that people are more likely to act in ways that align with their self-perception. For instance, individuals who saw themselves as voters were more likely to participate in elections compared to those who merely expressed a desire to vote. This alignment between identity and action creates a self-reinforcing cycle, making the desired behavior feel natural and effortless. However, it's important to recognize that identity can be a double-edged sword. While it can be a powerful force for positive change, it can also become a barrier to growth if we become too rigidly attached to certain self-perceptions. Many of us unknowingly limit ourselves with self-imposed labels. I'm not a morning person, I'm bad with technology, or I'm always late. These identity-based limitations can become self-fulfilling prophecies, hindering our ability to change and grow. The challenge, then, is to cultivate a flexible and evolving sense of identity that promotes growth rather than stagnation. This requires a willingness to question our long-held beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. It's about recognizing that our identity is not fixed but fluid, capable of expanding and adapting as we accumulate new experiences and habits. But how exactly is our identity formed, and how can we actively shape it to support our desired changes? The process is both simpler and more profound than many realize. Our identity emerges from our habits. We are not born with preset beliefs about ourselves. Every aspect of our self-image is learned and conditioned through experience. This understanding leads to a powerful realization: we can deliberately shape our identity through our habits. Each time we make our bed, we reinforce the identity of an organized person. Every time we sit down to write, we strengthen our identity as a creative individual. With each workout, we embody the identity of someone committed to fitness. The key lies in the repetition. The word identity itself comes from Latin roots meaning repeated beingness. Our identity is quite literally the sum of our repeated actions. The more we repeat a behavior, the more evidence we accumulate for the associated identity. This evidence forms the foundation of our beliefs about ourselves. Consider how this plays out in real life. A person who attends church every Sunday for years has tangible proof of their religious identity. Someone who studies consistently builds evidence of their scholarly nature. The individual who exercises regularly, even in challenging conditions, reinforces their identity as a dedicated fitness enthusiast. This process of identity formation through habit is gradual and cumulative. We don't suddenly transform into entirely new people overnight. Instead, we evolve bit by bit, day by day, habit by habit. Each action we take is like a vote for the type of person we wish to become. Over time, these votes accumulate, shaping our self-image and, consequently, our future actions. Understanding this process gives us a powerful tool for personal transformation. Instead of focusing solely on outcomes, we can concentrate on building habits that align with our desired identity. Want to become more creative? Start with small, consistent creative practices. Aspire to be more health conscious. Begin with minor daily habits that reflect this identity. The beauty of this approach is its sustainability. When our actions align with our identity, they no longer feel like a chore or a struggle. They become a natural expression of who we are. This alignment creates a positive feedback loop. Our habits reinforce our identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain those habits. However, it's crucial to approach this process with flexibility and self-compassion. Our identity should not become a rigid construct that limits our growth. Instead, it should be a dynamic, evolving aspect of ourselves that we continually refine and expand. This means being willing to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. For instance, someone who has always seen themselves as bad at math can begin to shift this identity by engaging in small, consistent math-related activities. Over time, as they accumulate evidence of their ability to engage with numbers, their self-perception can evolve. The key is to start small and focus on consistency rather than perfection. This approach to personal growth also highlights the importance of environment and social circles in shaping our identity. We are greatly influenced by the people and situations we regularly encounter. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who embody the traits we aspire to can significantly aid in our transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. Moreover, this understanding of identity formation can be applied to breaking negative habits. Instead of focusing on stopping an unwanted behavior, we can concentrate on cultivating an identity that is incompatible with that behavior. For example, rather than trying to quit smoking through willpower alone, one might focus on developing the identity of a health-conscious person who values clean air and physical well-being. It's important to note that this process of identity change through habit formation is not always linear or easy. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process, opportunities to reinforce our commitment to our new identity. Each time we choose to act in alignment with our desired identity, even after a setback, we strengthen our new self-image. As we embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, it's helpful to regularly reflect on our progress and adjust our approach as needed. This might involve journaling about our experiences, seeking feedback from trusted friends or mentors, or periodically reassessing our goals and the habits we're cultivating to support them. It's also worth considering how this approach to personal change can impact broader social change. As individuals reshape their identities and behaviors, they can influence their immediate social circles and, by extension, larger communities. This ripple effect of personal transformation can contribute to more significant societal shifts over time. In conclusion, the path to lasting personal change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on fleeting motivation, but in reshaping our fundamental identity through consistent, identity-aligned habits. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful transformation. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small, consistent habits that will help you embody that identity.
Let's go! Zootopia 2 has everything. Breathe it in! Besties. Screamo! Cute fuzzy bunnies. Bubs.
Hey, bub. Hey, bub.
Snakes. And so much more. Disney Zootopia 2. Rated PG. Now playing in theaters.
You know, I've always found it strange. People really want to save money, but are so willing to toss their hard-earned coin into a 3-foot pool of disappointment.
I want to be rich.
You don't need to throw your money away. All you need is your phone.
Huh.
No. Go to Geico, get a quote, and you could save $900 with your phone.
Look at that. It's ringing.
What? What are you doing, mate?
I'm going in.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single small step. Your habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results, shaping not just your actions, but your very identity. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human behavior and psychology. At its core, this journey begins with a crucial first step: awareness. We often go through life on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that operate below the level of conscious thought. However, to truly transform our lives and build positive habits, we must first shine a light on these automatic behaviors. One powerful technique for increasing awareness is the simple act of verbalizing our actions and intentions. There's a profound difference between thinking about doing something and actually saying it out loud. When we vocalize our habits or plans, we engage more of our senses and create a stronger mental imprint. This verbalization can take many forms, from simply stating a task we need to complete to acknowledging a habit we want to change. For instance, imagine you're trying to break the habit of mindlessly scrolling through social media before bed. Instead of silently recognizing this behavior, try saying out loud, "I'm about to waste time on my phone," instead of getting restful sleep. This verbal acknowledgement makes the consequences of the action more tangible and real. It's harder to ignore the implications when they're hanging in the air, spoken in your own voice. This principle extends beyond breaking bad habits. It's equally effective for reinforcing positive behaviors or simply remembering important tasks. If you have a busy day ahead, try verbalizing your to-do list in the morning. Today, I need to finish the report by noon, call the client at 2 p.m., and pick up groceries on the way home by saying these tasks aloud. You're more likely to remember them and feel a stronger sense of commitment to completing them. The power of verbalization is rooted in the way our brains process information. When we only think about something, we're primarily using the language centers of our brain. But when we speak, we engage additional neural pathways, including those associated with hearing and the motor control of speech. This multisensory engagement creates a stronger memory trace and a more robust commitment to action. However, awareness alone, while crucial, is often not enough to effect lasting change. This is where the concept of implementation intentions comes into play. An implementation intention is essentially a specific plan that outlines when and where you will perform a particular action or habit. It's a simple yet powerful tool that bridges the gap between intention and action. Consider a study conducted in Great Britain, where researchers worked with 248 people to improve their exercise habits. The participants were divided into 3 groups. The first group simply tracked their workouts, while the second group received motivational material about the benefits of exercise. The third group, however, was asked to create a specific plan for when and where they would exercise in the coming week. The results were striking. In the first 2 groups, only about 35 to 38% of participants exercised at least once per week. But in the third group, a whopping 91% followed through with their exercise plans. This dramatic difference highlights the power of having a concrete plan in place. The formula for an implementation intention is straightforward. When situation X arises, I will perform response Y. This simple structure forces you to consider the specific circumstances under which you'll carry out your intended behavior. It eliminates the vagueness that often plagues our good intentions and replaces it with a clear, actionable plan. For example, instead of saying, "I want to read more," you might create an implementation intention like, "When I finish dinner each evening, I will read for 30 minutes in my favorite armchair." This specificity makes it much more likely that you'll follow through, as you've clearly defined both the trigger finishing dinner and the action reading for 30 minutes in a specific location. Implementation intentions are effective across a wide range of behaviors and goals. They've been shown to increase adherence to health-related behaviors like getting flu shots or attending medical appointments. They've also been used successfully in civic engagement initiatives, boosting voter turnout by prompting people to plan the specifics of their trip to the polling station. The power of implementation intentions lies in their ability to remove decision-making from the equation when the moment to act arrives. When you've predetermined exactly when and where you'll perform a behavior, you don't have to rely on motivation or willpower in the moment. You simply follow through on the plan you've already made. This principle can be applied to virtually any habit or goal you want to pursue. Want to start a meditation practice? Try setting an implementation intention like, "I will meditate for 10 minutes at 7 a.m. each morning in my spare room." Looking to improve your language skills? Your intention might be, "I will practice Spanish for 20 minutes at 6 p.m. each evening at my desk." The key is to be as specific as possible about the time, location, and nature of the action you intend to take. This specificity serves 2 important purposes. First, it makes the action concrete and therefore more likely to be carried out. Second, It helps to anchor the new habit to existing routines or environmental cues, making it easier to remember and integrate into your daily life. It's worth noting that the most effective cues for habits are often tied to time and location. Our brains are particularly adept at forming associations with specific times and places. By leveraging these natural tendencies, we can create powerful triggers for our desired behaviors. When implementing this strategy, it can be helpful to start with small, manageable actions. While it's admirable to have big goals, trying to make dramatic changes all at once can be overwhelming and unsustainable. Instead, focus on creating implementation intentions for small habits that you can consistently perform. Over time, these small actions can compound into significant changes. Another powerful technique that builds on the concept of implementation intentions is habit stacking. This approach, popularized by B.J. Fogg, involves linking a new habit to an existing one. The formula for habit stacking is after current habit, I will new habit. For example, if you already have a habit of brewing coffee every morning, you might stack a new habit onto it. After I start the coffee maker, I will do 10 push-ups, or after I brush my teeth, I will write down 3 things I'm grateful for. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you increase the likelihood of remembering to do it and create a natural flow from one action to the next. Habit stacking can be particularly effective because it doesn't require you to create entirely new routines. Instead, it allows you to build upon the habits and patterns already ingrained in your daily life. This makes the process of adopting new behaviors feel more natural and less disruptive. As you experiment with implementation intentions and habit stacking, it's important to remain flexible and patient. What works perfectly for one person might need adjustment for another. Pay attention to how your new habits fit into your life and be willing to make tweaks as needed. Perhaps you find that morning meditation doesn't work with your schedule, but a midday mindfulness break fits perfectly. The key is to find what works for you and your unique circumstances. It's also crucial to recognize that forming new habits takes time. While implementation intentions can significantly increase your chances of success, they're not magic. Consistency and repetition are still necessary to truly ingrain a new behavior. Be patient with yourself and celebrate the small victories along the way. One often overlooked aspect of habit formation is the importance of context. Our behaviors are heavily influenced by our environment, so it's worth considering how you can set up your surroundings to support your new habits. If you're trying to read more, keep a book visible in your living room. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out your workout clothes the night before. These small environmental cues can serve as powerful reminders and make it easier to follow through on your intentions. As you progress on your journey of habit formation, you may find that your new behaviors start to feel more natural and automatic. This is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained. However, it's important not to become complacent. Continue to use implementation intentions and habit stacking to reinforce your positive behaviors and to tackle new goals. Remember, the process of personal growth and habit formation is ongoing. There will always be new skills to learn, new habits to form, and new goals to pursue. By mastering the art of implementation intentions and habit stacking, you're equipping yourself with powerful tools that can serve you throughout your life. In conclusion, the path to lasting behavior change begins with awareness and is paved with specific, actionable plans. By verbalizing our intentions, creating clear implementation intentions, and strategically stacking new habits onto existing ones, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. These techniques leverage our brain's natural tendencies and help us overcome the gap between intention and action. As you move forward, consider the habits you want to form or the goals you want to achieve. How can you create specific implementation intentions for these aspirations? What existing habits can you use as anchors for new behaviors? By applying these principles consistently and patiently, you can gradually reshape your daily routines and, by extension, your life. Remember, every great achievement starts with a single, well-planned step. Your journey to a better you begins now with the next habit you choose to implement. The power of habits and their interconnectedness in our daily lives is a fascinating subject that deserves deep exploration. Let's delve into how our possessions and behaviors can trigger chains of actions and how we can harness this phenomenon to build positive habits. Consider the story of Denis Diderot, the 18th century French philosopher. Upon receiving a beautiful scarlet robe as a gift, Diderot found himself in an unexpected predicament. The robe's elegance stood in stark contrast to his other, more modest possessions. This disparity created a sense of disharmony in his surroundings, leading Diderot to embark on a spending spree to upgrade his belongings. This cascade of purchases, triggered by a single item, illustrates a common human tendency now known as the Diderot effect. It's a pattern we can observe in various aspects of our lives. Think about the last time you bought a new piece of clothing. Did you find yourself suddenly eyeing accessories to match? Or perhaps you've experienced the domino effect of home decorating, where changing one element leads to a complete room makeover. The Diderot effect extends beyond material possessions. It's a principle that applies to our behaviors and habits as well. Our actions are rarely isolated instead. They form part of a continuous chain of events. One behavior naturally leads to another, creating a sequence that can either work for or against us. This interconnectedness of actions is evident in our daily routines. Consider your morning ritual. The alarm goes off. You get out of bed, brush your teeth, shower, get dressed, and so on. Each action serves as a cue for the next, creating a seamless flow of behaviors. Understanding this connection is crucial because it provides insight into how we can effectively build new habits. The concept of habit stacking, developed by B.J. Fogg as part of his Tiny Habits program, leverages this behavioral chain reaction. The idea is simple yet powerful: attach a new habit to an existing one. By doing so, you create a natural trigger for the new behavior, increasing the likelihood of its successful integration into your routine. The formula for habit stacking is straightforward. After current habit, I will new habit. This approach eliminates the need to rely on willpower or memory alone to implement a new habit. Instead, you're piggybacking on an established behavior, making the new habit feel like a natural extension of your existing routine. Let's explore some practical applications of habit stacking. Suppose you want to incorporate a brief meditation practice into your day. You might decide, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 1 minute. The act of pouring coffee, something you already do every day, becomes the cue for your new meditation habit. Or consider the goal of increasing physical activity. You could establish the habit stack. After I take off my work shoes, I will immediately change into my workout clothes. This simple act of changing clothes can serve as a powerful trigger to get you moving, even on days when motivation is low. The beauty of habit stacking lies in its flexibility and scalability. You can start with small, manageable habits and gradually build more complex routines. For instance, you might begin with a simple evening routine. After dinner, I will put my dishes in the dishwasher. Once this becomes automatic, you can expand it. After putting my dishes away, I will wipe down the kitchen counter, and further, after wiping the counter, I will set out my coffee mug for tomorrow morning. By chaining these small actions together, you create a positive version of the Diderot effect. Each completed task provides a sense of accomplishment and momentum, making it easier to move on to the next action in your stack. It's important to note that the effectiveness of habit stacking depends on choosing the right cue. The trigger should be as specific and actionable as possible. Vague cues can lead to inconsistency and eventually the abandonment of the new habit. For example, when I take a break for lunch is less effective than when I close my laptop for lunch. The latter provides a clear, unmistakable signal to initiate the next action. Moreover, the frequency of your chosen cue should match the desired frequency of your new habit. If you want to establish a daily habit, it needs to be stacked on top of another daily occurrence. Attaching a daily habit to a weekly event is a recipe for inconsistency. To identify potential habit stacks, it can be helpful to create a detailed list of your current daily habits and routines. This inventory serves as a map of your day, highlighting natural points where new habits can be inserted. Consider both actions you take, like brushing your teeth, and events that happen to you, like the sun setting. This comprehensive view of your day can reveal unexpected opportunities for habit formation. The power of habit stacking extends beyond personal development. It can be applied in various contexts, from improving social skills to managing finances. For instance, you might decide, when I walk into a party, I will introduce myself to someone I don't know yet. Or when I want to buy something over $100, I will wait 24 hours before purchasing. These habit stacks can help automate beneficial behaviors, reducing the mental effort required to make good choices. One particularly intriguing application of habit stacking is in cultivating mindfulness and improving mood. By associating brief moments of reflection or positivity with routine actions, you can significantly impact your overall well-being. For example, when the phone rings, I will take one deep breath and smile before answering. This simple stack can transform potentially stressful moments into opportunities for calm and positivity. It's worth noting that habit stacking isn't just about adding new behaviors, it can also be used to break undesirable habits. By identifying the cues that trigger negative habits, you can insert alternative, positive actions. This approach allows you to redirect the chain of behaviors in a more beneficial direction. As you experiment with habit stacking, remember that flexibility and patience are key. What works for one person may not work for another, and what works at one point in your life may need adjustment as circumstances change. Be willing to tweak your habit stacks if they're not quite clicking. The goal is to create a system that feels natural and sustainable for you. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small habits. While it might seem insignificant to meditate for just 1 minute or do only 10 push-ups, these small actions serve a crucial purpose. They help establish the neural pathways associated with the new behavior, making it easier to expand the habit over time. Starting small reduces the activation energy required to begin, making it more likely that you'll follow through consistently. Another interesting aspect of habit stacking is its potential to create a ripple effect in your life. As you successfully implement one positive habit, you may find yourself more motivated and capable of tackling other areas of self-improvement. This can lead to a virtuous cycle of personal growth, where each new habit builds upon the last, gradually transforming your daily routines and, by extension, your life. It's also worth considering how habit stacking can be applied in professional settings. Organizations can use this principle to improve workflows, enhance productivity, and foster a positive company culture. For instance, a team might implement a habit stack like, after our weekly meeting, we will spend 5 minutes acknowledging team members' contributions. This simple addition can boost morale and reinforce a culture of appreciation. As we navigate an increasingly complex world, the ability to form and maintain beneficial habits becomes ever more crucial. Habit stacking offers a powerful tool in this pursuit, allowing us to harness the natural flow of our daily lives to effect positive change. By understanding and applying this principle, we can transform the Diderot effect from a potential source of unnecessary consumption into a force for personal growth and improvement. In essence, habit stacking is about more than just forming new habits, it's about redesigning our lives in intentional ways. It's a reminder that our days are made up of countless small decisions and actions, each of which has the potential to steer us towards our goals. By carefully curating these actions and linking them together, we can create a daily experience that aligns more closely with our aspirations and values. As you move forward, consider the habits you'd like to cultivate in your own life. What existing routines could serve as anchors for these new behaviors? How might you chain several small habits together to create a more significant positive impact? Remember, the journey of personal growth is ongoing, and habit stacking provides a flexible, powerful framework to support this journey. By embracing the interconnected nature of our behaviors and leveraging it through habit stacking, we open up new possibilities for self-improvement. Whether your goal is to boost productivity, enhance well-being, or simply bring more intentionality to your daily life, this approach offers a practical, accessible path forward. So why not start today? Choose one small habit you'd like to cultivate, find a suitable existing routine to stack it on, and take that first step towards positive change. After all, as the Diderot effect shows us, one small change can set in motion a far-reaching transformation. In the realm of personal development and behavior change, we often place a great deal of emphasis on willpower and motivation. We believe that if we can just muster enough inner strength or find the right source of inspiration, we'll be able to transform our habits and achieve our goals. However, emerging research and real-world experiments are beginning to paint a different picture, one where our environment plays a far more significant role in shaping our actions than we might have previously thought. Consider the case of Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, where a primary care physician named Anne Thorndike conducted a fascinating experiment. Her hypothesis was simple yet revolutionary. She believed she could improve the eating habits of thousands of hospital staff and visitors without directly engaging with them or attempting to boost their motivation. Instead, she focused on altering the environment in which people made their food and drink choices. Thorndike and her team redesigned the hospital cafeteria, making subtle changes to the arrangement of food and drinks. They added water as an option in refrigerators that previously only contained soda and placed baskets of bottled water near food stations throughout the room. The results were striking. Over a 3-month period, soda sales dropped by 11.4%, while bottled water sales increased by 25.8%. Similar adjustments to food placement yielded comparable results. What's particularly noteworthy about this experiment is that it achieved significant behavior change without any direct communication or motivational tactics. People's choices were influenced simply by the adjustment of their environment. This phenomenon highlights a crucial principle in behavior science. Our actions are often shaped more by our surroundings than by our internal drive or conscious decision-making. This concept isn't entirely new. Back in 1936, psychologist Kurt Lewin proposed a simple yet powerful equation: behavior is a function of the person in their environment, or BFPE. This formula suggests that our actions are not solely determined by our personality or intentions, but are significantly influenced by the context in which we find ourselves. The business world was quick to catch on to this idea. In 1952, economist Hawkins Stern described what he called suggestion impulse buying, where a shopper purchases a product not because they had a pre-existing need for it, but because of how it was presented to them. This insight has shaped retail strategies for decades. Items placed at eye level in stores tend to sell better than those on lower shelves. Expensive brands are often positioned in easy-to-reach locations, while cheaper alternatives are tucked away. End-of-aisle displays, known as end caps, are particularly effective at driving sales. For instance, a staggering 45% of Coca-Cola sales come from these strategic placements. The power of environmental cues extends far beyond retail settings. Our behavior in various contexts is often shaped by subtle environmental factors. In a church, people tend to speak in hushed tones without being explicitly told to do so. On a dark street, we become more alert and cautious. These behavioral shifts occur almost automatically in response to our surroundings. Understanding this principle can be transformative in our approach to habit formation and personal growth. Instead of relying solely on willpower or motivation, we can leverage our environment to support our desired behaviors. This approach is not only more effective, but often requires less conscious effort. Consider how this might apply to common goals like reading more or eating healthier. Rather than simply willing ourselves to read more, we might place books in prominent locations around our home, making them the easiest entertainment option to reach for. Instead of trying to resist unhealthy snacks through sheer willpower, we could remove them from our immediate environment and ensure that healthier options are readily available. The concept of environmental design for behavior change is particularly powerful because of how our brains process information from our surroundings. Humans are heavily reliant on visual cues. Of the approximately 11 million sensory receptors in the human body, about 10 million are dedicated to sight. Some experts estimate that half of the brain's resources are used on vision. This means that what we see in our environment has an outsized impact on our behavior. Given this, it's crucial to create environments that support our goals and desired habits. This might involve setting up a dedicated workspace for productivity, organizing our kitchen to make healthy cooking easier, or even using visual reminders for important tasks or habits we want to cultivate. The good news is that while we are influenced by our environment, we also have the power to shape it. We can be the architects of our surroundings, deliberately designing them to support our goals and desired behaviors. This approach to behavior change is often more sustainable and less mentally taxing than relying on constant conscious effort. An interesting example of the power of environmental design comes from a study conducted in the Netherlands during the 1970s energy crisis. Researchers found that in one suburb, some homeowners used 30% less energy than their neighbors, despite living in similar homes and paying the same price for electricity. The key difference? The location of the electrical meter. Homes with the meter in the main hallway used significantly less electricity than those with meters in the basement. The visibility of energy usage in daily life was enough to influence behavior without any other intervention. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. Want to drink more water? Keep a filled water bottle within arm's reach at all times. Trying to exercise more? Leave your workout clothes and shoes by your bed so they're the first thing you see in the morning. Want to eat more fruit? Keep a bowl of fresh fruit on your kitchen counter. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and the cues for undesired habits less visible. This might mean hiding the TV remote if you want to watch less television, or keeping your phone in another room if you're trying to reduce screen time. By manipulating your environment, you can make good habits easier and bad habits harder. It's important to note that while environmental design is powerful, it's not a magic solution. It works best when combined with other strategies for habit formation, such as setting clear intentions, starting with small, manageable changes, and being consistent in your efforts. The environment serves as a support system for your intentions, making it easier to follow through on your goals. Moreover, the most effective environmental designs are often personalized. What works for one person might not work for another. It's crucial to pay attention to your own behavior patterns and adjust your environment accordingly. This might involve some trial and error, but the process of refining your environment can be an enlightening journey of self-discovery. Another interesting aspect of environmental design is its potential for creating ripple effects. When you change one aspect of your environment to support a particular habit, you might find that it influences other behaviors as well. For instance, setting up a meditation corner in your home might not only increase your meditation practice but also lead to more reading or journaling time in that peaceful space. It's also worth considering how this principle applies in shared spaces or organizational settings. How might a company design its office to promote collaboration or creativity? How can a school arrange its classrooms to enhance learning? These are questions that move beyond individual habit formation and into the realm of collective behavior change. The concept of environmental design for behavior change also raises some ethical considerations. While it can be used for positive outcomes, like promoting healthier eating or energy conservation, it could potentially be misused for manipulation or to promote behaviors that aren't in people's best interests. As we become more aware of how our environment shapes our behavior, it's important to be mindful of who is designing the environments we inhabit and for what purpose. In conclusion, while motivation and willpower certainly have their place in behavior change, the role of our environment is often underestimated. By understanding and leveraging the power of environmental cues, we can create contexts that naturally support our desired behaviors and make positive changes more sustainable. Whether you're trying to build a new habit, break an old one, or simply optimize your daily routines, consider how you can design your environment to work for you rather than against you. Remember, you are not just a passive participant in your environment, you have the power to shape it. By becoming the architect of your surroundings, you can create a world that nudges you towards your goals and aspirations. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is not about forcing change through sheer will, but about creating an ecosystem that supports and nurtures the person you want to become. So, the next time you find yourself struggling to stick to a new habit or achieve a goal, take a step back and look at your environment. What cues are present? What behaviors does your current setup encourage or discourage? How might you adjust your surroundings to make your desired actions easier and more natural? By asking these questions and making deliberate changes to your environment, you can harness the invisible forces that shape behavior and use them to your advantage. In the end, lasting change often comes not from changing who you are, but from changing the world around you. By understanding and applying the principles of environmental design, you can create a context that supports your growth, makes your desired behaviors almost effortless, and helps you become the person you aspire to be. The power of our environment in shaping our behavior is often underestimated. We tend to believe that our actions are primarily driven by our willpower and conscious decisions, but the reality is far more nuanced. The spaces we inhabit and the objects that surround us play a crucial role in determining our habits and routines, often in ways we don't even realize. Consider for a moment the habits you'd like to cultivate or the ones you're struggling to break. Perhaps you want to read more books, exercise regularly, or cut down on snacking. Now, take a look around your living space. Are there visible cues that support these desired behaviors, or is your environment working against you? The truth is, every habit begins with a cue or trigger that initiates the behavior. When these cues are hidden or subtle, it becomes all too easy to ignore them and fall back into old patterns. Think about that guitar tucked away in the closet, rarely played because it's out of sight. or the vitamins pushed to the back of the pantry, forgotten until they expire. These scenarios illustrate how our environment can inadvertently sabotage our best intentions. But what if we could harness this environmental influence to our advantage? By deliberately designing our spaces to support our goals, we can create a powerful ally in our quest for personal growth and habit formation. Let's explore a fascinating example from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. In the early 1990s, the cleaning staff faced a persistent problem with spillage around the urinals in men's restrooms. Their solution was brilliantly simple. They added a small sticker that looked like a fly near the center of each urinal. This tiny environmental change had a remarkable effect. Men instinctively aimed at what they perceived to be an insect, significantly improving their accuracy and reducing mess. This clever design not only solved a practical problem but also cut cleaning costs by 8% annually. This example demonstrates the profound impact that small, strategic changes to our environment can have on behavior. It's not about forcing change through willpower alone, but about creating contexts that naturally guide us towards desired actions. Consider how this principle might apply to your own life. If you're trying to eat healthier, for instance, you could replicate the strategy I used with apples. Instead of hiding fruits and vegetables in the crisper drawer where they're easily forgotten, place them in a prominent bowl on the kitchen counter. This simple change makes healthy snacks the most visible and accessible option, increasing the likelihood that you'll reach for them instead of less nutritious alternatives. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and unavoidable. Want to remember to take your medication? Place the pill bottle next to your toothbrush. Aiming to practice an instrument more often? Set up the instrument stand in the middle of your living room. Hoping to express more gratitude? Keep thank you notes and stamps on your desk where you'll see them daily. By populating your environment with these visual reminders and cues, you're essentially programming your surroundings to prompt the behaviors you want to encourage. It's like setting up a series of friendly nudges throughout your day, each one gently steering you towards your goals.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
But the influence of our environment goes beyond just visual cues. The entire context surrounding a behavior can become associated with the habit over time. This is why many people drink more in social situations than they would alone. It's not just the presence of alcohol that triggers the behavior, but the whole atmosphere, the music, the friends, the setting. Understanding this context-dependent nature of habits opens up new strategies for change. If you're struggling to establish a new habit or break an old one, sometimes the most effective approach is to change your environment entirely. This is why people often find it easier to adopt new routines when they move to a new home or start a new job. The new context is free from the ingrained associations of the old one, providing a clean slate for establishing different patterns. However, you don't need to make a major life change to leverage this principle. Even small environmental shifts can be powerful. If you're trying to establish a writing habit, for example, you might designate a specific corner of your home as your writing spot. Use this space only for writing, and over time, your brain will begin to associate that location with the act of writing, making it easier to slip into a creative mindset when you sit down there. This strategy of associating specific context with specific behaviors can be applied to various areas of life. Having trouble falling asleep? Train yourself to use your bed only for sleeping. If you can't fall asleep within a reasonable time, get up and do something relaxing in another room until you feel tired. Over time, your brain will learn to associate your bed solely with sleep, making it easier to drift off when you lie down. The power of context in shaping our habits also highlights the importance of creating clear boundaries between different areas of our lives. In today's world, where many of us work from home, it's increasingly common for our professional and personal lives to blur together. This can make it difficult to switch off from work mode and fully relax. I experienced this challenge firsthand when I started my entrepreneurial career. Working from my couch or kitchen table, I found it nearly impossible to establish a clear end to my workday. The solution came when I was able to set up a dedicated home office. Suddenly, work became something that happened in a specific room, while the rest of my home was for personal life. This physical separation created a psychological boundary, making it much easier to transition between work and relaxation. This concept of one space, one use can be a powerful tool in organizing your life and habits. By assigning specific activities to specific areas, you create mental shortcuts that help you slip into the right mindset for each task. Your kitchen becomes a place for cooking and enjoying meals, your bedroom a sanctuary for rest, your desk a focus zone for work or study. When designing your environment to support your habits, it's crucial to think not just in terms of objects, but relationships. The items in your space aren't just things, they're potential triggers for behaviors. That comfortable armchair might be a reading nook for one person, but a TV watching spot for another. The associations we form with our surroundings are deeply personal and can significantly influence our actions. This perspective shift from seeing your environment as a collection of objects to a web of relationships can be transformative. It encourages you to be more intentional about how you interact with your space and the items in it. Each time you enter a room or use an object, you're reinforcing a particular behavior pattern. By being mindful of these interactions, you can start to reshape them in ways that align with your goals. Another powerful strategy is to increase the number of positive cues in your environment while decreasing negative ones. If you're trying to read more, for instance, you might place books in every room of your house, creating multiple reminders of your reading goal. Conversely, if you're trying to watch less television, you could hide the remote control or even cover the TV when it's not in use. It's worth noting that our modern digital environments are just as influential as our physical ones, if not more so. The apps on our phone's home screen, the bookmarks in our browser, the notifications we allow, all of these act as cues that shape our behavior. Applying the principles of environmental design to our digital spaces can be incredibly powerful. Something as simple as rearranging your phone's apps to make productive tools more visible and distracting ones less accessible can have a significant impact on your daily habits. As you embark on this journey of environmental design, remember that it's an iterative process. What works for someone else might not work for you, and what works for you today might need adjustment in the future. Be willing to experiment, observe the results, and make changes as needed. The goal is to create an environment that feels natural and supportive, not one that feels forced or restrictive. It's also important to approach this process with self-compassion. Changing habits is challenging, and there will likely be setbacks along the way. Instead of viewing these as failures, see them as valuable data points that can inform your next iteration of environmental design. Ultimately, the power of environmental design lies in its ability to make desired behaviors easier and undesired behaviors harder. By thoughtfully arranging your surroundings, you can create a world that naturally guides you towards your goals, reducing the need for constant willpower and conscious decision-making.
Last minute shopping.
Oh, yes.
Do you know why to look?
You mean where?
Well, Macy's is the where, but only you know the why. Come on, like why this would be the right scent for them. Okay, now you give it a why.
Oh, why? Because they totally deserve it.
I think you've got a gift for this.
Hey man, you might not want to talk right now. Been thinking about you though. I know for me, just talking to someone helped a lot. I'm always here if you need someone. Anyways, drove past a spot, saw someone in our booth. What do you say we reclaim some territory? Think about it, okay? Love you, man. Hopefully see you soon.
This approach to personal growth and habit formation is about working smarter, not harder. It's about recognizing that we are not separate from our environment, but deeply interconnected with it. By becoming active designers of our spaces, both physical and digital, we can harness the subtle yet powerful forces that shape our daily actions. So take a moment to look around you. What story does your current environment tell about your habits and priorities? What changes could you make to better align your surroundings with your aspirations? Remember, you have the power to shape your world, and in doing so, to shape yourself. By creating spaces that support your goals and values, you're not just changing your environment, you're changing your life, one small cue at a time. The interplay between our environment and our habits is a fascinating area of study that challenges many long-held beliefs about willpower, addiction, and behavior change. To truly understand how we can shape our habits, and by extension, our lives, we need to delve into the subtle yet powerful ways our surroundings influence our actions. Let's begin with a startling discovery made during the Vietnam War. In 1971, Congressman Robert Steele and Morgan Murphy uncovered a shocking fact over 15% of US soldiers stationed in Vietnam were heroin addicts. Further research revealed that the problem was even more widespread, with up to 35% of service members having tried heroin and as many as 20% being addicted. This revelation sent shockwaves through Washington and led to the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon. The office was tasked with addressing this crisis, including tracking addicted service members upon their return home. What happened next would challenge everything we thought we knew about addiction. Researcher Lee Robbins, who was involved in studying these returning soldiers, made a groundbreaking discovery. Contrary to the prevailing belief that heroin addiction was a permanent, irreversible condition, Robbins found that only 5% of the soldiers who had used heroin in Vietnam became re-addicted within a year of returning home. Even more remarkably, only 12% relapsed within 3 years. This finding was revolutionary. It suggested that addiction wasn't solely about the substance or the individual's willpower. Instead, it pointed to the crucial role of environment in shaping and maintaining addictive behaviors. The soldiers in Vietnam were surrounded by cues that triggered heroin use, easy access to the drug, the constant stress of war, friendships with other users, and distance from their normal lives. When they returned home, these environmental triggers were absent, and for many the addiction simply faded away. This stands in stark contrast to the typical experience of drug users in the United States. When someone becomes addicted in their home environment, goes to a clinic to get clean, and then returns to their old neighborhood, they're immediately confronted with all the cues that originally led to their addiction. It's no wonder that relapse rates in these situations are often as high as 90%, the exact opposite of what was observed with the Vietnam veterans. These findings challenge our cultural narrative about bad habits and addiction. For decades, we've been told that unhealthy behaviors, whether it's drug addiction, overeating, or smoking, are primarily a result of moral weakness or lack of self-control. We've internalized the idea that if we just had more discipline, we could overcome any bad habit. However, recent research paints a different picture. When scientists study people who appear to have exceptional self-control, they find that these individuals aren't fundamentally different from those who struggle. The key difference is that people with high self-control are better at structuring their lives in ways that minimize temptation. In essence, they create environments that support their goals, reducing the need for constant willpower battles. This insight is profound. The people with the best self-control are often those who need to use it the least. They're not constantly resisting temptation, they're avoiding it altogether by shaping their environment. This doesn't mean that perseverance and willpower are unimportant. Rather, it suggests that the most effective way to improve these qualities is not by willing ourselves to be more disciplined, but by creating more disciplined environments. To understand why this approach is so powerful, we need to look at how habits are formed and encoded in the brain. Once a habit is established, it becomes a ready-to-use pattern of behavior that can be triggered whenever the relevant situation arises. This encoding is so strong that it can persist for decades, even if the habit isn't practiced. Consider the case of Patty Orwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas. When she was younger, she often smoked while riding horses with a friend. She eventually quit smoking and stopped riding horses. Years later, when she rode a horse again, she suddenly found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in ages. The association between horse riding and smoking was still encoded in her brain, just waiting for the right cue to reactivate it. This persistence of encoded habits explains why many behavior change techniques can backfire. When we expose people to cues associated with their bad habits, we can inadvertently trigger the very behaviors we're trying to stop. For example, shame-based weight loss presentations can stress obese individuals, leading them to turn to their familiar coping mechanism, overeating. Similarly, showing graphic images of damaged lungs to smokers can increase anxiety, driving them to reach for a cigarette to calm down.
Ralph's shoppers get up high quality and down low prices. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
The power of environmental cues in triggering habits also explains why bad habits can be so persistent and self-reinforcing. They often create a negative feedback loop, what we might call an autocatalytic process. The habit feeds itself. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad, you feel sluggish from watching too much TV, so you continue watching because you lack the energy to do anything else. You worry about your health, which makes you anxious, so you smoke to ease the anxiety, which in turn worsens your health and increases your anxiety. It's a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone looking to break bad habits or establish good ones. It highlights the importance of creating environments that support our goals rather than undermine them. This might mean removing temptations from our immediate surroundings, changing our routines to avoid triggering situations, or intentionally introducing cues that prompt positive behaviors. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, simply willing yourself to make better choices isn't enough. You need to reshape your food environment. This could involve removing junk food from your home, pre-preparing healthy meals, or changing your commute to avoid passing your favorite fast food restaurants. By reducing your exposure to unhealthy food cues and increasing healthy ones, you make it easier to stick to your goals without constantly battling temptation. Similarly, if you're aiming to be more productive, relying solely on willpower to ignore distractions is a losing battle. Instead, you might create a dedicated workspace free from the cues that trigger procrastination. This could mean working in a different room from where you relax, using website blockers during work hours, or even wearing specific work clothes that signal to your brain it's time to focus. The principle extends to digital environments as well. In our hyper-connected world, our devices often serve multiple, sometimes conflicting purposes. Your smartphone might be both a vital work tool and your primary source of entertainment. This mixing of contexts can make it challenging to maintain focus or avoid procrastination. One strategy to combat this is to create distinct digital environments for different purposes. For example, you might use your computer solely for work, your tablet for reading, and your phone for communication and social media. By separating these contexts, you create clearer cues for your brain about what behavior is appropriate in each situation. This approach of creating distinct environments for different habits is powerful, but it can be challenging in practice, especially for those living in small spaces or with limited resources. However, even in constrained circumstances, it's possible to create activity zones within a single space. A specific chair might be designated for reading, a particular corner for meditation, or a certain table for focused work. The key is consistency. By repeatedly using these spaces for their designated purposes, you strengthen the association between the environment and the desired behavior. It's worth noting that while changing your environment can be a powerful tool for habit change, it's not a magic solution. Old habits don't disappear, they remain encoded in our brains, waiting for the right cues to reactivate them. This is why people who have quit smoking for years might suddenly crave a cigarette in a high-stress situation, or why someone who has maintained a healthy diet might binge on food during a particularly emotional time. The persistence of these encoded habits underscores the importance of ongoing environmental management. It's not enough to create a supportive environment once we need to continually reinforce it and be mindful of potential triggers. This might mean avoiding certain situations entirely, having strategies in place for when we can't avoid triggers, or regularly reassessing and adjusting our environment as our goals and circumstances change. Moreover, it's crucial to recognize that our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings. Our social connections, daily routines, and even our internal dialogue all form part of the context that shapes our habits. Changing habits often requires addressing these aspects as well. This might involve seeking out new social circles that support our goals, establishing routines that reinforce positive behaviors, or working on our self-talk to create a more supportive internal environment. The implications of this environmental approach to habit change are far-reaching. On a personal level, it offers a more compassionate and effective way to approach self-improvement. Rather than berating ourselves for lack of willpower, we can focus on creating environments that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. This shift in perspective can reduce shame and increase our sense of agency in shaping our behaviors. On a broader scale, this understanding has significant implications for public health and policy. Instead of relying solely on education or willpower-based interventions, we should be focusing on creating environments that naturally promote healthier choices. This could involve urban planning that encourages physical activity, workplace designs that reduce stress and promote well-being, or food policies that make healthy options more accessible and affordable. In conclusion, the secret to self-control and lasting habit change lies not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful design of our environment. By understanding the powerful role that context plays in shaping our behavior, we can create surroundings that naturally guide us towards our goals. This approach doesn't eliminate the need for effort or commitment, but it does make the path of positive change much smoother and more sustainable. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and temptations, this environmental perspective on habit formation becomes increasingly valuable. It empowers us to be active architects of our own behavior, shaping our surroundings to support the person we aspire to be. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit, establish a good one, or simply live more intentionally, the key often lies in the world we create around us. By mastering our environment, we can master ourselves. Habits are powerful shapers of our identities and lives. Each action we take, no matter how small, serves as a vote for the type of person we aspire to be. When we finish reading a book, we cast a vote for being someone who values knowledge and literature. When we hit the gym, we're voting for a health-conscious identity. Practicing an instrument is a vote for musicianship. These individual actions may seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they accumulate into compelling evidence of who we are becoming. This perspective on habit formation offers a refreshing take on personal growth. It suggests that meaningful change doesn't necessarily require drastic measures or overnight transformations. Instead, it's the consistent, small habits that can make a profound difference by gradually building up evidence of a new identity. This is the paradox of incremental improvement. What seems like minor progress can actually lead to significant change when viewed through the lens of identity formation. Consider how this plays out in various aspects of life. Each time you put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, you reinforce your identity as a writer. Every practice session with a musical instrument strengthens your musician identity. Starting a workout, regardless of its intensity or duration, is an affirmation of your athletic self. When you take the time to encourage and support your team members, you're cementing your role as a leader. But the impact of these habits goes beyond just achieving specific outcomes or developing skills. Perhaps more importantly, they teach us to trust ourselves. As we consistently follow through on our intentions, we begin to believe in our ability to accomplish our goals. This growing self-trust is a powerful force that can propel us forward in all areas of life. It's crucial to recognize that this process works both ways. Just as positive habits reinforce desirable identities, negative habits can solidify less desirable ones. Every time we give in to procrastination, for instance, we're casting a vote for being someone who lacks discipline. When we choose unhealthy foods over nutritious options, we're voting for an identity that doesn't prioritize well-being. However, the good news is that perfection isn't necessary. In any election, there are always votes for both sides. The key is to win the majority. This means that occasional slip-ups or bad habits don't negate our progress, as long as we're consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. This understanding of habit formation as identity shaping leads us to a simple but powerful two-step process for personal transformation. First, we must decide on the type of person we want to become. Then, we prove it to ourselves through small, consistent wins.
My little miracle is Beckett. You look great. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. You never think it's going to be you. All you can think of is the kid's not going to live.
I wish my cancer's gone.
St. Jude, they saved Beckett's life. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. And St. Jude doesn't build us for any of it. It's a blessing. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated.
You can help save the lives of children like Beckett by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
People that donate are giving our kids a chance to live.
Score last-minute deals at Dick's. with up to 40% off Stanley, up to $320 off gifts for the family, and $400 off the Nordic Track 1750 treadmill. Need your gifts fast? Choose 1 hour curbside or in-store pickup at checkout. Every holiday starts at Dick's.
The first step deciding who we want to be is arguably the most challenging. It requires deep introspection and honesty about our values, principles, and aspirations. This applies not just to individuals, but to teams, communities, and even nations. What do we stand for? What principles guide our actions? Who do we aspire to become? For many, these questions can feel overwhelming. It's often easier to focus on specific outcomes we want to achieve: losing weight, reducing anxiety, or increasing our income. While these goals are valid starting points, the key is to work backward from these desired results to the type of person who could achieve them. Who is the kind of person that maintains a healthy weight? Who embodies the calm and centeredness we associate with low anxiety? Who has the skills, mindset, and habits that lead to financial success? This shift in focus from outcome-based thinking to identity-based thinking can be transformative. Instead of fixating on writing a book, we concentrate on becoming the type of person who writes consistently. Rather than obsessing over a target weight, we focus on embodying the habits and mindset of a healthy person. This approach aligns our daily actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Once we've clarified our desired identity, the second step is to reinforce it through small, consistent actions. These don't need to be grand gestures or dramatic changes. In fact, it's often the seemingly insignificant choices that have the most profound impact over time. Choosing to walk instead of drive, opting for a salad over fast food, or spending 10 minutes reading before bed, these small decisions, repeated consistently, shape our identity far more than occasional bursts of motivation or short-lived resolutions. This process creates a powerful feedback loop. Our habits shape our identity, and our identity, in turn, influences our habits. As we consistently act in alignment with our desired identity, we strengthen our belief in that identity, which makes it easier to maintain those habits. This virtuous cycle can lead to profound and lasting change. It's important to note that this approach to habit formation and personal growth is not about achieving specific external measures of success. While habits can certainly help us reach goals like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress, their true value lies in their ability to shape our identity. They are the means through which we develop and reinforce our deepest beliefs about ourselves. This perspective on habits offers a more holistic and sustainable approach to personal development. Instead of chasing fleeting goals or external validation, we focus on becoming the type of person we aspire to be. This shift in focus can lead to more meaningful and lasting change as our actions become aligned with our core values and desired identity. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but rather dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity is not set in stone, it's a choice we make in every moment through our actions and habits. This realization is empowering, as it puts the power of change squarely in our own hands. The process of identity-based habit formation also highlights the importance of patience and consistency. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small actions and decisions made consistently over time. This understanding can help us stay committed to our goals even when progress seems slow or setbacks occur. Additionally, this approach to personal growth encourages a more compassionate attitude towards ourselves. Instead of berating ourselves for failures or slip-ups, we can view them as part of the natural process of change. As long as we're winning the majority of the time, casting more votes for our desired identity than against it, we're moving in the right direction. This perspective on habits and identity formation has implications beyond individual growth. It can be applied to organizational change, community development, and even societal transformation. By focusing on the type of organization, community, or society we want to be, and consistently taking actions that align with that vision, we can create meaningful change on a larger scale. In conclusion, the power of habits lies not just in their ability to help us achieve specific goals, but in their capacity to shape our very identity. By focusing on who we want to become rather than what we want to achieve, we can create more meaningful and lasting change in our lives. Through consistent small actions, we cast votes for our desired identity, gradually becoming the person we aspire to be. This process of continuous self-evolution, guided by our deepest values and aspirations, is the true essence of personal growth and fulfillment. As we align our habits with our desired identity, we not only improve our lives but also contribute to positive change in our communities and the world at large. The human brain is a remarkable organ, constantly adapting and evolving to help us navigate the complexities of life. One of its most fascinating abilities is the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to function efficiently in our daily lives. Understanding how habits form and why they're so crucial to our success can provide valuable insights into human behavior and personal growth. Let's start by exploring the fundamental nature of habits. At their core, habits are behaviors that have been repeated so frequently that they become automatic. This process of habit formation begins with a period of trial and error, much like the experiences of the cats in Edward Thorndike's famous puzzle box experiments. When we encounter a new situation or challenge, our brain must decide how to respond. Initially, we may feel uncertain, trying different approaches to see what works best. This period is characterized by high neurological activity as our brain carefully analyzes the situation, taking in new information and making conscious decisions about how to act. Through this process of exploration, we occasionally stumble upon a solution that works well, a behavior that solves our problem or provides a reward. Perhaps we discover that going for a run helps alleviate anxiety, or that playing video games after work helps us unwind from a stressful day. These discoveries are pivotal moments in habit formation. Once we experience an unexpected reward, our brain immediately begins to take notice. It starts cataloging the events that preceded the reward, trying to identify the actions that led to this positive outcome. This is the essence of learning. Our brain is constantly seeking to understand cause-effect relationships in our environment. With repeated practice, our brain refines this process. Useless actions fade away, while beneficial behaviors are reinforced. This is how a habit begins to take shape. Over time, what once required conscious effort becomes automatic, a reliable solution to a recurring problem in our environment. As habits form, an interesting neurological shift occurs. The level of brain activity actually decreases. This is because our brain has learned to focus on the cues that predict success and ignore everything else. It creates a mental shortcut. If this situation arises, then perform this action. This cognitive script can be followed automatically whenever the appropriate situation presents itself. This automation is incredibly beneficial from an evolutionary perspective. Habits are, in essence, mental shortcuts learned from experience. They allow us to efficiently solve problems we've encountered before without having to analyze the situation anew each time. This frees up our conscious mind, the bottleneck of the brain, to focus on novel challenges and more complex tasks. The formation of habits follows a consistent pattern that can be broken down into 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. Understanding this pattern can provide valuable insights into how we can shape our own behavior and build positive habits. The process begins with a cue, a bit of information that predicts a reward. In our ancestral environment, these cues might have signaled the location of food, water, or potential mates. Today, we're more often attuned to cues that predict secondary rewards like money, status, approval, or personal satisfaction. Importantly, these modern pursuits still indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction, tapping into our deepest evolutionary motivations. The cue triggers a craving, the motivational force behind every habit. Without some level of motivation or desire, we have no reason to act. What we crave is not the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. We don't crave smoking a cigarette, we crave the feeling of relief it provides. We don't crave watching TV, we crave the entertainment and relaxation it offers. The response is the actual habit you perform, which can take the form of a thought or an action. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If a particular action requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it.
To be bound together in marriage is a very difficult thing. There are many forces that will pull you apart. I'm going to tell you the truth. It can be completely anarchic. Neither of you ever know what the hell's going on. And so now you're bored by your partner. That's you. That's you. You got to put some effort into it. This isn't nothing. When you fall in love with someone, you see that infinite wellspring of mystery. it's granted to you as a gift, you'll find that that one person you're with is way more interesting than any plethora of short-term shallow relationships that you could possibly imagine. How can we set this up that's better than either of us initially envisioned? I was a therapist for a long time, and I talked to a lot of people about their marriages. I've been married 33 years as of 2 days ago, and it's gone pretty damn well. As a married couple, you're going to face together everything that life can throw at you. You're hard-pressed to find anything better in life.
Finally, the reward is the end goal of every habit. We chase rewards because they satisfy our cravings and teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. The response is about obtaining the reward. In fact, we can understand the entire habit loop as a continuous cycle aimed at reward acquisition. This four-stage pattern plays out in countless ways in our daily lives, often without our conscious awareness. For instance, consider the habit of checking your phone. The cue might be a notification sound or simply feeling bored. This triggers a craving for distraction or connection. The response is to pick up your phone and check your apps. The reward is the momentary entertainment or social connection you experience. Understanding this pattern can be incredibly empowering. It allows us to dissect our existing habits and intentionally shape new ones. By manipulating the cues in our environment, managing our cravings, simplifying our desire responses, and enhancing the rewards associated with positive behaviors, we can effectively rewire our habits. However, it's crucial to recognize that habit formation is not about achieving perfection. It's about winning the majority of the time. Every action is a vote for the type of person you want to become. You don't need a unanimous vote to win an election, you just need a majority. Therefore, it's okay if you make a mistake or slip up occasionally. The goal is to tally up enough votes for your desired identity over time. This perspective on habit formation offers a more compassionate and realistic approach to personal growth. Instead of beating ourselves up over occasional failures, we can focus on consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity emerges from our habits, and our habits shape our identity in turn. This creates a powerful feedback loop that can lead to profound personal transformation over time. It's worth noting that while habits can be incredibly beneficial, some people worry that too much routine might make life dull or restrict their freedom. However, this concern sets up a false dichotomy between habits and freedom. In reality, good habits create freedom by automating the mundane aspects of life, freeing up mental resources for more important tasks and decisions. Consider financial habits, for instance. Good financial habits like regularly saving a portion of your income or tracking your expenses might seem restrictive in the short term. However, these habits ultimately create more freedom by providing financial stability and options in the long run. Similarly, good health habits might require some discipline initially, but they provide the energy and vitality needed to fully engage in life's experiences. In essence, habits are tools that can be leveraged to create the life we desire. They are not about restricting our choices, but about aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. By thoughtfully cultivating positive habits, we can automate the fundamentals of life, creating the mental space needed for creativity, growth, and the pursuit of our most meaningful goals. It's also important to recognize that habits exist on a spectrum of automaticity. Some habits are so ingrained that they occur completely without conscious thought, while others may require some level of intentionality, especially in their early stages of formation. This spectrum allows for flexibility in how we approach habit formation and modification. Furthermore, habits don't exist in isolation. They are part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. A single keystone habit can trigger a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. For example, developing a regular exercise habit might lead to better eating choices, improved sleep, increased productivity, and enhanced mood. As we deepen our understanding of habits, we can also appreciate their role in shaping not just individual lives, but entire societies. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and changing societal norms often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. This perspective highlights the profound impact that personal habit change can have on a larger scale. In conclusion, habits are far more than just repetitive behaviors. They are the building blocks of our identities, the shapers of our daily experiences, and the determinants of our long-term outcomes. By understanding the science of habit formation and leveraging this knowledge in our lives, we can take conscious control of our automatic behaviors, aligning them with our deepest values and aspirations. This journey of habit formation and identity shaping is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Instead, it's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, it's crucial to approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The intricate workings of human behavior have long fascinated scientists, psychologists, and individuals seeking personal growth. At the heart of our daily actions lies a powerful force: habits. These automated behaviors shape our lives in profound ways, often operating below the surface of our conscious awareness. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation can unlock the potential for meaningful personal change and growth. At its core, every habit follows a predictable pattern, a loop that consists of 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is not just a theoretical construct, but a neurological reality that plays out countless times each day in our lives. The journey of a habit begins with a cue. This is a trigger, a bit of information that predicts a potential reward. In our modern world, cues can take many forms: the ping of a smartphone notification, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These cues are neutral in themselves, but they have the power to set the habit loop in motion. What transforms a simple cue into a catalyst for action is the second stage of the habit loop: craving. This is where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Contrary to what we might assume, we don't actually crave the habit itself. Rather, we crave the change in state that the habit promises to deliver. For instance, when you see a notification on your phone, you don't crave the act of checking your phone itself. What you truly desire is the potential nugget of information, the connection, or the momentary distraction it might provide. When you smell coffee, you're not longing for the liquid itself, but for the alertness and comfort it represents. This distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. Cravings are highly personal and can vary dramatically from one individual to another. What triggers an intense desire in one person might be entirely insignificant to another. This is why understanding your own cravings is a key step in mastering your habits. The sound of slot machines might ignite an irresistible urge in a habitual gambler, while for others, it's merely background noise. The interpretation of cues, colored by our past experiences, emotions, and current state, is what transforms them into cravings. The third stage of the habit loop is the response. This is the actual habit you perform, which can be a physical action or a mental process. However, a response only occurs if 2 conditions are met: sufficient motivation and the ability to perform the action. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, or if it's beyond your capabilities, the habit loop breaks down at this stage. This insight offers a powerful lever for habit change. By increasing or decreasing the effort required to perform a habit, we can influence whether it occurs. Want to read more? Leave a book on your bedside table. Trying to cut down on social media? Log out of your accounts after each use, adding a small barrier to mindless scrolling. The final stage of the habit loop is the reward. This is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies the craving and completes the cycle. Rewards serve a dual purpose. They provide immediate gratification and they teach us which actions are worth repeating in the future. The immediate satisfaction of a craving is what makes habits so powerful. When you check your phone and find an interesting message, the brief moment of entertainment or connection reinforces the habit. When you take a sip of coffee and feel that first jolt of caffeine, your brain logs that action as worth repeating. But rewards do more than just satisfy momentary desires. They play a crucial role in the learning process that underlies habit formation. Our brains are essentially reward detectors, constantly scanning our experiences to identify which actions lead to pleasurable outcomes. This feedback mechanism helps us distinguish between useful and useless behaviors, gradually shaping our habits over time. Understanding this four-stage habit loop provides a framework for analyzing and modifying our behaviors. If any of these four components is insufficient, a behavior will fail to become a habit. Without a clear cue, a habit won't start. Without a strong enough craving, there's no motivation to act. If the response is too difficult, it won't be performed. And if the reward fails to satisfy, there's no reason to repeat the behavior. This loop isn't just an occasional occurrence, it's an endless cycle that's running every moment we're alive. Our brains are constantly scanning the environment, predicting outcomes, trying responses, and learning from the results. Most of the time, this process happens so quickly and automatically that we're not even aware of it. We can think of the habit loop as having two distinct phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase, which includes the cue and craving, is when we recognize that something needs to change. The solution phase, comprising the response and reward, is when we take action to bring about that change. This perspective illuminates a fundamental truth about human behavior: all of our actions are ultimately driven by the desire to solve problems. Sometimes the problem is that we notice something good and want to obtain it. Other times we're experiencing discomfort and want to alleviate it. In either case, habits form as our brains learn efficient ways to address these recurring situations. Consider some common scenarios. You hear your phone buzz cue, which triggers a desire to know what the message says, craving. You pick up your phone and read the text response, satisfying your curiosity reward. Or perhaps you're working on a challenging project cue and start to feel overwhelmed, craving for relief. You might bite your nails response as a way to relieve stress, reward. These examples illustrate how deeply ingrained habits can become. By the time we reach adulthood, many of our habits are so automatic that we hardly notice them. We don't think about which shoe we tie first in the morning, or the fact that we always turn right when we leave our driveway. These patterns of behavior have become so deeply encoded in our neural pathways that they occur without conscious thought. This automaticity is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it allows us to navigate much of our daily lives efficiently, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. On the other hand, it can lead us to perpetuate behaviors that may not serve us well in the long run. The key to harnessing the power of habits lies in becoming more aware of these automatic processes. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our behaviors, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. Changing habits isn't easy, but understanding the habit loop gives us a roadmap for transformation. We can work on each component of the loop to reshape our behaviors. 1. Cues. We can manage our environment to reduce exposure to cues that trigger undesirable habits and increase exposure to cues that prompt positive behaviors. 2. Cravings. We can reframe our mental associations to link desired behaviors with positive emotions and outcomes. 3. Response. We can make good habits easier to do and bad habits more difficult, tilting the scales in favor of positive behaviors. 4. Rewards. We can engineer immediate rewards for good habits to make them more satisfying in the short term. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. The human mind is a marvel of efficiency, constantly working to streamline our experiences and behaviors. At the heart of this process lies the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to navigate the complexities of daily life with minimal conscious effort. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation not only provides fascinating insights into human behavior, but also offers powerful tools for personal growth and transformation. The foundation of habit formation rests on a simple yet profound four-step process: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is the backbone of every habit, from the most trivial to the most impactful. By understanding and manipulating these four components, we gain the ability to shape our behaviors intentionally, cultivating habits that serve our goals and dismantling those that hinder us. Let's delve deeper into each stage of the habit loop and explore how we can leverage this knowledge to create positive change in our lives. The cue is the trigger that initiates a habit. It can be anything in our environment that our brain associates with a particular behavior. The ping of a smartphone notification, the smell of coffee in the morning, or the sight of your running shoes by the door, these are all potential cues that set a habit in motion. Importantly, cues are neutral in themselves. It's our interpretation of them that gives them power. To harness the power of cues, we need to make them obvious for habits we want to cultivate and invisible for those we wish to break. This might involve strategically placing items in our environment to prompt desired behaviors or removing triggers that lead to unwanted actions. For instance, if you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table creates a clear cue. Conversely, if you're trying to cut down on social media use, keeping your phone out of sight while working can help reduce the temptation to check it constantly. The craving is the motivational force behind every habit. It's not the habit itself that we crave, but the change in state it promises. When we see a notification on our phone, we don't actually crave the act of checking it, we crave the potential nugget of information or connection it might provide. Understanding this distinction is crucial, because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. To make habits more attractive, We can bundle them with activities we already enjoy or reframe them to highlight their benefits. For example, if you struggle to exercise regularly, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast, creating a more appealing package. Alternatively, you could focus on the immediate benefits of exercise, like increased energy and improved mood, rather than distant goals like weight loss. The response is the actual habit you perform. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. For a habit to form, the response must be possible. You need to have the ability to do it. This insight offers another lever for habit change. By manipulating the ease or difficulty of a behavior, we can influence whether it becomes a habit. To encourage good habits, we should strive to make them as easy as possible. This might involve breaking them down into smaller, more manageable steps or reducing friction in our environment. For instance, if you want to start a journaling habit, you might leave a notebook and pen on your desk each night, reducing the effort required to begin writing in the morning. Conversely, to break bad habits, we can introduce friction or make them more difficult. If you're trying to cut down on late-night snacking, you might put healthy snacks at eye level in your fridge and store less healthy options in hard-to-reach places. The reward is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies our craving and teaches us which actions are worth repeating. The most effective rewards are those that provide immediate satisfaction while also aligning with our long-term goals. To reinforce good habits, we need to make them satisfying. This might involve celebrating small wins or tracking our progress visually. For example, marking off days on a calendar when you complete a desired habit can provide a sense of accomplishment and motivation to continue. For breaking bad habits, we can make them unsatisfying by attaching immediate negative consequences. This could be as simple as telling a friend about your goal and agreeing to pay them a small amount each time you slip up. These 4 laws of behavior change make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. Provide a powerful framework for shaping our habits. However, it's important to remember that habit formation is not just about willpower or discipline. It's about creating systems that make good behaviors inevitable and bad behaviors impossible. Consider the story of the paramedic who recognized the signs of an impending heart attack in her father-in-law, despite him feeling fine. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of human cognition, our ability to recognize patterns and make predictions based on subtle cues, often without conscious awareness. Through years of experience, the paramedic had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the facial patterns associated with heart problems. Her brain had cataloged these cues, creating an automatic response system that allowed her to identify potential issues quickly. This phenomenon isn't unique to medical professionals. Similar stories abound in various fields. Military analysts can distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft on radar screens based on minute differences. Art curators can spot forgeries that fool even sophisticated tests. Experienced radiologists can predict where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible.
One thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear them.
Proud of you.
But when you have Geico Insurance, you'll always be heard.
There you go. That's how you run inside zone. Anything for you, bud.
It feels good to be heard. It feels good to Geico.
These examples highlight the incredible pattern recognition capabilities of the human brain. Our minds are constantly taking in information from our surroundings, analyzing it, and making predictions. With enough repetition, we begin to notice important cues automatically, without conscious thought. This automatic processing is the foundation of every habit we have. It's what allows us to perform complex behaviors without actively thinking about each step. Consider how you don't need to consciously think about each muscle movement involved in driving a car or typing on a keyboard. These actions have become habitual, freeing up mental resources for other tasks. However, this automaticity is a double-edged sword. While it makes many aspects of our lives more efficient, it can also lead us to fall into patterns of behavior that may not serve us well. We might find ourselves reaching for our phones every time we feel a moment of boredom, or automatically grabbing a snack when we pass the kitchen, even if we're not hungry. The key to harnessing the power of habits while avoiding their potential pitfalls lies in becoming more aware of our automatic behaviors. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our habits, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, and applying the 4 laws of behavior change, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. In our fast-paced world, we often find ourselves operating on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that we may not even be consciously aware of. These habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, shape our daily lives and ultimately determine our long-term outcomes. Understanding and harnessing the power of habits is crucial for personal growth and achieving our goals. Consider the story of a retail clerk who, after a series of transactions involving gift cards, absent-mindedly cut a customer's actual credit card in half. Or the former preschool teacher who, even in her new corporate job, couldn't shake the habit of asking coworkers if they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. These anecdotes illustrate how deeply ingrained our habits can become, often operating below the level of conscious awareness. The power of habits lies in their ability to automate our behaviors, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. However, this same automaticity can lead us astray when our habits are misaligned with our goals or values. The key to leveraging habits for personal growth lies in bringing them into our conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our desired outcomes. One powerful technique for increasing awareness of our habits is inspired by the Japanese railway system's pointing and calling method. This safety system, which involves operators physically pointing at and verbally calling out various checks and procedures, has been shown to reduce errors by up to 85% and cut accidents by 30%. The effectiveness of this method lies in its ability to elevate routine actions from the non-conscious to the conscious level, engaging multiple senses and increasing overall awareness. We can adapt this concept to our personal lives by creating what we might call a habits scorecard. This simple yet powerful exercise involves listing out our daily habits and evaluating each one as positive, negative, or neutral. By doing so, we bring our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, allowing us to identify areas for improvement and reinforcement. To create your own habits scorecard, start by listing out your daily routines in detail. Include everything from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Once you have a comprehensive list, go through each item and ask yourself, is this a good habit, a bad habit, or a neutral habit? Mark each habit with a or accordingly. It's important to note that the classification of habits as good or bad is somewhat subjective and depends on your personal goals and circumstances. For instance, eating a high-calorie breakfast might be a positive habit for someone trying to gain weight, but a negative one for someone aiming to lose weight. The key is to evaluate each habit in the context of your own aspirations and desired identity. In fact, it might be more accurate to think of habits not as inherently good or bad, but as either effective or ineffective at solving problems and serving our long-term goals. All habits, even those we might label as bad, serve us in some way. That's why we repeat them. The challenge is to identify which habits are truly serving our long-term interests and which are providing short-term benefits at the expense of our broader goals. When evaluating your habits, consider this question: does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity are generally positive, while those that conflict with it are typically negative. As you work through your habit scorecard, resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself. The goal at this stage is simply to observe and become aware of your behaviors, not to change them immediately. Approach the exercise with a sense of curiosity, as if you were an impartial observer of your own life. Notice your patterns without attaching emotion or self-judgment to them.
Oh, excuse me. Do you want to see what real sleep looks like?
How about that?
Yeah, come on in. Let me show you Ashley. They have these adjustable bases that come with massage features that actually feel like a spa right on your bed. So you can kiss those backaches goodbye.
Are you serious? They have built-in vibrating massagers in the bed? I've had even worse back pain.
That's just the start. Zero gravity position takes all that pressure off your lower back. Plus, charging ports right in the base so your phone's never dying while you're scrolling. Get everything you need all in one place. Mattress, base, pillows, mattress protector, and sheet.
This neutral observation is a crucial first step in the process of habit change. By simply becoming aware of our habits, we often naturally begin to adjust our behaviors. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly we can see what's actually there, and that awareness alone can be transformative. For those who find they need additional support in maintaining this awareness, the pointing and calling method can be adapted for personal use. For example, if you're trying to reduce snacking, you might say out loud, "I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will move me further from my health goals." This verbalization brings the action fully into your conscious awareness, creating a moment of pause that allows you to make a more intentional choice. As you become more aware of your habits, you may start to notice the cues that trigger them. These cues, the ping of a notification, the sight of the TV remote, the smell of coffee, often become so familiar that they fade into the background of our awareness. By bringing these cues back into focus, we gain the power to interrupt the habit loop and potentially reshape our responses. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Rather, it's about making consistent, small choices that align with our desired identity and long-term goals. Every action we take is essentially a vote for the type of person we want to become. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of complex systems in our lives, often interconnected in ways we might not immediately recognize. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on becoming more aware of our habits and shaping them intentionally, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided with consistent effort and awareness. It's also important to consider the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. The journey of habit awareness and change is not always easy. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths about our behaviors and to challenge deeply ingrained patterns. However, the rewards of this process are immense. By bringing our habits into conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain a powerful tool for personal transformation. Imagine the compound effect of replacing just a few ineffective habits with more beneficial ones. Over time, these small changes can lead to dramatic improvements in our health, productivity, relationships, and overall quality of life. The key is to start small, focus on consistency rather than perfection, and maintain awareness of our behaviors over time. As we become more adept at recognizing and shaping our habits, we may find that this awareness extends beyond individual behaviors to larger patterns in our lives. We might start to notice recurring themes in our relationships, our work, or our emotional responses. This expanded awareness can open up new possibilities for growth and change in all areas of our lives. Furthermore, the skills we develop in habit awareness and modification can be applied to achieving any goal or making any change in our lives. Whether we're aiming to advance in our careers, improve our health, or cultivate better relationships, the ability to intentionally shape our habitual behaviors is a powerful tool. In conclusion, the journey of habit awareness and change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and self-improvement. By bringing our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, evaluating their effectiveness, and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain the power to direct our own evolution. This process requires patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort, but the potential rewards are immense. As we navigate this journey, we're not just changing our routines, we're reshaping our identity and our world. Each small action, each habit we modify, is a step towards becoming the person we aspire to be. In this way, the process of habit change is not just about achieving specific goals, but about continually growing and evolving as individuals. The power of habits lies not just in their ability to automate our behaviors, but in their potential to transform who we are and who we can become. By mastering our habits, we take control of our own destiny, creating the freedom to live life on our own terms and to make a positive impact on the world around us. In the complex tapestry of human behavior, habits play a crucial role in shaping our daily lives and long-term outcomes. Understanding how habits form, persist, and can be changed is essential for personal growth and self-improvement. At the heart of this understanding lies the concept of cue-induced wanting, a phenomenon that explains why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Cue-induced wanting occurs when an external trigger sparks a compulsive craving to repeat a particular behavior, often a bad habit. This process is constantly at work in our lives, frequently operating below the level of conscious awareness. Research has shown that even incredibly brief exposure to cues associated with addictive behaviors can stimulate the brain's reward pathways and ignite desire. For instance, showing cocaine addicts an image of the drug for just 33 milliseconds too fast for conscious recognition is enough to trigger craving. This insight reveals a fundamental truth about habits. While they can be broken, they are rarely, if ever, completely forgotten. Once the neural pathways associated with a habit are established in the brain, they remain etched there, even if they go unused for extended periods. This persistence of habit-related neural structures explains why resisting temptation through sheer willpower is often an ineffective long-term strategy for behavior change. Maintaining constant vigilance against temptation is exhausting and unsustainable in a world filled with distractions and triggers. While it's possible to overpower temptation in the short term through force of will, this approach is likely to fail over time as our mental resources become depleted. Instead, we must recognize that we are, to a large extent, products of our environment. The contexts in which we live, work, and play exert a powerful influence on our behavior, often more so than our conscious intentions.
Joy is very hard to come by whenever you're going through something like this.
Love you.
But
Maisie smiled through the whole thing. She has shown us that even though you're going through something terrible, you can still enjoy your life. You can still do fun things. You can still be happy. When we put up our Christmas tree this year, the first thing that Maisie did was hug the Christmas tree and say, "Oh, I love you, Christmas tree." And she has the biggest smile when she turns those lights on every day. And it is so worth it to us. Sometimes people have been through things and they need it to get by. And if us going into the Christmas spirit early is what can help us get through this time in our life, then we'll do it every year.
He wrote and published over 20 books, developed a new form of photography, and got his work exhibited in galleries around the United States. He became a sought-after speaker, teaching creativity and peak performance to thousands of people. He picked up a paintbrush, went on to become a renowned artist, selling his pieces for tens of thousands of dollars. He taught himself piano from scratch, built an online business that brought in millions a year. He became known around the world as the American monk because of his philosophical teachings. And all of this he did in his 80s. His name was Bert Coleman. No background in art, no music training, no marketing team or investor backing, just a strange mental technique he'd been practicing for decades. One he learned back in the 1960s from his mentor, Jose Silva. Jose Silva was the creator of Silva Ultramind, the man who discovered a way to guide the brain into alpha and theta states, where creativity, memory, healing, intuition suddenly come online. And once Bert learned how to enter these brainwave states on command, everything changed. New skills came faster. Ideas landed sharper. Learning felt effortless. He called it the greatest upgrade of his life. And thousands of Silva students would say the same. Or any of the millions of Silva practitioners around the world who've used it, from everything to curing migraines and addictions, to generating luck and opportunities and coincidences like magic. Bert always said, you don't stop improving your brain power because you get old. You get old because you stop improving your brain power. If you're ready to tap into a version of your mind that's more focused, more creative, and more capable than you ever imagined, just like Bert did, then scroll down and click the link below. You'll discover the Silva Ultramind system, a 28-day mind training experience that shows you how to access alpha and theta brainwave states, altered states of awareness, to stay awake and conscious in these states, and then work within these states to increase healing of your body, manifesting, and even intuition. These states are also linked to accelerated learning, elite performance, spontaneous breakthroughs, the exact same states that Bert used to write, paint, and launch businesses and unlock gifts he didn't even know he had. You don't need talent or discipline. You just need a few minutes a day and the right method. Over 6 million people have used these altered brainwave training techniques to transform how they think, feel, and show up in life. Now maybe it's your turn. Click the link, try the Silva Ultramind system risk-free with a Mind Valley membership today, and meet the version of you who's already doing the things you've always dreamed of doing. Act now, because this special offer won't be here forever.
Given this reality, a more effective approach to eliminating bad habits is to focus on reducing exposure to the cues that trigger them. This strategy involves restructuring our environment to make the stimuli associated with undesirable behaviors less prominent or entirely absent. For example, if smartphone use is interfering with productivity, simply placing the device in another room can significantly reduce the temptation to check it constantly. Similarly, unfollowing social media accounts that provoke feelings of jealousy or inadequacy can help break the cycle of comparison and self-doubt. This approach of environmental modification can be applied to a wide range of habits. Removing a television from the bedroom can curtail excessive late-night viewing. Unsubscribing from tech review newsletters might curb impulsive gadget purchases. Unplugging and storing away gaming consoles after each use can help manage time spent on video games. These simple changes can be surprisingly effective in disrupting ingrained behavior patterns. The power of this method lies in its alignment with the fundamental laws of behavior change. Just as making cues obvious can reinforce positive habits, making them invisible can help extinguish negative ones. By eliminating or reducing the visibility of triggers associated with unwanted behaviors, we can often cause the entire habit to fade away over time. This strategy of environmental optimization represents a more sustainable approach to self-control than relying on willpower alone. Rather than constantly fighting against our desires, we can create contexts that naturally support our goals and values. People who appear to have high levels of self-control often achieve this not through superior willpower, but by structuring their lives to minimize exposure to tempting situations. It's important to recognize that self-control, in the traditional sense of resisting temptation through mental effort, is a limited resource. It may be effective for occasional challenges, but it's not a reliable long-term solution for significant behavior change. Instead of repeatedly summoning the willpower to do the right thing, we're better off investing our energy in creating environments that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader aspects of our lives. The people we associate with, the media we consume, the places we frequent, all of these environmental factors shape our behavior in subtle but powerful ways. By consciously designing our surroundings to support our aspirations, we can harness the power of our environment to work for us rather than against us.
With Ralph's same-day pickup and delivery, you can shop the same in-store prices and have your groceries brought right to you. So you can spend time on what matters most. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
Understanding the role of cues and environment in habit formation also sheds light on why some people seem to effortlessly maintain positive habits while others struggle. It's not necessarily a matter of inherent discipline or character, but often a reflection of the different contexts in which people live and work. Creating a positive environment is thus not just a personal matter, but also a social and cultural issue. As we consider strategies for cultivating good habits and breaking bad ones, it's helpful to think in terms of 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These principles can be applied to reinforce positive behaviors or, when inverted, to discourage negative ones. For establishing good habits, the first step is often simply becoming aware of our current patterns of behavior. This can be achieved through practices like maintaining a habit scorecard, where we write down our daily activities and assess their impact on our goals. Once we have this awareness, we can use techniques like implementation intentions, specific plans that link a desired behavior to a particular time and place to make good habits more likely to occur. Another powerful tool is habit stacking, where we piggyback a new habit onto an existing one. This leverages the strength of our current routines to establish new behaviors. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new habit to an established one, we increase the likelihood of follow-through. Making habits attractive is another key principle. This can involve finding ways to associate positive emotions or rewards with the behaviors we want to encourage. Similarly, making habits easy reduces the friction that often prevents us from following through on our intentions. This might involve breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps or removing obstacles that make good habits more difficult to perform. Finally, making habits satisfying ensures that we feel rewarded for our efforts, increasing the likelihood that we'll repeat the behavior in the future. This can involve creating a sense of progress or achievement, or finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. When it comes to breaking bad habits, we can invert these principles. Making cues invisible, as discussed earlier, is a powerful first step. We can also work to make undesirable behaviors less attractive, perhaps by focusing on their negative consequences or finding healthier alternatives that fulfill the same needs. Making bad habits more difficult to perform, for instance, by adding extra steps or inconveniences, can also be effective. And finally, we can strive to make the outcomes of bad habits less satisfying, perhaps by implementing some form of negative consequence or by vividly imagining the long-term effects of the behavior. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not always linear or straightforward. Our brains are complex systems shaped by evolution to respond to certain stimuli in ways that may no longer serve us well in modern environments. The work of scientists like Nico Tinbergen has revealed how deeply ingrained some of our responses to environmental cues can be, Tinbergen's experiments with herring gulls and greylag geese demonstrated the power of supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of natural cues that elicit stronger than normal responses. Baby gulls, for instance, were found to peck more vigorously at cardboard beaks with larger or more numerous red spots than at real gull beaks. Similarly, geese would attempt to roll larger, egg-shaped objects into their nests with greater effort than they would expend on actual eggs. These findings have profound implications for understanding human behavior in modern contexts. Just as the animals in Tinbergen's experiments responded more strongly to exaggerated versions of natural stimuli, humans often find themselves powerfully drawn to supernormal stimuli environment. Junk food, with its heightened flavors and carefully engineered combinations of salt, sugar, and fat, is a prime example of this phenomenon. Our brains, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in environments where calories were scarce and hard to come by, are primed to seek out and consume energy-dense foods whenever they're available. In our ancestral past, this drive served us well, helping to ensure survival in uncertain conditions. Today, however, in an environment of abundance, these same instincts can lead us astray, driving overconsumption and contributing to health problems. This mismatch between our evolutionary programming and our current environment extends beyond food to many other aspects of modern life. The instant gratification offered by social media, the immersive experiences provided by video games, the constant stream of novel information available at our fingertips, all of these can be seen as supernormal stimuli that hijack our reward systems in ways our ancestors never had to contend with. Understanding these dynamics can help us approach habit change with greater compassion for ourselves and others. It's not a matter of weak will or moral failing when we struggle with bad habits. We're often fighting against deeply ingrained instincts that served our species well for millennia but may be maladaptive in our current context. At the same time, this understanding empowers us to take more effective action. By recognizing the power of environmental cues and the limitations of willpower, we can focus our efforts on creating contexts that support our goals rather than undermine them. We can design our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting stimuli and maximize exposure to cues that trigger positive behaviors. Moreover, we can work to create new, healthier supernormal stimuli that satisfy our innate drives in more beneficial ways. For instance, we might seek out activities that provide the novelty and excitement our brains crave, but in forms that contribute to our well-being rather than detract from it. Engaging hobbies, challenging physical activities, or immersive learning experiences can all provide the kind of stimulation our brains seek, without the negative consequences associated with many modern sources of supernormal stimuli.
So this is the new Forever Wanted Elixir. I was with Azaro from the get-go with this parfum, and it's just been a crazy ride. We went through so many different options. In the end, a mix of two things that we all love, which is leather and red raspberries. And it's also the type of parfum that if your friends ask you what it is, you don't want to tell them. You don't want anybody to know, but I'm telling you guys right now.
In conclusion, the journey of habit change is a complex but fascinating one, deeply rooted in our evolutionary history and profoundly influenced by our modern environment. By understanding the mechanisms behind habit formation and persistence, we can develop more effective strategies for personal growth and self-improvement. The key lies not in heroic feats of willpower, but in thoughtful design of our environments and routines to align with our goals and values. Through this approach, we can harness the power of our habits to create lasting positive change in our lives. The intricate relationship between human behavior, habit formation, and the food industry reveals fascinating insights into the nature of desire and consumption in our modern world. At the heart of this relationship lies the powerful influence of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and habit formation. The food science industry has harnessed our biological predispositions to create products that are irresistibly attractive to consumers. By manipulating factors such as texture, flavor, and sensory experience, food scientists have developed techniques to make processed foods exceptionally appealing. The concept of dynamic contrast. In food, the combination of different sensations like crunchiness and creaminess keeps our brains engaged and interested, encouraging continued consumption beyond the point of satiety. This optimization of food products extends to finding the perfect bliss point, a precise balance of salt, sugar, and fat that maximizes palatability and appeal. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that effectively hijack our reward systems, leading to overconsumption and potentially contributing to issues like obesity and related health problems. The power of these engineered foods lies in their ability to trigger dopamine release in our brains. Dopamine, once thought to be primarily associated with pleasure, is now understood to play a complex role in motivation, learning, and anticipation of rewards. Crucially, dopamine is released not just when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is key to understanding why certain habits, including those related to food consumption, can become so deeply ingrained and difficult to break. The dopamine-driven feedback loop that underlies habit formation extends far beyond food. In our modern society, we are surrounded by highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive and stimulating than anything our ancestors encountered. From carefully crafted advertisements to the instant gratification of social media likes, these supernormal stimuli exploit our natural inclinations and drive us towards excessive behaviors in shopping, social media use, and various forms of entertainment. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli is likely to continue, presenting ever greater challenges to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. Junk food, hard liquor, and video games are all examples of how natural rewards have been concentrated and amplified in ways that make them particularly hard to resist. Understanding the role of dopamine in craving and habit formation provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their behavior or break undesirable habits. The key realization is that it's the anticipation of reward, not necessarily the reward itself, that drives much of our behavior. This explains why the excitement of planning a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the anticipation of a special event can be more thrilling than the event itself. This knowledge can be leveraged to make positive habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. By finding ways to increase the anticipation of rewards associated with beneficial behaviors, we can harness the power of our dopamine system to work in our favor. Similarly, understanding the role of environmental cues in triggering cravings can help us design our surroundings to support our goals rather than undermine them. The challenge we face is significant. Our brains, evolved in an environment of scarcity, are now confronted with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. However, by understanding these mechanisms, we gain the power to make informed choices and design strategies to align our behavior with our long-term goals and values. As we navigate this landscape of engineered experiences and supernormal stimuli, it's crucial to maintain awareness of how our environments and choices are shaping our habits. By consciously designing our surroundings and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our environments to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Moreover, this understanding calls for a broader societal conversation about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit our psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. In conclusion, the interplay between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. In our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by an array of products and experiences meticulously designed to captivate our attention and spark our desires. At the forefront of this phenomenon is the food industry, where science and consumer psychology intersect to create irresistible edibles that keep us coming back for more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in a society increasingly shaped by supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences that exploit our deepest biological drives. The food science industry has elevated the creation of appealing products to an art form, investing millions in research to perfect every aspect of the eating experience. From the satisfying crunch of a potato chip to the fizz of a soda, no detail is too small to escape scrutiny. The concept of aura sensation, how a food feels in your mouth, has become a key focus, with entire departments dedicated to optimizing this sensory experience. Consider the humble French fry, a seemingly simple food that embodies this approach. Its appeal lies in the contrast between its crispy exterior and soft interior, a combination that lights up our pleasure centers with each bite. This principle of dynamic contrast is a powerful tool in the food scientist's arsenal, creating products that offer a variety of sensations in a single item. The gooey cheese atop a crisp pizza crust, or the interplay between a crunchy cookie and its creamy filling, are prime examples of this strategy in action. These techniques serve a singular purpose to keep us engaged and eating long past the point where we might normally feel satisfied. Natural, unprocessed foods tend to become less appealing as we consume them, a phenomenon known as sensory-specific satiety. Your brain gradually loses interest in the repetitive sensations, signaling that it's time to stop eating. However, foods high in dynamic contrast circumvent this natural mechanism, maintaining novelty and interest bite after bite. The ultimate goal of this scientific approach to food design is to find the bliss point, that perfect balance of salt, sugar, and fat that makes a product irresistible to the human palate. This combination triggers a powerful response in our brains, overriding natural satiety signals and encouraging overconsumption. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that are incredibly attractive to our reward systems, often leading to overeating and associated health issues. But the implications of this approach extend far beyond the realm of nutrition. The principle at work here, making something more attractive to increase the likelihood of repeated engagement, is a fundamental aspect of habit formation. In essence, the food industry has become adept at creating habit-forming products by exploiting our natural tendencies and biological drives. This phenomenon is not limited to food. Our modern society is replete with examples of engineered experiences designed to be more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. Retail stores use mannequins with exaggerated features to sell clothing, tapping into our instinctive responses to certain body shapes. Social media platforms have perfected the art of delivering rapid-fire positive reinforcement, providing more likes and praise in a few minutes than we might receive in days of real-world interaction. The world of online entertainment offers perhaps the most striking examples of this trend. Pornography sites present a constant stream of novel, highly stimulating content at a pace impossible to replicate in real life. Video games offer immersive experiences that can be more engaging than many real-world activities. Even advertisements have become highly sophisticated, using ideal lighting, professional makeup, and digital editing to create images that are more attractive than reality. These are all examples of supernormal stimuli, artificial constructs that exaggerate the features we're naturally attracted to, eliciting a stronger response than we would have to natural stimuli. Our instincts, honed over millennia of evolution, are ill-equipped to handle these intensified versions of reality. As a result, we often find ourselves drawn into excessive behaviors, whether it's overeating, compulsive shopping, social media addiction, or other habits that can be detrimental to our well-being. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli shows no signs of slowing down. If anything, history suggests that future opportunities for gratification will be even more attractive than those available today. We can see this pattern in the evolution of various products and experiences. Junk food offers a more concentrated form of calories than natural foods. Hard liquor provides a more potent dose of alcohol than beer. Video games present a more immersive and stimulating form of play than traditional board games. This intensification of experience poses a significant challenge to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. We find ourselves equipped with brains that evolved in an environment of scarcity, now faced with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods when available, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. To understand why these engineered experiences are so powerful, we need to delve into the neuroscience of habit formation and craving. At the heart of this process is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and learning. For many years, scientists believed that dopamine was primarily associated with pleasure. However, more recent research has revealed that its role is far more complex and central to a wide range of neurological processes. Dopamine is involved not just in experiencing pleasure, but in motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and even voluntary movement. The key insight when it comes to habit formation is that dopamine is released not only when we experience a reward, but also when we anticipate one. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is crucial to understanding why certain behaviors become habitual and why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Experiments with animals have provided striking demonstrations of dopamine's power. When researchers blocked dopamine release in rats, the animals lost all motivation, refusing to eat, drink, or engage in any goal-directed behavior. They quite literally lost the will to live. Conversely, when scientists flooded the reward centers of animal brains with dopamine, the subjects engaged in repetitive behaviors at an astonishing rate, such as mice poking their noses into a box hundreds of times per hour in pursuit of a dopamine hit. Human behavior shows similar patterns, albeit in more complex forms. Gambling addicts experience a surge of dopamine just before placing a bet, not after winning. Cocaine users get a dopamine spike at the sight of the drug, before actually consuming it. This anticipatory release of dopamine is what drives us to action, creating the motivation to pursue rewards. This understanding of dopamine's role helps explain why the anticipation of an experience can often be more enjoyable than the experience itself. The excitement of planning a vacation or looking forward to a special event can surpass the actual pleasure of the moment when it arrives. Scientists describe this as the difference between wanting and liking two related but distinct processes in the brain. The implications of this dopamine-driven feedback loop are profound for our understanding of habit formation and behavior change. Every highly habit-forming behavior, from drug use to social media browsing, is associated with elevated levels of dopamine. Even our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating, drinking, and social interaction, operate on this same principle. Recognizing the power of anticipation in driving behavior provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their habits or cultivate new ones. Rather than relying solely on willpower to resist temptation, we can focus on manipulating our environment and routines to make desirable behaviors more attractive and undesirable ones less so. For instance, if we want to establish a habit of regular exercise, we might focus on creating positive anticipation around the activity. This could involve planning enjoyable routes for runs, choosing workout music that excites us, or rewarding ourselves with a pleasant post-workout ritual. By associating the anticipation of exercise with positive feelings, we can harness our dopamine system to reinforce the habit. Conversely, to break a bad habit, we might focus on reducing the anticipatory pleasure associated with it. This could involve removing cues from our environment that trigger cravings, or consciously focusing on the negative consequences of the behavior rather than its short-term rewards. However, it's important to recognize that we're not just passive recipients of our environment's influences. We have the power to consciously design our surroundings and routines in ways that support our goals. This might involve creating physical spaces that encourage productive behaviors, carefully curating our digital environments to minimize exposure to addictive content, or structuring our daily schedules to prioritize activities that align with our long-term aspirations. Moreover, understanding the role of dopamine and anticipation in driving behavior can help us develop more compassion for ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important questions about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the intricate dance between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. As we navigate this landscape of supernormal stimuli and carefully crafted experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our surroundings to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The intricate dance between our brains and behavior reveals fascinating insights into the nature of habit formation and the power of anticipation. At the heart of this process lies dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a far more complex role than simply signaling pleasure. Understanding how dopamine functions in our brains can provide valuable tools for shaping our habits and improving our lives. When we first encounter a rewarding experience, our brains release dopamine as we enjoy the novel pleasure. However, as we repeat this experience, our clever brains begin to shift the timing of the dopamine release. Instead of spiking when we receive the reward, dopamine now surges in anticipation immediately after we recognize a cue associated with the pleasurable experience. This shift is the key to habit formation, as it creates a feeling of desire and a craving to take action whenever we encounter the cue. This anticipatory dopamine release explains why the excitement of looking forward to a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the build-up to a special event often feels more thrilling than the actual moment. Our brains are wired to motivate us through anticipation, pushing us to pursue rewards based on the expectation of pleasure rather than the pleasure itself. Interestingly, once a habit is firmly established, dopamine no longer increases when we experience the expected reward. However, if we encounter a cue and anticipate a reward that doesn't materialize, dopamine levels drop sharply, leading to feelings of disappointment and frustration. This sensitivity to prediction errors helps refine our habits over time, reinforcing behaviors that reliably lead to rewards and discouraging those that don't. The power of anticipation in driving behavior becomes even more apparent when we consider the neural real estate devoted to wanting versus liking. Our brains have significantly more circuitry allocated for desiring rewards than for enjoying them. The wanting centers of the brain are expansive, including regions like the nucleus accumbens ventral tegmental area and portions of the prefrontal cortex. In contrast, the liking centers are much smaller, consisting of scattered hedonic hotspots throughout the brain. This disproportionate allocation of neural resources to wanting over liking underscores the crucial role that desire and anticipation play in motivating our actions. It's not the fleeting moment of pleasure that drives us, but the persistent craving that precedes it. This insight has profound implications for how we approach habit formation and behavior change. Recognizing the power of anticipation, we can employ strategies to make our desired habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. One such approach is temptation bundling, a clever technique that links an action we want to do with one we need to do. By pairing a necessary but unappealing task with a highly desirable activity, we can leverage our brain's reward system to motivate positive behavior. Consider the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student who hacked his stationary bike to only allow Netflix to play while he was pedaling at a certain speed. By bundling the enjoyment of watching his favorite shows with the physical activity he knew he should be doing, Byrne created a powerful incentive for exercise. This ingenious solution not only made his workout more appealing, but also added an element of immediate reward to an otherwise challenging task. Businesses often employ similar strategies on a larger scale. The American broadcasting company ABC masterfully used temptation bundling in promoting their Thursday night television lineup. By encouraging viewers to pair watching their shows with enjoyable activities like drinking wine and eating popcorn, ABC associated their programming with relaxation and indulgence. Over time, this association strengthened, making the habit of tuning in on Thursday nights more attractive to viewers. The effectiveness of temptation bundling is rooted in a psychological principle known as Premack's principle, which states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, by linking a desired activity like watching TV with a less appealing but necessary task like exercising, we can condition ourselves to engage in the less enjoyable activity more consistently. This principle can be applied to a wide range of habits. For instance, someone might allow themselves to read gossip magazines only while at the gym, or permit themselves to get a pedicure only while catching up on work emails. The key is to identify activities you genuinely enjoy and use them as rewards for completing necessary but less appealing tasks. To maximize the effectiveness of temptation bundling, it can be combined with habit stacking, another powerful behavior change strategy. Habit stacking involves linking a new habit you want to form with an existing habit you already perform consistently. By creating a formula that pairs a current habit with a needed habit, followed by a wanted habit, you can create a chain of behaviors that reinforces positive change. For example, someone trying to cultivate gratitude and stay informed might adopt the following routine. After I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing I'm grateful for. After I express gratitude, I will read the news. This sequence links an existing habit, getting coffee, with a desired new habit, practicing gratitude, and a rewarding activity, reading the news. The power of this approach lies in its ability to transform necessary but unappealing tasks into gateways to enjoyable activities. Over time, the anticipation of the reward, like checking social media or watching sports highlights, can make the associated necessary task like doing burpees or making sales calls more appealing by association. While temptation bundling and habit stacking are powerful tools, it's important to recognize that they are part of a broader principle making habits more attractive. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of reality that are more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. From junk food engineered to hit the perfect bliss point, of salt, sugar, and fat, to social media platforms designed to deliver constant hits of social validation, these stimuli exploit our brain's reward systems in unprecedented ways. Understanding this landscape of engineered experiences allows us to approach habit formation with greater intentionality. While we may not be able to compete with the intensity of these supernormal stimuli, we can use their principles to enhance the appeal of beneficial habits. By thoughtfully designing our environment and routines, we can create our own heightened versions of reality that make positive behaviors more attractive.
They took me through the perfect fit zone and set me up with a 3D foot scan, which showed I was wearing the wrong size shoe and also needed more arch support. With the right size shoe and custom insoles, poof, my ankle pain was gone. Now I'm back and able to care for my patients pain-free.
Save your way with an instant discount or bank for later and make it count with Hotels.com.
For instance, we might create a specially designated, comfortable space for reading to make a daily reading habit more appealing. Or we could invest in high-quality exercise equipment and create an energizing playlist to make workouts more enticing. The goal is to enhance the sensory and emotional experience associated with the habit we want to cultivate. It's crucial to remember that the power of anticipation works both ways. Just as we can use it to reinforce positive habits, unchecked anticipation of unhealthy rewards can lead to destructive behavior patterns. This is particularly evident in addictions, where the anticipation of the drug or behavior becomes all-consuming, driving compulsive actions despite negative consequences. Recognizing the role of anticipation in our behavior also highlights the importance of managing our environment. If we're constantly surrounded by cues that trigger cravings for unhealthy behaviors, we're fighting an uphill battle. By thoughtfully curating our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting cues and maximize exposure to cues for positive habits, we can set ourselves up for success. Moreover, understanding the dopamine-driven nature of habit formation can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important ethical questions about the design of products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. there's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the science of habit formation reveals that desire, driven by anticipation, is the engine of behavior. By understanding how our brains process rewards and generate cravings, we can develop more effective strategies for cultivating positive habits and breaking negative ones. Techniques like temptation bundling and habit stacking allow us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making the process of behavior change more enjoyable and sustainable. As we navigate a world increasingly filled with supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can harness the power of anticipation to drive personal growth and well-being. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The power to shape our habits and thus our lives lies within our grasp. Armed with knowledge of how our brains work and tools to work with our nature rather than against it, we can embark on a journey of continuous self-improvement and personal growth. The power of environment in shaping human behavior is a fascinating and often underappreciated aspect of personal development. This concept is powerfully illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, whose extraordinary achievements in chess demonstrate the profound impact that culture and upbringing can have on skill development and habit formation. Laszlo Polgar, a Hungarian educator, held a controversial belief that genius was not innate but could be cultivated through deliberate practice and the development of good habits. He was so convinced of this idea that he set out to prove it with his own children. Laszlo's experiment began even before his children were born, as he sought a wife who would be willing to participate in his unconventional parenting plan. The Polgar household became a carefully crafted environment dedicated to chess excellence. The children were homeschooled, which was unusual in Hungary at the time, allowing for a focused and immersive education. Chess books and pictures of famous players filled the home, creating a constant visual reminder of their goal. The sisters played against each other regularly and competed in high-level tournaments from a young age. Their parents even maintained meticulous records of every competitor the children faced, demonstrating an extraordinary level of commitment to their development. The results of this experiment were nothing short of remarkable. All three Polgar sisters, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, achieved extraordinary success in chess. Susan, the eldest, was defeating adult players within 6 months of learning the game at age 4. Sophia became a world champion by 14 and later a grandmaster. Judith, the youngest, surpassed even her sister's achievements, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time and holding the title of the world's top-ranked female chess player for an astonishing 27 years. What's particularly intriguing about the Polgar sisters' story is their perspective on their unusual upbringing. Far from viewing their childhood as oppressive or grueling, they describe it as enjoyable and engaging. They loved chess so much that they would even play in secret when they were supposed to be sleeping. This highlights a crucial aspect of habit formation and skill development. When an activity is normalized and celebrated within a culture, it becomes inherently attractive and rewarding.
Holiday crazy! This year's cancelled.
The Polgar sisters' experience exemplifies a broader principle of human behavior. We are profoundly influenced by our social environment. As inherently social creatures, humans have a deep-seated need to belong and fit in with their group. This instinct, which served our ancestors well in tribal societies where isolation could mean death, continues to exert a powerful influence on our behavior today. Our earliest habits are often not chosen but imitated from those around us. We absorb the customs, expectations, and standards of our family, community, and broader society. These social norms act as invisible guides for our behavior, influencing everything from our daily routines to major life decisions. Often we follow these norms without conscious thought or questioning, simply because they feel natural and expected within our cultural context. This tendency to conform to social norms is not inherently negative. In fact, it often doesn't feel like a burden at all, because the desire to belong is so fundamental to human nature. If you grow up in an environment where a particular skill or behavior is highly valued, like chess in the Polgar household, engaging in that activity feels natural and rewarding. Similarly, if you work in a professional environment where everyone dresses in a certain way, you're likely to adopt that style without much resistance. The power of social influence on our habits can be broken down into three main categories: the close, the many, and the powerful. Each of these groups offers opportunities to make our desired habits more attractive and easier to adopt. The influence of close relationships on our habits is particularly strong. We tend to pick up behaviors, attitudes, and even speech patterns from those we spend the most time with. This effect is so pronounced that studies have shown that obesity can spread through social networks, with a person's chances of becoming obese increasing significantly if a close friend becomes obese. The same principle applies to positive habits as well, with weight loss often occurring in pairs within relationships. This proximity effect extends beyond just close friends and family. Our broader social circles, including classmates, co-workers, and community members, also shape our perception of what's normal and attainable. For instance, if you're in an environment where many people are achieving a particular goal, like becoming an astronaut or improving their IQ, those achievements start to seem more feasible and attractive. The power of the many, or the influence of broader social norms, is another crucial factor in habit formation. We naturally want to conform to the behaviors that we see as common or popular within our social groups. This is why trends spread so quickly, and why certain behaviors can become suddenly popular within specific communities. The influence of the powerful, those we admire or aspire to be like, also plays a significant role in shaping our habits. We often emulate the behaviors of successful individuals in our field or society at large, believing that by adopting their habits, we might achieve similar success. Understanding these influences allows us to be more intentional about shaping our environment to support the habits we want to develop. One of the most effective strategies for building better habits is to immerse ourselves in a culture where the desired behavior is the norm. When we see others regularly engaging in the habits we want to adopt, those behaviors seem more achievable and natural. This principle can be applied across various areas of life. If you want to be more physically active, surrounding yourself with fitness enthusiasts can make regular exercise seem like a normal, expected part of daily life. If you aspire to be more creative, immersing yourself in a community of artists or innovators can normalize the habits of regular practice and experimentation. However, it's important to note that this environmental influence works both ways. Just as positive habits can be reinforced by our social surroundings, negative habits can also be perpetuated or exacerbated by the wrong environment. This is why it's crucial to be mindful of the influences we expose ourselves to and to actively seek out environments that support our goals and values. The story of the Polgar sisters also raises interesting questions about the nature vs. nurture debate in talent development. While their achievements certainly demonstrate the power of focus training and a supportive environment, it's worth considering whether they may have had some innate aptitude for chess that was then nurtured to an extraordinary degree. This nuanced view suggests that while environment and practice are crucial, individual differences in natural abilities may also play a role in ultimate achievement. Moreover, the Polgar experiment prompts us to reflect on the ethics and practicality of such intensive, specialized upbringing. While the sisters report positive feelings about their childhood, such an approach might not be suitable or desirable for every family. It's important to balance the cultivation of specific skills with the need for a well-rounded education and personal development. In our modern, interconnected world, the concept of our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings to include our digital spaces as well. The content we consume online, the social media networks we engage with, and the virtual communities we participate in all contribute to shaping our habits and perceptions of normal behavior.
Morning, Pete. Coffee's on and your Uber's on its way.
You know, I've been thinking, maybe I should just go by Peter now?
Peter Davidson. Not bad.
This digital influence adds another layer of complexity to the task of curating a supportive environment for positive habit formation. As we navigate the challenge of developing beneficial habits, it's crucial to approach the process with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Changing ingrained behaviors or adopting new ones is rarely a linear or easy process. It often involves setbacks and requires persistent effort. Understanding the powerful role that our social environment plays in this process can help us be more strategic and patient in our approach to personal growth. Furthermore, recognizing the impact of social influence on our habits can foster greater empathy and understanding for others who may be struggling with behavior change. It highlights the fact that individual willpower, while important, is just one factor in a complex web of influences that shape our actions and choices. In conclusion, the story of the Polgar sisters and the broader principles of social influence in habit formation offer valuable insights for anyone seeking personal growth or behavior change. By consciously shaping our environment, both physical and social, to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change more natural and sustainable. Whether we're trying to excel in a specific skill, adopt healthier lifestyle habits, or simply become better versions of ourselves, understanding and leveraging the power of our social context can be a game changer.
As we strive to improve ourselves and our communities, it's worth reflecting on how we can create cultures that normalize and celebrate positive habits. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positive change in our broader social circles. The Polgar experiment, while extreme, demonstrates the remarkable potential of human beings when immersed in an environment that consistently reinforces and rewards desired behaviors. Ultimately, the key to lasting behavior change may lie not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful curation of our social environments and the cultivation of communities that support our aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with the right influences and normalizing the habits we wish to adopt, we can harness the natural human inclination to conform and belong in service of our personal and collective growth. The power of social influence on our behavior and habits is profound and often underestimated. We are social creatures, constantly looking to our peers, role models, and cultural norms to guide our actions and shape our identities. This tendency is deeply ingrained in human nature and has played a crucial role in our evolution and survival. One of the most effective ways to cultivate lasting change in our lives is to immerse ourselves in a culture where our desired behavior is already the norm. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the habits and traits we aspire to, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. Consider the example of someone trying to improve their fitness. Joining a gym can be intimidating for beginners, as they may feel out of place among seasoned athletes. However, imagine a fitness community tailored specifically for self-proclaimed nerds or misfits. In such an environment, newcomers immediately have something in common with other members, perhaps a shared love for science fiction or video games. This common ground creates a sense of belonging, making the process of adopting new fitness habits feel more natural and less daunting. The power of belonging to a tribe cannot be overstated when it comes to sustaining motivation and embedding new habits. When we join a group that aligns with our interests and goals, our personal journey transforms into a collective one. No longer are we struggling alone. Instead, we become part of a community of like-minded individuals all working towards similar objectives. This shift from I to we has a profound impact on our identity and commitment to change. A solitary reader becomes part of a book club, a lone musician joins a band, and an individual cyclist becomes part of a cycling group. The shared identity reinforces and strengthens our personal identity, making it more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's worth noting that maintaining connections with supportive communities even after achieving initial goals is crucial for long-term success. The friendships and sense of belonging fostered within these groups help to cement new identities and ensure that positive habits persist over time. This is why many people who successfully lose weight or quit smoking find it beneficial to continue attending support group meetings or engaging with their communities long after reaching their primary objectives. The influence of group behavior on individual choices is a well-documented phenomenon in psychology. One classic example is the series of conformity experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. These experiments revealed our startling tendency to doubt our own judgment and conform to group opinion, even when the group is clearly incorrect. In Ash's experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple visual task matching the length of a line to one of 3 comparison lines. Unbeknownst to the actual subject, the other participants were confederates of the experimenter, instructed to unanimously give wrong answers on certain trials. The results were striking. Faced with unanimous opposition, many subjects began to doubt their own perception and conform to the group's incorrect judgments. This tendency to conform to group behavior extends far beyond simple perceptual tasks. In our daily lives, we constantly look to others for cues on how to act, what to buy, where to eat, and countless other decisions. We rely on reviews and ratings to guide our choices, assuming that the wisdom of the crowd will lead us to the best options. While this strategy often serves us well, it can also lead us astray. The pressure to conform to group norms can be so strong that it overrides our individual judgment and even our own best interests. This phenomenon isn't unique to humans. Studies have shown that even chimpanzees will abandon more effective techniques in favor of less efficient methods used by their new group members, simply to fit in. The desire to be accepted by our peers is a powerful motivator, often outweighing the desire to be right or to find the truth. This instinct to conform is deeply rooted in our psychology and has likely played a crucial role in our survival as a species. After all, in many situations throughout human history, going against the group could have dire consequences. However, this tendency can also hold us back from positive change, especially when our desired habits conflict with the norms of our current social group. Changing our behavior in ways that challenge the status quo requires significant effort and courage. It means swimming against the current of our culture and risking social disapproval or exclusion.
Well, hi there. I'm Bert Goldman.
He was one of those guys that could do everything. He wrote and published over 20 books, developed a new form of photography, and got his work exhibited in galleries around the United States. He became a sought-after speaker, teaching creativity and peak performance to thousands of people. He picked up a paintbrush, went on to become a renowned artist, selling his pieces for tens of thousands of dollars. He taught himself piano from scratch, built an online business that brought in millions a year. He became known around the world as the American monk because of his philosophical teachings. And all of this he did in his 80s. His name was Bert Goldman. No background in art, no music training, no marketing team or investor backing, just a strange mental technique he'd been practicing for decades. One he learned back in the 1960s from his mentor, Jose Silva. Jose Silva was the creator of Silva Ultramind, the man who discovered a way to guide the brain into alpha and theta states, where creativity, memory, healing, intuition suddenly come online. And once Bert learned how to enter these brainwave states on command, everything changed. New skills came faster. Ideas landed sharper. Learning felt effortless. He called it the greatest upgrade of his life. And thousands of Silva students would say the same. Or any of the millions of Silva practitioners around the world who've used it, from everything to curing migraines and addictions to generating luck and opportunities and coincidences like magic. Bert always said, you don't stop improving your brain power because you get old. You get old because you stop improving your brain power. If you're ready to tap into a version of your mind that's more focused, more creative, and more capable than you ever imagined, just like Bert did, then scroll down and click the link below. You'll discover the Silva Ultramind system, a 28-day mind training experience that shows you how to access alpha and theta brainwave states, altered states of awareness, to stay awake and conscious in these states, and then work within these states to increase healing of your body, manifesting, and even intuition. These states are also linked to accelerated learning, elite performance, spontaneous breakthroughs, the exact same states that Bert used to write, paint, and launch businesses and unlock gifts he didn't even know he had. You don't need talent or discipline. You just need a few minutes a day and the right method. Over 6 million people have used these altered brainwave training techniques to transform how they think, feel, and show up in life. Now maybe it's your turn. Click the link, try the Silva Ultramind system risk-free with a Mind Valley membership today, and meet the version of you who's already doing the things you've always dreamed of doing. Act now, because this special offer won't be here forever.
On the flip side, when our desired changes align with the values and behaviors of our social group, change becomes much more attractive and achievable. This is why finding or creating a supportive community can be such a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. Another crucial aspect of social influence is our tendency to imitate those we perceive as powerful or high status. Throughout history, individuals with greater power and status have typically enjoyed better access to resources, faced fewer survival challenges, and been seen as more desirable mates. As a result, we are naturally drawn to behaviors that earn us respect, approval, and admiration from others. This drive for status and recognition explains our fascination with the habits of highly successful people. We eagerly consume content about the daily routines of CEOs, the workout regimens of athletes, and the productivity hacks of top performers in various fields. By emulating these behaviors, we hope to achieve similar levels of success and recognition. Many of our daily habits are, in fact, imitations of people we admire or envy. We might adopt the communication style of a charismatic leader, the creative techniques of an artist we respect, or the financial strategies of a successful entrepreneur. This imitation isn't necessarily conscious. We often absorb and replicate behaviors subconsciously, especially when they're exhibited by people we look up to. The flip side of this status-seeking behavior is our desire to avoid actions that might lower our social standing. We maintain our homes and appearances not just for personal satisfaction, but also to avoid negative judgments from our neighbors, friends, and family. The constant underlying question, "What will others think of me?" shapes many of our decisions and actions, often without us even realizing it. The power of social influence on habit formation and behavior change is perfectly illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, chess prodigies who achieved remarkable success through dedicated practice. While their individual efforts were undoubtedly crucial, the supportive culture created by their parents and the broader chess community played a significant role in sustaining their motivation and commitment over many years. The sisters' dedication to chess was reinforced not just by parental encouragement, but also by the respect and admiration they received from the chess world. Achieving milestones like becoming grandmasters provided external validation and status, further cementing their identities as exceptional chess players. This combination of internal drive and external recognition created a powerful feedback loop that sustained their intense practice regimen for decades. Understanding the profound impact of social influence on our behavior offers valuable insights for anyone seeking to make lasting changes in their life. Rather than relying solely on willpower and individual effort, we can leverage the power of social connections and cultural norms to support our goals. For those looking to adopt new habits or break old ones, finding or creating a supportive community can be transformative. This might involve joining existing groups aligned with our goals, or even starting our own communities centered around shared interests and aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the traits and habits we wish to cultivate, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. It's also worth examining the cultural norms and social influences that shape our current behaviors. Are there aspects of our social environment that are hindering our growth or reinforcing negative habits? Recognizing these influences is the first step towards either changing our environment or developing strategies to resist unhelpful social pressures. At the same time, we should be mindful of our own potential to influence others. As we work towards our goals and adopt positive habits, we may find ourselves becoming role models for those around us. By openly sharing our journeys, struggles, and successes, we can contribute to creating a culture that values growth, resilience, and mutual support. Ultimately, the interplay between individual choice and social influence is complex and multifaceted. While we have the power to make conscious decisions about our behavior, we are also inevitably shaped by the cultural context in which we live. By understanding and harnessing the power of social influence, we can create environments and communities that support our personal growth and help us become the best versions of ourselves. As we navigate the challenges of changing habits and pursuing personal growth, it's crucial to remember that we're not alone in this journey. The very social nature that can sometimes hinder our progress can also be our greatest ally in achieving lasting change. By consciously choosing our social environments, seeking out supportive communities, and being mindful of the cultural forces that shape our behavior, we can harness the power of social influence to drive positive change in our lives and in the world around us. The human tendency to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture is a powerful force that shapes our behaviors and identities. This inclination stems from our deep-seated need to belong and fit in with our social groups. Throughout human history, being accepted by the tribe has been crucial for survival, and this evolutionary legacy continues to influence our actions today. We are particularly prone to imitating the habits of three key social groups: the close, our family and friends; the many, our broader community or tribe; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. This pattern of imitation is not arbitrary but serves important social and psychological functions. Our closest relationships, family and friends, have a profound impact on our habits because they are the people we interact with most frequently and whose opinions we value most highly. We often unconsciously adopt the mannerisms, attitudes, and behaviors of those closest to us. This can be both beneficial and detrimental, depending on the nature of those habits. For instance, growing up in a family that prioritizes education and intellectual curiosity can instill lifelong learning habits. Conversely, being surrounded by friends who engage in unhealthy behaviors like excessive drinking can normalize and encourage those habits. The influence of the many, our broader social group or community, is equally significant. Humans are inherently social creatures, and we have a strong drive to conform to the norms of our group. This tendency can be so powerful that it often overrides our individual judgment or preferences. As the saying goes, most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This phenomenon explains why certain behaviors or trends can spread rapidly through a community, even when they may not be objectively beneficial. Consider the example of fashion trends. Often, these trends are not particularly comfortable or practical, yet they spread widely because of our desire to fit in and be seen as part of the group. The same principle applies to many other areas of life, from the way we speak to the food we eat and the activities we engage in. The habits of the powerful, those with status and prestige, also exert a strong influence on our behavior. We are naturally drawn to emulate those who have achieved success or prominence in society. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective in marketing, and why we often see trends start among the elite before trickling down to the broader population. If a behavior can earn us approval, respect, and praise, especially from those we admire or aspire to be like, we find it inherently attractive. Understanding these social dynamics is crucial when trying to build better habits or break detrimental ones. One of the most effective strategies for positive change is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the norm and where you have something in common with the group. This approach leverages our natural tendency to conform and belong, but channels it towards positive outcomes. For example, if you're trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle, joining a community of health enthusiasts who share your interests can be far more effective than trying to go it alone. Not only does this provide you with role models and support, but it also makes the desired behavior feel more natural and attainable. You're no longer swimming against the tide of your social group, but rather going with the flow of a new, supportive community. This principle extends to various areas of personal development. Want to become more entrepreneurial? Surround yourself with startups and small business owners. Trying to cultivate a meditation practice? Join a mindfulness group. The power of social influence can work in your favor when you consciously choose your environment. However, it's important to recognize that the flip side of this social influence can also hold us back. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. This can make it extremely challenging to break away from unhealthy or unproductive habits if they are deeply ingrained in our social group. Consider the struggle many people face when trying to quit smoking. If all of your friends smoke and social gatherings revolve around this habit, quitting becomes not just a personal challenge but a social one as well. You're not just fighting against a physical addiction, but also against the fear of social exclusion or the loss of shared experiences with your friends. This is where the power of reframing comes into play. As illustrated by the example of Alan Carr's approach to helping smokers quit, changing the way we perceive a habit can dramatically alter its appeal. By systematically challenging the beliefs and associations we have about a particular behavior, we can reduce its attractiveness and weaken its hold on us. Carr's method involves repeatedly questioning and debunking the perceived benefits of smoking. He encourages smokers to see that they're not actually enjoying cigarettes but rather just feeding an addiction. By reframing smoking as an unattractive and unnecessary behavior, rather than a source of pleasure or stress relief, he helps people break free from the mental trap that keeps them addicted. This approach can be applied to various habits we wish to change. It involves a deep examination of our motivations and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs. For instance, if you're trying to reduce your social media usage, you might reframe it from being a way to stay connected with friends to being a time-wasting activity that actually makes you feel more isolated. By changing the narrative around the habit, you can make it less appealing and easier to resist. Understanding the root of our cravings is another crucial aspect of habit change. Every behavior we engage in is ultimately driven by deeper, underlying motives. These fundamental drives, such as the need to conserve energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect with others, win social acceptance, reduce uncertainty, and achieve status, are hardwired into our biology. Our specific habits are simply modern manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media platforms, for example, tap into our need for social connection and approval. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. For instance, if you find yourself constantly checking your phone for social media notifications, recognize that this behavior is driven by a need for social connection and validation. Once you understand this, you can explore alternative ways to meet this need, such as scheduling more face-to-face time with friends or engaging in community activities. It's also crucial to understand the role of prediction in our habits. Our brains are constantly making predictions based on past experiences and environmental cues. These predictions shape our behavior in powerful ways. When we encounter a cue, our brain quickly categorizes it based on past experience and determines the appropriate response. This predictive nature of our behavior explains why breaking habits can be so challenging. Once we've formed a strong association between a cue and a response, our brain automatically predicts that this response is the appropriate action. Changing this requires conscious effort to override these automatic predictions and create new associations. Interestingly, it's not the objective reality of events that determines our behavior, but rather how we interpret these events. Two people can encounter the same situation and react in completely different ways based on their past experiences and the predictions their brains make. This is why changing our mindset and the way we interpret situations can be such a powerful tool for habit change. In conclusion, our habits are deeply influenced by our social environment and our innate human drives. By understanding these influences, we can more effectively shape our behavior. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit or cultivate a good one, strategies like joining supportive communities, reframing our perceptions, addressing underlying motives, and consciously changing our predictions can be powerful tools for personal growth. The journey of habit change is not always easy, but it is ultimately about aligning our behaviors with our true desires and values. By leveraging our understanding of social influence, cognitive reframing, and the predictive nature of our brains, we can create lasting positive changes in our lives. Remember, every habit, good or bad, is ultimately our mind's attempt to solve a problem or meet a need. By finding better solutions to these fundamental human needs, we can create a life filled with habits that truly serve us. The human mind is a remarkable prediction machine, constantly analyzing our environment and making split-second decisions based on past experiences and current cues. This predictive nature of our brain plays a crucial role in shaping our habits and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. Understanding this process can provide valuable insights into how we can effectively change our habits and improve our lives. At the core of our behavior are cravings, those powerful urges that drive us to act in certain ways. But what exactly is a craving? It's not just a simple desire for a specific object or action. Rather, it's a complex interplay of predictions, emotions, and underlying motives that shape our perception of the world and guide our actions. Consider for a moment how you feel right now. Without consciously thinking about it, you're aware of the temperature around you. If it were to drop slightly, you might not notice or react. but if it plummeted 10 degrees, you'd likely feel cold and reach for a sweater. This seemingly simple reaction is actually a sophisticated process of prediction and response. Your brain is constantly monitoring your environment, making predictions about what different changes might mean for your well-being and prompting you to act when it detects a significant discrepancy between your current state and your desired state. This gap between our current experience and our desired experience is the essence of a craving. It's the feeling that something is missing, the urge to change our internal state. When we feel cold, we crave warmth. When we feel lonely, we crave connection. When we feel stressed, we crave relaxation. These cravings are not just random impulses, but signals from our brain telling us that there's a mismatch between our current state and what it predicts would be a more favorable state. Understanding this process can shed light on why we engage in certain behaviors, even when we know they might not be good for us in the long run. Take the example of social media use. When we scroll through our feeds, what we're really seeking isn't just information or entertainment. We're looking for a change in our emotional state, perhaps a feeling of connection, validation, or distraction from our current worries. The act of checking social media has become associated in our minds with these positive changes in our internal state, which is why it can be so compelling and hard to resist. This understanding also reveals why it can be so challenging to break bad habits or form new, beneficial ones. Our habits, both good and bad, are essentially our mind's attempts to address fundamental human needs and desires. These underlying motives are deeply ingrained in our biology and psychology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. They include basic drives like conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status and prestige. Our specific habits are modern-day manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media taps into our need for social connection and approval. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. But how do we go about changing our habits, especially when they're so deeply ingrained? One powerful approach is to reframe how we think about the habits we want to cultivate. Often we approach new habits or challenging tasks with a sense of obligation or dread. We tell ourselves we have to do something, which immediately frames it as an unpleasant chore. But what if we changed that single word? What if, instead of saying we have to do something, we said we get to do it? This simple shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation. When we say we get to do something, we're reframing it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. We're focusing on the benefits and privileges associated with the action rather than the difficulties or inconveniences. For example, instead of saying I have to wake up early for work, try saying I get to wake up early for work. This subtle change acknowledges the privilege of having a job in a challenging economy. Instead of I have to cook dinner for my family, try I get to cook dinner for my family, recognizing the blessing of having loved ones to care for and the means to provide meals. This reframing technique can be applied to virtually any habit or task you're trying to cultivate. Exercise becomes an opportunity to build strength and improve health, rather than a grueling chore. Saving money becomes a path to future freedom and opportunities, rather than a restrictive limitation. Meditation transforms from a frustrating struggle against distraction into a chance to practice returning to the present moment. The key is to find the positive aspects of the habit or task and focus on those. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to emphasize the benefits and opportunities. Both perspectives are typically true. Any given task can be both a challenge and an opportunity. By consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, we can make the habit more attractive and easier to maintain. Another powerful technique for changing our relationship with habits is to create positive associations through rituals and cues. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations between different stimuli and experiences. We can leverage this ability to make challenging habits more appealing. Consider the example of a writer who always puts on headphones before beginning to write. Initially, they might play music to help them focus. Over time, however, they might find that simply putting on the headphones, even without playing any music, helps them enter a focused state. Without realizing it, they've conditioned their brain to associate the act of putting on headphones with increased concentration and productivity. Athletes often use similar techniques to prepare for competition. A baseball player might have a specific stretching and warm-up routine they perform before each game. While this routine serves a physical purpose in preparing the body for action, it also plays a crucial psychological role. By consistently performing the same actions before each game, the athlete creates a strong mental association between the routine and a competitive, focused mindset. Even on days when they don't feel particularly motivated, going through the routine can help shift their mental state into game mode. We can adapt this principle to create motivation rituals for various aspects of our lives. If you want to cultivate a more positive outlook, for instance, you might create a short routine that you perform each time before doing something you genuinely enjoy. This could be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths and smiling. By consistently pairing this action with a positive experience, you can train your brain to associate the routine with feeling good. Once established, you can use this routine as a tool to shift your emotional state when needed, even in situations unrelated to the original context. This technique of creating positive associations can be particularly powerful when trying to establish new habits or break old ones. For example, if you're trying to develop a regular exercise habit, you might create a pre-workout ritual that includes something you genuinely enjoy, like listening to your favorite upbeat song. Over time, your brain will begin to associate the anticipation of exercise with the positive feelings evoked by the music, making it easier to motivate yourself to work out.
Score last-minute deals at Dick's with up to 40% off Stanley, up to $320 off gifts for the...
It's important to note that while these techniques can be highly effective, they're not magic solutions. Changing deeply ingrained habits and thought patterns takes time, consistency, and patience. It's also crucial to remember that our habits, both good and bad, often serve important functions in our lives. Before trying to eliminate a habit, it's worth examining what need or desire it's fulfilling and considering healthier alternatives that might meet the same underlying motive. Moreover, it's essential to approach habit change with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Setbacks and slip-ups are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you catch yourself falling into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. In conclusion, understanding the predictive nature of our brain and the role of cravings in our behavior provides powerful insights into how we can shape our habits and, by extension, our lives. By reframing our perspective on challenging tasks, creating positive associations, and addressing our fundamental underlying motives in healthier ways, we can make significant strides in personal growth and development. Remember, every habit, whether it seems positive or negative on the surface, is ultimately our mind's attempt to meet a basic human need or desire. By recognizing this, we can approach habit change not as a battle against our nature, but as a process of aligning our behaviors more closely with our true values and long-term well-being. This perspective allows us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making lasting change more achievable and sustainable. As you embark on your journey of habit change, be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you make a conscious choice to engage in a beneficial habit or resist an unhelpful one, you're rewiring your brain and moving closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. With persistence, self-reflection, and the right strategies, you have the power to transform your habits and, in turn, transform your life. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human psychology and neurobiology. At its core, this process is driven by the predictive nature of our brains, which constantly anticipate outcomes based on past experiences and environmental cues. Understanding this mechanism provides valuable insights into how we can effectively shape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The foundation of any habit, whether beneficial or detrimental, lies in the predictions our brain makes about the outcomes of our actions. These predictions trigger feelings and emotions that drive us to act in certain ways. For instance, the mere sight of a cigarette might evoke a sense of relaxation in a smoker's mind, prompting them to light up. Conversely, the thought of going for a run might elicit feelings of dread in someone who associates exercise with discomfort. These emotional responses, rooted in our brain's predictions, play a crucial role in determining our habitual behaviors. To create lasting change, we must learn to manipulate these predictions and associated feelings. One effective strategy is to highlight the benefits of avoiding harmful habits, thereby making them less attractive. For example, rather than focusing on the immediate pleasure of smoking, one might emphasize the long-term health benefits of quitting, such as improved lung function, reduced risk of cancer, and increased life expectancy. By consistently reinforcing these positive outcomes, we can gradually shift our brain's predictions and make the habit less appealing. Similarly, we can enhance the attractiveness of beneficial habits by associating them with positive feelings. This can be achieved through a technique known as a motivation ritual. The idea is to pair a challenging habit with something you genuinely enjoy. For instance, if you struggle with regular exercise, you might create a ritual of listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook only during workouts. Over time, your brain will begin to associate physical activity with the pleasure of engaging with content you love, making it easier to maintain the habit. Creating good habits and breaking bad ones requires a systematic approach. Let's explore some practical strategies for each aspect of habit formation, organized around 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. To make a habit obvious, start by becoming aware of your current behaviors. This can be done through a simple exercise called the habit scorecard. Take a few minutes to write down all the habits you perform on a typical day, from waking up to going to bed. This process alone can be eye-opening, revealing patterns you might not have noticed before. Next, use implementation intentions to clearly define when and where you'll perform your new habit. Instead of vaguely deciding to exercise more, create a specific plan. I will go for a 20-minute walk at 7 a.m. in my neighborhood. This clarity eliminates ambiguity and reduces the mental effort required to initiate the habit. Habit stacking is another powerful technique to make new behaviors obvious. It involves linking a new habit to an existing one. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you create a natural cue for the desired action. Lastly, design your environment to support your goals. Make the cues for good habits visible and accessible. If you want to read more, place books in prominent locations around your home. If you're trying to eat healthier, keep nutritious snacks at eye level in your refrigerator. To make a habit attractive, consider using temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you want to do with one you need to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to watch your favorite TV show while folding laundry can make a tedious chore more appealing. Another powerful strategy is to surround yourself with a culture where your desired behavior is the norm. If you want to adopt a healthier lifestyle, spend time with health-conscious individuals. Their habits and attitudes will naturally influence your own, making the desired behavior feel more attainable and appealing. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves reducing friction and minimizing the effort required to perform the desired behavior. For example, if you want to start a gym routine, choose a facility that's on your way home from work, reducing the extra effort required to get there. To break bad habits, we can invert these laws. Make the cues for undesirable behaviors invisible by removing them from your environment. Reframe your mindset to highlight the negative aspects of the habit, making it unattractive. Increase the difficulty of performing the bad habit by adding friction. For instance, if you want to reduce social media usage, log out of all your accounts after each use, making it more cumbersome to access them impulsively. While these strategies provide a solid framework for habit formation, it's crucial to remember that the key to mastering any habit lies in repetition, not perfection. This principle is beautifully illustrated by an experiment conducted with photography students. One group was instructed to focus on quantity, producing as many photos as possible, while the other group was told to strive for a single, perfect image. Surprisingly, the quantity group ended up producing the highest quality work. By engaging in frequent practice and experimentation, they honed their skills more effectively than those who were paralyzed by the pursuit of perfection. This lesson applies broadly to habit formation and skill development. Too often we get caught up in finding the optimal approach, spending excessive time planning and strategizing rather than taking action. While preparation has its place, it's easy to use it as a form of procrastination, avoiding the risk of failure or criticism. The distinction between being in motion and taking action is crucial here. Motion involves planning, strategizing, and learning, all valuable activities, but ones that don't directly produce results. Action, on the other hand, is behavior that delivers an outcome. Writing an outline for an article is motion, actually writing the article is action. Researching diets is motion, eating a healthy meal is action. To make real progress, we need to prioritize action over motion. This doesn't mean abandoning planning altogether, but rather ensuring that our preparation leads to concrete steps forward. The focus should be on getting repetitions in, not on achieving perfection from the outset. This emphasis on repetition is supported by neuroscience. Every time we repeat an action, the neural pathways associated with that behavior are strengthened through a process called long-term potentiation. This phenomenon, often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together, explains how habits become ingrained over time. Research has shown remarkable physical changes in the brain resulting from repeated behaviors. Musicians, for instance, develop larger cerebellums, a region critical for physical movements. Mathematicians show increased grey matter in areas associated with computation. Even taxi drivers in London were found to have larger hippocampi, a region involved in spatial memory, compared to non-drivers, with the size correlating with their years of experience. These findings highlight the plasticity of our brains and the power of consistent practice. Each repetition of a habit, no matter how small, contributes to physical changes in our neural structure, making the behavior progressively more automatic. Understanding this process can be incredibly empowering. It means that we have the ability to literally reshape our brains through our actions. Every time we choose to perform a desired habit, we're not just completing a task, we're reinforcing neural pathways that make that behavior more natural and effortless in the future. However, it's important to note that habit formation is not a linear process. The often cited idea that it takes exactly 21 days to form a habit is an oversimplification. The reality is that the time required varies greatly depending on the individual and the complexity of the habit. Some simple behaviors might become automatic relatively quickly, while more complex habits can take months or even years to fully ingrain. This variability underscores the importance of patience and persistence in habit formation. Rather than focusing on an arbitrary timeline, it's more productive to concentrate on consistency. Each repetition, regardless of how small, is a step forward in rewiring your brain. Moreover, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Setbacks and occasional lapses are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you notice yourself slipping into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. Another valuable insight from neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This means that it's never too late to change your habits or learn new skills. While it's true that certain periods in life, such as childhood and adolescence, are characterized by greater neural plasticity, our brains retain the ability to change and adapt well into adulthood. This understanding can be particularly encouraging for those who feel stuck in long-standing habits or believe they're too old to change. The brain's plasticity means that with consistent effort and the right strategies, significant personal growth is always possible. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it can be helpful to view the process as an experiment. Approach each new habit with curiosity rather than judgment. What works? What doesn't? How can you tweak your approach to make the habit easier or more enjoyable? This mindset of experimentation can make the process more engaging and less daunting. Remember, too, that small changes can lead to significant results over time. The power of habits lies in their compounding nature. A small improvement of just 1% each day might seem insignificant in the moment, but over the course of a year, it leads to a 37-fold improvement. This principle, often referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains, has been used to great effect in various fields, from sports to business. In conclusion, the journey of habit formation is a fascinating exploration of our brain's capacity for change. By understanding the predictive nature of our minds, leveraging the power of repetition, and employing strategic approaches to make habits obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we can effectively reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The key is to focus on consistency over perfection, action over motion, and to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Remember that each repetition of a desired habit, no matter how small, is physically changing your brain, making the behavior more automatic over time. Embrace the journey of personal growth with curiosity and optimism. Your brain is an incredibly adaptable organ, capable of remarkable changes throughout your life.
This holiday season, you can count on Ralph's. You get up high quality with our exclusive brands and down low prices. Because at Ralph's, quality and low prices always come together. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
By harnessing this plasticity through deliberate habit formation, you have the power to continuously evolve and become the person you aspire to be. The path may not always be easy or straightforward, but with persistence and the right strategies, lasting change is within your reach. The formation of habits is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and human behavior. At its core, habit formation is about the brain's remarkable ability to optimize our actions for efficiency and ease. This process, while often overlooked in our day-to-day lives, plays a crucial role in shaping our behaviors, abilities, and ultimately our lives. One of the most fundamental principles in habit formation is the power of repetition. Each time we perform an action, we're not just completing a task, we're actually rewiring our brains. This process involves the activation and strengthening of specific neural circuits associated with that particular habit. It's a biological manifestation of the old adage, practice makes perfect. Consider the difference between active practice and passive learning. Imagine two groups of photography students. One group spends their time taking hundreds of photos, experimenting with different techniques and learning from their mistakes. The other group focuses on theoretical perfection, discussing and planning the ideal photograph without actually taking many pictures. It's not hard to guess which group will improve more rapidly and significantly. The group engaging in active practice, through sheer repetition, is literally changing their brains with every shot they take. This principle extends far beyond photography. Whether you're learning to play an instrument, mastering a new language, or trying to incorporate a new exercise routine into your life, the key is consistent repetition. It's not about achieving perfection from the start, but rather about putting in the reps, day after day. As we repeat an action, it gradually moves from requiring conscious effort to becoming automatic. This process, known as automaticity, is the holy grail of habit formation. It's the point at which a behavior becomes so ingrained that we can perform it without actively thinking about each step. Think about how you tie your shoelaces or brush your teeth. These are perfect examples of automaticity in action. The journey from conscious effort to automaticity isn't a sudden leap, but rather a gradual progression. Initially, a new habit requires significant mental energy and focus. With each repetition, it becomes slightly easier, requiring less conscious attention. Eventually, after enough practice, the behavior crosses what we might call the habit line, the point at which it becomes more automatic than conscious. This progression challenges a common misconception about habit formation, the idea that it takes a specific number of days to form a new habit. You've probably heard that it takes 21 days or 30 days to form a habit. In reality, the time it takes is far less important than the number of repetitions. A habit performed twice in 30 days is far less likely to stick than one performed 60 times in the same period. The focus on time rather than frequency is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains work. Our neural pathways don't care about the passage of time, they care about the number of times a circuit is activated. This is why consistency is so crucial in habit formation. It's not about perfect streaks or arbitrary timelines, but about accumulating repetitions. Understanding this can be incredibly liberating. It shifts our focus from an often arbitrary deadline to the process itself. Instead of getting discouraged if we haven't mastered a habit in 21 days, we can celebrate each repetition as a step towards rewiring our brains. This insight leads us to a crucial principle in habit formation, the law of least effort. This law, deeply ingrained in human nature, states that when faced with similar options, we will naturally gravitate towards the one that requires the least amount of work. Far from being a character flaw, this tendency towards efficiency is a smart evolutionary strategy. Consider the fascinating example of how the shape of continents influenced the spread of agriculture. Crops spread more quickly across Europe and Asia than they did in the Americas, not because of any difference in the farmers' abilities or motivations, but simply because it was easier. The east-west orientation of Eurasia meant that crops could be transported to areas with similar climates more easily than in the north-south oriented Americas, where dramatic climate changes posed significant challenges. This principle of choosing the path of least resistance applies just as much to our personal habits as it does to global agricultural patterns. When we're trying to form a new habit, we're much more likely to succeed if we make it as easy as possible to perform. This isn't laziness, it's working with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them. For instance, if you're trying to start a habit of daily exercise, you're more likely to succeed with a modest goal of 1 push-up a day than with an ambitious plan of 100 push-ups. The energy barrier to doing 1 push-up is so low that it's hard to find an excuse not to do it. And once you've started, it's often easier to do a few more. On the other hand, the prospect of doing 100 push-ups can be so daunting that you're more likely to skip it entirely on days when you're tired or busy. This principle of making habits as easy as possible to start is incredibly powerful. It's not about lowering your standards or giving up on ambitious goals. Rather, it's about understanding that the hardest part of any habit is often just getting started. By lowering the initial energy requirement, you make it much more likely that you'll take that crucial first step. Moreover, starting small doesn't mean staying small. Once a habit is established, it can be gradually expanded. That 1 push-up can grow into a full workout routine over time. The key is to make the habit so easy at first that you can't say no. Another powerful strategy in habit formation is environment design. Our surroundings play a much larger role in our behavior than we often realize. By structuring our environment to make good habits easy and bad habits difficult, we can significantly increase our chances of success. For example, if you want to eat healthier, simply placing fruit in a visible, easily accessible place and hiding less healthy snacks can make a big difference. If you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table and charging your phone in another room can help. These small environmental tweaks reduce the friction for good habits and increase it for less desirable ones. It's also worth considering the role of technology in habit formation. While often blamed for creating bad habits, technology can be a powerful tool for building good ones when used mindfully. Apps that track habits, send reminders, or gamify the process can provide helpful external cues and motivation. However, it's important to remember that these are tools to support the fundamental process of repetition and ease, not replacements for it. As we strive to form new habits, it's crucial to maintain a balance between challenge and ease. While we want to make habits as easy as possible to start, we also need to ensure they remain engaging and meaningful. A habit that's too easy might not provide the sense of accomplishment or progress that keeps us motivated in the long term. This is where the concept of just manageable difficulty comes in. The idea is to set the bar just high enough to be challenging, but not so high that it becomes discouraging. This sweet spot will vary from person to person and may change over time as you progress. The key is to continually adjust, always staying just at the edge of your comfort zone. It's also important to remember that habit formation is not a linear process. There will be setbacks, days when the habit feels harder than usual, or times when progress seems to plateau. This is normal and doesn't indicate failure. In fact, these challenges are often where the most significant growth occurs. Each time you push through resistance, you're strengthening your habit even more than on the easy days. Patience and self-compassion are crucial throughout this process. Lasting change takes time, and beating yourself up over slip-ups or slow progress is counterproductive. Instead, view each attempt at your habit, successful or not, as valuable data. What made it easier on some days? What made it harder on others? This information can help you refine your approach and make your habit even more robust. Remember, too, that habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of the broader context of your life, interacting with your other behaviors, your environment, and your overall goals. Sometimes, struggling with a particular habit might be a sign that it's not aligned with your broader life direction. It's okay to reassess and adjust your habits as your life and priorities evolve. In conclusion, the key to successful habit formation lies in understanding and working with our brain's natural tendencies. By focusing on consistent repetition rather than arbitrary timelines, making habits as easy as possible to start, designing our environment to support our goals, and maintaining a balance between challenge and achievability, we can effectively rewire our brains and transform our behaviors. The process of habit formation is a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. It allows us to automate positive behaviors, freeing up mental energy for other tasks and gradually steering our lives in the direction we choose. While it requires patience and persistence, the compounding effects of good habits over time can lead to remarkable changes. As you embark on your own habit formation journey, remember that you're not just trying to change your behavior, you're literally reshaping your brain. Each repetition, no matter how small, is a step towards rewiring your neural pathways. Celebrate these small victories, learn from the setbacks, and trust in the process. With time and consistent effort, you have the power to transform not just your habits, but your entire life. Habits, those seemingly innocuous patterns of behavior, have an outsized impact on our lives. They shape our days, influence our decisions, and ultimately determine the trajectory of our personal and professional journeys. Yet, paradoxically, many of our most pervasive habits require surprisingly little motivation to maintain. Consider how effortlessly we reach for our phones to scroll through social media, check our emails, or binge-watch television shows. These activities consume vast swaths of our time precisely because they demand so little from us. Their convenience is their power. This observation leads us to a crucial insight: every habit, at its core, is an obstacle between us and our desired outcome. When we diet, we're not truly after the act of restricting our food intake, we're seeking the health and appearance benefits that come with it. Meditation isn't about sitting still, it's about achieving a state of calm and mental clarity. Journaling isn't the end goal, clear thinking is. Understanding this distinction is vital because it highlights the friction that exists between our current state and our aspirations. The more difficult a habit is to maintain, the more friction it introduces into our lives. This is why making our positive habits as effortless as possible is crucial for long-term success. By reducing the barriers to entry, we increase the likelihood of following through, even on days when our motivation wanes. It's about creating a path of least resistance towards our goals. However, this emphasis on ease might seem at odds with human achievement. After all, history is replete with examples of individuals accomplishing incredibly challenging feats. From raising children to building businesses to scaling the world's highest peaks, humans have demonstrated time and again their capacity for overcoming immense obstacles. How do we reconcile this with the idea that we're fundamentally lazy creatures? The answer lies in understanding the ebb and flow of human motivation. While we are indeed capable of Herculean efforts, our drive to tackle difficult tasks fluctuates. Some days we feel invincible, ready to take on the world. Other days, the simplest tasks feel insurmountable. It's on these challenging days that having systems and environments optimized for our success becomes crucial. By minimizing friction in our lives, we make it easier for our most motivated, capable selves to emerge and tackle the inevitable challenges life throws our way. This doesn't mean we should only pursue easy tasks. Rather, it suggests that we should strive to make the initial steps of important long-term habits as frictionless as possible. By doing so, we set ourselves up for success in the moments when our willpower is at its lowest. To illustrate this concept, imagine a garden hose with a kink in it. Water can still flow, but it's severely restricted. To increase the flow, you have two options. You can try to force more water through by cranking up the pressure, or you can simply remove the kink. Trying to boost your motivation to stick with a difficult habit is akin to forcing water through a kinked hose. It's possible, but it requires significant effort and creates unnecessary tension. Making your habits simpler and easier, on the other hand, is like straightening out the hose. You're not fighting against resistance, you're eliminating it altogether. One of the most effective strategies for reducing friction in our habits is through thoughtful environment design. This goes beyond simply making cues for our habits more obvious. It involves optimizing our surroundings to make the actions themselves easier to perform. For instance, when choosing where to practice a new habit, it's wise to select a location that's already part of your daily routine. If you're trying to establish a gym habit, choosing a facility that's on your way to work makes it far more likely you'll stop in regularly. It doesn't feel like you're going out of your way because it fits seamlessly into your existing pattern. This principle extends to our homes and workspaces as well. Too often, we attempt to build habits in high-friction environments. We try to adhere to strict diets while dining out with friends, write books in chaotic households, or focus on important work while surrounded by digital distractions. By identifying and eliminating these points of friction, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. The power of reducing friction is well illustrated by the transformation of Japanese manufacturing in the 1970s. Companies embraced the concept of lean production, meticulously examining every aspect of their processes to eliminate waste. This extended to redesigning workspaces so that employees could access tools without unnecessary twisting or turning. The results were remarkable. Japanese factories became more efficient, and their products more reliable than their American counterparts. By 1979, American workers needed 3 times as long to assemble television sets compared to their Japanese counterparts. This strategy of addition by subtraction has profound implications beyond manufacturing. In our personal lives, removing obstacles that drain our time and energy allows us to achieve more with less effort. It's why decluttering can feel so liberating. We're not just organizing our space, we're lightening the cognitive load our environment places on us. The most habit-forming products and services in our modern world excel at eliminating friction from our lives. Meal delivery services remove the need for grocery shopping. Dating apps simplify social introductions. Ride-sharing services make getting across town effortless. Each of these innovations automates, eliminates, or simplifies steps in processes that were once more cumbersome. Successful companies apply this principle rigorously to their product design. They reduce form fields, minimize account creation steps, and provide clear, concise instructions. Even small reductions in friction can have significant impacts. When the British government wanted to increase tax collection rates, they made a simple change. Instead of sending citizens to a web page where they could download a tax form, they provided a direct link to the form itself. This minor adjustment increased response rates from 19.2% to 23.4%, translating to millions in additional tax revenue. The key takeaway is clear: create an environment where doing the right thing is as easy as possible. Much of the challenge in building better habits comes down to finding ways to reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors while increasing the friction associated with negative ones. One intriguing approach to this is the concept of resetting the room as practiced by Oswald Knuckles, an IT developer from Mississippi. After finishing an activity, Knuckles takes a moment to prepare the space for its next use. After watching TV, he returns the remote to its designated spot, arranges the pillows, and folds the blanket. When leaving his car, he disposes of any trash. While waiting for the shower to warm up, he quickly wipes down the toilet. This practice serves a dual purpose. It's not just about cleaning up after the last action, but about reducing friction for the next one. By resetting each space to its optimal state, Knuckles is essentially laying out a welcome mat for his future self. He's making it easier to engage in positive behaviors by ensuring that the environment is always primed and ready. This approach can be applied broadly across various aspects of our lives. For instance, preparing your workout clothes the night before reduces the friction of getting ready for exercise in the morning. Setting out your writing materials or opening your document editor before bed makes it easier to start writing first thing in the day. Clearing your desk at the end of each workday sets the stage for a productive start the next morning. The beauty of this strategy is its simplicity and scalability. Small actions consistently applied can dramatically reshape our environment and, by extension, our behavior. It's a practical application of the idea that our physical space both reflects and influences our mental state. Moreover, the act of resetting our environment can itself become a rewarding habit. It provides a sense of closure to activities, creates a tangible sense of accomplishment, and fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Over time, this practice can lead to a more organized, intentional way of living that extends far beyond the physical spaces we inhabit. In conclusion, the path to lasting habit change is often more about smart engineering than brute force willpower. By understanding the role of friction in our behaviors, optimizing our environments, and consistently preparing for future actions, we can make significant strides towards our goals with less struggle and more sustainability. This approach acknowledges our human tendencies towards the path of least resistance while harnessing that same tendency to work in our favor.
As we navigate the complexities of modern life, with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, these strategies offer a roadmap for reclaiming our time and energy. They remind us that often, the most profound changes come not from grandiose gestures, but from thoughtful adjustments to our daily routines and surroundings. By making our positive habits more convenient and our negative habits less so, we create an environment that naturally nudges us towards our best selves. Ultimately, this perspective invites us to view our habits not as battles to be won through sheer force of will, but as opportunities for intelligent design. It encourages us to be architects of our own behavior, crafting spaces and routines that align with our deepest aspirations. In doing so, we not only increase our chances of success, but also reduce the mental and emotional toll of constant self-regulation. As we move forward, let's challenge ourselves to look at our habits through this lens of friction and flow. Where can we straighten the hose in our lives? How can we reset our rooms, both literally and figuratively, to prime ourselves for success? By asking these questions and acting on the answers, we open up new possibilities for growth, achievement, and fulfillment. The journey of self-improvement need not be a constant uphill battle. With the right approach, it can be a thoughtfully designed path of gradual, sustainable progress. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, habits stand out as the threads that weave our daily lives together. These automatic routines, often performed with little conscious thought, shape our experiences and outcomes in profound ways. Understanding the power of habits and learning to harness them effectively can be transformative, leading to increased productivity, better health, and greater overall satisfaction in life. Consider the case of Twyla Tharp, a renowned dancer and choreographer whose success is inextricably linked to her daily rituals. Each morning, without fail, Tharp begins her day by hailing a cab to take her to the gym. This simple act might seem insignificant at first glance, but it serves as the cornerstone of her entire routine. By habitualizing this small action, Tharp has effectively removed any opportunity for hesitation or second-guessing. The moment she steps into the cab, the rest of her morning unfolds almost automatically. This example beautifully illustrates a fundamental principle of habit formation: the power of small, consistent actions. By focusing on the initial step in this case, hailing a cab, Tharp has created a trigger that sets her entire morning routine in motion. The gym workout that follows becomes an inevitable consequence rather than a decision to be made anew each day. The influence of habits on our daily lives is staggering. Research suggests that between 40 to 50% of our actions on any given day are habitual. However, this statistic, impressive as it is, actually understates the true impact of habits on our behavior. Habits don't just account for a large portion of our actions, they also shape the conscious decisions that follow them. Think of habits as the on-ramps to a highway. Once you've merged onto that road, your direction and speed are largely determined. In the same way, our habits often set us on a path that influences our subsequent choices and actions. This is why we might find ourselves sitting through a movie we're not enjoying, continuing to snack well past the point of fullness, or losing track of time on our smartphones. The initial habitual action, turning on the TV, reaching for a snack, or picking up the phone, creates a momentum that's difficult to resist. This cascading effect of habits highlights their true power. While a single habit might only take a few seconds to perform, its influence can extend far beyond that brief moment. A morning habit of meditation, for instance, might only take 10 minutes, but it can set the tone for a calmer, more focused day. Conversely, a habit of checking social media first thing in the morning might lead to hours of distraction and reduced productivity. Understanding this principle allows us to leverage the power of habits to our advantage. By carefully choosing and cultivating positive habits, we can create a domino effect of beneficial behaviors throughout our day. This is where the concept of decisive moments comes into play. Decisive moments are those brief instances where we make choices that have an outsized impact on the course of our day. These are the forks in the road, the points where we decide between actions that align with our goals and those that don't. It's the moment when we choose between cooking a healthy meal or ordering takeout, between going for a run or watching another episode of our favorite show, between starting our work or procrastinating for just 5 more minutes. These in isolation, but they stack up over the course of a day, week, month, and year to create vastly different outcomes. A single decision to go to the gym might not make much difference, but when that decision is made consistently over months and years, the cumulative effect is transformative. The power of these decisive moments lies in their ability to set us on different paths. Once we've made the initial choice to put on our running shoes, to open our textbook, to start preparing a healthy meal, the subsequent actions become much easier. It's as if we've created a groove for our behavior to follow, and staying in that groove requires less effort than veering off course. This insight provides us with a powerful strategy for behavior change. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire day at once, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By creating habits that make the right choice the easy choice at these critical junctures, we can dramatically improve our odds of following through on our intentions. One effective way to do this is through environmental design. By structuring our surroundings to support our desired habits, we can reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors and increase the friction associated with negative ones. This approach recognizes that willpower is a finite resource, and that it's far more effective to change our environment than to rely solely on self-control. For instance, if you want to eat healthier, you might prep fruits and vegetables in advance and keep them easily accessible in your refrigerator. This simple act of preparation makes it more likely that you'll reach for these healthy options when you're hungry. Conversely, you might store less healthy snacks in hard-to-reach places or avoid buying them altogether, increasing the effort required to indulge in them. The same principle can be applied to other areas of life. If you want to read more, keep books visible and within easy reach in your living space. If you want to exercise more consistently, lay out your workout clothes the night before. If you want to reduce your social media usage, remove the apps from your phone or use website blockers on your computer. These environmental tweaks might seem small, but they can have a profound impact on our behavior. By making the desired action the path of least resistance, we harness our natural tendency to gravitate towards easier options. This strategy aligns our environment with our intentions, making it more likely that we'll follow through on our goals, even when our motivation wavers. Another powerful technique for habit formation is the 2-minute rule. This rule suggests that when you're trying to establish a new habit, you should scale it down to an action that takes 2 minutes or less to complete. The idea is to make the habit so easy that you can't say no to it. For example, if your goal is to read more, your 2-minute habit might be to read 1 page each day. If you want to start a journaling practice, commit to writing for just 2 minutes. If you're trying to establish a meditation habit, begin with just 2 minutes of mindful breathing. The beauty of this approach is twofold. First, it makes the habit so easy that you're likely to follow through even on days when you're tired or unmotivated. Second, it gets you over the often challenging hurdle of simply starting. Once you've begun the activity, you'll often find that you continue beyond the 2-minute mark. This strategy recognizes that consistency is more important than intensity when it comes to habit formation. Every day than to do an hour-long session once a week. The regular repetition of the behavior, no matter how small, helps to solidify the neural pathways associated with the habit, making it increasingly automatic over time. Moreover, the 2-minute rule allows for gradual progression. As the initial 2-minute action becomes habitual, you can slowly expand the duration or complexity of the habit. What starts as 2 minutes of reading might grow into 30 minutes or an hour. A 2-minute journaling habit might evolve into a rich daily writing practice. The key is to focus on establishing the habit loop, the cue, the routine, and the reward rather than on achieving a particular outcome. By making the habit easy to start and consistently repeatable, you create a foundation upon which more substantial behavior change can be built. It's also worth noting that the inverse of this principle can be used to break undesirable habits. If you want to reduce a negative behavior, you can increase the friction associated with it. For instance, if you find yourself watching too much television, you might unplug the TV after each use and store the remote in a drawer. This small increase in effort can be enough to break the automatic nature of the habit and give you a moment to reconsider your choice. Ultimately, the goal is to create an environment and a set of habits that make positive behaviors easy and negative behaviors difficult. This approach recognizes that our willpower is limited and that sustained behavior change is more likely to come from changing our surroundings than from sheer force of will. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, understanding and leveraging the power of habits becomes increasingly crucial. By focusing on the small, everyday choices that shape our behavior, we can gradually steer ourselves towards the lives we aspire to lead. This perspective invites us to view our daily routines not as a series of inconsequential actions, but as opportunities to align our behavior with our goals. Every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the type of person we want to become. When we choose to read a page instead of scrolling through social media, when we opt for a healthy snack instead of junk food, when we decide to meditate for 2 minutes instead of immediately checking our emails, we are casting votes for our ideal selves. The cumulative effect of these small choices can be truly transformative. Over time, these habits shape not just our actions, but our identities. We become readers, healthy eaters, mindful individuals not through single, heroic efforts, but through the consistent repetition of small, positive actions. Moreover, this approach to behavior change is inherently empowering. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of our goals, we can focus on taking small, manageable steps in the right direction. We recognize that every day presents us with numerous opportunities to make choices that align with our aspirations. As we become more attuned to the decisive moments in our days, we can approach them with greater intentionality. We can design our environments and routines to support our goals, making it easier to make positive choices even when our motivation wavers. We can leverage the power of small habits to create momentum towards larger changes. In essence, mastering our habits is about mastering ourselves. It's about recognizing the immense power we have to shape our lives through the small choices we make each day. By understanding the mechanics of habit formation and leveraging principles like environmental design and the 2-minute rule, we can gradually reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. This journey of self-improvement through habit formation is not about achieving perfection or adhering to a rigid set of rules. Rather, it's about creating systems that naturally guide us towards our goals. It's about making the right choices easier and the wrong choices harder. It's about harnessing the power of incremental progress to create lasting change. As we embark on this journey, it's important to approach it with patience and self-compassion. Habits takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The key is to focus on consistency rather than perfection, to celebrate small victories, and to view each day as a new opportunity to align our actions with our intentions. In conclusion, the study of habits offers you as a powerful lens through which to view personal growth and behavior change. By understanding the outsized impact of small actions, the importance of decisive moments, and the power of environmental design, we can approach self-improvement in a more strategic and effective way. As we master our habits, we don't just change our behaviors, we change our lives. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, our daily choices serve as the individual threads that, when woven together, create the fabric of our lives. Among these myriad decisions, certain moments stand out as particularly significant. These are what we might call decisive moments. These pivotal instances, often seemingly small and inconsequential, have the power to shape the course of our day and, by extension, our lives. Consider the simple act of walking into a restaurant. On the surface, it might appear to be a mundane decision, but in reality, it's a decisive moment that sets the stage for what follows. By choosing to enter a particular establishment, you've effectively determined the range of options available for your meal. If you step into a steakhouse, your choices are immediately constrained to what's on their menu. You can order a sirloin or a ribeye, but sushi is off the table. This principle extends far beyond food choices. It applies to virtually every aspect of our lives. These decisive moments are the junctures at which our habits exert their influence most powerfully. Our habitual behaviors lead us down certain paths, opening some doors while closing others. This is why developing an awareness of these critical points throughout our day is so crucial. Each day is composed of countless moments, but it's the habitual choices we make at these key junctures that ultimately determine the trajectory of our time and energy. Understanding this concept allows us to approach personal growth and habit formation from a more strategic perspective. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire lifestyle at once, a daunting task that often leads to frustration and failure, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By doing so, we create a ripple effect that can lead to significant changes over time. However, even when we recognize the importance of starting small, it's all too easy to fall into the trap of trying to do too much too soon. The excitement of potential change can be intoxicating, leading us to set unrealistic goals or attempt to make sweeping changes overnight. This is where the 2-minute rule comes into play, a powerful strategy for making habits stick. The 2-minute rule posits that when you're trying to establish a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. This might seem counterintuitive at first. After all, how can you achieve significant change in just 2 minutes? But the beauty of this rule lies in its simplicity and its focus on getting started. Almost any habit can be distilled down to a 2-minute version. Want to read more? Start with reading just 1 page before bed. Aiming to exercise regularly? Begin by simply putting on your workout clothes. Hoping to improve your diet? Start by adding 1 vegetable to your plate at dinner. The key is to make the initial action so easy that it's almost impossible to say no to it. This approach is powerful for several reasons. Firstly, it removes the intimidation factor that often comes with trying to establish new habits. Reading an entire book might seem daunting, but reading a single page is manageable for anyone. Secondly, it leverages the principle of momentum. Once you've started an activity, it's much easier to continue. You might sit down intending to read just 1 page, only to find yourself engrossed in the book an hour later. The 2-minute rule isn't about limiting yourself to only 2 minutes of an activity. Rather, it's about creating what we might call a gateway habit, a small, easy action that naturally leads you down a more productive path. It's about mastering the art of showing up consistently, which is the foundation of any lasting habit. This concept aligns with the idea that habits must be established before they can be improved. Many people make the mistake of trying to optimize a habit before it's even become a regular part of their routine. But if you can't consistently show up, you have little hope of mastering the finer details. The 2-minute rule allows you to focus on the most critical aspect of habit formation: consistency. As you become more consistent with your 2-minute habit, it begins to serve as a ritual that signals the beginning of a larger routine. This ritualization is actually an ideal way to approach mastering difficult skills. By standardizing the beginning of a process, you make it easier to slip into a state of deep focus. Athletes often have specific warm-up routines that help them get into the right mindset for peak performance. Writers might have a particular ritual they follow before sitting down to work. These routines serve as triggers that tell your brain it's time to focus on the task at hand. Some might view the 2-minute rule as a psychological trick, and in a sense it is. You know that your ultimate goal is to do more than just 2 minutes of an activity. But this trick is based on sound psychological principles. It's about making the barrier to entry so low that you can't help but take action. And once you've taken that first step, you've already overcome the hardest part: getting started. If the idea of tricking yourself doesn't sit well with you, try this variation: do the activity for 2 minutes and then stop, even if you want to continue. Go for a run, but stop after 2 minutes. Start meditating, but stop after 2 minutes. Study a new language, but stop after 2 minutes. This approach can be particularly effective because it leaves you wanting more, which increases the likelihood that you'll return to the activity the next day. This strategy has proven effective for many people across various goals. One individual used it to lose over 100 pounds. He started by going to the gym each day, but limiting himself to just 5 minutes. After a few weeks, he naturally began to extend his workouts. The key was that he had established the habit of going to the gym consistently before trying to do lengthy workouts. Journaling provides another excellent example of the power of this approach. Many people avoid journaling or give up quickly because it feels like a chore. But by committing to write for just 2 minutes a day, or to write less than you feel like writing, you can build a consistent habit without it ever feeling burdensome. This principle of stopping before it feels like work can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to establish. The 2-minute rule and similar strategies are effective for another crucial reason: they reinforce the identity you want to build. Every time you show up to do your 2-minute habit, you're casting a vote for your new identity. If you go to the gym for 5 days in a row, even if it's just for 2 minutes each time, you're reinforcing your identity as someone who doesn't miss workouts. You're not focused on getting in shape the outcome, you're focused on becoming the type of person who exercises. This shift in focus from outcomes to identity is a powerful one. It's easy to get consumed by end goals: losing weight, writing a book, learning a new skill. But by focusing on the smallest actions that confirm the type of person you want to be, you're laying the groundwork for lasting change. 1 push-up is better than not exercising at all. 1 minute of guitar practice is better than none. 1 page of reading is better than never picking up a book. As you consistently show up and your 2-minute habit becomes ingrained, you can begin to shape it towards your ultimate goal. This process, which we might call habit shaping, involves gradually scaling up your habit while still maintaining your focus on the crucial first 2 minutes. For example, if your goal is to become an early riser, you might start by simply being home by 10 p.m. every night. Once that becomes easy, you move to having all devices turned off by 10 p.m. The next step might be being in bed by 10 p.m., then lights off by 10 p.m., and finally, waking up at 6 a.m. each day. At each day, you're focusing on mastering just the first 2 minutes of the behavior before moving on to the next level. This gradual approach can be applied to any habit you're trying to build. If you want to become vegan, you might start by adding vegetables to each meal, then progressively eliminating different types of animal products from your diet. If you're aiming to establish an exercise routine, you begin with simply changing into workout clothes, then stepping out the door for a walk, and gradually building up to regular gym sessions. The beauty of this approach lies in its flexibility and its respect for the gradual nature of true behavior change. It recognizes that lasting habits are built slowly and consistently, not through Herculean efforts that burn you out quickly. It allows you to celebrate small victories along the way, reinforcing your motivation and your new identity. Moreover, this strategy aligns with our understanding of how the brain forms habits. Neuroscience tells us that habits are formed through repetition, as neural pathways are strengthened through consistent use. By focusing on small, manageable actions that you can repeat daily, you're effectively training your brain to associate certain cues with certain behaviors. It's worth noting that this approach to habit formation doesn't just apply to personal habits, it can be equally effective in professional settings or when trying to implement changes in organizations. Too often, companies try to implement sweeping changes all at once, leading to resistance and failed initiatives. By breaking down large changes into smaller, more manageable steps, organizations can more effectively guide their employees towards new ways of working. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's crucial to maintain a perspective of patience and self-compassion. Change takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every time you show up for your 2-minute habit, you're moving in the right direction, regardless of what happens afterwards. Remember, too, that the habits you're working to establish are not the end goal in themselves. They are the entry point, the first step on a longer journey. Just as hailing a cab was the crucial first step in Twyla Tharp's morning routine, your 2-minute habit is the gateway to larger changes and growth. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in grand gestures or heroic efforts, but in the small, consistent actions we take each day. By understanding the power of decisive moments, leveraging the 2-minute rule, and focusing on identity-based habits, we can create meaningful change in our lives. It's about making the right behaviors easy, focusing on consistency over intensity, and trusting in the compounding effect of small actions over time. As you move forward, challenge yourself to identify the decisive moments in your day. Where are the points at which a small choice could lead you down a more positive path? Then, apply the 2-minute rule to create gateway habits that align with your goals. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a single 2-minute action. By mastering the art of showing up, you set the stage for transformative change and growth. Your future self will thank you for the small, consistent efforts you make today. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives. He had promised his publisher a new book, procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result: The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present that controls future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might voluntarily add themselves to casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource and that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment devices is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance. The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation where following through requires less effort than canceling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. Instead of just making bad habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. By automatically locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate and dramatic. Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort, but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduced plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatically improved through one-time actions like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it of individuals. Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. This, in turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think creatively about potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious, others might require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence, even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance, and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives. He had promised his publisher a new book but had spent the year procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result? The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present that controls future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Commitment devices can take many forms, each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource and that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment devices is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance. The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation less effort than canceling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. And habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. Locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate and dramatic. Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduced plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatic, like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it attainable for a wider range of individuals. Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. In turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think creatively about potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious, others might require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives. In the bustling streets of a Pakistani neighborhood, where unsanitary conditions once led to widespread illness and disease, a remarkable transformation took place. This change wasn't brought about by advanced medical treatments or cutting-edge technology, but by something as simple as soap and the habit of hand-washing. The story begins with contaminated water sources causing epidemics of diarrhea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. In this densely populated area, nearly one-third of the children were malnourished, and the close quarters allowed viruses and bacterial infections to spread like wildfire. It was this dire public health crisis that brought researcher Stephen Luby and his team to Pakistan. Upon arrival, Luby and his colleagues quickly realized that in such an environment with poor sanitation, the simple act of washing one's hands could make a significant difference in the health of the residents. However, they soon discovered a surprising fact: many people were already aware that hand washing was important. This revelation highlights a crucial point about human behavior. Knowledge alone is often not enough to change habits or improve outcomes. The residents understood the importance of hand washing, but their practices were inconsistent and haphazard. Some would merely run their hands under water quickly, others would wash only one hand, and many would simply forget to wash their hands before preparing food. The problem wasn't a lack of information, it was a lack of consistency. This scenario is not unique to hand washing or to this particular community. We often see similar patterns in various aspects of our lives. We know we should exercise regularly, eat a balanced diet, or save money for the future, yet we struggle to consistently follow through on these intentions. This gap between knowledge and action is a fundamental challenge in behavior change. Recognizing this, Luby and his team took an innovative approach. They partnered with Procter & Gamble to supply the neighborhood with Safeguard soap. This wasn't just any ordinary soap, it was a premium product that provided a more enjoyable hand-washing experience. The soap foamed easily, allowing people to lather their hands with suds, and it had a pleasant scent. Suddenly, hand-washing became slightly more pleasurable. This strategy tapped into a powerful principle of behavior change: make it satisfying. We are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate, positive feedback. The pleasant sensory experience of using the Safeguard soap, the feel of the lather, the appealing scent created a small but significant reward for the act of hand washing. The results were dramatic. Within months, the researchers observed a rapid shift in the health of children in the rate of diarrhea fell by 52%, pneumonia by 48%, and impetigo, a bacterial skin infection, by 35%. These improvements in health outcomes were achieved not through complex medical interventions, but through the consistent practice of a simple habit made more enjoyable. Even more impressive were the long-term effects. When the researchers returned to some of the households in Karachi 6 years later, they found that over 95% of households who had been given the soap for free and encouraged to wash their hands still had a hand-washing station with soap and water available. The researchers hadn't provided any soap to the intervention group for over 5 years, so ingrained that the practice was maintained. This long-term adherence to the hand-washing habit illustrates another critical aspect of behavior change: the power of habit formation. Once a behavior becomes habitual, it requires less conscious effort and decision-making. It becomes an automatic response to certain cues or situations. In this case, the residents had internalized hand-washing as a routine part of their daily lives, continuing the practice even years after the initial intervention. The success of this hand-washing initiative in Pakistan exemplifies what can be considered the fourth law of behavior change: make it satisfying. This principle asserts that we are more likely to repeat a behavior when the experience is satisfying. It's a logical concept. Feelings of pleasure, even minor ones, signal to our brain that a behavior is worth remembering and repeating. This principle isn't limited to hand washing. We can see its application in various products and behaviors that have become widespread habits. Take chewing gum, for instance. While gum had been sold commercially throughout the 1800s, it wasn't until Wrigley launched in 1891 that it became a worldwide habit. Wrigley's innovation was to add flavors like spearmint and juicy fruit, making the product more enjoyable to use. They further enhanced the appeal by marketing gum as a way to refresh your taste, associating it with the pleasant feeling of a clean mouth. The success of flavored toothpaste follows a similar pattern. Manufacturers saw great success when they added flavors like spearmint, peppermint, and cinnamon to their products. These flavors don't actually improve the effectiveness of toothpaste in cleaning teeth. Instead, they create a clean mouth feel and make the experience of brushing teeth more pleasurable. This added satisfaction makes people more likely to maintain the habit of regular toothbrushing. These examples illustrate a fundamental truth about human behavior: what is rewarded is repeated, and what is punished is avoided. We learn what to do in the future based on what we were rewarded for or punished for in the past. Positive emotions cultivate habits, while negative emotions tend to destroy them. However, there's a crucial aspect to this principle that's easy to overlook. When we talk about making behaviors satisfying, we're not looking for just any type of satisfaction. We're specifically seeking immediate satisfaction. This is where we encounter a significant challenge in modern society: the mismatch between immediate and delayed rewards. To understand this mismatch, it's helpful to consider the environment in which the human brain evolved. For most of our species' history, we lived in what scientists call an immediate return environment. Imagine being an animal roaming the plains of Africa. Your decisions typically have an immediate impact. You're constantly focused on immediate concerns like finding food, avoiding predators, or seeking shelter. Your actions deliver clear and immediate outcomes. In contrast, modern society often operates in what's called a delayed return environment. Many of the choices we make today won't benefit us immediately. If we do a good job at work, we might get a paycheck in a few weeks. If we exercise today, we might see health benefits months or years down the line. If we save money now, it might secure our retirement decades in the future. This shift to a delayed return environment is relatively recent in human history, primarily occurring in the last 500 years or so. Compared to the age of the human brain, which has remained largely unchanged for about 200,000 years, modern society is brand new. Our brains evolved in an environment where immediate rewards were crucial for survival. And we still carry that hardware with us today. This mismatch between our brain's preference for immediate rewards and the delayed nature of many modern benefits creates significant challenges. It's one reason why we often struggle with behaviors that have long-term benefits but little immediate payoff. Saving for retirement, maintaining a healthy diet, or studying for future exams all require us to override our innate preference for immediate gratification. Understanding this mismatch is crucial for anyone trying to change their behavior or habits. It explains why it's often so difficult to maintain motivation for long-term goals, and why we're easily swayed by short-term pleasures even when we know they might not be in our best interest. So, how can we bridge this gap between our brain's desire for immediate satisfaction and delayed rewards of beneficial behaviors? One effective strategy is to find ways to add immediate positive feedback to otherwise unrewarding tasks. For instance, if you're trying to establish a habit of daily exercise, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way, even on days when you don't feel particularly motivated to exercise, you have the immediate reward of enjoying engaging content. Similarly, if you're trying to eat healthier, you might focus on finding nutritious recipes that are also delicious, providing immediate taste satisfaction alongside long-term health benefits. Use a habit tracker or similar tool to provide immediate visual feedback on your progress. The simple act of marking off a day on a calendar or seeing a streak of successful days can provide a small but meaningful sense of accomplishment, helping to bridge the gap until the long-term benefits of your habit become apparent. It's also worth noting that while our brains may be wired for immediate gratification, we humans have a unique capacity for long-term thinking and planning. By consciously cultivating an appreciation for delayed rewards and regularly reminding ourselves of our long-term goals, we can gradually shift our perspective and that contribute to those goals. In conclusion, the story of the hand-washing initiative in Pakistan and the broader principles it illustrates offer valuable insights into human behavior and habit formation. By understanding the power of immediate satisfaction and the challenges posed by our delayed return environment, we can design more effective strategies for personal growth and societal change. Whether we're trying to improve public health, encourage better financial habits, or simply stick to our New Year's resolutions, making behaviors more immediately satisfying can be a powerful tool for positive change. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with our Stone Age brains, being aware of these principles can help us make better choices, form lasting habits, and bridge the gap between our actions today and our goals for tomorrow. By aligning our behaviors with both our long-term aspirations and our innate need for immediate satisfaction, we can create meaningful, sustainable changes in our lives and our world. In our quest for self-improvement and personal growth, we often find ourselves grappling with a peculiar challenge: the disconnect between our long-term aspirations and our short-term actions. This phenomenon, known as time inconsistency, is a fundamental aspect of human behavior that has far-reaching implications for our daily lives and long-term success. At its core, time inconsistency refers to our brain's tendency to value immediate rewards more highly than future benefits. This bias towards instant gratification is deeply ingrained in our neural circuitry, a remnant of our evolutionary past when immediate survival took precedence over long-term planning. In most situations, this inclination serves us well. After all, a reward that's certain and available right now is typically more valuable than one that's merely possible in the future. However, this same tendency can sometimes lead us astray, particularly in the modern world where many of our most important goals require sustained effort and delayed gratification. This misalignment between our immediate desires and our long-term objectives is at the heart of many of our struggles with habit formation and behavior change. Consider, for instance, the paradox of harmful behaviors like smoking, overeating, or engaging in unsafe sex. Most people are well aware of the potential long-term consequences of these actions. We know that smoking increases the risk of lung cancer, that overeating can lead to obesity and associated health problems, and that unsafe sex can result in sexually transmitted diseases. Yet, despite this knowledge, many individuals continue to engage in these behaviors. The reason for this apparent contradiction becomes clear when we understand how our brain prioritizes rewards. The consequences of these harmful habits are often delayed, sometimes by years or even decades. In contrast, the rewards are immediate and tangible. Smoking might increase your risk of cancer in the future, but it reduces stress and satisfies nicotine cravings now. Overeating may lead to health problems down the line, but it provides immediate pleasure and satiation. Unsafe sex might, but it offers instant gratification. This pattern isn't limited to harmful habits. In fact, it's a characteristic of virtually all habits, both good and bad. Every habit produces multiple outcomes across time, but these outcomes are often misaligned. With detrimental habits, the immediate outcome is usually pleasurable, while the ultimate outcome is negative. Conversely, with beneficial habits, the immediate experience is often unenjoyable, but the long-term results are positive. Take exercise, for example. The immediate experience of working out can be uncomfortable, even painful. Your muscles ache, you're out of breath, and you might prefer to be relaxing on the couch. However, the long-term benefits of regular exercise, improved health, increased energy, better mood are substantial. The challenge lies in overcoming the immediate discomfort to reap these future rewards. This misalignment of outcomes across time creates a significant hurdle for behavior change. When we make plans to improve ourselves, whether it's losing weight, writing a book, or learning a new language, we're essentially making plans for our future selves. In these moments, actions that have long-term benefits. We all want better lives for our future selves, after all. However, when the moment of decision arrives, we're no longer choosing for that idealized future self. Instead, we're choosing for our present self, who craves comfort, pleasure, and immediate satisfaction. This is why relying solely on good intentions is rarely effective for long-term behavior change. The brain's bias towards the present moment is simply too strong. Understanding this tendency can help explain many of the seemingly irrational choices we make in our daily lives. It's why we might choose to watch TV instead of studying, even though we know studying will lead to better grades. It's why we might grab fast food instead of cooking a healthy meal, even though we're trying to eat better. In each of these moments, the allure of immediate gratification overpowers our longer-term goals. This preference for instant gratification reveals an important truth about success. Most people spend their days chasing quick hits of satisfaction. The path less traveled is the road of delayed gratification. If you're willing to wait for rewards, you'll eventually reap greater benefits. As the saying goes, the last mile is always the least crowded. Research consistently supports this idea. Studies have shown that individuals who are better at delaying gratification tend to have higher SAT scores, lower levels of substance abuse, lower likelihood of obesity, better responses to stress, and superior social skills. We've all observed this play out in our own lives. The student who resists the temptation to procrastinate and completes their assignments on time generally achieves better grades. The individual who forgoes purchasing junk food at the grocery store often maintains a healthier diet at home. At some point, success in nearly every field requires the ability to ignore an immediate reward in favor of a delayed, but ultimately more significant reward. This is true whether you're an athlete training for a competition, an entrepreneur building a business, or a writer working on a novel. The ability to delay gratification is a crucial skill for achieving long-term success. However, it's important to note that while delaying gratification is often the wise approach, it's not always easy or intuitive. Our brains are not naturally wired for long-term thinking, and constantly fighting against our instincts for immediate reward can be exhausting and unsustainable. So how can we work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them? The key lies in finding ways to make delayed gratification more appealing and immediate. Here are some strategies that can help. 1. Add immediate pleasure to long-term beneficial habits. Find ways to make habits with delayed rewards more immediately enjoyable. If you're trying to exercise more, pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way you get an immediate reward enjoying the content along with the long-term benefits of exercise. 2. Add immediate consequences to harmful habits. Similarly, try to associate immediate, small negative consequences with habits you're trying to break. If you're trying to cut back on social media use, for example, you could commit to doing 10 push-ups every time you catch yourself mindlessly scrolling. 3. Use visual cues and tracking. Our brains respond well to visual feedback. Use habit trackers or charts to give yourself an immediate sense of accomplishment when you stick to a good habit. The satisfaction of marking off a day on a calendar can be a powerful motivator. 4. Create artificial milestones. Break long-term goals into smaller, more immediate targets. If you're saving for a big purchase, celebrate hitting smaller savings milestones along the way. 5. Practice mindfulness and visualization regularly. Take time to vividly imagine the long-term benefits of your good habits. This can help make those future rewards feel more real and immediate. 6. Use commitment devices. These are strategies where you make it more difficult or costly to engage in bad habits. For example, you might give a friend money to hold and only return if you meet your goal. 7. Reframe the immediate experience. Instead of focusing on the discomfort of a challenging habit, try to find aspects of the immediate experience to appreciate. For example, instead of dwelling on the physical strain of exercise, focus on the sense of accomplishment or the endorphin rush. 8. Create a reward system. Set up a system where you give yourself small, immediate rewards for sticking to your long-term habits. These rewards don't have to be large or costly. The key is that they're immediate and consistently applied. One particularly effective strategy is to turn instant gratification to your advantage by using a technique called reinforcement. This involves providing yourself with an immediate reward for completing a desired behavior. The key here is to make the reward instant and directly tied to the habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to build a habit of daily meditation, you might reward yourself with a small piece of dark chocolate immediately after each session. The taste of the chocolate becomes an immediate, positive reinforcement for your meditation practice. Over time, your brain begins to associate meditation with this pleasant reward, making it easier to stick to the habit. This approach can be especially helpful when dealing with habits of avoidance behaviors you want to stop doing. It can be challenging to feel satisfied when you're simply not doing something, like not buying unnecessary items or not drinking alcohol. In these cases, you can create a system that makes the avoidance visible and rewarding. For instance, you could open a savings account labeled for something you want, like dream vacation or new guitar. Every time you successfully avoid a temptation, say, not buying that unnecessary gadget or skipping that expensive night out, you transfer the money you would have spent into this account. This way, you're turning the act of not doing something into a positive, but visible action. You're essentially creating a loyalty program for yourself, where your points accumulate towards something you genuinely want. This strategy not only provides immediate satisfaction but also helps to reframe the experience of avoiding temptation. Instead of feeling deprived, you feel like you're actively working towards a goal. The immediate reward of seeing your savings grow feels much better than the nebulous sense of having resisted a temptation. It's worth noting that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not magic bullets. Changing ingrained habits and overcoming our natural bias towards immediate gratification is a challenging process that requires patience, persistence, and self-compassion. It's normal to struggle and occasionally give in to temptation. The key is to view these moments not as failures, but as opportunities to learn and adjust your approach. Moreover, it's crucial to remember that delayed gratification isn't always the right choice. Sometimes, immediate experiences are valuable in their own right. The key is to find a balance that aligns with your values and long-term goals while still allowing for present enjoyment. In conclusion, understanding the concept of time inconsistency and our brain's bias towards immediate rewards can be a powerful tool in our quest for personal growth and habit formation. By acknowledging this aspect of our nature, we can design strategies that work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them. Whether it's adding immediate pleasures to beneficial habits, creating visible rewards for avoidance behaviors, or using reinforcement techniques, these approaches can help bridge the gap between our present actions and our future aspirations. Ultimately, the ability to delay gratification and work towards long-term goals is a skill that can be developed and strengthened over time. It's a journey of self-discovery and continuous improvement, one that requires patience, creativity, and a deep understanding of our own motivations and tendencies. By mastering this skill, we open ourselves up to greater achievements, deeper satisfaction, and a life more closely aligned with our true values and aspirations. The path may not always be easy, but the rewards, both immediate and long-term, make it a journey worth undertaking. In the pursuit of personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits. We start with enthusiasm, determined to make positive changes in our lives, but as time passes, our resolve can waver. The key to lasting change, it turns out, lies not just in willpower or motivation, but in the way we approach habit formation itself. By understanding the psychology behind habit formation and employing strategic techniques, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. One of the most powerful tools in this journey is the concept of making habits satisfying. This idea is rooted in the fundamental principle that we are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate rewards. Our brains are wired to seek, and this instinct plays a crucial role in shaping our habits. However, there's a catch. Many of the habits we want to cultivate, like exercising regularly, eating healthily, or saving money, don't provide immediate gratification. Their benefits are often delayed, sometimes by months or even years. This delay can make it challenging to stick with these habits, especially when we're faced with more immediately rewarding alternatives. To overcome this challenge, we need to find ways to make our desired habits more immediately satisfying. This doesn't mean compromising on our long-term goals, but rather finding ways to bridge the gap between the present action and the future reward. One effective strategy is to create a system of short-term rewards that align with your long-term goals. For instance, if you're trying to exercise more, you might reward yourself with a relaxing bath or an episode of your favorite show after each workout. The key is to choose rewards that reinforce your desired identity rather than conflicting with it. If your goal is to improve your health, rewarding yourself with unhealthy food after exercising would be counterproductive. Instead, choose rewards that align with your vision of becoming a healthier person. This approach of aligning short-term rewards with long-term goals can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to build. If you're aiming to read more, you might allow yourself to buy a new book only after finishing your current one. If you're trying to save money, you could allocate a small portion of your savings to a fun fund that you can spend guilt-free once you reach certain milestones. The power of this strategy lies in its ability to tap into our brain's reward system. By providing immediate positive reinforcement, we're training our brains to associate the habit with pleasure. Over time, this association can make the habit itself more enjoyable, reducing our reliance on external rewards. Another powerful technique for making habits stick is the use of visual tracking systems. This approach, sometimes called the paperclip strategy, involves creating a tangible representation of your progress. The name comes from a story about a young stockbroker who used 2 jars of paper clips to track his daily sales calls. Each time he made a call, he would move a paper clip from one jar to another. This simple act provided a clear, visual measure of his progress, which proved to be incredibly motivating. The beauty of this strategy lies in its simplicity and flexibility. You can adapt it to virtually any habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to write a book, you might move a marble from one jar to another for each page you complete. If you're aiming to increase your daily step count, you could use a similar system to track your progress. These visual tracking systems work on multiple levels. First, they provide immediate satisfaction. The act of moving a paperclip or marking an X on a calendar gives you a small sense of accomplishment, which can be particularly motivating on days when you might not feel like sticking to your habit. Second, they make your progress visible. On days when you're feeling discouraged, you can look at your tracker and see how far you've come, which can provide the motivation to keep going. Perhaps the most comprehensive form of visual tracking is the habit tracker. This tool, which can be as simple as a calendar where you mark off each day you complete your habit, has been used by many successful individuals throughout history. Benjamin Franklin famously used a small booklet to track 13 personal virtues, while comedian Jerry Seinfeld is known for his don't break the chain approach to writing jokes every day. Habit tracking is powerful because it leverages multiple principles of behavior change simultaneously. It makes the habit obvious by providing a visual cue, attractive by showcasing your progress, and satisfying by giving you a sense of accomplishment each time you mark off a day. Moreover, habit tracking keeps you honest. Many of us have a tendency to overestimate how consistently we perform our habits. By keeping a record, we're forced to confront the reality of our behavior. This awareness alone can be a powerful motivator for change. The effectiveness of habit tracking has been demonstrated in numerous studies. Research has shown that people who track their progress on goals like losing weight, quitting smoking, and lowering blood pressure are more likely to succeed than those who don't. One study found that individuals who kept a daily food log lost twice as much weight as those who didn't track their eating habits. However, it's important to note that while tracking can be a powerful tool, it's not without potential pitfalls. One risk is becoming too focused on the act of tracking itself rather than the underlying behavior you're trying to change. Remember, the tracker is a tool to support your habit, not the goal itself. Another potential issue is the risk of breaking the chain. Missing a day on your tracker can be discouraging, and some people might be tempted to give up entirely after a slip-up. It's crucial to remember that consistency matters more than perfection. If you miss a day, simply pick up where you left off. The goal is progress, not perfection. As you continue with your habit, you may find that the external rewards and tracking systems become less necessary. This is a natural and positive progression. Over time, the habit itself can become intrinsically rewarding. For example, someone who starts exercising for weight loss might initially need external motivators, but over time they may come to enjoy the energy boost and sense of accomplishment that comes. This shift from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained in your identity. When you reach this point, you're no longer just someone trying to exercise more, you've become someone who exercises regularly. This identity-based approach to habit formation can be incredibly powerful and sustainable. However, reaching this point takes time and consistency. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use whatever tools and strategies help you maintain your habit. Whether it's a paper-clip system, a habit tracker, or carefully chosen rewards, these techniques can provide the bridge you need to get from where you are to where you want to be. It's also worth considering how you can make the habit itself more enjoyable. This might involve finding ways to make the process more pleasant or combining the habit with activities you already enjoy. For instance, if you're trying to establish a running habit, you might listen to your favorite podcasts or audiobooks while you run. If you're aiming to cook more healthy meals at home, you could turn cooking into a social activity by inviting friends over or taking a cooking class. Remember, the goal is to create a positive feedback loop where the habit reinforces itself. By making the habit satisfying in the short term, you increase the likelihood that you'll stick with it long enough to reap the long-term benefits. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's important to be patient with yourself. Changing ingrained behaviors takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. Each day is an opportunity to reinforce your desired identity closer to your goals. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small wins. Consistently performing a small habit can lead to significant changes over time. Whether you're moving paper clips, marking XS on a calendar, or using a more sophisticated tracking system, each small action is a vote for the person you want to become. In conclusion, the key to sticking with good habits lies in making them satisfying. By providing immediate rewards, using visual tracking systems, and gradually shifting towards intrinsic motivation, we can bridge the gap between our present actions and our future goals. Remember, the most effective form of motivation is progress. By making your progress visible and rewarding, you create a positive feedback loop that can sustain your habits over the long term. As you apply these strategies, you may find that building good habits becomes not just easier, but enjoyable. And that, perhaps, is the greatest satisfaction of all, the realization that you're not just doing things differently, but becoming the person you aspire to be. So start small, track your progress, celebrate your wins, and watch as your habits transform not just your actions, but your identity. In the quest for personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits. While starting a new habit can be exciting, the real test lies in consistently day, week after week. This is where the power of habit tracking comes into play, offering a simple yet effective tool to reinforce positive behaviors and keep us on track towards our goals. Habit tracking, at its core, is about making progress visible. It's a way of creating a tangible record of our efforts, transforming abstract goals into concrete actions. This visibility serves multiple purposes, each contributing to the overall effectiveness of the habit-building process. First and foremost, tracking creates a visual cue that reminds us to act. In our busy lives, it's easy to forget or postpone the habits we're trying to build. A habit tracker, whether it's a simple calendar with X's marking completed days or a more elaborate system, serves as a constant reminder of our commitments. It's a gentle nudge prompting us to take action when we might otherwise let things slide. But the power of habit tracking goes beyond mere reminders. It taps into our innate desire for progress and achievement. As we mark off each successful instance of our habit, we create a streak. This streak becomes a source of motivation in itself. We see the progress we're making, and we don't want to break the chain. This phenomenon, sometimes called the don't break the chain method, has been used by successful individuals across various fields, from comedians to writers to athletes. The satisfaction of recording our progress is another key benefit of habit tracking. There's a small but significant sense of accomplishment that comes from crossing an item off a to-do list or marking an X on a calendar. This feeling of satisfaction is immediate and tangible, providing a quick hit of dopamine that reinforces the behavior. In essence, the act of tracking becomes its own reward, making the habit more likely to stick. Moreover, habit tracking shifts our focus from the end result to the process itself. When we're trying to build a new habit, it's easy to get discouraged if we don't see immediate results. For instance, if you're trying to lose weight, you might get frustrated if the number on the scale doesn't change as quickly as you'd like. But by tracking your workouts or healthy meals, you're focusing on what you can control, your daily actions, rather than the outcome, which can be influenced by many factors beyond your control. This focus on process over outcome is crucial for long-term success. It helps us build a new identity, casting votes for the type of person we want to become with each action we take. Every time we mark off a completed habit, we're not just recording an action, we're reinforcing a belief about ourselves. We're saying, I'm the type of person who doesn't miss workouts, or I'm a writer who writes every day. Over time, these small actions and the beliefs they reinforce can lead to significant changes in our self-image and, consequently, our behavior. Despite these benefits, many people resist the idea of habit tracking. It can feel like an additional burden, adding another task to our already busy lives. Some worry that it will take too much time or that they'll forget to do it. Others may feel that it's unnecessary, that they should be able to remember to do the habit without needing to track it. These concerns are valid, but they often overlook the long-term benefits of tracking in favor of short-term convenience. While it's true that tracking requires some effort, this investment of time and energy can pay significant dividends in terms of habit adherence and personal growth. That said, it's important to approach habit tracking in a way that works for you. If the idea of manually recording every instance of a habit feels overwhelming, look for ways to automate the process. Many of us are already tracking various aspects of our lives without realizing it. Credit card statements track our spending habits, fitness trackers record our physical activity, and calendar apps log our appointments and commitments. By leveraging these existing data sources and setting up regular review periods, we can gain insights into our behavior without adding much additional work. For habits that do require manual tracking, it's often best to focus on just one or two key behaviors rather than trying to track everything at once. Choose the habits that are most important to you or that you're struggling with the most. By limiting your focus, you increase the likelihood of consistent tracking. Another key to successful habit tracking is to record each instance of the habit immediately after it occurs. This approach, combined with habit stacking, linking a new habit to an existing one, can make tracking feel more natural and less of a chore. For example, you might decide to record your workout immediately after putting away your gym bag or log your meditation session right after turning off your meditation app. While consistent tracking can be incredibly powerful, it's important to remember that life is unpredictable, and there will inevitably be times when our habits get disrupted. The key is not to let these disruptions derail you completely. One powerful principle to keep in mind is never miss twice. If you slip up and miss a day, the most important thing is to get back on track as quickly as possible. Missing once is an accident, missing twice is the start of a new habit. By recommitting to the habit immediately after a slip-up, you prevent a temporary setback from turning into a permanent abandonment of your goals. This principle of quick recovery is a distinguishing feature of successful individuals across various fields. Everyone has bad days or periods of lower performance. What sets high achievers apart is their ability to rebound quickly from these setbacks. They understand that the occasional bad day or missed habit is far less important than the overall trend of their behavior. In fact, showing up on the days when you don't feel like it or can't perform at your best can be even more important than the days when everything goes smoothly. These bad days maintain the compound gains you've accrued from previous good days. Even if you can't do the habit as thoroughly or effectively as you'd like, doing something is always better than doing nothing. It's about maintaining momentum and reinforcing your identity as someone who follows through on their commitments. This approach also helps avoid the all-or-nothing mindset that can be so detrimental to habit formation. Too often, people fall into the trap of thinking that if they can't do something perfectly, they shouldn't do it at all. This black and white thinking can lead to giving up entirely after a small setback. By embracing the idea that something is always better than nothing, we can maintain consistency even when circumstances aren't ideal. While habit tracking can be a powerful tool, it's important to ensure we're tracking the right things. Sometimes, the most obvious or easiest to measure metrics aren't necessarily the most meaningful. For example, if you're trying to improve your diet, simply tracking calories might not give you the full picture. You might be hitting your calorie goals but not getting proper nutrition. In this case, tracking the number of whole, unprocessed foods you eat each day might be more beneficial. Similarly, if you're trying to improve your productivity at work, tracking hours worked might not be as useful as tracking the number of important tasks completed. The key is to choose metrics that truly align with your goals and provide meaningful feedback on your progress. It's also worth noting that not all habits need to be tracked indefinitely. Sometimes tracking is most useful in the early stages of habit formation when we're still establishing the behavior. Once the habit becomes more ingrained, we might be able to ease off on tracking without losing the habit itself. The goal, ultimately, is for the behavior to become so automatic that we no longer need external reinforcement to maintain it. In conclusion, habit tracking is a powerful tool in the quest for personal growth and behavior change. By making our progress visible, providing immediate satisfaction, and shifting our focus to the process rather than just the outcome, tracking can significantly increase our chances of successfully building new habits. However, like any tool, its effectiveness depends on how we use it. By choosing meaningful metrics, focusing on consistency rather than perfection, and using tracking as a means to reinforce our desired identity, we can harness the full potential of this approach. Remember, the goal isn't just to check boxes or create perfect streaks. It's to gradually shape ourselves into the person we want to become. Each tracked instance of a habit is a vote for that future self. Over time, these small votes can lead to profound changes in our behavior, our self-image, and ultimately our lives. So whether you're trying to exercise more, eat healthier, write daily, or any other positive habit, consider incorporating tracking into your approach. Start small, be consistent, and don't be discouraged by occasional setbacks. With patience and persistence, you may find that the simple act of tracking your habits becomes a transformative force in your journey of self-improvement. In the realm of behavior change and habit formation, we often focus on positive reinforcement and making good habits more attractive. However, there's another powerful tool in our arsenal making bad habits immediately unsatisfying. This approach, while less discussed, can be incredibly effective in curbing unwanted behaviors and promoting positive change. The concept is rooted in our innate tendency to avoid pain and discomfort. Just as we're more likely to repeat experiences that end on a satisfying note, we're equally inclined to avoid experiences that conclude with discomfort or pain. This principle can be harnessed to great effect in our quest for self-improvement and behavioral change. Consider the story of Roger Fisher, a Harvard Law School professor who specialized in negotiation and conflict management. In the 1970s and 1980s, as the threat of nuclear war loomed large, Fisher proposed an unconventional idea to prevent hasty decisions about nuclear launches. He suggested implanting the nuclear launch codes in a volunteer's chest right next to their heart. The president, if ever deciding to launch nuclear weapons, would first have to physically kill this volunteer to access the codes. Fisher's proposal, while extreme, illustrates a profound point about human behavior. By making the act of launching nuclear weapons viscerally and immediately painful, it would force decision-makers to confront the reality of their actions in a way that abstract numbers and distant consequences never could. The immediacy and personal nature of the pain would serve as a powerful deterrent. This principle extends far beyond hypothetical scenarios about nuclear war. It applies to our everyday lives and habits in numerous ways. Pain, both physical and emotional, is an incredibly effective teacher. When failure or mistakes result in immediate and tangible pain, we're quick to learn and adapt. This is why a plumber strives for excellence in their work. The threat of a bad review or lost business is an immediate and costly consequence of poor performance. Similarly, restaurants maintain high standards because the possibility of customers never returning is a constant, immediate threat. In fields where the stakes are even higher, such as surgery, the immediate and severe consequences of mistakes drive professionals to master their craft with utmost precision. The cost of cutting the wrong blood vessel is so high and immediate that surgeons are motivated to achieve exceptional levels of skill and care. The key here is the immediacy of the consequence. When the pain or cost of an action is delayed, it's easier to ignore or discount. This is why many harmful habits persist. The negative consequences are often far removed in time from the behavior itself. Smoking might lead to lung cancer, but not immediately. Overeating doesn't instantly result in obesity. The delay between action and consequence makes it easier for us to persist in behaviors we know are harmful in the long run. To leverage this principle for positive change, we need to find ways to make the consequences of bad habits more immediate and tangible. This could involve creating artificial consequences or finding ways to bring long-term effects into the present moment. For instance, some people use apps that donate money to causes they dislike every time they break a commitment to exercise. The immediate financial pain serves as a powerful motivator. However, it's crucial to note that for this approach to be effective, the strength of the consequence must match the relative strength of the behavior it's trying to correct. A minor inconvenience won't be enough to deter a deeply ingrained habit. The cost of procrastination must outweigh the perceived benefit of putting things off. The discomfort of exercise must be less than the pain of remaining sedentary. Moreover, the consequences need to be reliably enforced. Inconsistent enforcement can lead to a gambling mentality where individuals take chances on avoiding punishment. This is why consistent, immediate feedback is so crucial in habit formation and behavior change. One effective way to implement this strategy is through the use of habit contracts. A habit contract is an agreement you make with yourself or others that spells out the consequences of failing to stick to a desired behavior. These contracts can be particularly powerful when they involve other people, adding a layer of social pressure and accountability. For example, you might create a contract with a friend stating that if you don't go to the gym 3 times a week, you have to pay them $50. Or you could agree to perform an unpleasant chore if you fail to meet your writing goals for the week. The key is to make the consequence immediate and unpleasant enough that you're motivated to avoid it. Habit contracts work because they bring the pain of failure into the present moment. Instead of worrying about abstract long-term consequences, you're faced with a concrete, immediate cost for not following through. This immediacy can be a powerful motivator, especially in the early stages of habit formation when the long-term benefits aren't yet apparent. However, it's important to use this strategy judiciously. While making bad habits painful can be effective, it's not always the most sustainable or healthy approach in the long term. Ideally, as you progress in your habit formation journey, you should be able to transition from avoiding pain to seeking pleasure in the habit itself. Moreover, it's crucial to strike a balance. If the consequences you set for yourself are too severe, you might find yourself avoiding the situation entirely rather than facing the possibility of failure. The goal is to create enough discomfort to motivate change, but not so much that it becomes paralyzing. Another consideration is the potential for unintended consequences. Sometimes, focusing too much on avoiding negative outcomes can create anxiety or stress that's counterproductive to your goals. It's important to monitor your emotional state and adjust your approach if you find that the fear of consequences is becoming overwhelming. Additionally, while immediate consequences can be powerful motivators, they shouldn't completely replace an understanding of the long-term impacts of our actions. Ideally, the immediate consequences we create for ourselves should serve as reminders or proxies for the more distant effects we're trying to avoid or achieve. It's also worth noting that different people respond differently to various types of motivation. While some individuals might find the threat of immediate negative consequences highly motivating, others might respond better to positive reinforcement or intrinsic motivation. It's important to know yourself and what works best for you. In some cases, combining immediate consequences with positive reinforcement can be particularly effective. For instance, you might set up a system where you face a small penalty for missing a workout, but also reward yourself for completing a full week of exercise. This balanced approach can help create a more sustainable and enjoyable path to habit formation. When implementing this strategy, it can be helpful to start small. Begin with minor habits and relatively mild consequences. As you become more comfortable with the process and start seeing results, you can gradually increase the stakes for more significant habits. Remember, the ultimate goal is not to live in constant fear of punishment, but to use this tool as a stepping stone towards intrinsic motivation. Over time, as habits become more ingrained and the benefits become more apparent, the need for external consequences should diminish. It's also important to be compassionate with yourself. Everyone slips up sometimes, and the occasional failure doesn't negate all your progress. The purpose of immediate consequences is to provide feedback and motivation, not to punish yourself excessively. In conclusion, while making good habits attractive and satisfying is crucial, we shouldn't overlook the power of making bad habits immediately unsatisfying. By bringing the consequences of our actions into the present moment, we can create a powerful impetus for change. Whether through habit contracts, accountability partners, or other creative methods, finding ways to make the cost of bad habits immediate and tangible can be a game changer in our pursuit of personal growth and positive change. However, this approach should be used thoughtfully and in conjunction with other strategies for habit formation. The goal is not to create a life ruled by fear of consequences, but to use this tool as a stepping stone towards building habits that are intrinsically rewarding and aligned with our long-term goals. By understanding and leveraging the power of immediate consequences, we can create an environment that supports our desired behaviors and helps us become the people we aspire to be. The power of habits in shaping our lives cannot be overstated. From the mundane daily routines to life-changing behaviors, habits form the backbone of our existence. One of the most striking examples of habit formation on a societal scale is the adoption of seatbelt usage in the United States. In just a few decades, we witnessed a dramatic shift from a time when most people didn't wear seatbelts to a present where the vast majority of Americans buckle up every time they get in a car. This transformation wasn't just a matter of individual choice, it was largely driven by legislation and the creation of a new social contract. The seatbelt story illustrates how governments can use laws and regulations to influence collective behavior. By mandating seatbelt use and enforcing penalties for non-compliance, states effectively reshape the habits of millions. This approach leverages the power of social contracts agreements we make as a society to follow certain rules for the common good. Similar strategies have been employed to address other public health and safety concerns, such as smoking bans in restaurants and mandatory recycling programs. While these large-scale interventions are effective, we can apply similar principles on a personal level to cultivate positive habits or break undesirable ones. Enter the concept of a habit contract, a formalized agreement with yourself and others to hold you accountable for your behavior. This approach recognizes that sometimes willpower alone isn't enough to overcome ingrained patterns or resist temptation. By explicitly stating your commitments and the consequences of failing to meet them, you create a powerful motivational tool. Consider the case of Brian Harris, an entrepreneur who used a habit contract to achieve his health and fitness goals. After the birth of his son, Harris realized he needed to make some changes to his lifestyle. Instead of relying solely on good intentions, he drafted a detailed contract outlining his objectives, the specific actions he would take, and the consequences of non-compliance. Crucially, he involved his wife and personal trainer as accountability partners, having them sign the contract alongside him. Harris's contract was comprehensive, breaking down his overall goal into phases and specifying daily habits like logging his food intake and weighing himself. The consequences for failing to follow through were concrete and meaningful, having to dress formally for work, a departure from his usual casual attire, and paying his trainer a financial penalty. This level of detail and the inclusion of external accountability proved to be highly effective. As someone who initially viewed such contracts as unnecessarily formal, I've come to appreciate their value. The act of signing a physical document signals a deeper level of commitment than a mere verbal agreement or mental note. It transforms vague intentions into concrete promises, not just to yourself but to others. This external accountability taps into our innate desire to be seen as reliable and trustworthy by those around us. The power of accountability extends beyond formal contracts. Simply having someone to check in with regularly can significantly boost our likelihood of sticking to a new habit or breaking an old one. Comedians, writers, and other creatives often use this approach, partnering with colleagues to ensure they produce work consistently. The knowledge that someone is watching and expecting results can be a powerful motivator, helping us overcome procrastination and laziness. In our digital age, we can even automate accountability. Thomas Frank, an entrepreneur, devised an ingenious system to ensure he wakes up early each morning. If he fails to rise by his target time, a pre-scheduled tweet goes out to his followers, offering a small financial reward to the first few people who call him out on his tardiness. This public commitment adds an extra layer of motivation to his morning routine. These strategies work because they tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology. We are social creatures, deeply concerned with how others perceive us. The desire to present our best selves to the world influences many of our behaviors, from personal grooming to academic and professional achievements. By leveraging this innate social awareness, habit contracts and accountability partnerships make the consequences of our actions or inactions immediate and tangible. However, it's important to note that the effectiveness of these strategies can vary from person to person. Some individuals might find the pressure of external accountability motivating, while others might feel overwhelmed or rebellious. The key is to find an approach that resonates with your personality and goals. Moreover, while consequences and accountability are powerful tools, they shouldn't be the only factors driving habit formation. Ideally, we want to cultivate habits that are intrinsically rewarding, where the behavior itself becomes satisfying over time. External motivators can be excellent for jump-starting change, but long-term success often depends on developing a genuine appreciation for the benefits of the habit itself. As we consider the broader implications of habit formation, it's worth reflecting on the interplay between individual choices and societal norms. The seatbelt example demonstrates how personal habits can be shaped by collective agreements and expectations. At the same time, widespread individual adoption of certain behaviors can lead to shifts in social norms and even policy changes. This dynamic relationship between personal habits and societal trends highlights the importance of thoughtful habit cultivation. The choices we make in our daily lives not only affect our individual well-being, but can contribute to larger social movements and cultural shifts. By being intentional about the habits we develop, we have the potential to influence not just our own lives, but the world around us. The science of habit formation has come a long way in recent years, offering insights into the mechanics of behavior change. We now understand that habits are formed through a loop of cue, routine, and reward. By manipulating these elements, we can increase our chances of successfully adopting new behaviors or breaking undesirable ones. For those looking to create positive habits, there are several strategies to consider. Making the cue for a desired behavior obvious and visible in your environment can serve as a constant reminder. Pairing a new habit with something you already enjoy, a technique known as temptation bundling, can make it more attractive. Reducing friction by preparing your environment in advance can make good habits easier to perform. And finding ways to make the habit immediately satisfying can reinforce the behavior. Conversely, breaking bad habits often involves inverting these principles. Removing cues that trigger unwanted behaviors, making the habit less attractive or more difficult to perform, and creating immediate negative consequences can all help in breaking detrimental patterns. One particularly effective tool for both creating and breaking habits is the use of a habit tracker. This simple practice of recording each successful day of performing or avoiding a particular behavior can be remarkably motivating. The visual representation of your progress creates a sense of accomplishment and taps into our natural desire to maintain streaks or chains of success. However, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Slip-ups are an inevitable part of the process, and how we respond to these moments can determine our long-term success. The never miss twice rule is a helpful guideline. If you forget or fail to perform a habit one day, make it a priority to get back on track immediately the next day. This approach prevents temporary setbacks from derailing your entire effort. As we navigate the complex landscape of habit formation, it's important to remember that change is a gradual process. Small, consistent actions over time lead to significant transformations. The power of habits lies not in dramatic, overnight changes, but in the compounding effect of daily choices. Moreover, the journey of habit formation is deeply personal. What works for one person may not work for another. Experimentation and self-reflection are key to finding the strategies that resonate with your unique circumstances and personality. Be willing to adjust your approach as you learn more about yourself and your responses to different techniques. In conclusion, the science and practice of habit formation offer powerful tools for personal growth and societal change. From seatbelt laws to personal fitness goals, the principles of habit creation and modification shape our lives in countless ways. By understanding these principles and applying them thoughtfully, we can take greater control of our behaviors and, by extension, our destinies. Whether through formal contracts, accountability partnerships, or simple daily tracking, we have the ability to reshape our habits and, in doing so, reshape our lives. The journey may be challenging, but the potential rewards in health, productivity, and overall well-being are immeasurable. As we continue to uncover new insights into human behavior, the possibilities for positive change, both individual and collective, are truly exciting. The intricate interplay between genetics, personality, and habit formation is a fascinating area of study that sheds light on why some individuals excel in certain domains while others struggle. This complex relationship underscores the importance of aligning our habits and pursuits with our innate tendencies and strengths. Consider the remarkable stories of Michael Phelps and Hicham Garouge, two athletes who achieved unparalleled success in their respective sports. Phelps, with his towering frame and uniquely proportioned body, dominated the swimming world, while El Garouge's compact build and exceptionally long legs made him a force to be reckoned with in middle-distance running. Their physical attributes, largely determined by genetics, played a crucial role in their rise to the top of their fields. However, it would be a mistake to assume that their success was solely due to their genetic makeup. Both athletes undoubtedly invested countless hours in training, honing their skills, and perfecting their techniques. Their genetic predispositions provided a foundation, but it was their dedication to cultivating habits aligned with their natural abilities that allowed them to reach the pinnacle of athletic achievement. This principle extends far beyond the realm of sports. In every area of life, from career choices to personal hobbies, understanding and leveraging our genetic predispositions can significantly impact our potential for success and satisfaction. The key lies in recognizing that genes don't dictate our destiny, rather, they highlight areas of opportunity where we're more likely to thrive. The influence of genetics on our behavior is pervasive and often subtle. Research has shown that our genes play a role in shaping a wide array of traits and tendencies, from our television viewing habits to our likelihood of developing addictions. Even seemingly personal characteristics, such as our response to authority or our level of proactivity, have genetic underpinnings. However, it's crucial to understand that genetic influence doesn't equate to genetic determinism. Our genes interact with our environment in complex ways, and the expression of genetic traits can be modulated by external factors. This interplay between nature and nurture is what makes human behavior so intricate and varied. One of the most significant ways our genetic makeup manifests is through our personality. The widely accepted Big Five model of personality traits provides a framework for understanding these innate tendencies. This model breaks down personality into 5 broad dimensions: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Each of these traits exists on a spectrum, and our position on these spectrums is influenced by our genetic makeup. For instance, extroversion, which ranges from outgoing and energetic to solitary and reserved, has been linked to biological factors observable from infancy. Studies have shown that babies who turn toward loud noises are more likely to grow up to be extroverts, while those who turn away tend to become introverts. Similarly, individuals high in agreeableness, characterized by kindness and consideration, often have naturally higher levels of oxytocin, a hormone associated with social bonding and trust. This biological predisposition might make it easier for them to form habits around social activities or acts of kindness. Understanding these innate tendencies can be immensely helpful when it comes to habit formation. When we try to establish habits that align with our natural inclinations, we're more likely to find them satisfying and sustainable. For example, an individual high in openness to experience might find it easier to cultivate a habit of trying new foods or visiting new places, while someone high in conscientiousness might excel at developing organizational or planning habits. However, it's important to note that our personality traits are not immutable. While they have a genetic basis, they can also be influenced by our experiences and environment. This malleability means that we have the capacity to develop traits and habits that don't come naturally to us, albeit with more effort. The key to leveraging our genetic predispositions for habit formation lies in self-awareness. By understanding our natural tendencies, we can make informed decisions about which habits to cultivate and how to approach their formation. This doesn't mean we should limit ourselves only to activities that come easily. Rather, it suggests that we should be strategic in our approach to personal growth and development. For instance, if you know you're naturally high in neuroticism, you might find it particularly beneficial to develop habits around stress management and mindfulness. These practices could help mitigate the anxiety and sensitivity associated with this trait. Conversely, if you're low in conscientiousness, you might need to put extra effort into creating systems and routines to support habits related to organization and time management. The concept of aligning our habits with our genetic predispositions also has implications for how we approach skill development and career choices. Just as Michael Phelps was uniquely suited for swimming, each of us has areas where our natural abilities give us an edge. Identifying these areas can help us focus our efforts where they're most likely to yield results. However, this doesn't mean we should avoid challenges or give up on areas where we're not naturally gifted. Instead, it suggests that we should be realistic about the effort required to excel in different domains. If we choose to pursue an area where we don't have a natural advantage, we should be prepared to put in extra work to compensate for our genetic disadvantages. Moreover, the interaction between our genes and our environment means that the suitability of our traits can change depending on the context. A trait that's advantageous in one situation might be a hindrance in another. For example, high neuroticism might be detrimental in a high-stress job, but beneficial in a role that requires attention to detail and risk assessment. This contextual nature of genetic influence underscores the importance of finding the right environment for our traits to flourish. Sometimes the key to success isn't changing ourselves, but rather finding or creating an environment that suits our natural tendencies. This might involve choosing a career that aligns with our personality, seeking out social groups that appreciate our unique qualities, or modifying our physical environment to support our desired habits. It's also worth noting that while our genes influence our behavior, they don't control it entirely. We have the capacity for self-reflection and choice, which allows us to override our natural inclinations when necessary. This ability to act against our instincts is what allows us to grow and change over time. In fact, the process of habit formation itself can be seen as a way of shaping our behavior patterns to align more closely with our goals, even when those goals require us to act in ways that don't come naturally. Through consistent practice and reinforcement, we can develop new neural pathways that make desired behaviors more automatic, effectively rewiring our brains over time. This plasticity of the brain highlights an important point. While our genes provide a starting point, our habits and experiences play a crucial role in shaping who we become. The habits we choose to cultivate can enhance our natural strengths, compensate for our weaknesses, and even develop entirely new capabilities. Understanding the role of genetics in habit formation also has implications for how we approach behavior change on a societal level. Public health initiatives, educational policies, and workplace practices could all benefit from a more nuanced understanding of how genetic factors influence behavior. By recognizing the diversity of genetic predispositions within a population, we can design more effective interventions and support systems that cater to a range of natural tendencies. For instance, smoking cessation programs might be more effective if they offer a variety of approaches, recognizing that individuals with different genetic profiles might respond better to different strategies. Similarly, educational systems could be designed to accommodate a wider range of learning styles and personality types, helping each student find the approach that best suits their innate tendencies. As our understanding of genetics and behavior continues to evolve, we're likely to gain even more insights into how our genes shape our habits and tendencies. This knowledge has the potential to revolutionize our approach to personal development, allowing us to craft more effective strategies for growth and change. However, as we delve deeper into this field, it's crucial to maintain a balanced perspective. While genetic factors are important, they are just one piece of the puzzle. Our choices, experiences, and environment all play significant roles in shaping who we are and who we can become. Moreover, we must be cautious about overinterpreting genetic information or using it as an excuse for inaction. The knowledge of our genetic predisposition should empower us to make informed decisions, not limit our aspirations or justify harmful behaviors. In conclusion, the relationship between genetics, personality, and habit formation is a complex and fascinating area of study. By understanding our genetic predispositions, we can make more informed choices about which habits to cultivate and how to approach their formation.
They don't taste. Hold on, they don't taste like Chipotle. They like Chipotle has its own.
It's American Mexican. It's like getting PF or getting like Panda Express and calling it Chinese food.
Yeah, but Kayon, and you're right about that, but I don't know what it is. Like, ever since I had Chipotle, when I go to like some authentic, quote unquote, authentic Mexican restaurant.
Have you ever had Pollo Loco?
It just doesn't taste the same. Like Chipotle just tastes good as like it just tastes better.
I'll tell you this. You come out here to Phoenix, Arizona, and we go try some random restaurants that have only menus in Spanish. And you'll eat it, and you will not find it very good at all. And it's just because it's not our palate. But Chipotle has done a good job of Americanizing like the palate and doing a crossover.
And I love the way you said that. I think you're right, because I ate this burrito. I'm like, yo, damn, like, this doesn't, man, Chipotle tastes better than this, man. Like,
there's no Mexican restaurant you'll find anything like that. Like, no authentic Mexican restaurant sells anything like that.
It's just wild that you guys would say that.
Yo, Megs, I know it's crazy, Megs, but it's the fucking truth. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
But when she said Americanized Mexican food, like, that's exactly what it tastes like. Like, American Mexican food.
It tastes better.
And trust me, it does taste better. Like, I am not a fan of authentic Mexican food. I don't have the palate for it. I just don't.
No, and I don't
I know. Oh my God! Here we go. Yeah, I don't like red rice.
Aside from Chipotle, good Mexican food. Like, what state?
Well, what about Pollo Loco? Have you ever had that?
Oh no, I mean, Max, what was your question aside from Chipotle?
I said, like, aside from the Americanized Mexican food, where have you had authentic Mexican food? Like, what?
Oh, I had it today. I have it all over. When I just moved back here from New York. I'm from Houston 2 years ago. So I was in Houston. All I was eating was Mexican, authentic Mexican food. Right.
Exactly.
But they don't taste like Chipotle.
Right.
Yeah, because your palate is more used to what the American version is and not what their version is. As far as
I think it's a little deeper than that. I think Chipotle
Mexican.
Yeah, because I think for power, it's more of how they advertise, and majority of authentic Mexican restaurants, they don't really.
No. Hold on. Authentic Mexican restaurants, so they use all the parts that like Chipotle wouldn't. So like with their pollo loco, all of that, like it's use.
All about mouth, though. That's the point. It's all about word of mouth. They don't actually because like let me ask you guys this: the Chinese restaurants that you guys know where you're from, they don't have advertisement either. It's all word of mouth. Because I can ask you guys this: when's the last time that you've seen a commercial for a Chinese restaurant?
Chinese food sells itself. Why is that?
No, when was the last time you seen a Chinese person?
Oh, look, I'm doing some research.
Chinese food sells itself because like of the genre of food that it is.
Yeah, what I'm saying, but it's still word of mouth.
Oh,
sure, yeah.
No,
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you, Yoshi.
Hold on. Chinese food does sell itself. So look, I just typed in Google. Like, I'm like, yo, why does Chipotle taste better?
Type in Google. You should just know that you saw it like yesterday or today.
No, I'm saying like that's funny. They said Chipotle. I'm like, why do Chipotle taste better than most Mexican authentic restaurants? And what it says here is that the real reason why Chipotle tastes so good is because salt, fat, acid are dialed in ruthlessly. And so Chipotle cooks for maximum dopamine. So heavier salting. Yeah, so it says heavier salting than home or mom and pop spots. Liberal fats like rice oil, meat juices, cheese, sour cream, and bright acids like lime juice everywhere, vinegar and salsa. So yeah, so
but
it's
a lot
like
of that stuff is used at mom and pop Like, and
But not as
Yeah, but
much as
not
Chipotle.
maximized like that.
Yeah,
Shit.
exactly.
But I
Not as
don't
much
know
as Chipotle.
because like Mexican people be having just as much high blood pressure as niggas.
and sometimes I think they don't like refresh the oil, you know, like they just continue to keep the same set of like cooking.
It be kind of gross in there a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh my
Low
gosh,
key.
man.
I also think it's like the freshness factor too with Chipotle. Like a lot
I
of
think.
like a lot of food at more authentic Mexican restaurants, it'd be that fucking shredded chicken or
Yeah.
some shit.
No.
Like some
That's what I'm saying. Like real
Mexican
authentic.
food is not
yeah.
really that good.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's really not.
I really don't like it.
I don't like
That's
it
what I'm
that much either.
saying.
Like I would much rather go to Chipotle, the Americanized Mexican food, than go to the
Me
actual
too.
Mexican
Yep.
food.
Yep.
All that pork,
100.
carnitas been sitting in the same place for damn 3 hours. We good. I'm good.
Nah, you know what? It is good. Just because you don't understand the process of how it really goes down in a Mexican restaurant doesn't mean that you can't hit another workout or hop in the sauna, sweat that shit out.
Yo, he
It's all
wilding.
good.
Yeah, you know what? Okay.
Black
Well,
Ops
their
Team.
food, it's very fatty and greasy, though.
Go ahead,
Like
say
it just is.
okay.
Like
It might be his.
Yeah, so damn, bro, like it's the maximum, like bro, it's the maximum dopamine. They cook for maximum dopamine, bro, and so
that's crazy that they say that too. So I kudos to them, right, for implementing that into like how they do their thing. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to tell you right now, we're going straight for your brain chemistry when we make our food. Like,
yeah, no,
we're
absolutely.
in line about it.
Oh, but that's what the Chinese do too when they add MSG.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If I was selling food, yeah, I would do the same thing. I'll be like Dexter Laboratory, maximum dopamine.
Hell yeah.
Like no, not poison. Just like make you mad addicted. Like I don't like, bro.
That's close to poisoning.
I had a roommate who was Chinese, and he would actually purchase MSG so that he could put it in all his cooking. I was like, that's wild. I've never seen that.
That is crazy.
No, they do that. And back in high school, we had a quesadilla man. He come to fucking high school with a backpack full of quesadillas, and I asked him, I said, "Hey, bro, like,
I can tell you from the West.
yeah, tap. Do you want a fucking autograph? I'll email you an autograph. What is it? You talk every single time I talk.
Not at all. Not at all.
Tells.
Well, stop that shit.
Grab a mic.
Hold on, watch who the fuck you talking to.
No,
I don't know why you ever thought that you could get that shit off.
I haven't been calling you no names. I said stop.
I didn't call you no names either. I just said you can tell you from the West because they got a fucking quesadilla man.
Let's wake it up. I'm not gonna go through this.
What's wrong with saying I can tell you from the West because you got a quesadilla man?
Look, listen, it's capitalism, guys. Addiction is the name of the game. Get with it or get lost, right? And so, look, dopamine, right? Maximum dopamine, Chipotle. This is what you guys should be doing for everything you guys do, right? Every product you create, right? Every product you create. If you're selling food, put some MSG in there. Get the maximum amount of dopamine, right? Because that's what keeps them coming back, right? Like even with technology, right? I read this great book 2 years ago called Hooked, and how these platforms like Instagram, right? They build habit forming platforms to keep you coming back. Look, listen, that's just the name of the game, man. Right? That's just the name of the game, right? And so that it, right? So when Hotep said, "Oh yeah, you're trying to poison people," no, I'm not. Right? Like I'm doing what everyone else is trying to do. Right? Survive. Right?
No, that is. I heard MSG kind of make you
spoiling people for the same, like for the sake of capitalism. So.
Oh no! I heard
and what's wrong?
MSG
I'm not
sleepy,
saying
right?
I'm not saying nothing's wrong with that. I'm just saying you're poisoning people.
No. It's not. It's not poisoning people
because everybody uses it, right? And I heard Wendy uses a lot of.
So
MSG.
it's not poisoning
every
people
time,
because everybody uses it.
Hold on. Every time you're not dead, are you? Every time I
you don't have to be dead to be poisoned.
See, like you can't never finish it. Every time I eat Wendy's, I get sleepy as fuck. Like that's how I know they got a lot of MSG in and shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I guess they didn't clone Tyrone.
I'm gonna say this though, right? There's no reason why you should be eating and getting sleepy. right? Like, there's no reason why, right?
Yes, it
Like,
is, because y'all okay with poisoning people.
no, Hotep, stop.
What do you mean?
No, Hotep, no,
Like,
it's
that's
no,
what happens.
no,
If you make food with the intent that it nourishes and strengthens people's bodies, they're gonna be energized by it. If
but
you
they won't be, but they won't come back.
so what? And what if they do though?
Good point. Let me let Kayon get in there and
You don't have to
because
make
you're
people addicted. You can just like have like a
okay, but
novelty
Hotep, you're right.
factor.
No, Hotep, you're right. Like, they can. There's many different ways you can make them come back. You're right about that. Go ahead, Kayon.
Well, like Chipotle is really filling, first of all, like too. So it's not just dopamine that they're hitting. It's like they're filling, like they're filling you up, and then yeah, you don't feel all depressed and blah afterwards. Um, but like you know, there are certain things called like parasites that live in our bodies, and I think fast food restaurants are really good about feeding us those. And that's why we get addicted, because we get like, you know, these like parasites that just thrive off of like high fatty foods and like fake this and that, these processed sugars. And it kind of just drives you before you even know it to just keep going back and going back. And then they drove on the convenience factor too, right? Because they're like 24 hours or, you know, serving this kind of shit food all day long. So, yeah, there's that.
I agree.
Yeah, no, like absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, like yeah, Chipotle all day, man. You know, like, and I think Hotep's right. That like I think Hotep mentioned something about it just tastes fresh, like just tastes more, like just tastes more fresh.
So, do you guys have a salad? Do you guys have Salad and Go in New York?
We have salad bars, but I'm not salad
Oh
and
no,
go.
it's a fast out here. It's a fast food restaurant called Salad and Go, and they only serve salad bowls, rice bowls, and then wraps. And they do breakfast, like their breakfast burritos. Holy shit, so good. But just good, like healthy shit. And I'm like, finally, a drive-through convenient food eatery that you could tap as much. If it was sitting next to every McDonald's, dude, it would kill McDonald's, because people would just
Oh
you
yeah,
think,
I'm looking at it now
yeah.
on yeah, I'm looking at it now. Nah, so we don't have it out here, but they have it in Arizona, obviously, right? So
Yeah, in
I'm
California.
yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
I'm looking at
drive-through salad. I mean, they're
the
quick.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
This looks
affordable.
this looks sexy as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, it's so good and it's so worth it. And that's why I'm like, okay, yeah, I've always thought that. I'm like, how come we don't have like drive-through fucking salad places, man? Like right next to the fast food joints, the icons, Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell. Why not?
They do.
I mean, again, oh shit! If I became a billionaire or a millionaire, I would invest in real estate next to every McDonald's, and I would build a Salad and Go, and I would give them just for fucking fun, because I had the money to do it.
Nah, yeah, no, absolutely.
But MSG ain't nothing but a salt. Like, it's literally just a salt. It's a sodium.
Yeah, this is
So I don't
great.
think it would be poisoning.
This is great
It's
movie.
found naturally in cheese.
Now, this is a great movie called Hunger. I think it's still on Netflix. It's like this Japanese Asian movie. It's like Get Out, but like Asian Japanese, like a social commentary about like this ambitious chef and how, I mean, yeah, he's like this great, ambitious, famous chef. And it talks about, like, it shows you how addictive food can be and how it's just a great movie, bro. Like, you guys would love it though. But you know what I mean? Yeah, man. Look, listen. Yeah, MSG is crazy. I don't even eat Chinese, bro. Honestly, like, people make fun of the way people would make fun of the way I eat, but I feel as if like the less tasteful your food tastes, the less you're going to eat, right? And so, like, when it tastes really good, you want more of it. right? So when it doesn't taste that good, this is why I just eat my food raw dog, right?
Really?
It's because I eat less when I eat raw dog, right? Now, if I go to
Hey, yo.
Chipotle, if I go to Chipotle and it tastes so good, I might want another one. I'm like, ooh, that
Nah,
burrito,
that's
that
big
burrito.
bag. If you want another
That
one at
that
Chipotle, that's just big bag.
no, it's not
That's
about
big bag.
it's not even
For
about
real.
it's not about discipline. It's about chemical warfare, right? It's
So
about
now
no,
it's
it's about
chemical warfare, but when I said it was poisoning, it was just capitalism. Shut the
no,
fuck up.
I no,
Shut the
Hotep, I
fuck
did agree
up.
with you though. I did agree with
No, you
you,
didn't.
right? But no, hold on. No, but it's not.
Poison is
Hold on,
chemical warfare.
Hotep.
Poison is chemical warfare. Let's be real.
Exactly. Clock it. And
But
so
when I was
thanks.
saying that it was poisoning, he was saying that it wasn't.
Yo, Mo, do me a favor, get in there.
Hey, yo.
I'm gonna just put it like this, man.
Hey,
You
Yeah,
guys
good,
saying the
bro.
same thing. If Power is trying to navigate the direction of the conversation, then yeah, just understand that's what happens as a host. Tap. Not coming
Exactly.
for
Thank
you.
you, brother.
He's
I'm
not
not coming
saying
for you.
anything.
I'm not
Thank you,
coming for
brother.
you.
Thank you.
He's
I'm
not saying anything.
I'm not coming for you. Please.
Thank you, brother.
You're also not saying nothing, so.
I didn't even hear
Not
what he said, Paul.
Nothing,
You such a
girl.
dickhead, bro.
No, please.
Nothing.
Can we just like take it one evening? Can I get a break? I have feelings too. Goddamn it! Like you mother.
I don't
No,
know how
and
these
Was he
men's
asking for a break
feelings.
and nobody even got on his ass?
Oh,
your red stick your ban. Let
yeah.
me
The
just remove you
narcissism
now.
is
Glenn.
definitely unhealthy in the room.
Let me just remove him now. It's
Oh,
$10.
The
Right?
amount of
And so
narcissism in the room
I
is
feel like Red Stick be hoping that one day you just give him
Just
a pass.
forget. Yeah.
like
I
he be
love
hoping I
Red Stick. I
forget.
don't give a fuck.
You know what? Fuck
Look, only God forgives. I don't.
it. Just like
Right?
McDonald's, that motherfucker is gonna have to pay for every damn cent that he made.
Okay, you know what I wanted
Every
to
damn
add on to
thing.
what you was saying?
what?
Also, McDonald's, they took away their salads, right? So they're standing 10 toes down on their big bakery.
And their salads in
Big
general were
Backery is
shit
crazy.
anyways, is the
Exactly.
problem. They were
That's why
Their
I
total
don't
salads
buy
is fucking
salads from
garbage.
garbage.
restaurants. Salads from restaurants are so fucking pointless. They want to put that weak ass lettuce in your shit. Why is it so white? Like I hate salads from restaurants
Except for
for real.
Chick-fil-A.
I think
Chick-fil-A,
Chick-fil-A
their salads
salads
go
do be
hard.
fire, but you got to be
Mhm.
selective on where you get your salads at, because like even a lot of like restaurants that you go sit down in, like their salads are not worth purchasing because like
Mhm.
they produce be looking wilted. I know that should be sitting around with gnats all over it. I just know.
Well,
I agree with
that's
that.
why I like Salad and Go. Like, I mean, like that's their whole thing. So their inventory is low because it's just like all these vegetables with the occasional whatever
Yeah.
burrito wrap and whatever. But like I'm not kidding. Like honestly, and then I do have to ask. It's like if you're, I don't know, maybe you're high or maybe it's late at night, you get home from work, you're starving, and you have an option to go through a Salad and Go or a McDonald's to get fed fast. Like which one are you gonna go for?
I'm going for the salad and go
Facts.
like all day,
Facts.
like all day
Right?
long. Yeah, I'm going all day long.
I mean,
Like all
because
day
like
If I
long.
once
could
you
be
start
sober and I'm
digging
going for
in,
salad and
eating
go.
it, you feel so much better. But like if you dig into that McDonald's, it's like you don't, man. It just takes your hunger away, like a hunger away.
Yeah,
That's it.
no, I agree. I would
You
say,
also have
yeah,
to
guys.
train your mind and your body to prefer the type of like fulfilling of your hunger that is like more healthy and more nutrient based,
Well,
because
you do, and again,
because
that's why I
like
go
y'all
back
said,
to
like y'all said, when it's like fast food and shit, it's feeding your dopamine, it's feeding maybe your addictions or your parasites, but you have to like train your brain
you're
and your
right.
body
Thank you.
to appreciate the other, like the more nutrient based
Exactly.
No,
You
but
do
it's
have
like
to
the people
piss
who
the
go to
parasites off
McDonald's.
for a moment.
But it's like the people who go to McDonald's don't want a salad, right? So like the cost of goods to have salad on the menu and niggas not eat it when they
That's
got it
right.
fresh,
Yeah.
they're not
That's
gonna
why
keep
they
it. You
went
know what I'm
really
saying? So if you
low.
bought it,
Yeah.
then they'll keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
honestly,
And people don't go to McDonald's, like, but they go because it's there all the time, 24/7, everywhere. And that's where I was like,
Like
damn,
Zaxby's have a good salad.
if I could fix
I
America, I could do it by just putting a
nah,
salad and go right across the
no,
street from McDonald's
and I
and
think
change health.
I agree, but I think this is why working from home is so dope. Is because like you can have a better control of what you eat, right? And you can meal prep and do all this stuff. when I used to go into the office and I'm going and I'm just out walking around, I'm just grabbing anything I can I'm just grabbing anything, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, cause I'm hungry, I'm just trying to feed my body real quick. So I'm grabbing whatever, right? But when I'm home and I'm working from home, I can just Instacart me some groceries, some real good food, right? You know what I mean? Eat my blueberries, eat my nuts, pause, stuff like that. And stuff like that. So
You
I
don't
think,
eat those raw dog. You eat those raw
yeah,
dog.
raw.
Bro.
Yeah, like I'm
Ain't no pause. Press play.
Yeah. Like I focus on eating single ingredient foods and I eat my foods raw, right? And so sometimes even when I go to like see my mom or my grandmother, they're like, yo, bro, like, well, how do you eat how you eat? Like, you don't put no salt on your rice? No salt, raw, right? I want my shit raw, right? No nothing. I don't want it to taste good. I just want to nourish my body so I can go to bed, right? Or so I can do what I need to go do, right? I could walk around. And so a lot of people, they just eat for pleasure. And so they be like, right?
I think it's convenience driven
I remember
eating
when I did the
anymore. Like,
vegan
I'll be
shit.
honest.
When I did the vegan shit, I didn't feel full, but I know I ate enough to nourish my body. So,
Oh,
like, do you
AFK,
feel-
that's
do you
another
feel
problem
full
too. No,
when you
AFK,
eat, when you
here's the
not put
trick
salt on
though.
it?
Here's the trick. This is how you feel full though, in my opinion, right? When you're like plant-based vegan or whatever you're doing, almond butter. Like almond butter, like if you like after every meal, if you eat almond butter, like maybe just 1 scoop, 2 scoops, it'll keep you satiated for long periods of time because it's healthy fats, right? I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I was just
almond
about to
butter.
say you need that fat. Yeah.
Yeah, you need fat, healthy fats, right? No saturated fat. Like I'm talking about go to Costco's and just get the almond butter with no saturated fat, just healthy fats. Like, and so that should keep you full for longer periods of time. Yeah, I mean much longer, I mean.
Well, hold on, power. Let me ask you this. How many meals should a person eat per day?
I mean, it depends. Honestly, it depends, yo. Like, honestly, I mean,
3
a
is
lot
a
of people.
lot.
Yeah, 3 is a lot, but a
I
lot of
think
people.
2 and snacks in between.
Nah,
I think
yeah, a
2
lot of
and
people.
One meal a day is scientifically proven that 1 meal a day is what we, our ancestors have been doing, and 1 meal a day is what we should eat. And it's
No, but
I
that's
am
the
not
problem
my
is that.
ancestors.
Yeah, the problem is that our ancestors weren't in like a very highly stimulated environment where you need where you need energy, right? So
No, you
you
can
just
snack, but it's
oh
just
no,
about the
yeah, no,
advanced
what I'm
meal.
saying, no, I'm saying this, right? You can snack, but I'm saying just like I guess a lot of people are like intuitive eaters, so they just listen to their body, right? And so it just depends, right? Like some people can just graze all day and they're good. Some people can just eat 1 meal and they're good. Some people just needs 2 meals, right? And so it just depends on like your body.
I get that, but even if it's 1 meal a day, like if you want to, if you can't,
I'll give you an example. I've never been a foodie, right? So I used to be on like a keto I used to be on a keto cigarette diet. And so hold on. Nah, like
keto teen diet is crazy.
yeah, like
bro.
keto king. Like so what I used to do is I used to like eat Chobani yogurts, smoke a cigarette, and I'm good for the day. And then I might eat me like, some dinner, right? But and then I'll just go to bed, right? And I'll do it all over again. So everybody's
Yoshi,
different.
if you eat 1 meal a day, I think you should eat it at 12, 1 o'clock when the sun is at its highest.
I was on power. I said,
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that because
Nah,
if
that's
you
when
do,
you eat.
if you do that and you go to bed late, you're gonna end up eating again, right? So this what hey man, hold on. If you're gonna do, hold on, brother,
Take your ass to sleep. Have
Yeah,
some
like,
your ass to sleep, you won't.
but I do spaces, right? So if you're gonna do OMAD, 1 meal a day, I would do I would eat at like 5, right? And
That's
so
fine.
eat 1 decent meal at 5, and then eat some almond butter, and that should last until you go to until you go to bed.
It depends on your metabolism. Because like if you're eating at 5, your metabolism is really slowing down at that point. So you really might
not necessarily
digest.
Oh, okay.
No.
That's why I'm saying eat it when the sun is at the top at the highest point, because your body's like ready to process whatever the fuck you eating.
Okay, well, yeah, no, yeah.
And then you just take your ass to sleep.
That's not necessarily.
Yeah, no spaces for you.
That's not necessarily true because, like, even if somebody who is like, working from home, if you eat your one main meal, right, at 5, it gives your body a lot of time to process it. So when you wake up the next day, when because in most cases, some people have to take a shit in the morning, you will be pooping out what you ate the day before, which is that one only meal.
No, and I get that. I'm gonna say this though. Right? One of my favorite fashion designers, Matthew Williams, he used to roll with Kanye, and he used to eat a lot. Yeah, your mic is not. It's not even all that.
No, I like Dapper Dan better as far as what you're talking about.
Okay, awesome, good, right? And so Matthew Williams, right? He used to eat a lot of meat, eat a lot of whatever, eat whatever he wants, right? And then when he went like plant-based or vegetarian, he lost mad weight. And I really think, honestly, like it's really the meat. You know why people be looking chunky? It's the meat, bro. It's really meat. It's like the animal protein. I really think that I'm saying, give me a second. If you're not working out, I mean, right? If you're working out, that's different, right? But I'm saying if you're not working out, exactly. If you're working out, it's different, right? But if you're not working out, I do think that you'll lose weight much faster if you go plant-based, right? Because you don't really need meat, right? Because the only reason why people eat meat is because can you wait, brother? Because you don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's what I'm saying. All right, cool. And so I think, all right, and I might be right, but the only reason why people eat meat is because it makes them feel full. Now, ask yourself, can you replace that feeling with something else? You can.
Right.
Oh, no, hold on. Can you replace that feeling with something else that satiety, that feeling? You can, with healthy fats, right? You can do it. You can replace the meat with healthy fats.
Most people don't feel full because they just look at a portion of food and they just slam it down thinking they have to finish all of it. And they don't take the time to breathe in between and drink some water, And if they really were more conscious while they ate, they'd realize they don't have to finish it all. They just would be more conscious of when they are full and stop. But nobody does that anymore.
I don't blaming it on people in general, just because your body was literally designed right for survival, right? So if you have a huge meal in front of you, your body's gonna be like, yeah, you got to eat all that, bro, because I don't know how long we gonna last.
Well, there's that. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. But you can trick your body though. You can start out by eating your vegetables first. Right. And so
you can start by drinking water first. A lot of times you're not even hungry. You're just actually dehydrated.
You're dehydrated. Yes, exactly. I went to the doctor the other day. It was like, yo, man, you need to drink more water, man. I'm like, fuck off. Right.
Why?
Anyways,
it's hard to drink that much water. It's hard to drink this much water.
I told the doctor it's my life. Give me a second, right? And so, anyways, but Kay's right though. But yeah, if you start with your, vegetables, right? Broccoli, cauliflower, salads, they don't do shit, to be honest, bro. In terms of satiety.
No, not true. Salads jumpstart your digestive system.
No, I'm talking about that.
In terms of being filled,
satiated. Yes,
this is my conspiracy theory that I'm gonna die on a hill on, right? I think this vegetable propaganda, bro, is just because y'all don't want us to actually eat real meat, right? So you guys want to give us the cheap little vegetables that you could grow, GMO, instead of actually giving us high quality protein, right? This is my conspiracy.
Where do you get high quality protein?
Exactly.
Are you hunting to gain yourself?
The more local
farmers
markets. They have whole farmers markets that are
local butchers.
Organic, and yet they're organic, and it's local butchers there. It's
organic
local eggs. It's local honey. It's local produce.
Yeah,
all
you're
that
right.
shit.
You're
And
right.
it has to be organic.
That would be the best place to get it.
Halal, the halal stores.
But it's not really organic though, and the reason why I say that is because the seeds that they use to grow it is actually coming from the government.
They're talking about animal protein.
Oh no! I thought she was talking about vegetables being organic.
Well, even still, an organic beef.
Are a scam.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
it's not a scam.
honestly, yeah, vegetables. I don't know if vegetables are a scam, but I guess. But I do think that yeah, man, like plant based, getting more energy from your foods.
Hold on, I just came back to somebody saying vegetables are a scam.
They're a scam. They're
They're not a scam.
They're not a scam, bro.
Let's talk about it. Like,
But you
all
will
the
die
vegetables,
if you don't have
haven't
nutrients from greens. You will die.
Listen, when it comes to fruits, you haven't even ate a real banana yet. You realize
No,
that,
but
right?
understood. But we're not talking
You
about
haven't
fruit.
ate one. Like,
Stay on top
Okay,
of
and
it.
what if what if I told you haven't ate a real burger yet? Like, I mean, like, what
I
do
have.
you mean? Like, no, how do you know? How do you know?
Because I cook my own burgers.
You wait, hold on. You kill your own burgers?
I cook my own burgers.
I'm saying, but how do you know, right?
Have you ever
like,
have you ever bought
Exactly.
some
How do you
beef
know?
and ground it yourself? Like went to the butcher, bought
Like,
some
exactly.
chucks
How do
and
you know?
ground your
I
own
went.
beef
We had a
and did
local
the
butcher, right?
and did the whole fat ratio to lean, to muscle.
Exactly. How do you know?
Have you done that before?
You have a local butcher's where you can literally see and talk to the cows, right? And he will do all of that for you, and you can see the cows literally eating grass. That's how you know. Like, what are we talking about?
And how do you know those? Whatever. Like, let me
How
say
do we
this.
know if it's real cows?
Nah, give me a second. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
So you
It's fine.
buy like a quarter of a whole cow then?
Did
Because
you
I
feel
know you
bad after you
buy
talked to the
a
cow?
pound at a time from those. Yeah, I know you're not doing
You don't
that.
have to always buy in bulk, depending on the butcher.
I mean, let's be honest, right? The reason why people don't go plant-based most of the time, they just don't have the discipline to do it, right? It's painful, right? It's not easy, right? Like animal protein makes people feel good. That big lamb, that lamb steak,
Bro, I think it's placebo,
that Angus,
bro. I think
that
it's placebo.
Angus beef.
Lamb is kind of perfect meat.
Hold on. Anything outside of a steak.
You
if
said, Kayon, it's
cook it-
perfect meat.
It kind of is.
Anything
Yeah,
outside
it
of a
kind of
steak,
fits with
if you
everyone.
cook it by itself with no seasoning, it's not even. It's not even. Doesn't taste.
Let me
good,
ask you
right?
this, AFK. Let me
It's
ask
like
you
the
this,
people
right?
who don't like vegan, they can't fucking cook. They don't know how to season because like the season is what's bringing your
Damn.
protein to
Wake it
life.
up.
Like y'all don't know how to cook.
Would you guys rather be stuck on an island, right, with 100 pounds of vegetables or 100 pounds of like meat? Let's keep it a buck.
Honestly, I would rather be
No, I
stuck
didn't
on
hear
an
what you
island.
said.
The vegetables.
I would rather be stuck on an island
Vegetables is
with
crazy.
like not vegetables, but I would rather be stuck on an island with like 100 pounds or whatever you just said of blueberries. Right.
That's insane. That's
Like,
insane.
I would want the
Then it-
vegetables
after,
and
like,
my
5
protein.
days.
I'll shoot a bird or I'll catch a fish.
Yeah, I would much rather eat mad blueberries. You know, like there's like, I think if I'm not mistaken, like there's a certain type of wolf that all they do is eat blueberries. They shit blueberries for days. Like, blueberries are very healthy.
That's interesting about you. That has to do probably with your name or something like that's what you're tied to. Blueberries, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, my favorite fruit. My
That's
fridge is
your
full of
favorite fruit?
blueberries.
Blueberries?
Yeah, my fridge is full of
Not
blueberries.
blackberries. Blueberries.
No,
Hey,
blueberries.
that makes
Yes.
sense.
No, blueberries are good
It's,
for the
it's,
brain,
it's
though.
good for the
They are.
throat chakra as well.
So you're vegetableist because you don't like the blackberries.
No, whatever that
You
meant.
don't like
I
the
don't
white
even know what that
berries
means.
either, though. No, he likes
He
the
doesn't like
white
the white
berries.
berries,
Everybody,
the
he
blackberries?
No,
likes the white
I
berries.
like blueberries. Like even like I used to sometimes wake up in the morning and like put a bunch of blueberries and like almond nuts and like and blend it and then drink it. Like,
Hey, don't stop doing that. Blueberries, oats, baby spinach, ginger, coconut water, and then the protein, collagen peptides, vegan protein, by the way, or vegetarian.
and you can get
Oh,
your
and
protein from like
Vegetarian protein
now,
is the worst thing you can
one
oh
step
here
further.
you come.
Power. Have you ever heard of oil pulling?
Oil pulling? No, that sounds
Yes.
interesting.
For your teeth?
So you know how like, oh, okay, how did Jesus and them brush their teeth? Well, they didn't. They just swished oil in their
That's
mouth.
deep.
And yeah, and so with coconut oil, like virgin coconut oil. The interesting thing is when you swish it, it produces an oxygenation effect that actually gets into your bloodstream. So you're not just cleaning your gums and your mouth, but you're helping to clear your blood. So swishing and
Honestly,
oil pulling, look it up, but it's probably one of the most incredible things everybody could be doing to improve their health in every single
Honestly,
way, and they don't.
honestly, like, yeah, you're very.
Don't and floss.
Nah, don't brush your
No,
teeth.
no,
Nah,
no, no. Now listen,
don't brush
if
your
you
teeth.
try oil pulling, hey,
Wait a minute. If
so
we don't
I'm
want
like,
to
hey,
take showers every day,
unlicensed,
we don't gotta brush our teeth
unlicensed,
every day. Like, let's
try
keep
it.
it.
Unlicensed, do you have coconut oil in your house?
Babe, I know about oil pulling. I'm
Oil
saying yes.
pulling?
You
Not
don't.
the,
You didn't know about
yeah,
it.
I literally she said it. I literally said yes for your teeth. That was me that said that. But I'm saying don't think
not
that
just for
you
your
don't
teeth,
have
but
to
like
brush your teeth. Like,
But the thing is like after you oil pull, your mouth feels so much more clean. It even feels cleaner than after going to a dentist. It's incredible. So just give it a whirl, everyone.
It's still floss,
Yeah, you take a little teaspoon of coconut oil, hard, the cold pressed, put it in your mouth. You swish it around, it'll liquefy. You swish it through all your teeth, all your gums until your mouth is sore. And then you spit it out. Do not swallow that shit. It will be totally laden with.
you can eat coconut oil too, though. So if they want to swallow it,
You
that's
can
fine.
eat it, but you don't want to. You do not want to swallow what you swish out of your gums because it pulls. That's why it's called pulling. It pulls bacteria. You don't want to swallow that shit. You want to spit it. Actually, not down your drain because it'll clog your drain. You want to spit it in the toilet or in a garbage can. But you try that every single day,
I'm sorry, you been
and
going too
it'll change your
far,
life.
because what type of oil you pulling that is clogging your drain?
Any oil will clog your drain once it goes to a cooled effect because it'll
Not
harden.
coconut oil, baby, it melts.
No, it still hardens and produces
you
like
use
a
mouth watering,
wax. Sure. But I'm just saying, don't spit it down your drain. If you want to go ahead and spit it out, go ahead. But I prefer the toilet or the garbage can.
No,
Because I just don't want to clog my drains. I've done it. I've been oil pulling for a while.
Like, I promise, it's not vegetable oil.
No, Cam's right. If you throw coconut oil in your blended up drink as soon as you pour the water or cold.
Nigga, you could put coconut oil in your coochie. Y'all are saying some nutty shit right now.
We're just saying it solidifies. It solidifies. It changes its liquid state.
Now, what the fuck would even make
I'm gonna
your
tell my
ass
next
say
girlfriend
that?
to put
Trying to get
coconut
them to
oil in her
understand,
coochie.
like, that's not.
You can use coconut oil as a lubricant. It's very
But
pH
that's
balanced.
different because your coochie is warm. Like it's going.
Yes, but
it's
no,
like
it's
the coconut oil will be liquid regardless.
If you put coconut oil down the drain,
you can put coconut oil in your hand right now. It'll
Like
start melting.
like Mo was trying, or whoever was trying to say.
Once you switch it in your mouth, it's already melted. Like,
this is the difference, though. If you
But when it gets below, I'm looking it up right now. Yes, coconut oil definitely can cause drains because it solidifies at typical 76. So it's solidified
It will clog
in
your
the
shit.
tub when you get it out, so it can return back to that state. I don't understand why you don't see it.
Yeah, it definitely can harden. When you put cold temperature on it, it's gonna harden. If you put hot temperature on it, it's gonna melt. But guess what?
but when you're you only.
Are you remembering that every time you put it?
Just fuck around and find out if you want. Spit the shit down your drain. You'll find out.
We're even going into worse territory. So you guys are brushing your teeth with cold water?
No.
No.
What are you talking about? My teeth aren't gonna melt.
This is sad.
After you oil
Exactly. So there's no need for cold water ever in your sink.
Yeah.
Because if you're brushing your teeth with cold water, you need to stop. If you're washing your hands with cold water, you need to stop.
Yeah, but your water doesn't come out hot. It takes a moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's gonna be hot. Like
it's
not clogging. Coconut oil is not clogging your sink, guys.
It does clog your shit. I cannot argue with this because that's asinine. It does clog your drains.
Pour some water on coconut oil and find out for yourself. Pour some water on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like go oil pull and spit in your drain.
Yeah, I've been using it down my sink. Like I never had.
Do it again.
Literally, I'm not spitting in no fucking toilet.
It depends on where you live.
What's wrong with y'all?
Okay.
Yeah, it just depends on where you live. If you live in like a really cold temperatures, like then you'll get the clogging. But
honestly, I'm glad Kayon said that because like I always ask myself these questions: what were we doing before we were doing what we were doing, right? And so, what were we doing with? What were our ancestors doing before we was using toothpaste? Hold on, no, before we were using toothpaste, what were we doing?
See,
Right?
it
What
was
were
the
our
most
ancestors doing?
purifying way. It's not just cleaning your teeth. And
Exactly.
Ayurvedic medicine will appoint like every tooth in your mouth to an organ, in your body, to an electrical tract, like you are a computer, and your teeth are the keys. And so your mouth health is actually very, very important. Also, so is your gut health. It's really funny. Your mouth health is really important for what goes up through your gut, and your
I
gut
feel
health
like
is really
dentistry is a
important for what goes
scam.
through your brain. But in Ayurvedic medicine, yeah, it was a big, big deal. If you had a rotten tooth, it meant that now that one organ that it is associated with is going to be suffering, or maybe it is suffering and that's why you had the rotted tooth. And so the oil pulling it's actually way better than brushing your teeth. I know it sounds
If
backwards.
you have a rotten tooth, though, I still recommend
Wow, this
going to the
conversation is
dentist.
so
Now, if you have a rotten tooth, and you
Spell
can't
And not just
afford
oil
a
pulling.
dentist, start oil pulling immediately. Get that bacteria
Exactly.
out of your blood. Get
Once
that
the tooth is
bacteria out.
rotten, it's already done.
But
Rotten
the
is like the last
properties of
stage.
coconut oil is actually since it's micro bacterial, it can actually activate your cells in your gums to help heal
Exactly.
a swollen area, to heal an
Exactly.
injury.
Okay.
Exactly.
No, so
You might need amoxicillin, but okay.
I told people this before because I know a lot of people who can't afford the dentist, and I told them swish with coconut oil, and it provides a great amount of relief for them when they do listen to me.
Dentistry, the dentist is expensive. For sure, 100%. I think that is wealth. I think a
Right,
form
but what
of
are they going to do? They want to pull it out, and then now you're missing a key in your computer system. You're missing a key, or they're going to fill it, and they're going to put
or do a root canal.
Oh shit! Do not fucking let a root canal happen. Now you're digging up the entire database of bacteria ever collected through your
Damn, that
mouth,
was
in
deep.
your body, and
You know,
it goes
bro,
in your blood.
you
It
know someone
spreads
is
like a
deep.
weed whacker.
You know someone is deep when they start using terms like database to describe a root canal. Like, you know what, Kaon, if we can open your brain and lick it and just lick
The
and just
aliens
lick
already
Lick
did
is
that.
crazy.
I mean, I'm just letting you
and
know. So
just
you're like sloppy
but
seconds.
it's sloppy seconds is hilarious. Oh, sloppy. But no, seriously, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, speaking of root canals, man, the wisdom, some wisdom tooths, man. Oh my God, bro, painful. Painful.
But we were supposed to have those in our mouth is the thing. It's just like through evolution, and as the human skull constructs did change over time, through evolution, there was no more room for it. But we're pulling the wisdom teeth. So keep in mind, it's called wisdom teeth. Now you pulled your wisdom receptors out. And now there's just these empty holes, and they make it a common practice. Why would they do that?
They close though. The holes do close.
Well, they close, but they're empty. And now you don't have a plug in there. You don't have.
Nah, I gotta currently get mine taken out because they put you're gonna need braces if you don't get them taken out, basically.
No, understood. I understand that.
Nah, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to take mine out because
I think if you care about so much, I'm not saying you shouldn't care about these things, but what I find interesting about people like you, Kaon, is y'all care about things so much that do you live?
Yeah, I'm barely.
Okay.
No, I mean,
I do
the
both.
thing is,
right?
hey, I had a great amount of time in my life to take off of life and go and research and do some things. And I was, in a way, I had spousal support, so I got to be by myself and fucking ask every question I needed to ask,
You're
and
so
go
lucky,
down
man.
many rabbit trails, and I got to learn. And that's what I did with my time after my divorce.
No, yeah. You're lucky, man. Like I need some spousal support so I can have some time
No
to look up
shit.
data to look up
Everybody
databases
does,
and
man. Like
aliens,
that,
right?
you know what?
And
That's what
so
we should fund in this
I
world. It's
definitely
like,
need that.
hey, I identify you as a really deep thinker.
Is that me
Here,
or
I
her?
will sponsor you to live free for 1 year. Here, move
Hello?
into my 13 acres in Morristown, Arizona. And, you know, while you're there, try to pick up on that 33rd degree latitude line of information. Tap in. Also, though, any invent that you have that comes out of it, like
You had
you're
a
in my incubator, so I kind of own a bit of it, but that's why I sponsor you to go
you
live
had
there.
us at 15 acres though. Like you had power at 15 acres. When you
Hold on,
said
hold
15
on, give me a second.
acres,
Yoshi, I can't hear. What I miss? What I miss? Who's giving me 15 acres?
Not giving them, but I'm just saying, like, I know of some land, and
Okay,
you know what? If why not create an ink? That's what they do with all of the, you know, in Silicon Valley. They create an incubator space where the great minds can come together and continuously.
No, absolutely.
Mhm.
And I told
hold on, let
Megs.
me go check my LinkedIn.
Yeah, I told Megs about that on the phone. That like I don't know if you guys ever watched this documentary called Wild Wild Country. It's about this great cult leader named Osho. And literally he took his like tribe all the way to Portland, Oregon, and he built like on the land, they built like a bunch of houses and like they were all living together and just one big community. And you know, they had Rolls Royces and they would like, and that's like I would love to do that with Misfits and Nomads, to have a place where we can all link up and we can all like, you know, express ourselves. He had people on the like in the team. They used to do like these weird, not weird, but like these like release of tension and energy, these like heavy breathing and have them all naked and right. It was like you
Well, like if you can quantum entangle those minds, that's
This
the
is what I'm
thing.
talking about.
If you
You get
have
to
a
thinking so
setting,
much you don't live.
if you have a setting and you have a place to quantum entangle your mind and your consciousness
correct,
with, it can only just like grow exponentially. It can only just
exactly.
create, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
nuclear power force on Earth, but using
I
just
agree.
human minds.
I agree. No, absolutely, absolutely. I even had when we was working on a different project before Misfits and Nomads. I even try to have a bunch of men in here, you know, expressing themselves and like doing all these like gorilla noises, just trying to get them really to get it out. Because a lot of
Get the inner gorilla.
get it all out, right? Amy asked Crane, right? Because I think a lot of like men
What are we asking Crane?
because he was in the space. Crane was in the space, and he heard.
I thought we
If
was
he
at,
got that inner gorilla.
Yeah, Crane was in the space, and I had a bunch of dudes in here just like, right, just trying to get it out. You know.
Hey, yo.
Nah, it was the inner wolf trying to,
Oh yeah,
release
inner
that
wolf.
inner
Well,
alpha,
this
and
is
he
That
like
getting
inner
it
wolf.
right.
Yeah.
Stephen Greer's CE5 project too. So like his CE5 project was getting people to collect together, right? To resonate on a certain idea, to share a conscious thought, a conscious feeling, pull information through the atmosphere, through the veil, and make, you know, the other dimension appear. So, I mean, we're starting to prove that these kind of methods are actually they're provable, they're practical.
No, you
It's
know,
just that, yeah, not a lot of people, like, I'm not kidding, like, guys, I mean, if I won the lottery, I have my own. I'm doing my own star base here in Phoenix on the 33rd degree. Like I'm doing my own SpaceX, but it's going to be with consciousness. You know, Elon always said he wants to expand consciousness, multi-planetary. But I haven't really seen him working on that. He just works on the tech and the robotics of it all, but on the consciousness side, yes. So there's a lot of work yet to be done, and that can be
right.
done.
No, absolutely.
I'm
Yeah,
building a temple, goddammit.
and you know, Tell said that, you know, how do people live, right, when they know so much, right? When they're, and I'm like, I mean, what do you define living, right? Because are you truly living if you're willfully ignorant, right? Like,
Yes, I would say they're actually living more.
well, I mean, it's evil to live backwards, right? And so I'm really trying to figure out, like, how are you defining living? Do you think going to the club every day is living?
No, they're
Why would you think that?
they're
Because I'm black?
consuming more. They're not creating more.
Because I want to know why the fuck would you think that I'm going to the club every day and that's living to me? You know? Because that's a bigger conversation here. But no, in all seriousness, I do really believe people who. That's why me on a certain. Like, I don't dive into certain things, right? Because I truly believe once you dive into real shit, it's hard to unsee it and it's hard to kind of play games, basically. Like, I feel like once you become serious, it's hard to just go with the flow and live life.
You can't play too much no more.
Correct. Like, I can't fucking play with you when I know what's really going on in life. Like, I don't got time to laugh. And I feel like that's what happens when people go into these deep dives and rabbit holes. And now they're just so conscious. They're so aware of everything that's going on. How can you live? Like, how can you possibly live? You can't.
But that, like he said, though, what is living? Define living.
Yeah,
Living
define
maybe
living
is
because
exploring all of these things.
no, because give me a
Living to
second.
those people is the
No,
continuing of just more knowledge and
no,
more
no.
knowledge and more knowledge and more
No,
knowledge.
but that's what I'm saying. That's why I said define living, because in my honest opinion, I would much rather be unhappy and like know the worst than to be a fool in paradise, than to be in fool's paradise, right? And so I would just much rather be unhappy and be very knowledgeable and know the worst than to be a happy fool, right? And so it just depends on what you want, right? But if
I think
clubbing,
I'd rather be a happy fool.
okay, that's what I'm saying. If you rather go to the club and be a happy fool, that's cool.
Why you keep going to the club though? Like, why I can't just chill by the lake? Like, I can't take a walk, like maybe a run.
Do
Like, I don't understand.
psychedelics.
Yeah, like, nigga,
What's
what's
wrong
up
with
with the
some guys down
club?
there?
Is it because I'm dark skinned?
No, hell no.
So this is the thing: when you're ignorant, you automatically subject yourself to becoming a consumer. If you want to be really great, non-average, have real wealth, you got to be a creator.
Everyone is a consumer. Everyone is a
Hold on,
consumer.
Cran.
If you,
Damn it.
everyone
Hold
is.
on,
Consume
bro.
this.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
Pause.
That's not the life that every man desires. Especially your Jeff Bezos, your Steve Jobs, your Mike Rasheeds, your 19 kids. Like, we trying to really build empires. We not trying to be out here just fucking in someone else's game plan. Hold on, bro.
Oh God,
Hold on.
Craig.
Hold on. Yeah, some of us got a
This
blueprint.
nigga's
Craig, I'm
French
Craig,
now.
I'm finna put you in this
This
group
nigga
chat.
from
Simple as
France.
this. Let's land right here. I'm
getting tired of not being put in group
I'm not
chats.
gonna be a consumer forever. Fuck me. I'm not.
Whatever,
You
Blue.
might be a consumer forever, but I'm not going to.
What are you talking about? You buy internet. The only way you're talking to me right now is because you fucking consuming.
No.
What is this retarded shit? Stop.
Okay, but if I create more than I consume, what does that mean? If I create
You
more than I
are speaking on
consume,
the phone that was bought.
Stop
being
if
stupid.
I create more
The
than I consume,
system,
then what?
the system, everyone consumes, regardless
Yeah,
of their
not
class.
as
Even
much,
the billionaires,
not
they
as much as everyone
consume.
else. Yo, just cause you consume,
You still
doesn't mean that the next
consume.
man's going to as much. You have no idea
And
what
you
you're
keep
talking
trying
about.
to saying we like you some.
Brother, look,
Come on, man.
this is the thing. I mean, like, check this part. There's leaders and then there's followers. So whatever you think you got going on for you, and if it works for you, so be it. But I'm not gonna fucking sit around in someone else's motherfucking blueprint when I have the audacity and the means to go and build something for myself. Fuck, nigga.
Good for you, bro.
Like, you already on mine. And that's the difference between the people that sit around and wait for things to happen and the people that fucking make things happen. Hey, Power, what'd you say last time? You said the team. We need to get 1,000 members in Misfits and Nomads. Figure this shit out. Figure it out. I fuck with that energy. You know why? Because that's what the bosses do. That's what CEOs do. That's how people get motivated. No one's gonna be motivated to say, "Hey, well, we need to meet 1,000 members."
Wow,
Why
this
they cost
conversation
fucking
is
money?
so riveting.
Oh, no, he's
More
not.
wisdom,
It
more
don't.
wisdom,
It's like,
more wisdom.
Hotep, you don't
Hey,
know
this
how I really go do
groundbreaking
something
Hotep.
right now. I want
Like,
to
what
go
Yo,
you
more
do
want?
it right
wisdom.
now. I'm not being productive enough. That's what this conversation is allowing
no,
me to
that's not.
understand.
No. No.
More wisdom. Do you have a do you have a a bachelor's degree or something? Have you pursued further education?
Man, my life, dude.
That's
You
a
gotta
crazy
be a
question, though,
student
Crane.
of
I ain't
life.
gonna
in
lie.
my life.
You gotta be a student of life. I don't care about
So
having.
how do you want to become? Now I'm not saying
You
this is
gotta
the
be a
only
student
way.
of life, bro.
I'm
So
serious.
I'm not saying this
Henry
is the only
Ford, the
way,
nigga
but
that created Ford, had a middle school education.
that
What are
is
you
not
talking
that's an
about?
exception. That doesn't make it a rule.
I didn't say it
It
was
is
the rule,
statistically
nigga. How many
proven.
niggas do you know
Most
that are
fucking
CEOs?
most people have further education. Just
Oh my
because
god,
someone
bro.
is an
Okay,
exception, that doesn't make it a
you
rule.
know what?
So I want to ask you: you want to become a boss or whatever? Like, you need a specialization of certain skills, and further education is always
Look,
usually
I'm gonna
the
tell you
way
right now.
you go about getting that. So
I'll tell you right now, brother. In the real life, I already am a boss. The only thing I need to work on is not exalting myself.
this is
Hold
just
on, listen.
just a bunch of
Listen, the only thing I need to work on is not exalting myself and waiting for the elder CEOs to tell me to go up there when it's time, instead of just trying to make it seem like
What do you even mean by the other CEOs
nigga, you
telling
have
you to
social
go up there?
capital in real life. You have social
They
currency.
in
It's
the
called
argument.
aura. You either know how to use it or
Brother,
you
I
don't.
don't even understand
Yo,
what the
Kuma,
fuck
don't
you're
start,
talking
bro.
about,
It's all good, Crane. I'm not here to
All right,
teach
cool.
you. You asked a
No,
question. I
I don't
answered.
think you could teach me, bro. I have
We're
better
trying to
teachers.
teach you. We're trying to
I
educate
don't
you.
need to teach
No,
you.
I
I
have
don't
better
need to.
teachers.
Well,
Teachers
I'll
who
take
actually
the
know
horse.
what they're
Look,
talking
listen.
about.
Hey, Crane, I'll take the horse to
no,
the
he no.
water.
The Mo wisdom. He would
Hold
much
on,
rather
You
be.
ain't taking nothing. You
Kyle,
don't even
Yo,
know the
Mo,
direction to the water.
Wait, he would much rather be. He would much
You
rather
don't
be.
even know the direction to the
Yo,
water.
Mo, hold on, Mo. He would much rather be an indoctrinated slave, and that's fine.
Yeah,
Right?
and
That's
on
cool.
top of this, I'll take the horse to the water and make a new pair of socks at that fucking horse. I'll take the horse to the water and make some horsey burgers.
You can.
my
You don't
nigga.
even know the road to the water. You don't even know the road to the water. There's
waking
nothing
it up
you
right
can
now.
offer anyone.
How do you make
We'll
socks
make
out
some
of a
horse
horse?
burgers, my nigga. I don't care.
You
How do you
just.
make socks out of a horse? Put me on, bro. How you do that?
Hey,
So
we skinny,
this is what I always
I don't even
talk
want to
about,
know.
right?
They're
So
called moccasins.
this
Nigga,
is
I'm
what
saying.
happens. This
Those are
is
not
what
horse
happens.
socks, man.
Those are called sockasins.
Look,
So listen.
Sockers.
Okay, can I please say
Oh
this?
God,
Can I please
Michael,
say
are
this?
Moccasins.
Wait, can I please say
You
this?
definitely gonna have athlete's foot putting them socks on.
okay.
Yo, can I please say this?
A horse sucks.
This
It's not real
is
leathery.
so more wisdom. This is what happens when people always try to be so fucking different. They just end up in
bro, you're just
quicksand full
negative
of
as
ideas,
fuck, bro.
just mumbo
Tired of your
jumbo.
negative ass.
Sometimes it is good to be normal. You feel me?
No,
Because
for
it
you,
works.
nigga.
Okay,
Hey, I'm a
it is
master
a
number
proven
33.
concept.
Are you
It is a
normal?
proven concept. Okay,
Bro, you don't
whatever you're trying to
understand,
do,
bro. You don't
it's
understand.
just a bunch of malarkey, bro.
You don't even
A
believe.
bunch of fucking
Would
soup.
y'all rather try to be exceptional and like never succeed at that and like essentially fail at trying to be
Thank you.
exceptional, or
Be average for
just
the rest of your fucking life until you never tried. He doesn't.
I'm
give a
asking
fuck.
you that too.
No, you
Yeah,
know my
what was your
answer.
question,
You know my
Hotel?
answer.
I said, would y'all rather like shoot to be exceptional and fail, or just be
Average.
regular?
Yeah, I shoot for the stars.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. He can't relate because he doesn't have a spirit. His spirit is weak as fuck. He's not connected to the higher
I don't agree
sources
with
above.
that.
He said it
What
himself.
do you even mean by that? That's what I
He
mean.
said
What do
himself.
what do
I
you even
actually
mean
think
by
that
that?
like if you think that you have to appeal to like this all of these exceptions to the rules, the Jeff Bezoses of the world, the Henry Fords of the world, and shit like that, like I actually think you might not be so connected.
I mean, but there can be like a middle ground within that too. Like, so if you aim for one thing and
let's
you like
walk
settle
down
with like above average, like not like
Akuma, hold on.
exceptional,
Because like
you can
those
settle
people,
within like
those
mid,
those
you feel me?
people didn't like acquire that through like
Let's walk down that avenue.
manifestation
Oh, really? I bet
and
you
all
did.
of these.
I bet
Oh,
you
nah,
did.
you wildin'.
This is what I'm talking about.
Nah, that's
She
the fact
talks
that
and
was
she
like
doesn't
very
even study. She doesn't even study.
handed
They,
to her.
they wasn't they
Hotep had
wasn't
me at
having
the
orgies
when
in
she
the
said that
rainforest.
shit.
So you
They
think
wasn't having
Henry
orgies
Ford
in the woods.
manifested?
Bro, this is
like
what
being
as soon
the
as she said that. As soon
Yes.
as she
A
said
lot
that,
of
I
that shit
knew
was like
that she was
nepotism for
wrong.
real.
Yes, I don't know. So Hotep, like just like we had a conversation about faith last night, like
I think
if
some
hold
people
on,
are
hold on.
just chosen.
Hold
Some
on, let me say
exceptions are just chosen.
no, let me say this. Just like we had a conversation about faith last night, and I said, yo, faith is not
Faith
optional.
without works is
Hold
dead,
on. Faith is not optional. Just like manifestation, you're never not manifesting. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no such thing as not manifesting.
Kinda,
Like, no,
yeah.
you're always manifesting.
Like you're always creating. You're always creating your own reality. You're always creating
But
the
you
things.
know that I've told you before in these spaces, like, I don't think that you can manifest something that wasn't destined for you.
I mean, well, if it wasn't destined for you, you still manifested what wasn't destined for you.
No, I'm saying I don't think you can do that.
I think you can.
But
you chose the metaphysics. Man.
I mean, a lot. Like, I think a lot of times, if you are aligned, your wants and your desires are aligned with your destiny.
Well, it has to be in your category and realistic. If you look up the definition of what it means to be a master number 11, you'll see that power.
I'm not doing that.
Power actually fits the archetype of what the characteristics describe.
Yeah, because I manifest hard.
You want to be ignorant, then don't ask questions.
I didn't ask no questions.
You just
like I manifest the shit out of the fest. Like,
whoa, hey,
more wisdom. I don't understand what authority are you standing on to teach?
Like when I manifest, I man that shit up.
What authority are you standing on?
Bro, you doing a lot.
You don't have no authority.
I fest that shit out.
I don't see a PhD. There is no PhD. There is no more wisdom. There is no more wisdom. JD.
All right, my bad, John. Yoshi got to get in there. Then K on my fault.
You have no fucking authority to.
I got you. Okay, Cran, I got you.
Ignorant or not.
It's funny. Yeah, yeah, I fessed it out. Let me let Yoshi get in there real quick and then K on. Yoshi, go ahead, bro. Yoshi, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I had to do that. So there is an African woman. Crane, are you familiar with the term MILF? My bad. Hold on. Me.
Bro, what are y'all trying to turn this shit into?
Yo, bro. Yoshi, just get to your point.
Really think about what y'all trying to turn.
No,
this
that's
shit
Yoshi.
into.
Yoshi, get to your point real quick so I can get K on to go.
You said MILF?
Yes, MILF. MILF.
Of course. Yeah, I know what a MILF is.
Okay. So there is a woman on the other platform who's also African. She's from Kenya. And this is... Yeah,
I'm not hating. Somebody paid for me to drop down because they wanted to whatever.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. I'm not.
But I thought that shit was weird.
I mean, that's fine. But this is what they said.
The club.
It do sound a little scary.
Join the club. It's the anointed with authority and abundance to answer your question, Crane. That's what it is, nigga. Spirit.
Bro, you said a whole lot of words.
I've been saying that.
Yo, K-On has to go, Yoshi. What you got, bro?
All right, Yoshi, go ahead, man.
The anointed with authority and abundance. Don't you ever forget.
Anointed. Man.
Yeah.
All right, Yoshi, you made your point?
Remember that.
When I catch you in the ring, bro.
Yo, hold on. Let me let Yoshi finish real quick so K-On can go. Yo, Yoshi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Let's get it popping.
So
hold on, Mo. Hold on. Go ahead, Yoshi.
I don't know if you got the paymental power.
Hold on. I didn't get anything. Yeah, I didn't get anything yet.
Okay, hold on. Let me know because they just sent it.
Oh, I got it. I got it now. Yeah, so Crane, they paid me to drop you for 2 minutes. I'll bring you back up.
No. Before you do it.
Crane, no.
Hold on, Crane. This is what they said. Now, there is an African woman, an African older woman, a MILF, because she's like 46 on the other platform. She said, I want, I'm sorry. She said, hold on.
Nigga, say it. If she ain't got kids, she not a MILF.
Bro, just say it, bro.
Wait, hold on. Just give me a minute to pull it back up because I have.
How much is it to drop, Yoshi?
Okay. So for Crane, she said he can sell me into slavery for any time. I'm donating $5 for 2 minutes to drop him because I love his voice. So So I mean, she said you can sell her into slavery anytime.
Why would she?
All right, cool. Yeah, so okay, cool, awesome. So we got it. I get it. Like, so he's dropped for 2 minutes, man. He'll be back up. Sorry, Crane.
This nigga delivery is just garbage.
Yeah. Just get your money up, Crane. Maybe I can, you can, because Crane, you can send me money to like bring you back up here. Let me let K-On get in there. K-On, you wanted to get in there?
They were talking about how.
Hold on. K-On gotta go. K-On gotta go.
What you manifest and it comes from you. I do believe that we are really just music in this universe, and we're just, held together by magnetism. And that's provable again by Gematria, which, we talked about having and hosting a space on. But the name that you were given at birth holds a certain vibration to it. And with that comes a lot of different terms that are high and low and whatever, but they're all attainable through one mean or another, depending on, how you sit through your life or where you are in your life. So yes, certain inventors, definitely, when you look up their name in Gematria code, you'll see that their invent has very much to do with what they are known for. And that's no coincidence.
That's not manifestation. But
it's an inherent drive. It's an right. The vibration, like we can't see vibrations. That's the thing. But the information attained through vibrations, nonetheless, is there. And it does drive people to invent certain things or become of a certain status or have their mark on the world in that particular way. And there is truth that can be found through the numbers of your name and the numbers that he's talking about, master numbers, all of that. It's very, very true is the thing.
I'm not mad at that, and I actually think that like proves the point that I was making about the fact that these people who are exceptions to these rules aren't like manifesting this life. They were like destined for that. They were chosen to be that. So
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to support that.
Crane, you're requesting to come back up, but you got to wait 2 minutes because somebody paid for that.
It's already been 2 minutes.
No, it has not.
No, it's like been 34
yes, it has.
No, it's been at least 2 minutes.
It's been 2 motherfucking minutes.
Not according to my stopwatch.
Also, I'd like to say I love that he used the word malarkey. I think malarkey is an underrated word. And
it's definitely been 2 minutes. Like we can tell.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Hey, Yoshi.
No, malarkey is a good.
Malarkey is crazy.
Tell my friend that I'm finna go listen to my 80s jam session on Spotify. She inspired me to do that. You know what I'm saying? We finna jam out.
Yeah, jam out on your own time. Right. Let me let Dragon get in there real quick.
Dragon love though, man, because like I said,
what?
Power. If I
I'm saying, I thought you wanted to say something.
This, man.
I mean, yeah, I actually want to speak on the topic from earlier.
Oh yeah, I got you, brother. I got you. Go ahead, Crane. I got you right now, Dragon. Go ahead, Crane.
I was gonna say, like, when I listen to this, I've been to some crazy parts of the internet, right? And this is 2014 YouTube knowledge, bro. I could spot this shit from afar. No matter how you try to wrap it with all type of vocabulary, all those things. This is 2010 conspiracy theories, YouTube fucking rhetoric. Okay, you don't even need to go deep into the fucking rabbit hole to spot all of this. This is all just repackaged and wrapped. Like, bro, this is 2025. We need new material. We need something to blow our fucking heads up. I've heard all these terms, Gematria, all these things. Fucking reptilians, draconians, Sirius B, Sirius A, the third eye, Kundalini energy, all of these terms. Okay?
Illuminati Cody.
I'm waiting for you to blow my top off.
He might have to go in this
there.
group chat, y'all. He might have to go in this group chat.
This is all fucking.
Just because your DNA ain't activated doesn't mean you have to blow.
This is real beef.
What does that even fucking mean?
Yeah, just because your DNA ain't activated doesn't mean that it's not true.
If you have to ask, that's really sad.
So your DNA is activated, more wisdom.
We activated.
So what has that got in you? What has that got in you, more wisdom?
Nigga, what? Hold on.
What has that got in you? What have you got from me? Having your DNA activated.
Kyle, can I post a couple pieces of evidence? I just post
do you have like fucking?
Oh my god, me too.
Well, so do you have
please do, yo.
Do you have
Yo, Mo.
Can I post them too?
Have you gained flight?
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Like, and I'll post it up for y'all if y'all having issues with doing so. But
my bad, Dragon. You could go ahead.
Put it in the bill.
I never meant to take up your time.
But yeah,
I just had to say that.
Yeah, put it in the pill, man. But yeah, man, like my bro Mo is manifesting every day. Like my bro Mo is manifesting every day, man. Like Kayon manifests every day. Crane, the issue with individuals like you is that you just accept things at face value, right? Like you're afraid to go a little deeper, right? And that's
I think
why.
what he's saying is that he already probably been where these conversations be going.
So power. Here's my thing, right? Here's my thing, power. Here's the thing. I'm not superficial, right? I don't think everything is physical. I do think there is a spirit and there is something deeper than what we see. You know, I actually do think there is a stronger force influencing. When I say force, I don't mean in a religious sense, but there is a stronger force influencing our lives, right? But I just can't stand. I like going with systems that work, right? Because we know, for example, if we know in a reality, in our normal life, if you want to actually move up, you know, in society, education is one of the
What's up?
ways. You know, formal
Somebody called me
education
just now.
is one of
He
the
was saying you
like.
go next.
It has been proven most people who go to college, get a formal education, actually earn way more than people who don't. It is known, and everything else when you go out of that, everything else is just quicksand, man. It's just you keep diving into that rabbit hole and it doesn't end. When do you come out on top? You just keep on diving and diving and diving to no fucking end. And when you look back, you haven't even achieved nothing. When you could have just stuck with what works, you know, and your life would have been fulfilled. So I just don't see the need, you know, of all of this, to be honest. That's it.
That's cool. Just because
I
you don't
actually
see it,
agree.
don't
I
exist.
agree as fuck.
Just because you don't see it,
Everything
don't
else
don't
is
exist.
quicksand, bro.
Yep.
If you step your foot out of it, you drown. Rabbit holes. You are drowning in the fucking rabbit hole. It is tying its noose around your fucking neck.
Look,
And
The
you
so
end
moment
up
you
going
start
through
trying to access knowledge you can't even
that
understand,
was
you've
very
entered another
inspirational.
matrix that you. It's
motherfuckers in
ironic.
it.
That was very
Motherfuckers ain't never
inspirational.
been to
No,
fucking college
Crane.
and they think they know how to understand. Fuck it.
Crane, that was very inspirational. Thank you. I posted a picture of you and my team celebrating one of the hottest motherfucking lounges in my side of the city, and you don't quite understand. I'm not paying to get in. I'm paying to win. I get anything I need free and anybody up in that bitch.
A lounge, nigga.
And this is the thing. You think? Go ahead, look.
A lounge, nigga.
Nah, that was
What the fuck
funny.
is going on right now?
Hold on, brother.
Hey, bro.
Yo,
I don't think I've ever heard anybody sound so unimpressed in my life. That nigga Nigga said, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Oh my
Nigga
god.
talking about shit. Oh God.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I wish that was recorded.
I'm being modest.
Me
Crazy.
too.
Oh
being
my
modest.
god.
He probably is recorded. Knowing that nigga, it probably is recorded.
Oh my god.
What did you expect me
yo,
to say?
Yoshi, I know you recording, but whatever.
What did you
Nah,
expect
not
me to
Yoshi.
say?
That Mo Milsom nigga. He probably recording this shit.
No, I am. But what did you expect me to say? That's
Nah, he ate you up.
That shit was funny as fuck.
Let me say this. Let me say this quickly. Shout out to
my
yo,
team's network is
shout
more than
out to all the
everybody in the
Misfits and
room.
Nomads, man. Shout out to Kayon,
Yo,
Yoshi,
Power,
man.
is this your best hitter again?
Nah, best hitter, yo, best hitter
Oh,
gang
shit.
is crazy.
Crane,
Best hit.
my team's
I'm
network
I'm
is
I'm
more
gonna be
than
honest.
everybody
I'm
in
gonna
the
be honest
room.
with you.
My team's
I'm be
network
honest
is
with
more
you.
than everybody's in the room. How is that a the net worth of
You
my
said
team?
what?
The net worth of my team is more than everybody in the room combined.
So y'all hit a meal?
Come on. Now
Your
what?
network
Now
is
what?
more than the
Now
entire
what?
team. Why was you
Now
stealing
what?
content?
Now what?
Y'all hit a meal?
Nigga, you niggas are lame, bro. Disingenuous answer.
So that's a no.
Yo,
Check it
yo,
out.
Ken, I
Post it
just
in
seen
the
that video, that picture you post.
Nigga say
Yo,
y'all
let me
lame.
just say this.
Post
Let
the
me say
video
this
to the
quickly,
top.
right? You know, shout out to all the Misfits and Nomads, man. I just want to say this quickly. I'm gonna let Dragon get in there real quick, but Crane, that was funny. You know, Crane, I'm not. You know what? Fine, Crane. Yeah, because you don't seem like a very
That was
superficial
2 for
person.
2 low key.
Yeah, you don't seem like a superficial.
Yeah.
You don't seem like a superficial person. But when Kayon starts talking about like gematria codes and you know, Mo starts talking about numerology, you guys get a little bored by it because you guys don't have the capacity to understand
Stop
these
it, Power.
concepts.
Stop
I'm
it,
sorry.
Power. No,
I'm sorry.
Stop that shit.
What I do?
And I actually agree with Crane. And I'm not gonna lie, as a person that knows, I say a moderate amount of shit about like religion and spirituality, I agree with him, because what's the point of knowing all that shit if you're not fucking happy?
But what's the
And
point of
and the
knowing
fact,
it
hold
if you
on,
don't really know
I'm not
it?
asking you shit. I'm not asking you shit. The point I'm trying to get to is
Calm down, brother.
Nah,
Calm down, brother.
nah, I'm chilling. I just got out the gym, so
That's what I'm
need
saying. But
motherfuckers.
don't talk to nobody on the team like that.
I'll talk to you like that.
Keep
going. Hey, Dragonzord. Keep going, Dragonzord. Keep going.
Anyway, he got the dragon from Mulan as his PFP, and he has
Nigga,
the
that's
nerve.
a coup from Samurai Jack. What the
Whatever,
fuck?
my bad. Whatever.
That's the evil nigga you talking about right now. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is there's no point in trying to quote unquote escape the matrix and then learn a whole bunch of shit that you don't even fucking understand. You're gonna be stuck in a whole different matrix. And what motherfuckers don't realize is when we talk about this whole escape and knowledge shit, trying to know about some shit that you don't even understand the basis of will have you in the exact same position you was in when you allegedly escaped the matrix the first fucking time. The point of enlightenment is not to get in some shit you don't understand or you can't even properly overstand. If we're gonna talk about it, it's to get to a point where you can understand yourself and your relationship to things that are around you and not be overwhelmed by shit. Like there's something called shock and awe, right? And what motherfuckers be trying to learn about and trying to go into these fucking rabbit holes, you are exposing yourself to more shock and awe, and you don't even fucking realize it. So you sitting here thinking you fucking deep when you don't. If you can't even understand and explain that shit to a motherfucker like a child or something like that, and you think you really understand that shit, you don't understand that shit. You are another casualty of fucking shock and awe. You are sitting here trying to disseminate so much information at a depth that you can't even be at, and you don't even fucking realize it. You finna drown and don't even realize it.
I mean, but
so I agree with fucking Crane. There's no point in trying to learn all this shit and just to get in the whole other fucking matrix. And at the end of the day, if that's just not gonna help you be happy and help you be satisfied as a fucking person, what's the point? What's the actual point in learning that shit?
So why are you so quick to dismount someone when they are speaking of
dismount? Dismount?
Hold on.
Who did I dismount? That was not the right word, brother.
Let me finish. You're trying to dismount someone from having the authority and understanding the benefits of this science because you don't fucking understand it. If you were so found in, like, if you really believed your side,
I don't believe
what you're
shit.
speaking,
I don't believe shit.
Hold on, bro. You don't need to interrupt.
I don't believe shit. Y'all be having half-cocked knowledge, bro. Y'all be having like a little piece of knowledge, and y'all be just running with this shit. Is what you basically saying.
Hold on, real quick. If you actually believe that it doesn't work and you don't,
I don't believe anything.
Just stop fucking cutting off.
But I need to correct that. You saying I have beliefs, I don't believe anything.
This is the thing. You just said you agreed with Crane, and Crane believes that shit doesn't work.
Right.
Okay, so you do believe something.
No, it doesn't. Just because I agree with him doesn't mean I have a belief about the shit.
Just let me fucking land, bro.
If
you really felt as if what you're saying is true, then that's cool. This is it's no different from a potluck, nigga. No one's forcing you to eat that cheesecake, bro. If you don't like cheesecake, stop trying to fucking eat it. If you don't motherfucking believe it, then stop trying to advocate.
Serve that shit.
Stop trying to
Hey, hold on, Drake. Hey, Mo. I think what he's saying, bro. I think what he's saying, bro, is like don't go into some shit like half cocked. Don't just sit there and say, "Oh, I know this about this and this about that." Whole time, nigga, like a person can disprove all that shit.
Hold on. It's only half cocked because you're half cocked. You're half cocked.
No, y'all be okay. If I'm half cocked, you a quarter cocked.
Clearly, I was fully cocked. If I got to dismount somebody,
you a quarter cocked, baby.
Stop saying the word, please, for the love of God.
No, but hold on. But Kayon is right. The only reason why you guys think it's half cocked because you guys are half cocked.
I didn't say that.
What is this? The Wild West? The fuck is
If I listen to anybody.
Don't sit there and say some shit like you like fully believe in that shit and whole time you
Hold
do all the
on. Let
research.
Kayon get in there.
Talking like
So if I lived my entire life listening to anybody who told me that I was wrong, that I didn't have the full understanding of something, I would give up my quest on discovering the fullness of God. And I'm sorry that you're too afraid to keep going down the rabbit trail. You apparently swallowed more than you can handle, son.
Exactly.
Kayon.
Son.
Wait, hold on, Kayon. If they prove you wrong one time, you would give up?
You swallowed more than you can handle.
No.
You've never even proved me wrong once.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no. So based on what you just said, if a person like can prove you wrong one time, no matter how much like years you put into this shit, you gonna stop?
She said that's how you live, not how she lives.
That's how you live. You literally cannot see the more. That's the thing. You close doors. You close doors. Seek and ye shall find. You want to stop looking because you're scared, because you are afraid to get out of whatever fucking belief system you're in because you might be wrong. Fuck that. I love being wrong. I love being wrong. I go after all the wrongs in life until I find the right. And that's the only way to seek to the end. Like the only way to win the truth.
Bruh,
you go through the wrongs.
Have you not heard her speak at length?
So what did you find at the end of your rabbit hole?
The point in me saying what I was saying was not about being wrong. the point of what I was saying was motherfuckers trying to propagate some shit that they don't fully understand, not realizing that they too are
How
now
could you
lost in the
say
sauce.
That you're
How can you
realizing
say
they're
that?
wrong according to your
You
belief
have
and
no
your
evidence.
It's not about being wrong.
Like,
It's about
bro,
being lost in the
Then
sauce
why do
of
you
some
have a
shit they don't
comment on the
understand.
matter? Why are
bro,
you
just
trying to
being
shut
lost in the
down?
sauce, dog. That's what it be, bro. Like
Yeah.
y'all be so enveloped in within like
Because first of all,
bro.
Like
That's
we're
what
hitting a wall. It's a
that is what the rabbit
wall.
hole
when
is, dog. You were
first of all, when I spoke,
Go ahead.
I didn't know what the fuck Crane was referring to. I heard what he said about motherfuckers essentially getting into some shit and the shit's not really panning out.
No, you
So I
had
spoke to that
comment on
extent.
it because you call it woo, essentially. And that's
Called it
not
what?
you essentially. I didn't say you said
Called it
this,
what?
but you
You
called
said I
it like
called it what?
woo. You're going down the
Woo, the
rabbit hole.
crazy
You'll
shit.
never be able to prove what you're
That's
finding.
not
We're
what I
talking
said.
about things.
Hey, no, that was me, Shawty.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
Different black
like
voices.
brothers
Yeah,
too,
different black voices. Like,
let's just say this, man. Crane, just to clarify,
God,
what I was able to obtain from these sciences was being a part of a team whose net worth makes 3 times as much as you, motherfucker. I promise you. You think that you understand this shit because you are just a fucking narcissistic individual. But guess what?
bro,
Anyone.
y'all
That's
love that
crazy
word.
coming
Hold
from
That shit's
you.
on.
stupid.
Let me
Y'all
land.
love that word.
Let me land. Every
Literally
single one of
crazy
us.
coming from
Hold
you.
on, real quick. Every single one of us has a specific blueprint and code that
Narcissistic
works for
traits.
each one of us. It's called your birthday, motherfucker. And when you understand the
Birthday.
energy
What
that's
the
connected
fuck?
to your birthday, that's when you can move in certain ways that you probably didn't understand until you
Bro, you
saw
putting
it on pen and
astrology
paper.
in this shit too?
Oh my
Exactly.
gosh, bro! This is
Prime example of
This
what
is
I'm
what I'm
talking
saying. Like,
about.
Bro,
bro,
you
This
adding a
is
whole lot of shit to your caveat, dog.
you
You adding a
sound,
whole lot of shit to
bro.
your
Yo, you sound like you on that shit.
okay,
Okay,
all right, for sure. All right,
you sound like you on that fucking
Astro-
shit, bro.
okay.
That's
astronomy,
all you
No,
sound
hold
like.
on. So he's saying, hold on.
What?
So
crazy
you tells,
Codes?
you tells, I want you to hear this, right? Like,
Okay.
so he sounds like
Decode
he's on some. Hold on, he
numerology.
sounds like he's on some drugs because he thinks deeper than you, right? That's crazy.
Because he on some drugs.
No, thinking shit that
That's
nobody
crazy.
else decides to think does not mean he's thinking deeper.
Yo,
Oh my
Akuma,
God.
Akuma, for real,
Wait,
bro.
do y'all know the craziest
Bro,
thing?
I
Do you
don't
know
know,
the
bro. It just
craziest?
sound you
Hold on,
like
let me just do this. These niggas, Crane, Akuma, and Dragon are the same niggas that come to me crying because none of the girls want to spend a fucking minute with them. Every
bro.
other
You know who I
Nigga,
am?
every
yo,
bro,
bro,
Wait,
wow,
what?
yo,
Hey,
Wait,
hold on,
yo,
y'all. Hold
every
up. Wait,
single one of
fellas.
them should be
Akuma and
crying.
Crane. Hold up.
Like you
hey, bro,
paying to
watch
get up
out,
in the
man.
club,
No.
they ain't doing
Hold up, y'all.
He don't want to do this
paying for
crazy ass
drinks,
shit,
they
but
ain't
he's
doing
trying
a
to get this
damn
shit.
thing.
Do not.
These
Hey, hold
niggas
on.
pay to get in the club
Do
and
not
they
let
just
this
sit off
nigga
to the
move the
side.
goalposts.
These
Ain't
niggas
shit we
got
talking
no
about have
club.
anything to do with
Like,
women.
come on, bro.
This
It
nigga trying to
does.
bring that shit up
No,
as a fucking
it does. You
deflection
know
so we
why?
can
Oh
change the
God, he
You know
is,
goalposts
why?
dog.
You know
and
why?
talk about
You know
some
why?
other shit outside of what
It
the fuck
does.
we
No, you
talking
know
about.
why? You know
This
why?
shit ain't got nothing to
You
do
know
with no
why?
fucking
You know
women.
why?
Oh God, they got
No,
the fuck they ain't doing no
it
women,
actually
man.
fucking does
Come
No, it
not.
on,
does.
man.
It
No,
directly.
you want it to have
Okay.
something to do with women
Look,
because you
I
want to get off
triggered
the
him.
fact you
I
don't actually
triggered
know
him.
Bro,
shit.
I
you don't want to
triggered
go
him.
down that
I
path,
And
dog.
the
triggered him.
fact
Damn,
that you
which one you
call
want to do,
yourself
message?
I
Moism
triggered
and
him.
want to
I
call
triggered
somebody a
him.
fucking
Yeah, you don't
I
go
narcissist is
down
triggered him.
that
rich as
path,
fuck.
dog.
I triggered him. Watch, because it's true. How you do one
Because you
thing is
full
how
of
you do
shit.
many things, nigga.
Uh,
You
so
can't
No,
do
because it's
Moism,
funny,
how
nigga.
you
That's
do
why
one thing is how you
it's
do many
funny.
things. And I can already tell. I
you
can
trying to
already
put the
tell.
oldest,
I can already tell.
you trying to
You
put the
trying to do a
oldest trick
fucking
in the
bait
I can
and
already
book.
switch, and I'm
tell.
not gonna
I
let
can
that shit
already
happen.
tell. Bro, I
You're
can
trying to
hear it in
put the
your voice.
oldest trick in the
I can
book
hear
to
it in your
get me
voice.
out of my
I
square,
can hear it
but
in your
it
voice, bro.
doesn't
Yeah,
really
but he say some shit and like wait for y'all reaction. And
because
like like
everyone,
fuck
yo,
all that.
Okay.
you know
Let's
you are
get it
fucking
popping.
Get your
lying,
Prove me
lame
bro.
ass
wrong.
on,
Prove me
nigga. Come
wrong.
on, bro.
Prove me wrong.
Why will I prove you wrong?
Because you're the one
Bro,
trying to
You
prove me
sound
wrong.
Okay.
fucking
nigga, you
dumb.
Okay. I gotta. Yeah, just gotta.
a grown
Quick.
man, by the way.
I got a payment.
Prove me wrong.
I got a payment. It's time for Kaon to have the floor real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Kaon, please. Switch it up. up?
Yeah, I just like to say, this conversation brought into my mind like a really interesting perspective, and it caused me to think very quickly about my life. Do I regret going down all the rabbit holes and learning all the things I did, which isolated me, quite honestly, right, from quote, social family, friends? It makes you feel very alone in the world. Do I regret that? No, I don't. In fact, am I done? No, I am not. See, there's a difference between, there's a categories, probably two of them. One category of human beings never fucking gives up. They persevere. They never stop learning. In fact, if they stop learning, they're dying. essentially. And the other category of humans just, gets to a level that they can't break through, don't want to break through, are afraid to break through. And I refuse to live in that second category. I'm in the first one. So while I don't have any kind of doctorate degrees to wow your mind so that I can sell this information into your brain, that's not my objective on earth. My objective on earth is to obtain it by the means that I can, to hold it within me as wisdom, to allow it to guide me through this earth. And if I have an opportunity, expound on it with others around me so that it can continue to grow and grow and grow. Because guess what? I will never stop learning. So, there, the end.
No, absolutely. And I would like to add to that. Someone just sent out a message
Hold
here
on.
on you said what?
No, let me tell. Okay, so Mo, now there's an older woman on the other app that said, Mo voices Velvet. I want him all to myself. So she
They
paid
always
five.
old. Goddamn, yo. They
Yeah,
always
I don't know who that freaky ass person
It
is,
don't
Let's
matter.
but
go.
yo,
No,
All the time.
no, it don't matter. She paid $5 to drop you for 2 minutes because she wants your voice all to herself.
All right, so I'm dropping you, brother. We'll bring you back up in 2 minutes, Mo. Shout out to Mo, man. Misfits and Nomads. Look, listen. Akuma, you can go now. I don't know if you want to respond to what Kaon just said.
Yeah, nah, like it really wasn't like a response, man. I do agree with certain things that she was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I will say, but like back to like the original topic. I want to say original. I wasn't really here that long on some shit, right? But like back to what y'all was like disagreeing about, like the idea of like um faith and like I'm sorry, destiny and like um
Manifestation.
thank you, manifestation. Like that, I feel like that's like the old saying of like nigga science versus like faith, like science versus like fucking religion. Like bro, like obviously, if you are manifesting certain things, you can't believe that this shit's like already fated and like cosmic on some shit because like you're like very land based. If you believe like destiny, like how this shit can play out and how this shit may pan out, it's like more like spiritual. So I think I agree with both sides to an extent. And my whole point by what I was saying earlier, bro, like I could say two things can be true at the same time, bro. Like certain people, even like Jeff Bezos or like the nigga from like Amazon and shit, like nigga, certain people like they were like fated or like destined to be in that
That
shit.
is a nigga from Amazon.
Yeah, he was. I know he ain't a nigga. But like that person was from Amazon. Like yeah. So they was destined to be within certain like lights with how that shit pays the fuck out, right? But like y'all can't sit there and say certain when like faith be saying certain things happen for a reason. That's not like a precursor for like everything that happens. Like that's not out of our control. It's like within the same like religious spectrum. It's like okay, certain things happen, nigga. We don't understand that shit. And from there, when that Bible got cut, nigga, like yeah, it's like they got to understand that shit from there. Like they got to figure this shit out from there on. Like so, y'all can't like. I feel like y'all put too much on like actual like semantic terms because it be real semantic in this motherfucker, bro. Like,
can I say this? So you know, we have the deep thinking brigade over here, and I don't say that like as a shot to y'all who think you have to go deep, go deep into the rabbit hole, all that stuff, like But y'all are the ones who want to do that, right? One thing that I've noticed with all of this, talking and everything, like it's like the people who y'all aspire to become, the examples that you have given, those are all people who actually participate in a system that already works. The people you consider super, the people who believe in the system, people who have gone to, y'all want to get riches and all those things, the examples y'all have quoted. Most of those people are not as deep thinking as you, probably. They just go and deal with what works and has worked, and my question is like, why can't y'all find some fucking super fucking spiritual like very successful, has money type of like teacher or fucking Zen, whatever the fuck mumbo jumbo
Hey, Crane,
teacher out
Crane,
there.
you know why? It don't gotta be spiritual, bro. Like that's what I'm saying.
Why
You don't gotta be religious to like have faith within, like, or like believe in something like above us, right? And I thought that's what you were saying originally, like being like agnostic. You can like understand certain things like out of our control. Like when you get too deep into science, they understand certain things happen without our control, right? But like, don't sit there and act like science don't come to a point because like they can't like understand why certain things don't happen. Don't say like faith thing don't come to a point because like they don't say
That's
like
not even
certain
my
scientific
point.
things
That's
don't
not even
happen, bro. Like these things happen for a reason, bro.
That's not even my point. I'm not trying to like discredit any type of belief system, to be honest, because I truly think everyone has the freedom, to believe what they believe, and I will respect that. But it's like, why don't they have like examples of super highly successful spiritual leaders out there who are deep thinkers who go into the rabbit hole? Like, why do they always have examples of people who are actually, who you would consider just like,
Because they
normies or
have theories,
whatever?
brother. They have theories. Like
No, they do. I'll name you 3 right now.
yeah,
You got
like theories
Napoleon
though.
Hill.
Theories are things are like
I'll,
how we think. It's like a educated hypothesis. That's all a
I'll name
theory
you
is, bro.
3 right. I'll actually name you a couple. You got motherfucking Billy Carson. He's still alive today. Born in 1971, I believe. That motherfucker is the epitome of spirituality. Does not mean that you should be broke. He actually has a book that calls "Just Because You're Woke Doesn't Mean That You Should Be Broke." Check that out. It's a good one. You got Napoleon Hill, Andrew Carnegie, Anthony Norvell, Wallace D. Waddles, Earl Nightingale. All of these people all understood that there is an innate connection to spirit and riches down here in this physical world. Crane, the consultation for you will be a discount. I'll even let you pay the money to. You can pay the money. Hold on,
bro.
you
Don't
can pay the
respond, bro.
money to Power.
He said he had 4 books,
pay
bro.
it to Power. Pay the money to Power, and I will
Pay what
give
money?
you the keys for the
Pay
consultation.
what money?
Bro, don't respond to him, bro. He said he got
'Cause you
4
don't know what
books.
you're
Bro.
talking
What
about.
the fuck are you even talking about, Billy
This is only
Carson?
book 2. So,
Just remember this. Just remember the
all right,
conversation.
so okay, book 3.
bro.
Hold on, book
Just
3.
remember the conversation.
Book 3.
What are we doing here?
Hey, Mo Wisdom, you said you got 4 books.
You know
Book
what's
3.
interesting?
Hold
Okay,
on.
what's up,
Let
man?
me
Yeah,
keep
what's
I'll
interesting?
keep naming books. Nigga, I do that.
Nigga, you
What's
said
up?
4
How
books,
many?
bro.
No, hold on. Give me a second, right? And you know what it is, man, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why we're misfits here, because like I think we're just a lot of us are so misunderstood. Like Kaon is misunderstood.
Bro, I think y'all are the nomads, bro.
No, give me a second. Yoshi, Mo Wisdom is misunderstood as well, and when you're vibrating just at a higher like level and frequency, it's hard for you guys to like really grasp and understand what we're saying here, and it's okay. Like I'm not like no, I'm not even joking. Like I'm not even joking. Like the other night. Oh no, hold on. I got you. No. Seriously, because I understand what Kaon is. Every time Kaon says something, I understand where she's coming from, right?
Bro, she
Because great minds think alike, right? Like Mo Wisdom, I understand a lot of times what he be saying, right? Like only when he's not trying to use big words, right? And then Yoshi as well. I understand where Yoshi's coming from. I understand where Max is coming from. But you guys aren't just high vibrating at a higher frequency. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, Tails likes to say that I like to merge words.
Not too much on her.
Right.
Sounds about right.
And what I find interesting is that
That already has a word for it. Don't forget
that's
part.
that's not what I do, right?
Yep,
and
that
so
is what you do.
I did the research, and I told her I found a term for what she's actually trying to describe, and it's called a pre-modifier, right?
What was she trying to
And
describe?
What you said?
What was she trying to describe?
Okay, so she thinks, right, when I say things like spiritual suicide, right? She's like, oh my gosh, you're merging words together, right? But like it's literally called
modifier.
That's what I just, and that's what that's what I told her yesterday.
I might agree.
No, that's not the
Might agree.
thing. He does things like, say for instance, he'll say, I'm just gonna use this. It's not a good example, but he'll say something like, oh, that's in bad faith or whatever, and like the word is already disingenuous, or so a person doesn't have integrity. Like that's what I'm talking about.
No,
When
what do you? No.
That's incorrect. Don't even answer
he
that.
Now,
never
this
What
is
the
crazy.
fuck are
What?
y'all
No, hold on.
doing?
What?
Nah, she
No,
low
hold
key
on.
cooked though.
giving
Like,
No,
he's
she's
not
not.
giving
No,
good
what do you mean?
examples
If
of
I
what
say,
he does.
What the fuck?
I call it
no, bro,
out.
bro, you cannot say something is in bad faith
Nah, bro.
and like
Akuma, I
understand
don't
like
trust
these.
what do you
Well,
mean?
no, hear me out.
Bad
But
faith.
hear me out. Hear me
I
out.
don't
Like,
trust you no more,
if
bro.
a person says like
I don't
this
trust you
argument is in bad faith, they know why the fuck you're saying what you're saying, and you're being just very disingenuous. Well,
No,
like,
Akuma,
No,
bro.
what are you talking about, man?
Nah, let him have it. Let that nigga have it, bro.
Like, yo, I'm just tired.
We
Look,
come up
listen.
Let that nigga
I
have it,
am
bro.
exhausted.
Let that
Nigga,
nigga
you
I
ain't
am
tired.
tired of
Nigga,
people.
exhausted,
Nah, let
I
him.
am tired of people. I am tired of people trying to sound smart
Yeah,
as opposed to just actually being
just
smart.
let him.
He said that though. He just sat here and said that. When I tell somebody, oh, you're making you're having this discussion
That's
in
why I
bad
said I
faith.
didn't want to
Hold
necessarily
on.
use that
Hold on.
example
You're having a
because then you're
discussion in
gonna
bad
harp
faith.
on it.
He's saying that I'm
Yeah,
being
just like a trigger
disingenuous.
point.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Look, listen, I'm gonna tell you guys this. Right, 2026, we need to leave disingenuous behind. We need to leave that word behind because it's fucking it's just played out.
No,
It's
See,
fucking
you're
played out.
not. See,
You
and
never
that's
Like,
Trigger,
will.
and
huh?
it's
that's
a
the difference between when
pre-modifier.
people
It's a
actually being
pre-modifier.
bro.
smart.
No,
It's the
you
trigger,
It's
saying
a
huh,
that
You
bro?
never will be,
You
pre-modifier.
need
Howard.
to do
It's
all
a
of that to fucking be
pre-modifier.
smart.
Right? It's a
You supposed to leave that
pre-modifier.
shit behind
I'll
in
give you an example.
2022.
I'll give you an example. If I
Of what
say,
you
well, like,
use,
I'll give you an example.
use a
If
real example.
no, it's a real. Every example I use is real.
All right, bro. Why you
Like,
yelling,
if
bro? Why
like,
you yelling,
listen, if you can't keep up, it's
bro?
okay.
Why you
Bro,
screaming, Todd?
It's
you're not
okay.
that
It's
you
fast,
that's the
Howard.
thing. You
You're not
do
that
I'm
this.
fast.
You do this, and then you ask
I'm
why we
not even
scream.
upset. I'm just simply
She
saying
got you
that
out your body,
it's
bro.
no. Yakuma, please, brother, please. Because you said you was an engineer the other day. We don't even believe that,
Nigga,
right?
why
So
would I
just
care what
please,
y'all believe? I got a degree,
just
nigga. I got a whole
please,
degree. What
right?
the fuck?
Just please, please, right?
For
This is
chemical.
Like,
a
oh,
high level
nowadays they're
energy.
just giving out degrees, right?
Oh, that's crazy.
Like that nowadays they're just giving out degrees. I see.
I got
Like
one though now.
nowadays they're just giving out degrees like food
And
stamps.
they give out CPNs
Like,
too.
they just
What did
giving
you
them
say?
out. They're just giving them out.
Yeah, please.
Anyway, so let me say this quickly.
No
So
show for Charlie.
this is
I'll
the
fuck you up.
issue. The issue is that instead of you guys trying to understand where the more wisdoms of the world are coming from, the Kaons of the world, right? You guys don't want to do that, right? Because you guys are scared to go a little deeper, right? You guys are scared to feel like a sense of dissonance, a cognitive dissonance, right? Because you guys are afraid of that, right? And what I'm simply saying,
Howard.
excuse me, what?
Everything you saying as far as trying to quote unquote see where you coming from, if I wanted to be that type of pretentious, I would just listen to a fucking preacher at a fucking church. It's like a Christian talking about, well, you don't really know the scriptures because you ain't been blessed by the Spirit
No,
and
it's
all this
not
other
the same.
bullshit.
We can actually
It's not the
prove this shit.
same.
There's
Yes, the fuck
logic
it
behind.
is. Yes, the
No,
fuck it
that's
is.
Why don't you try
Yes,
merging
it's
words?
Okay,
it's the
listen.
exact same. It's the exact
No,
same
this is
shit.
arrogance.
I can't
You
fuck
sitting
this
up here trying to
Trinitarian.
advocate for a
No,
nigga talking about, well, if you want to see where the
okay, bro.
bosoms of the
In
world are
the
coming from,
name
it's
of
because you not deep. No, it's the
Listen,
exact
bro.
same
What you're
bullshit.
Hey, Keon,
doing,
good night.
It's the exact
what you're
same
doing,
They
bullshit.
don't have the
what
range,
you're
bro.
doing
Can't
is
fuck this brother too.
arrogance, brother. What you're doing is arrogance. You know that you don't know, and you don't give a fuck.
And yes, and I'm arrogantly right and you're fucking
So
wrong. Yes, I arrogantly
know
am.
that you
Yes.
don't know, and you still sit on the outside of the motherfucking door,
Right, which
and
makes
talk
me
like you know.
right. Knowing that I don't know makes me better than you because
No,
you don't know
also,
too and
it
you
was
refuse to
said
acknowledge
that
that
if
shit
you
out loud.
don't know, you keep don't knowing until you figure it out and you become right. See, the problem is you don't know, dude. You don't
And
know.
since you
You're
don't know, you're
stopping.
insecure
You're
about it.
stopping. Yeah. Stay in the basement, man. Stay in the
Since you don't know,
basement.
you try and shut everyone else down
Stay
because
in the
you
basement.
don't.
Y'all do realize that I literally said I don't have any
That's
beliefs,
cool.
right?
She
So
used
why?
to show
And
shit.
that's
Not having a
exactly
belief
like
is a belief.
you don't have to explain to us how
No, it's
dumb he
not.
sounds,
Yes, it is.
okay?
So
Because
he
we all
gotta know what he
understand
don't
it.
even care
not.
about
We
it.
totally
Hold on.
understand
Not
it.
having a belief is a belief. You believe that you don't believe.
No, it's
You
not.
believe that you don't believe.
You realize
You
you
believe
do
that you
realize
don't
that
believe. That's a belief.
I know I don't believe because instead of saying I believe, I just could tell
Checkmate.
you I
Is that
don't
like
know.
You
atheism?
believe that you don't believe. That's a belief.
Do you know what a
Is that
belief is,
atheism? bro. Like, if you don't believe nothing,
A belief is holding something that's true without having any
okay.
proof of
Oh my
evidence. If
God.
I can tell you that I don't know instead of
You
telling you
believe that you don't
I'm pulling the
believe.
ladder out. I'm pulling. Do you want to come out of the basement or not? Like.
I literally know that I
Do
don't.
you want to come out the basement and learn?
Oh wow.
Do you want to come out the
The
basement and
non-belief
learn?
basement.
Literally
You
know
said.
that I
Right. Hold
don't
on.
believe
Let me let Yoshi get in there. Make
like I could literally just
shout
say
outs to
I don't
Tell.
know
Shout outs
instead
to
of saying I
everybody. Let me
believe.
let Yoshi get in there, guys.
Oh no, I raised my hand because they were talking to let you know. Check your Telegram. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
If you're gonna, if you
What the fuck?
Like if the whole thing with having a belief, you could just simply say I don't know, and if it was actually true, whatever you claim you believe, then you would say
well,
I
hey,
know it
this is
instead
the
of I
cool part
believe it.
about all that. We can see where everyone's gonna be by 1 year from now. All right, peep that.
All right, okay, yeah. Go down the room. Like, what do y'all believe in? Go.
Now, also, I believe
All
that
right,
I
hold
feel
on, guys. I'm sorry, guys. So they just sent me a payment here. So yeah, so Tails, yeah, you're gonna have to get dropped for 2 minutes here. We'll bring you back up shortly. It's all love, just business.
Tell you what he said though. He said, and I'm reading it. He said, "She sounds sexier than Hotep. I'd rather give her a back shot." So there you go.
Okay, awesome. All right, go ahead, Kaon. You were saying
So
something?
why they keep dropping her then? What the fuck? Wait.
It's 2 minutes, brother. It's 2 minutes, brother. It's 2 minutes. And this Tails' first time being dropped. Go ahead, Kaon. You were saying what? What you were saying?
Tails, no.
Yeah, nigga. Know this, nigga.
I'm reaching. I'm reaching.
Yeah, Kaon, go ahead.
now I'm thank you. My God, what kind of fucking sex trade are you running here? You can it's just like here.
That's
I'm
just
gonna
outrageous
drop
as fuck.
somebody.
Sex song
I
train?
can drop somebody just to be like, hey, come talk to me on DMs for 2 minutes. Like, whoa,
Absolutely.
It's like legit. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
fascinating. What a twist.
I know, it's fascinating. Ow.
What a power twist.
It's
Just
a power
you know what?
twist.
Just have the $5, a power twist. You want a power twist?
A
then?
power twist. Yeah. And
Look
also
at her.
and also I'm charging, and also if you guys wanna have a virtual conversation with me on Zoom, it's $250 because a lot of people want to see how I look, and I'm charging for that. And so if you guys want to so if you guys want to see me, have a virtual conversation with me on Zoom or Google Meets, that's $250.
Has nobody ever seen you before?
I want. Do I get a hoodie for doing that?
No, Kaon, you don't get a hoodie.
Jesus Christ!
Yo, Kaon,
I can't get a hoodie to save my life.
Kaon, you already know, Kaon. We have high standards here. We don't do free, right? We don't do free, Kaon, right? We have high standards here. Right? Okay.
I'm gonna be quiet. So
I like that. I like that. Keep it high. Listen, we're not in the basement.
Keep it high.
This is not basement shit. Okay. Anybody who wants to live in the basement,
this is not basement shit.
Yeah.
This is higher level thinking, right?
That's right.
This is not basement. This is not basement mentality, right? And Crane, this is like Crane. If you want to stay in the basement and you don't want to elevate, right? You don't want to grow. That's fine, right? Tantric, you too.
Basements?
That's fine. Is that what?
Y'all got basements?
We have land.
Bro, I stay in Texas, bro. I ain't got no basement, my nigga.
Need,
I ain't got no basement in Texas, bro.
I don't need recycled conspiracy theories 2013 YouTube content.
2013. Oh shit. Oh, my fault. I Coco, you are banned. I want you to hear me closely.
Wait,
I'm not gonna remove you yet.
I fuck with her. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't give a damn, right? If you,
Wait, hold on, bro.
I don't give a damn.
What
If you want her in the space, it's $10. So I'm gonna remove her now. I just want her to hear me because there's a delay in the audience.
Hold on, I got you, bro. I'll pay the pussy ass shit, bro.
Yeah, just send that, please.
You get the pussy ass shit back though.
Hold on,
I'm cool on
brother.
that shit, bro. That's my homegirl. What the fuck? Why'd y'all drop that?
I'm saying I'm giving you 10 seconds, brother, before I remove her.
Hold
right?
on. 10 is crazy, bro. I ain't playing. Stopwatch.
9.
Stopwatch. Pussy.
8.
He said.
What's up right now? 10 pay. Pussy.
All right, let me see. Give me a second.
Kaon, the same person that dropped Unlicensed and Hotep for back shots, they said they like your voice and they want to drop you for back shots.
Okay.
She ain't say shit though. What the fuck?
I don't think. Is this real?
I don't see it. I don't see it. Hold on, Akuma, where's my money? Akuma, where's the money? You have 3 seconds, Akuma. Where's the money?
Did they pay more for the white girl
Akuma, where's
or
the money?
not?
Nah, bro, y'all playing.
Oh, Akuma, I'm moving. Akuma, you ass betting me. Where's the money?
Hell nah, B, I'm cool. Hey,
all right,
Coco.
cool. Let me remove it then.
I'll fuck with you later, baby. I'll fuck with you later.
All right, cool. I'll remove her. I just removed her. Thanks.
Your ass playing, dog. I see what you doing.
Yeah.
Are you really scamming for real?
No, it's what are you talking about? I literally, we set the price, right? And if you guys
post a message, hey Yoshi, post a message right now.
For who?
What are you talking about? He just
post a
messaged
message,
me, literally.
Bro.
Yeah, from another platform.
Literally.
How am I supposed to post that to this? From another...
Screenshot, dumbass nigga. Screenshot.
Oh,
Oh, you don't know how to screenshot?
No,
Yeah, screenshot that shit. Post it on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
Who said drop Coco?
No. They was talking about
No,
Kayon, nigga.
what are you talking about?
They said Kayon.
I remember I kept Coco because she was in a band space.
Now, wait a minute. Cause he talking now.
That nigga ain't finna lie to me, bitch. I know what the fuck you said, pussy ass nigga.
Hold on. Come on.
Bro, I said I Coco loud as fuck, and y'all said, oh yeah, it's her.
Okay, so now there's a woman that said I would pay 20 to drop Akuma to peg him. So I mean, do you want that to happen or no? Because I'm about to let her know.
Yeah, let it happen. Say your money, baby. Say your money, baby.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what the fuck you think is going on right now?
I got you. Hold on. Let me go ahead and take, because she can hear you. She can hear you.
All right, cool. Put it on the mic.
No, this is from another platform, dumbass.
So you got one phone on two different platforms?
No, I'm streaming on.
All right, so are you can like put your phone on speakerphone and like let me talk to her?
No, but it's on PC. That's the point. They can hear you.
All right, yo, Tells, you can come back up, Tells. Your time is up.
Tells come.
I ain't gonna lie to me, bitch.
So what up? What's good, Max? I was watching some
I see
scenes.
it, but y'all. I see what y'all doing right now, bitch.
Max, I was watching some scenes from Black and Beauty. And yeah, the acting is not that good, man.
But
I was on YouTube watching it.
We said it wasn't good, but the plot is good. We've been said that.
Hey, Tell, I'm sorry you got dropped.
Wait, so why? Thank you, King. Why was that dropped again?
Ask Yoshi, man. They just sent me the money. I just dropped them.
So
That's what I did.
Type shit.
So hold on. So Tails, hold on. The same person that paid for Hotep to get dropped, because in his message, which is an African dude on the platform, you
said it was a girl, nigga.
No, not for Hotep, dumbass. It was a dude.
Bro, you said the same person who paid for the Hotep paid for Tails to get like dropped. He said it was a girl.
Yeah, but the dude, it wasn't a girl.
Come on, bro. You ain't lying good enough, bro. Lie better, nigga. Lie better, dog.
Did everybody hear when I said that Tails is going to get dropped for back shots? Did everybody hear that?
I did.
Okay, so it wasn't a girl. So the same dude that paid for Hotep to get dropped for 2 minutes, which was $5, he told Hotep, he said, I want to give her a back shot, so drop her for 2 minutes. And the same dude said, oh, you sound sexier than she does, so I want to pay $5 to give her back shots for 2 minutes. That's what it was.
I'm getting like the heebie.
Bro, that's how I know you lying, bro. Because you said a girl. I thought she was a stud immediately, bro.
Nobody said girl. No, we were talking about
But Tells, Tells, how does it feel to be back up here?
Yeah, this shit crazy, bro. Nigga lie like a hoe.
No, let me stop, Tells. Let me stop.
Nigga lie like a hoe, bro.
Let me stop. It is what it is.
Hey, Power, bro. Be real, dog.
Hold on, Tells trying to say something. Hold on.
Power,
I didn't get. All right, hold on. Let me see it.
No. I'm talking about in general for Hotep and everybody.
Yeah,
else.
I did. All right, let me let Tells. I'm finished real quick.
Yeah, I did some research, right? So basically, there's a method. There's a reason why you do what you do. I don't know how to say this word. Maybe you can say it. It's called
Socratic method. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's portmanteau. PORTMANTEAU.
Okay.
And it's actually called blend word. Yeah, pimento.
Oh, but yeah. PORTMANTEAU.
Yes.
Pimento.
So basically, what you're doing is it's redundant nihilism.
Nihilism.
There we go. Thank you, Kings. That's why I don't like it. I did some research. I was like, what the hell is this called? So you're creating a new word, even though there's an existing word.
I'm not creating a new word, right?
Yes,
so
you
if
are. That's
hold
what
on, give
you
me a second. If I say in my space that someone is verbally molesting me, I'm not creating a new word. That's actually a word, right? I mean, that's actually a term, right? You can Google it. I'm not creating anything. You think I'm creating it because you haven't heard it before.
No,
right?
That's not what it is. It's not that
You're more so defining what you're feeling instead of like saying the word.
Right, but Max,
Correct.
Max, she thinks that I'm creating
No,
these new terms.
I never said creating. I said
Hey, I'll be right
merging.
back.
So if you're
This
merging,
shit on. I'll be right back.
No, but Tails, what I'm trying to say is that they already merged it. I'm just leveraging what
Hey, Tail,
they've already done.
stay safe, Sean.
Right.
Stay safe.
So
I'll be right back.
so they like this merging thing you're talking about.
So
They've already done it.
no, listen. Again, it's not that you're creating it. I never said that you're a creator. Okay. I said you're merging things that already exist. So say for instance, you're just doing inflammatory phrasing. You're doing rhetorical exaggerations. That's what you're doing when you say, oh, somebody's verbally molesting you. Like, there's already a word created for that. And
No,
it's
there's not.
unnecessary.
No, there's not a word created for verbal molestation, right?
Yes, it's just abusive. It's just
no, that's
harassing.
no.
Yes.
No. If I tell you that someone's verbally harassing me, that's what it is. I'm defining, like Max said, I'm defining how I actually feel, right?
You're
But there's
going
no,
backwards.
there's no word for that. You're saying
Yes,
that there's
it
already a
is.
term that exists for that,
Correct.
and there's no
Harassment.
term that exists for that. No,
Yes,
there
it would
isn't.
be harassment.
No, it would be verbal harassment. There's a difference between harassment and
No,
verbal
you said,
harassment.
do you know what you said? You said verbally molesting.
Yes, and if
is just harassing.
but if I say someone is verbally harassing me, there's a difference between being verbally harassed and
It would
being
just
physically harassed.
power. It would just be
It's a big
harassment, and then you will
difference.
identify if it's verbal,
No,
emotional, or physical.
it
Yes.
wouldn't just be harassment.
Oh my goodness, it would.
What do you
There's
mean?
a huge difference.
Thank you, Goyim. Can you explain this? Like, I don't want to like. There's a difference,
No,
man.
there's no explanation that you
What's
need
the
to do. I'm
difference?
literally.
All right, so let me remove you because you're like, I don't know, like you came in here. I'm thinking you're about to like explain something. You're just
Nah,
useless.
Paula, damn, bro.
No, he's useless. He's useless. Let me just like remove. Like I don't have the patience. I really don't. And by the way, I think he's banned. He be in anathema spaces. Let me remove him now.
Shit, yeah.
Oh,
Right, and-
yeah, get him out of here. I know.
Yeah. He be over there, right? But anyways,
Like another one. This is great. I did some research here and I love it. Examples that you use verbally molesting, that would just be harassing or abusive. You use things like emotionally raping, that's just coercive or violating. You use mentally enslaving, that's just manipulating. You use physiological torture.
Yo, I'm going
that's
crazy.
just
I'm going crazy.
intimidating.
You can actually look it up.
You use
Yo, I'm about to take
financially
my head and hit it against the wall.
You use financially
I
choking
think he,
someone.
so
That's
I think he
extorting.
just like identify,
So
like he's taking an abstract
no,
idea and connecting it with a
using
physical construct.
He's using redundant expressions.
It's not redundant.
There's already
It would
it's
not be
unnecessary.
redundant. That's for
It
sure.
is.
I'm
It
about to
is
cry.
There's
I'm
no
about to cry.
redundance. Like redundance.
There is redundance
No,
in some
there's
of his
no
things.
redundance.
Certain things like bad faith, disingenuous.
But
That's
that
not
doesn't mean
redundancy.
redundant.
All of that.
That's
No,
not redundancy.
what's
I'm not
redundant
me.
is when it means the
But
same
wait a minute.
thing. So you use
Redundance
multiple
doesn't
things.
mean
You use power. You use multiple merges. How many? Since I've met you,
What the fuck is a
I've
merge?
told you that you use these merges that I
What's a
don't
multiple
like.
merge? I don't know what that means.
Now I have the word for it. I told you I did the research, and I have the word for it.
It's a pre-modifier.
Oh no, he
No,
left.
it's not.
He left. girl.
Literally,
He
it
left.
is.
It's not.
Oh God! Look, listen. I don't understand what's going on, right? Because you're telling me if I sit here and say, well, I was in an emotionally abusive relationship, you're telling me that
Dog
I
was up.
shouldn't use that term because there already is a term that exists for that. So what would be that term? Like what would
What would be what term?
if no
which
if
word?
The words
if
that
I
he
told you that I was in a emotionally abusive relationship,
Mm-hmm.
you're telling me that
No,
it
I'm
makes
saying
no
that's
sense.
correct. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm talking about. I've told you. I don't say every word that you use is a merge. Like, come on now, don't be disingenuous. Again, you know what you do. We have multiple conversations, and I'll say it all the time when you say it. That's why I'm like, I don't sit here and write them down every time you say it. I'm just like, Power, why are you merging a word that's already a word? Like I told you, you'll do stuff like what's the example that I just gave you?
Yeah,
You'll do
but
things
when
like,
I
oh,
look up what he
you're
did,
mentally enslaving me. Like that's
no,
okay. That's just
What do you
according
manipulation.
to
mean?
Like
you,
Yeah.
according to
yeah, it's just
you,
manipulation. Like why do you do the exaggeration of
my
a
God.
word that's already created?
Yo, Kaon, can you help me out? Because I
Yeah,
think I'm going
yeah.
crazy.
It's
Because like
inflammatory
so
phrasing.
I
You
asked
can't. It's rhetorical
Google a similar
exaggeration.
question, but I said, what is the ability when you combine an abstract idea with a physical construct. And it comes
That's not
up
what
with
he's
terms.
doing, though.
Okay, I believe it is. And so it comes up with terms like
Well, then we're not arguing
embodiment.
the same thing because your belief is
Embodied,
different from my belief. So we might as well just stop
embodied
having the
cognition.
conversation.
Right. Well, we have different ways
What
that
what is it called? Embody what? Embody what?
embodied cognition. Oh, also it can
That's
relate
not what
to
he's
the term
doing.
of conceptual
He's
art.
doing semantic
Right.
inflations.
He's using
He's
semantics
doing
Semantic
for
loaded
inflation.
language.
conceptual art.
He's doing
Conceptual.
hyperbolic word
He's
choice.
conceptual is a better term than
No,
hyperbolic.
absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Like what is all these words you're using? You're saying that
Power would say you're physiologically torturing me.
what the fuck?
Not
And that would be
physiologically,
accurate.
because that would mean
No,
it's
it would just
physically.
be intimidating.
No,
That person is just
Intimidating. That's not what it
intimidating
means.
you.
Oh, yo, nah, you got it. Yo, Crane, I'm done. I'm done. Right, Crane, you want to talk about people wanting trying to be deep? Bro, you got it. I'm done. Like I don't even know what to say.
Power,
Like I don't.
Power, come on now. You know what she's saying. You trying to do too
I
much
don't know
with
what
your
she's
words,
saying. What do
bro.
you mean?
He's trying to invalidate me, and it's
I'm
very
not trying to
valid.
invalidate you.
No,
No,
I'm
not
do
like
it
that's
going
what
to
I'm
tell
saying.
you're
time and
using.
spaces.
Validate you. I give you credit where credit's due.
Right.
But this time I'm not giving you credit. I'm not. I don't
Yeah, because
understand
you
what
don't
you're
believe
saying.
in what you do. You don't believe
No,
that
I'm
that's
saying
what you
no.
do.
I'm saying there are times I agree with you. This time I don't understand what you're saying. I really
So
don't
when you
understand.
use those hyperbolic
No, stop
things to
using
like
those
get a
words. Stop using
excuse
those
me,
words.
stop
You're no,
talking.
It's
because
not.
you're
I'm not
losing
being
your.
It is
hyperbolic.
Yeah,
hyperbolic.
you're
No, I
losing
know.
your argument.
It's called it's called precision of language. I'm trying to be as precise. I'm trying to be very
No.
That's
precise.
not
I'm trying to be very precise.
hyperbolicism.
Exactly. I'm trying to be very precise.
No,
So
like I said, there's so many oh my God.
Okay,
oh my God.
it's all
It's
right.
I need a
We can
cigarette.
go
I need a
over this
cigarette.
another time
So,
if everyone
excuse
I need a
me.
cigarette.
wants to go
No,
sleep.
He said,
Yeah.
"I need a cigarette."
Hold on.
All right, this is
You
good.
don't so power
Charles,
you claim
Charles,
you're smart,
honey,
but you don't
no,
wanna
honey. We
be
know
challenged.
what you're trying to say. We
No,
know
I'm
what
not.
you're
I don't
trying to
mind to
say.
challenge me. I don't know.
Juju, what's
I don't mind
up?
I don't mind being challenged. I don't mind being challenged. I'm just simply saying that I
What I'm
honestly
saying is, why are you trying to harp onto one thing, like one example, as if I don't power? Do I not say that you merge words that's already here? Do I not say that all the time?
but that
When
doesn't
you
make any
When
sense.
you use hyperbolic, again, hyperbolic is exaggerated language. So when you do things to get a reaction, when you say people are like, they're like raping you, you'll say words like that, like, oh, like this person is something raping me, or whatever.
Verbally?
Yeah, or whatever other
Yeah.
word, like things in that nature. Those are hyperbolic terms.
No,
That
you're
already
I
have
know no. So I agree to some extent. Like, yes, to some extent I am being hyperbolic, but I don't
Right.
understand. Hold on, I don't understand everything else you're saying. Right?
So
When you say I'm merging, like I'm merging, I don't understand
So
that.
now
But
I'm just gonna wait for every time you do a merge, I'm just gonna take a note of the words that you do so that I can give you accurate examples, because that's what you're
Thank
trying to
you.
do right now.
Well,
And that's
Thank
what's
you.
making the conversation
Well,
disingenuous, and that's okay.
Thank you.
not only that, when if he was the merged word in general, look up the
He
definition.
does all the
Oh,
time.
well, yeah, but
Okay, but why not? This is
definition
fucking
of
power.
Because it's already a
Why
word.
should not
Yeah,
power? Why wouldn't power use his mind
word
at a
is
higher octave by
But wait
trying
a
to be
minute.
more
It's the
creative?
execution
Correct.
of it. It's
Why
the
But if
wouldn't
you
Redundant.
can speak however you want. It's the execution.
No, let's be real. Why wouldn't he?
Exactly.
Dog, this is what I'm saying, bro. The ego is like a katana. You don't take that motherfucker out unless you got to. You don't see me walking to the motherfucking space just cutting niggas up. I don't do that unless I got to. If you gotta pop your shit, sometimes you gotta show niggas. What did Kendrick say? Shit, hey, sometimes you gotta pop out and
and
show
and
niggas. That's
and the
what this
Kaon is right.
is.
It's all about the execution, right? And so, but
Don't worry, I'm
yes,
gonna take notes. Since you wanna be
yeah,
facetious, I'm gonna take
no.
notes.
And
Stop
And I'm gonna
it.
like
gather all
Stop
the
it,
information I
bro.
need.
Stop it.
now, please gather all the
You already saw what
information.
happened to me.
Like, listen,
You already saw what
collect
happened to me.
all the data you need, right? Because I really want to know what you're talking about,
Bro,
right?
I
Because
will.
don't fall for it. You already saw what happened to me, nigga.
I need to know. I need
You
to
already saw
know.
how they did
I
me,
got
nigga.
you.
They put me on the cross and I resurrected from
Because
that
you want me
bitch.
to remember all the damn words that you done merged since I've
Correct.
met you, and that's crazy.
Correct. Just like how I remember everyone who's on the ban list, you should do the
Yeah, but you
same,
have
right?
pictures, you have notes. So you know what I'm saying?
So next time, take notes.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna be prepared. Trust
I'm
and
excited.
believe.
I can't wait.
Right, hey, that's
No,
exactly
Right.
what
because
I
you be
told
doing
Nicole. I
some
said, look,
The
bullshit.
merge.
we gonna see
Yeah,
space
you
after
be doing it.
space. We gonna
How?
see
What?
who's
Can you
who
help me with that
eventually.
word again? What's the?
Yo, Yoshi, didn't they
Hey,
have a
I'm
movie
gonna
called?
start writing all of your sins too. I'm gonna
Wow.
start keeping a whole. Yep, it's
Wow.
happening. Like all the
Well,
sins
you're not
Wow,
now.
like on a
God. You don't. You're
spreadsheet.
not
Yep.
That's
God.
It's
crazy.
Uh huh.
You're
happening.
not
It's
God.
happening.
Break it down week by week.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Yoshi. Like Yoshi, can you tell? Can you say this?
Yeah, I mean, if you say he's using merge words, you actually used one merge word, which was hyper and then bolic. Those are merge words.
Yo,
Correct.
Yoshi, please, I swear to
No, no,
God,
no, no, no.
Clock
Look
it.
at what hyper
bro,
means,
I'm gonna
and then
close
look
the
at
app,
what
bro.
bolic
Clock
means.
it. Clock it.
Oh
Those
I'm gonna
are
close
two
the app.
merge words
We're
in
cooking here
general.
tonight.
Tells
I'm
you
gonna close the
know
fucking
how
app.
it
The
feels now.
misfits and nomads are
When you
cooking,
got
man.
3 people against you and you just trying to have a simple back and forth. At least
Oh,
to
she
give
did. She left. She said,
at least to
"Hold
give
on, hold
you
Yeah,
on,
no,
Mo,
because
at
Mo."
least
She
to
left.
giving
hyperbolic
you
is
some
a
Hold
merge
on, Mo,
word.
Mo. Hold on, Mo. Hold on. Give me a second, Mo. She said she's closing the app and she left.
bruh. At least you guys are being nice to her. You giving her easy mode. I gotta go against 4 or 5 bodies on that
Right.
shit just
I'm
to
fucking
interact.
crying, yo.
Come on, bruh.
What
You're
the
You
fuck?
being the only
Tells
white
left.
cougar in the room, okay? I mean, you try that for a
stop
minute.
it, bruh.
All right.
Stop
Yo, what the fuck? Tells actually left. That's
Yeah,
freaking
bro. I
crazy,
told you,
yo.
bro.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
you
Yo, but K, what's good, K?
Word.
you gonna see eventually. I
The
was not
like
wrong.
merge, I don't understand. Like, but Kayon, thank you for helping me out there, right? Like, I think you use like conceptualize or like like these abstract concepts, like and things of that nature. But like, look, listen, I don't understand the whole merging thing. Like, hey, I hope you were listening, because Crane wanted to like, because Crane thinks he has a chance, right, with
Yo,
her. So
Crane is back.
he threw his cape on, right?
Yo, power. Don't
Yeah, nigga,
never.
Superman.
Don't ever
Bro,
try
I'm
to ask.
telling you,
No.
bro. Crane is
Like
buying
Nah, but
everybody
Crane,
drinks.
that was weird because you
Crane is buying all the girls drinks
you had your
in the
cape on
club,
because
bro.
you didn't even understand
what
what
do
she
you
was
mean,
saying.
Cape?
You didn't even understand what she was saying, and you
Yo,
agreed with her.
Crane is
I've
buying
been
all the
listening to
girls
the
drinks, bro.
conversation, bro.
He's
I don't
buying
know
all the
why you're
girls
trying to
drinks
say I
when we
was
go
putting
out.
my cape on because I think I have a chance. No, I'm not interested. Thank
But
you.
I'm saying, but hold on, but you didn't. But hold on, you
And
didn't.
I'm not trying to talk
Hey,
shit to
the drinks
nobody,
on
but
Crane.
I'm not. Yeah, don't put me in that nothing. Yeah,
So thanks
keep
for
that to yourself.
Hey, you date white women.
Crane,
What?
Yeah.
That's what you told me.
Crane, drinks on you, right?
I
What?
date white women too, so.
Crane, drinks on you.
No.
You paying for all the drinks, right, Crane? You paying for all the drinks. I know your type.
What she should have
I mean, look
said.
at how he posing
Listen,
though.
listen,
Bro, I'm
listen. What
saying, bro.
Unlicensed
Oh
should
my
have said,
god,
right?
This
bro.
nigga the type of nigga that hate 5'8" niggas just because his
Posing is crazy.
conversation
Like
died.
he
Just
looking
'cause
like
his
into your love.
conversation
Like
died. He hate
So
short niggas.
now you're trying to jump me, bro?
Yeah.
no, he's
Crane,
posing like
Crane.
into your love.
Yo,
No,
it
because
don't feel.
hold on. I'm sorry to mute. Because you stepped in and you didn't even know what the fuck Tells was talking about, and you said, "Come on, Power, you know what she meant." Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like the pandering, the Spider-Man, Mary Jane pandering needs to stop. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you guys, like you should have just mind your business. Like, because you didn't even understand what she was saying. Right? Like I don't even understand what she was saying. Kayon don't even understand what she was saying. Right? And then she used hyperbolic, which is merging words. Right?
It
She
is a
just used a merging word,
It is.
right? And then when I quote unquote merge words, right, it's a problem. Right? It's a problem.
Well, hold on,
Right?
Yo, power.
You know,
I was literally listening to the whole fucking conversation when it started. What do you mean? I never
I'm
knew
not
what you was talking
surprised
about.
that you're a panderer. You're from Minneapolis. I get it.
He's not a pander. Why didn't you ask him to maybe explain the
Can
reason
you
why I
explain?
left?
Can you explain what she
Hold
was
on,
trying to say?
hold on, and I'm gonna let you go, Crane. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go real quick. But Yoshi, when y'all I can't. I tell y'all when I'm tired, I can't be playing with y'all some nights. And like tonight, I'm a little tired, right?
Okay, well,
And you gonna sit on this mic and tell Yoshi, don't cut me off. Just let me go, right? You're gonna sit on the mic and tell me that hyperbolic is a merging word when you know that's not correct. It's
It
not
is.
accurate because I'm talking about exaggerating meanings. Like what? Like oh my god, like. Hyperbolic
Wait, but
describes
I'm going by
is describing what you're doing, which
yes,
is
but
an
I'm
exaggeration.
but I'm going
Hyper and bolic is not even a fucking word.
when you said merge words, right? Even
I'm
when
saying he's using two words
yes,
to define a same meaning
and
that's
that's what you're
already a
supposed.
word.
What?
That's not
But the
true.
He's just exaggerating. He's being redundant. That's what
Oh
he's
no, I'm not
doing.
being
In
redundant. Do you know what
in
redundant
some cases,
means?
again, like I said, there's multiple times I've said that power merges
I need a
words that's already
cigarette.
here for him
okay,
to use.
and that's
What I'm saying is, out of the examples, some of them are hyperbolic. Example, when he says things like "you're emotionally raping me," or when he does things like that, because he's exaggerating a meaning that's already here, like harassment or coercion or something like that.
okay.
And then
So
on the other flip
No,
side,
everything in life evolves.
he's being
Everything in life
redundant
evolves.
because
What?
he'll fucking say two words that already mean the same thing. It's unnecessary, so it's
What?
exaggerated. That's what I'm talking about. So hyperbolic would not be an example of me merging a
you
word.
just did
So
though,
be
because
so
hyper
fucking for
is
real.
two words merged together, and the reason why I
Oh
think that.
my god.
Hyperbolic is a figure of speech.
Let me finish.
Hold on. Give me Yoshi. Hold on, Yoshi. I don't know. That's fine. That's why you guys need to read Tony Robbins' books, because I am speaking with distinction. If you know what that means, speaking with this distinction means speaking very precisely and clear. Right. And so, yes, to some extent,
You are
hold on,
using
hold on. To some extent, yes, I am being hyperbolic. But when I sit here in a space and I say someone is verbally molesting me, I am speaking with distinction. I am speaking with precision. Right. That's what I'm doing. This merge, you're going merge crazy today. I don't know what you mean. No, I'm not even being funny. I don't know what you mean by merge, but yes, to some extent, I do agree. Right. Yes, I sometimes I am hyperbolic, right? I can be, right? But I don't understand anything else you're saying.
So yes, you are hyperbolic. That's what she was trying to say.
Listen, power.
That
They're not
You
explaining it
exaggerate.
right.
You're
Like,
fucking
bro,
pandering. You're fucking pandering. That's all she was trying to say. That's what she was trying to say. That's what she was trying to say. That's all she
I
was trying
want
to
to
say.
let you know
Craig, you're not. Hold
I've
on.
come here to claim with you because I've told you that you've been doing it for a long time, and I
What
needed
power
to
is doing is this,
understand why
right?
you were doing it. So you're confusing emotional intensity with precision. So precision is narrow in the meaning, and being hyperbolic, it expands it. So verbally molesting, it does not add precision.
But that's so
It
that's
does.
also his
It does.
abstract
but it
art. That's
also
his
means two different.
conceptual art of speaking. He has the ability
verbal
to say
abuse or
shit. Like,
sexual assault.
who are you to pick apart how somebody constructs their words? It's their music. It's what
What
they're
As
singing.
a
what
biscuit
power
Like,
is
and
like you
doing,
Girl,
can pick
that's a
it
right?
bad
apart
argument.
That
You just
was
and
deep.
arguing.
That
as a
was deep.
way to like
That's bad.
delineate from its
That's bad.
impact,
His
and it's
music was
not,
deep.
and it doesn't make any sense because it's not
Ridiculous, bro.
landing,
That's what I'm
because it
saying.
makes
Okay.
no sense.
This is how to make it land, right? What power is
Howard, why
doing
you let her?
is.
Do you want her to put that submission
Can you
like
That
hear
was
on
me?
that
your
was
a
deep.
on
five
No,
your
minute
link
she
tree?
Yeah,
no,
it
she
Like,
does
that
why
made
mean
you
perfect
talking
sense.
like
I
that?
third that
Thank you, Kayon. But hold on, let me let Kay get in there. Let me let Kay get in
She
there.
basically said
So
freedom of speech. She literally
no,
just did the
I
whole
third
like,
that to
but here's
oh,
me.
the thing.
the
Like,
Kayon, keep it up.
law
You're
of
doing
freedom of speech bullshit.
this is why this
Kayon,
is
keep
so
it up.
effective, right? This is why power is an effective communicator, because what he's doing is semantic foreplay. He's doing cognitive
Yes,
edging,
absolutely.
right? But that's a good thing
And
because
those are the merges, and those are the
hold
merges
on,
right there. I love
foreplay,
it.
hold
I love
on,
it. The hyperbolic
semantic foreplay,
merges.
like like you want to get it risky a little bit
She's an
before he
imposter.
delivers the
Let me make
blow.
sure I
Like
write that down.
She's not a
that's
know-it-all.
Exactly. They don't
effective
Semantic
get it. They don't
foreplay.
communication.
understand.
They don't
They don't
understand.
understand.
That's effective communication.
You're not a misfit. You fit in, Kels. What the fuck?
Y'all freaked out.
Semantic
That's
foreplay.
what I'm saying.
What was
Like,
the other one?
Y'all all
and
freaked out.
and thank you, Cam, for explaining that, because that was pretty heavy. Like who are you, right, to tell me how to speak and articulate myself? And it's my music. It's my band. It's my rhythm, right? It's my cadence. It's my algorithm, right? It's my algorithm, right? And who are you? Who are you?
Are you a misfit or a nomad, Kels?
And here comes Crane, right? Here comes Crane, the mighty duck from Minneapolis, right? Right. And he wants to throw on his.
Don't come from Crane. He has sense.
No, he has
Okay.
nonsense. right? Or no
Out of
sense,
everything
right?
we've listened to in this
Here comes
motherfucker,
Can
Crane.
somebody
now this
inform
nigga
me
Crane
on what
has
the other
sense.
merge, the hyperbolic merge
The
that K used?
he said
Said,
semantic foreplay.
Yo, more
yes, I
wisdom.
got that
I
one.
know
I
you
got
ain't
that one. What
talking
was
to
the other
me.
one?
Bruh,
What was
Semantic
the other
I'm
one?
talking to
foreplay.
you, man.
I
I'm
got
More
that.
talking to
What
wisdom.
was
I
you.
the
know
other
you ain't
one?
talking.
Hey, we'll see. I'm
What was the
talking
other
though.
one? Power.
Like you see, you're not doing the emotional math, right?
Power. I'm taking notes. What was the other hyperbolic merge that K used other
Why does
than
that
the
matter so much?
semantic?
We're
Because
getting
I'm taking
creative.
notes.
Cognitive
That's
edging.
Why
why.
does that
Cognitive
matter?
edging.
It goes on your
There we
sin
go.
chart.
Cognitive edging.
No, why does that matter? We're literally trying to think
You're
outside
all
of the box.
sinners.
Now I see what Power does. This shit
Exactly.
is hilarious.
Like yo,
We're trying to
we
think outside of the box.
like we here at Misfits and Nomads, we're positive deviants, and we like to break rules. We like to think outside the box, and and I'm surprised, Tails, because as a neurodivergent, like you claim you are, right? You would think that she would be
It
happy.
claimed me.
No,
I didn't claim
no,
it.
hold on. Give me a second. You would think that she would be like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. You know, they're merging words and
No,
they're
it's not cool because it's already words for that shit, and it's not right.
oh my god.
It's not. Can I explain
Yeah,
to y'all now?
Listen,
They like
Channel
simplified words.
12 is free.
Can
I
you
think it's
use
PBS. Turn it on and go to
PBS.
sleep.
Tails,
Again,
what's the
No,
cognitive
point of
because
edging.
foreplay?
I didn't get publicly extorted and executed,
What
and
is
that's the
what
main
is the point
thing.
of foreplay, Tails?
That's the main thing. There's no point
You
to
said
this.
what?
What's
This
the
is
point
actually
of
like,
foreplay? Like, what's the point?
I don't care.
okay, wow. All right, she's the
Okay.
I don't
host.
care. I'm
She's
not.
the
I'm not
leader of
arguing what
Misfits.
you guys are even arguing. Y'all are trying to argue against what I'm saying, which is
What?
No, I'm
Can
not.
I
No,
I'm
shut
not
up?
we're
Trying to
just like,
argue?
I'm not
No,
arguing.
you're trying to
we're just
argue
telling
against
you to
her.
like maybe go to sleep or something. I don't know. Like,
No.
girl, you just
Y'all
sound
are giving
tired.
examples.
I just think you sound tired. That's all. Like, cause I know
I'm
you
not.
know.
The thing is, I'm not gonna argue with you, baby. So if you want to overtalk me, then go ahead. You got the mic. I
Well, you
promise.
know what? I'll overtalk you as much as you overtalk me. So that it's fair equal playing grounds here in
Actually,
Powerland.
no, because I didn't overtalk anybody tonight at all. Actually, so like I said, you can just stop talking to me, and you got it.
Well, we could get off the hyperbolic
I literally said stop talking to me. So I don't even know why
accusations.
you're continuing.
I'm not actually.
All
I've
right.
never said
Let
your
me
name.
This is
say
gonna
this
go on
though,
for
right?
7-8 spaces too.
Let me say this though, right? And you know, Kay, I'm glad you stepped in, and I'm glad you said what you said, right? You came in at the right time, because Crane
Was
has
it
lost
though?
his mind, right? And so I'm glad you came in at the right time, and you were like, yo, you know what, yo, it's semantic foreplay, right? Like, man, that was well said. I like that. You know what I mean? And
He just proved the hyperbolic exaggerations that y'all are doing in these words. He proved the inflation.
Hyperbolic is still two words together.
He literally.
It is a figure of speech, bro.
No,
It's
it's
not.
not that
It's not two words.
inflammatory.
it's
It's
symbolic language.
What do you
Yeah,
mean
but
by that,
It's
Yoshi?
But how can
inflammatory.
you use two words that come together and then fault somebody else for murder?
Hyperbolic isn't two words, bro.
It
It has
is.
its own meaning.
It
Do you know
is
what
two
bolic
words.
means?
Hyper and
What's
bolic
bolic
are
mean?
two words merged together.
What does bolic mean?
Yo,
What does
yeah,
bolic
you
mean?
guys, this is embarrassing.
What does
Hey,
bolic mean? What does
we're
bolic
going
mean?
backwards. We're going backwards. We
Power,
were
can you
pretty
agree that
progressive. Now
can
we're
we
going
come to that middle ground?
Like y'all
You said
niggas
what?
so
What's up? Thanks for joining.
Can we
What's up?
come to the middle ground that you're using like things like semantic?
Bro, fuck the
No,
middle ground.
no. So Tails, hold on, Tails. No, Tails. No, yeah, let her finish. Go
Someone
ahead.
shut the door to the basement.
Go ahead, Tails. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't have no proof.
No, go ahead.
Thank you.
My bad.
I'm saying, can we come to the middle ground and say that things like that y'all are using is inflammatory phrasing? Can we agree there?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I gave you the hyperbolic. I gave you that.
Okay, cool.
Right. So I gave you that. I just didn't really I didn't understand anything else you were trying to say. But when it yes, absolutely.
Inflammatory
To some
phrasing.
extent, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, for
I'm
sure.
good with that
Like,
then.
yeah. Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah,
taking
yeah, yeah, for sure, for
accountability of
sure.
your bullshit, so I appreciate it.
No, it's not both. You see, there you
No, it
have
is.
it. There, you
If it's
see, like,
inflammatory,
see,
then it's bullshit.
no, like being inflammatory is one thing, but telling me that I'm using terms, or I'm using terms that other terms exist for that term that I'm
Because
using
you
is
do,
inaccurate.
it's no, I'm saying, like I said, you use multiple terms. So some of them are hyperbolic, some of them are unnecessary, some of them are redundant, some of them are mergers of words that's already a
It's
meaning
called
for.
speaking
So
with distinction.
no, you don't speak with distinct.
Absolutely. If I am in a space, right, and I am telling someone in my space that they're verbally harassing me, I am speaking with precision, right? Because I can I can easily say, well, they're harassing me, right? But no, I want you guys to really understand what this individual is doing here, right? And I'm going to take it a step further. They're verbally doing it,
Yes,
right?
I feel like you're using tells
there's
to
law
get me to
definition.
pay $50
I'm not
to
speaking to
draw
you, so
her.
don't speak to me. Thank you.
Hey,
Like I
I
said,
honestly
you're
thought we
Yeah,
speaking
was
we
with
can all
you're
be cool. We can
power.
all be.
You're speaking with emotion.
Chaos,
Hey,
chaos,
Power,
power.
you.
What's
This
up?
is what you're doing.
We
You
were
call
all
it
going up,
precision,
like
but you're
we were all
actually
ascending, and
speaking
then
with
we got blocked.
emotional intensity.
We got
That's what you're
blocked. We didn't
speaking
get
with.
to the
It's not
next dimension.
And you
precision.
just merged two words: emotional intensity.
Ah, there you
Look at that.
go. There you
Look
go.
at God. Look
I
at
knew it was
God.
gonna be. I knew it was gonna
Look at
happen.
God. Go
Ridiculous.
ahead, Tantric.
Merging two words.
Emotional
All right, so
intensity.
Why did we stop?
somebody's
the
saying
merge?
somebody's saying that hyperbole is a compound word.
Yes, fucking Yoshi, idiotic ass.
Yo, for real, like we were all in the same
Hyperbolic.
spaceship,
Hyperbolic is
and then
Okay,
we all hopped
hyperbolic.
off the
All right,
spaceship for what?
so are you saying in English is a compound word, or are you saying that?
Hyperbole.
Yeah.
Did anyone say that word? Hyperbole.
Yes, hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, but no, Kaon.
Yeah.
Yoshi is saying that
As far as sometimes finding
hyperbolic,
something off of that.
right?
Power, stop letting her do that shit, yo. She getting
Oh
too
no, Yoshi.
comfortable for real. Like,
Oh no,
I don't
yo,
know.
hold on. Give me a second. Yoshi's saying that hyperbolic is two words. That's what Yoshi is saying.
Yes,
he's saying it's two
according
words
to
based on, okay.
it is two words.
Well, a conjugated word. That's conjugated word.
Exactly, it is.
Together.
It is.
All right,
So hold on. So bolic. Do you guys know what bolic means?
What bolic
I know
means?
that it's not a word. It's
Bolic
a
is a
suffix.
word.
It's a suffix. It's a suffix.
All right, so
And what is a suffix?
Let me say this. When people talk about
Hold on. Is a suffix a word?
Nah, he's gotta take this headshot. See, man,
here we go.
You gotta hit
Yeah,
the
Tantrum.
respawn
I'm
button.
No, it's not a word. It's a group of
It is a
letters.
word, brother. If you could spell
End of
it,
a word.
if you can spell it, it's a word, motherfucker.
It's not.
It's not a
y'all-
word.
Wait.
anti-intelligent.
Wait a second. What did the fuck he just say?
I said if you could spell it, it's a word.
Yeah, no, that's
It's
not
a-
how that works. That's not
What
how
do
that
you
works
mean?
at all. All right, so
It's a form
okay,
of
all right, so wait.
What do you mean?
All right.
Prove me wrong.
Understand that. No, all right, a suffix and a prefix are not words, right? They're
You can spell
additions,
junior
right?
and senior, right?
All right, a suffix and a prefix are additions, and just so you know, junior and senior, right, are seen as fucking abbreviations when you say SR and a JR,
Yeah,
right? But the actual word is a word all by itself, right? If you talk about things such as pre is a prefix,
okay.
right?
So am I wrong?
And that is not
I'm
a,
wrong?
and so it's not. It's yes, you're very
You're
wrong.
wrong
my
as
friend.
fuck. You're wrong as
All right,
fuck.
let's see.
You're very
This
fucking
is
wrong,
embarrassing.
right?
This is embarrassing.
Let's type it in.
Like, what are we
I don't know what
doing
to do
right now,
anymore.
bro?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
learn
thought we
something.
were
I
all
mean,
ascending.
What?
so everybody, why? What the fuck?
You know,
No,
Okay, but let's
because
go.
it's like y'all. I hate when y'all do
Somebody tell me what bolic means, because I haven't looked it up yet.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
bolic.
you probably should.
Hold on,
You
bolic.
probably should.
Hold on, bolic comes from the Greek word, and it means to throw, and it means throwing or casting.
What is it? No, power. You're being disingenuous, dude. What is bolic?
Bolic?
So you're
The what?
excessively
The
casting.
what?
Yeah, that
Correct.
makes sense. Yeah, you're excessively
look
Bro,
crafty.
This is too deep, P man. This is
That's
too deep, P
genius.
man.
Let's play this game. Okay, let's play this game.
You guys are
So
jealous of power, really.
let's
Yeah,
let's
nah,
play a
yeah,
game.
because I'm too deep. I'm too deep.
All right, so let's
I'm too
play a
deep.
game.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
so
fucking dick riding.
I'm too deep. I'm too deep.
All right, understand this. All
Thanks,
right,
Kayon.
when you're talking about compound words, right? Compound words are generally based off of words that are combined in the English language, right? The moment that you switch from English to any other, like you can switch to Latin, you can switch to Greek, and if it's two words in those languages, it is not seen as a compound word. All right. So bolic, right? The Greek term bolic is clearly not going to be in the English language. In the English language, it's actually a suffix. Okay. It's not an actual word by itself. And so that's why when your boy came down there talking about as long as you can spell it, it's a word, which was very fucking wrong,
Well,
right?
I mean,
That's
let's
how
be
you
real,
know
bro.
you have a basic understanding.
Patrick,
You have to
get
have
off
a
my
basic
dick.
understanding of
Get
these
off my
things,
dick,
bro. And
You've
honestly,
been
bro,
waiting
no.
to attack me time
Honestly,
after
if
time
anybody else said that stupid shit, I would
I
mention
don't give
them,
a
all right?
fuck,
But
bro.
you decide to say
I
it.
don't
You
care,
get me?
bro.
So that's all there is to it. This is not.
Let's make some noise, man. Let's make some noise.
This is not a personal thing. This is not a personal
Make some
thing.
noise. Make some
This
noise.
is not a personal thing.
I don't care.
This is not a personal thing. This is based off of a point that was made.
Make
all
some
right?
noise
So
for Kayon.
don't get sensitive. All right, you'll be okay. I
No,
swear.
it's not
All right.
sensitive. It's just
So
like you always trying to swing
it's
from
that
my
simple.
nuts.
No.
Like, get off my nuts.
I'm talking to Power and I'm talking to
You
Yoshi
always
because
on
they
some
were
hoe-ass
just
shit.
talking about
You
they were
never
just
had
talking
anything
about how
to add to the
okay,
conversation.
are you
always
done?
come in with
Are
this
you done?
hoe-ass
Are you
shit.
done? Are you done?
Like, just stop trying to
Are you
fight all
done?
the time.
Are you done?
Stop trying to fight all the time.
Are you
bro.
done?
Motion, get out your
Are you
feelings,
done?
nigga.
No, I'm not. This is the
All right,
fourth
then
time this nigga
continue to
does
cry.
this,
Then
bro.
continue to cry. Then I'll just shut up.
I
Go
ain't
ahead.
crying. Yeah, shut
All
up.
right.
Because we
So let me
tired
say
of you
this quickly.
crying. Trying to
Because you was
fight.
wrong.
So let me say
nigga.
this quickly.
Come on, bro.
So hold on.
You
Give me a
You
second.
can't be stupid and bitch
All
about
right.
being
So hold on.
stupid.
Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a
This
second.
shit's
Hold on. Can
crazy
y'all
as
hear me?
fuck.
Can y'all hear me,
Read a
man?
book.
All right. All right. Cool.
Pick a struggle.
Understand the
Okay.
English language.
All
You
right.
speak it
You
every
can hear me?
day.
Thanks.
Nah, bro.
What you said?
Go ahead, just talk.
That's what I thought, brother.
There's Channel 12.
Let me.
It's PBS.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot.
Right. So let me say this though. What is a word? What constitutes a word? Right.
Look.
When it can
No.
stand alone and have a
No.
definition.
It says bollock is not a standalone word.
Woo!
Bitch.
Woo!
Bro. Y'all
nigga.
bro, y'all got
You
it.
hear that, Tails? Woo!
I'm sick of you niggas. You non-master
just
numbers
so,
always
like,
trying to
over y'all.
attack the master numbers.
Sorry.
Kayon's a
No,
master number 11.
it's called
You
being
take away
surgical.
my
Howard's a
brain
master
cells,
number
bro.
11. I'm a master number 33. Just let it be, nigga. Learn from
Let
us.
it be.
Just learn from us. Stop
Let
trying to
what be?
attack
No.
us.
That's the thing.
Fuck.
Y'all don't got no correction.
Yes, we do.
Correction.
You always trying to fucking find the flaws in everyone else's speech except for your own.
Correction.
What the fuck? You
Maybe
always
I'm
trying to...
not really flawed.
What the fuck
I'm
is
not really
What
a
do you mean we
flawed
don't have
person.
correction?
Now you're saying that you're motherfucking not
Nah, I'm a little triggered.
No,
Like,
that's true. You do try to find the flaws.
Now
Kayon,
she's
I
saying
told
that
you
You
not
do,
to
she's not.
speak to
Now
me.
she's saying that she's
girl.
not.
You
So you
do.
don't know how to follow
Can a word be
directions
used
because
on
I
its
told
own?
you not to speak to me.
Can bollock use be on its
So
own?
you called me stupid, Tantric, but
you said
who's
what?
stupid?
Can bollock be used on its own?
Yes, you
It's
can
not
use
a
bollock on its own.
It's not a standalone
No,
word.
it
Is what
cannot be
says.
used on its own.
No.
In
It doesn't
English,
matter.
in the English language,
Okay,
it cannot
fine.
be
Let's
used
do
on
this.
its
Let's do this.
own.
Let's do
All
this.
right, so
Let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
The word persuasion. Can the word suasion be used on its own?
No.
Okay, so you want to bet $1,000 on that? Well, I love this. Who wants to bet me $1,000 that the word suasion can be used on its own? I have the money, right? I have the money, like, cause I know how to manage my money properly and I save my money. So if y'all want to bet me $1,000 that the word suasion can be used on its own, right? Let me know. Let me know.
Like, you know what another example was, Power? Yesterday when we was having a conversation, you kept merging these two words, and I was like, that's poverty.
Come on, let's just drop
And
it.
I can't remember the two words that you were using, but I was like, power, that is poverty. Like, what you're trying to merge to create this precise definition of something, it was already poverty.
Maybe
And that's the things that I'm talking about.
Maybe
No, you're missing the point. No.
No,
You see.
you're missing the point, babes.
Hold on, no, you're missing the point. So if listen, if I say, well, this person is poor, and I take it a step further, and I say, well, this person is intellectually poor, or spiritually poor,
No, you
right?
didn't say that.
That's
It was
speaking
something
with
else.
distinction.
It was
Like
something else that made me say poverty. I'm not too. I
you're
can't.
allergic to pre-modifiers, right? That's what you're allergic to. You're literally allergic to pre-modifiers. Literally,
No, it's just unnecessary.
no, it's speaking with precision. If I sit here and say, well, this individual, right, it's given intellectual poverty,
I think
right?
you said they're environmentally poor, and I was like,
Yes,
that's poverty.
That's amazing
yes.
speech.
Like,
We
hold on,
want
hold on, hold on.
Poverty, babes.
No. You can say that, right? You can literally say that.
Yeah,
Literally,
so
you
why
can
don't you just say poverty?
because
because I want to be more precise.
We're not followers, we're leaders. That part. Cheers to the misfits and no mask.
I like this.
Dude.
I'm not talking to you,
Here's the
brother.
use
Like
of
I keep telling you that. Like I don't get
No,
what
it's
you're
all
not
good.
understanding.
I saw her suck the
You just want to
balls,
be taught
but really, in
directly
fact,
or
it was
individually.
just
keep
a
fucking
bollock.
talking to me. I already said don't
Exactly.
talk to me,
Okay,
bro.
hold on. And I want to say this before Tantry go, right?
Get your let
Because
go to stop moving the
hold on, because the man said,
Control it.
hold on, because the man said that you can't use suasion of.
I concede to that. That's a word. That's a word.
Yeah, he looked it up.
But that has nothing to do with
Just get a
bollock being
jersey
word. Bollock
already,
is not a
man.
word.
Just get a jersey already.
Nah, nigga,
I'm
bollock is
getting
not a
mine
Yo,
word.
right
Though.
no,
So
hold
that has
on.
nothing. That's a
So
separate
hold
word.
on. This,
I just used it in a sentence.
I know. No,
Y'all
Kayon
that.
just used it in a sentence. Hold on, give me a
Can you
second.
use it?
So,
What's the definition, please?
hold on, give me a second, right? So if persuasion, if suasion is a word, then that's why I'm asking what constitutes a word, because bollock.
Suasion is not a.
Oh no, because bollock is a word.
Okay,
Is
wait,
bollock
wait.
not a word?
No. All right. So
It's not a
we're-
standalone word.
Right,
Take the
right.
jumbo.
That's
Take
all
the
I'm saying.
jumbo.
That's all I'm saying, right? So when you look at suasion can stand alone by itself. When you say suasion, right, that has its own terminology. It doesn't have to be attached to a word. Bollock, by the way, does have to be attached to a word. The only time that it doesn't have to be attached to a word is when it's in Greek. In Greek, we're talking about English here. That's why I said clearly that when you're talking about compound, no. When we talk about compound,
it does fucking
It's still hold on. No matter how you look at it, even
It's
when you
still a
say,
word.
even when you say
It's
in
not.
Greek, it still can be used by itself. Now,
terms that come from other.
It's not even the same word in Greek. It's a different spelling. And
even when we're talking about English, though, the reason why people say the English language is still one of the hardest languages to understand is because you're merging two words in general. So hyperbolic, you're merging two words to mean something. But
words in what language?
It's a connection word. Let's just say that. It's not a standalone word. It's a connection word. Now what? It's still a word.
It's called a suffix.
Oh my god, bro. Y'all niggas don't like to think outside the box, and that's why it's
When
so
you're-
easy to run. It's so easy to run circles around.
Y'all don't like definitions. It's crazy.
We
Y'all will
don't.
say
I say it all the time.
it's crazy
How?
as shit.
How?
That's why when I remember
It's in the
Tara,
jumbo.
when we were talking about 1 + 1, and you were
Equals
like,
3.
well, 1 + 1 doesn't necessarily have to equal 2 and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And we're talking, and so when you take the definitions of things, right, and you decide to change them, all right, you decide to take the terms and take the basic building blocks of a language or of math, and you decide to change them. You change the whole system. Now, the rules that you are deciding to abide by right now, you're not going to be able to go by those rules. You have to rearrange the whole system again.
Wait a minute. Even when you look at the definition, it breaks down hyper and follow, meaning it separates both of those words to give you a definition of both. And then it gives you
it separates it from the suffix and the prefix.
Okay, but it still gives you the definition after, even when it breaks down both words, it still gives you
Can we agree that prefixes and suffixes also have their own meaning, or no?
In English,
Yes.
no, only because it's English.
That's not true.
Well, hold on. No, only in English because they still combine two words to mean a definition. But when you look at the definition,
Bro,
yeah, you're crazy as hell. Why? If a suffix doesn't have a definition, why do you use it?
Because when it comes to definitions, they combine two words to actually give you a definition.
I'll say it slower so you can understand what I just asked you.
No.
If a suffix doesn't have a meaning, why is it used?
Tantric, are you trying to give Yoshi Wait, hold on, Tantric. Are you trying to give Yoshi a grammatical lap dance? Like, what is going on, bro?
No, I'm asking him a simple question. If a
Oh, that
suffix
was
doesn't,
the merge.
if a suffix doesn't
The
have a meaning,
merge.
if a suffix
What
doesn't, if a
hyperbole?
What
suffix,
Oh my
hyperbole?
god!
if
The
it does,
merge.
if a suffix
The
doesn't have,
merge.
if a
Merge is crazy.
if a
That
suffix
was
doesn't
fire.
have a meaning, why
Grammatical
is it
lap
used?
dance.
I didn't have a meaning. I said that we
Yo, that's the
Semantic
fucking. That's
copulation.
funny as fuck.
Oh, I like that.
Grammatical lab.
Like I'm intellectually
it's
masturbating.
because
No, it's a mer-
Semantic
that's a merge right
copulation
there.
is better. I'm gonna
hyperbolic.
be
It's a
honest with you.
hyperbolic merge.
Yes, we're the
Yes, it's
misfits. We think outside the
Notice how there's no,
box.
The
how, notice
hyperbolic
how the
time
answer,
chamber is crazy.
We go
notice how
off.
the answer has not been said yet.
Hey, just wait till we.
This is
These,
an
That's
effective
all.
way to
That's
learn
all.
these are
English.
That's
real
all. I
English.
appreciate
This
it.
is the
Like,
mastermind. You
yeah,
don't
like
understand.
It's
This is the
it's
mastermind.
it's a simple.
You need to be a part of it. If you don't want to be a part of it,
literally.
why the fuck you kind of correcting it? Fuck.
Yeah,
Can
wake
you
it
show
up,
me?
man. Yo, Mo, get in. Yo,
Cause y'all
man, Mo,
wrong
get
as
in
hell.
their
Can you
ass,
show?
man.
Can you show us like anything that we should be following behind y'all? Like, what are we not doing that's gonna lead us in a higher position towards life and
You're using
more
words
abundance?
wrong.
I'm saying understanding the words that you use.
No, okay.
You know what I'm
That
saying?
it
So
might be
like,
I know
it might be
power
wrong
you
to
like to be
y'all.
No
intellectual
one said we're
so
not
if you guys,
understanding it.
if you guys,
emerge,
well,
we
no,
can call
No
it by
one.
understand.
its
I have
its
no problem with
intellectual
colorful
name, which
speech.
is a
I have no problem.
portmanteau.
It's
I have no
creative
problem with
speech.
Oh yeah,
Power's
a
colorful
commenter,
speech. Okay,
a
Mm-hmm.
commenter, a commenter. I hope I'm
No,
pronouncing that
Pomento.
correctly.
so him using
Let me
colorful
see.
speech is not a problem, but not knowing the words that you use is going to make your speech incoherent. You understand what I'm saying?
When
So
has he
if
ever?
you understand,
I think it's
no,
making it more
I'm
effective.
just saying. What? If you don't
Do you,
understand the words that you use, how is that gonna make it more effective?
so like, okay, does it land better if he says, I'm being mind raped
There
or
you go.
semantic copulated?
Because he.
Exactly.
Bro, what are
I
we
mean,
doing?
what's the
What
This is
purpose?
deep.
Like, why do y'all have to do? My
Yo,
whole
D
thing
I
man,
is
D man,
mean,
this is
why
deep.
oh my
semantic
god.
copulation versus mind raped. Which
Not
one do you prefer? And
y'all
out
that.
of which
make
end?
it so
This is deep.
bad.
This is
Like,
deep.
This is
make it
deep. This is
hard
really
and
deep, actually. Like,
ridiculous.
Now this is deep.
So all you guys are really talking about and discussing is abrasive language.
no, it's
Abrasive. Stop,
not.
If that
Tantric.
was the
It's
case,
No, I'm
we
just
wouldn't
no,
be
I'm
Tantric.
here,
saying
bro.
okay.
Tantric.
Okay.
That's not the
Accurate.
There's
I
a
mean,
way. There's no.
Tantric.
No, listen. There's a
Accurate.
way. All right, power. Let's be honest. There's a way.
Tantric.
There's a way you can say things
Tantric.
right without it being
Tantric.
taken
Can you
and
hear
all
me?
of a sudden.
Tantric.
Yeah.
You
What's
mean
up?
inflammatory?
If that
Real
was the
quick,
case, they wouldn't be here.
I
Cut it out.
told Power that it was inflammatory phrasing. Do you agree with that?
Just
I mean,
point to the doll
but
where I
you
hurt
okay.
you. I don't
That's a
understand how
that's the
that's
beauty of a
abrasive.
that's the beauty
inflammatory
of a
phrasing?
okay. That's the beauty of a thesaurus, right? You understand that a lot of people tend to cringe when they hear the
Bro,
R word,
just get a
for
jersey,
example,
dog.
right?
Just get a jersey.
So,
Yeah,
bro,
portmanteau.
all right. Again, we're just having a conversation. Like it's that simple.
The nigga
You know
without
what
a
I'm
jersey
saying?
telling
That's
people.
what I
Yo,
said
D
though.
man,
What's really
stop.
funny is if
Yo, D man, stop, man.
I'm investing into my jersey.
Yeah, January 1st, right around the corner.
the
But
same
Like,
thing
I'm
as
investing
like
into my jersey.
mind rape and
Tails is
word rape.
wicked.
I mean, it's
Wait,
the same thing.
look, bro.
I don't care what
Linguistic.
anyone
But you're
says.
right.
Again,
One's
again.
harsher than the other, isn't
So,
it?
right, yeah, one is received a lot easier than the other. No,
Is one hyperbole and one not?
what do you mean?
Yes.
So
Yes, one is
Do you know what hyperbole means?
so this is the whole beginning of
Y'all
this
are missing a lot.
conversation.
Y'all are missing a
You
lot.
okay?
They're
What the
both.
fuck was
It's
that?
both hyperbole.
What the fuck?
I thought she was having a stroke on the mic.
Yo, Max, you sent me something, man. Oh,
That shit
yeah,
was
it's
crazy.
hyperbole.
Foreplay, metaphorical exaggeration.
Yeah, because I mean, all
It's
right, if you
both.
understand,
It's
what language makes the receiver
Hyperbole is still
uncomfortable,
two
and you
words
decide to
merged
use,
together.
yeah, if you decide to use that language
that's
and
dumb
knowing
as fuck.
that it's not well received by your receiver, then it's abrasive language, or it's inflammatory, or it's provocative, because you know you're going to get some kind of response
No,
from
that's a
it. Like people
different
do that every
term.
day.
Actually,
No?
that's a way different term because you're using like an
Thank you.
intimidative, intentional intimidation versus you're just using word
Because he never
semantics. You're
sees it.
using a
He
melody
never
of
sees when he
words.
does it.
Ooh,
He
that
never
was
sees
deep.
when he
But
A
does
here's
it.
the
melody
He
of
always does
words.
but
it. He always
understand
does it.
you understand how things will be received. So you use your words
No,
because you
tantric,
know you know
no,
the
hold on,
you
hold on,
know
give
the
me a second.
outcome that you're
No,
wanting. You get
tantric.
what I'm saying?
Hold on. Tantric,
You can't
I
put it
hold.
in a
Oh, no,
box.
wait. Tantric, I wholeheartedly get what you're saying. That's not
Okay,
what
that's
Tails
all.
was saying.
That
Before you
is what
came
I
in
was
here, hold
saying.
on.
What are you talking
Before you
about?
came in here, that's not what she was saying. She was saying that I like to merge three different words together,
I
right?
said no. Tendrick, I literally said I hate when Power does this, and I don't know why he does this. Like if he's such
Did
a
you not just
debater,
say
I
that?
don't know why he lies. I said that since I've met Power, I said that he'll do a multitude of things. I said he does redundant verbiage. I said he does hyperbolic, exaggerating phrases. I said he does inflammatory usage of words. I said so many things. It's
And
not one
you
thing that
say he
Power
merges
does.
words.
See, this
Yes,
is
and I said
Exactly.
overall he merges words that he doesn't have to merge because it's unnecessary.
No,
An
it's not
example,
It's
unnecessary. It's
not
very
like
unnecessary.
necessary.
Listen,
Tantric, can I
listen,
talk to
listen.
Tantric? Can I talk
It's
to Tantric? So
Okay,
innovative
no,
Tantric,
no,
an
no.
speech.
Go
example,
ahead, Tails.
an example, thank you. An
Innovative
example
speech.
of an unnecessary merge that I've heard him use, Tantric, was him saying you're environmentally poor. And I said that's poverty. There's no need for you to merge these words together to sound so smart and sound so different when the word is already right there.
No, you
Okay.
can hold on,
Okay,
hold
so
on,
That's
hold
my
on.
all right,
point.
so all right, I'll say this. I'll say this.
Hold on. You can be financially right stable, but your environment can still be poor, right? That's what you don't understand. So when I say someone is like quote unquote environmentally poor, which I've never said before, but let's go with that, right? You're saying that, well, I could just say that they're poor, but that's not how that works, right? Because someone can be spiritually poor and financially well off, right? Or someone can be intellectually poor and financially well off, right? Or someone can be morally bankrupt, sexually bankrupt, intellectually bankrupt, right? And so you're allergic to the merge, right?
Power, you're just a
Wait,
liar
Tails.
and
All right,
whatever.
You can't. I'm
I'll
not
say.
lying.
Wait. I'll say this.
Hold
Tails.
on.
All right, so in a way, all right, the things that you said that he does employ in his speech, I can agree with, right? But what I will say though is him deciding to use like I guess the merging of words that you were saying, it doesn't necessarily it doesn't make it any unnecessary or anything like that. Sometimes it can add more context to what he's saying,
Thank
right?
you.
Sometimes
I don't think it does though.
well, I mean, okay, so
It does.
I get it.
Although
It
people
depends
can
on
do
who's
that, I don't
receiving it.
think
I get that,
Power
but
does that in spaces. I
Tails,
think he's doing it literally for a reaction. It's literally
I mean,
unnecessary always.
No, it's not unnecessary because
Yes, it is. Why does he have to say
this is
something like, "Oh yeah, this is semantic
because
foreplay"? Like,
listen
why
to
do
what
we
you
have
just
to
said,
do
right?
that?
that's okay. That's provocative speech.
That's what he does, though. This is
But
what I'm
Tails,
talking
listen, you just
about.
took 30 seconds to explain what he did with hyperboles, I don't know, what was the other word? Perm something, right? You could have just said this. He's providing us verbal fentanyl, right? Do you see how it condenses everything down,
She
right?
could have just said,
It's effective.
I just
It's
don't
effective. I'm not
understand.
gonna
I don't
lie.
understand
Like,
power,
all right,
Because I
and
do
for
so
instance,
understand it.
therefore I wish
Kayon,
he
like,
would
please
not
shut up.
confuse me so
Like, shut
much.
Instead
up.
of taking 30 seconds
like
to
It's not
explain a
about
Because
concept,
understanding. I
honestly,
understand
this is
exactly
his
just
what Power is
explain it
doing.
in
perspective.
He
2
just likes
words.
to
Kay
That's effective.
Kay
That's
literally just did it not even like 7 minutes ago,
I
right?
know.
Where
That's what he did. They keep doing it.
but that's what I'm saying. So it's not necessarily unnecessary. They're looking for a specific kind of reaction. Like Kay decided when he saw me and Yoshi going back and forth, he knows that from how we talk about gay shit and all that, I had to use the words of a grammatic lap dance, right? Knowing that
Was it not a grammatic lap dance?
well, that's what I'm saying.
No.
It wasn't.
You're using okay.
That was
You're using that term because it insinuates a gay interaction, right? And so you want me to react or you want Yoshi to react?
No,
You're
it's
looking
not.
for some.
Dad, you
It's
missed the
provocative
plot.
speech.
You missed the plot.
It's provocative. No,
He
it's
missed it.
provocative.
He missed
You
it.
missed the plot.
I mean, you can say we missed the plot, but
Wait,
you
hold on.
understand
Give me a
how
second.
people
Hold
tend
on,
to
hold
That's
on.
the
react,
thing.
No,
right?
That
no,
same
Tantric, hold
So
on. Give me a second. Game. Hold
if you
on.
use abrasive speech, when you use abrasive speech,
No,
it's
hold on, Tantric. Let
usually
me say this
seen
quickly.
as something that you're looking for some kind of trigger.
Okay,
You're looking
Tantric.
for
Let me say
some
this
kind of
quickly.
response.
So
That's
this
simple.
one. Tantric. Let me say that's what I'm saying. This is why Kayon might be right, and Child tells you my homie, but you might not understand what we're saying. So notice that Tantric, his monkey perverted mind, right? Hold on, give me a second. Hold on.
I
Literally
understand
jumped.
this. You don't
Hold
understand. This is
on.
right where I
Literally
don't
jumped to some.
understand.
Hold on.
And you know
Hold on.
that.
Give me a second. Wait.
I
His
just
mind
don't like
literally
it.
jumped to like
I just
some.
don't like it. It
Hold
doesn't mean
on.
that you don't understand.
His mind literally jumped to some homoerotic, homosexual thing
Because
when
do you
Kay,
guys not
hold on,
talk about
wait,
homosexuals in here?
wait.
You know what I'm
When
saying? There's
Kay,
context of the
hold
room,
on,
your context
no,
of the people that you're talking
listen,
to.
give me a
Or you
second,
take
brother.
okay, go
Give
ahead,
me a
go ahead.
second. When Kay said, "Yo, are you giving him a grammatical lap dance?" I didn't even think he meant anything sexual.
Exactly.
This is crazy.
Okay, so let's play this game real quick. This context, right? So that was the second thing that he said, right? The first thing that he said was verbal foreplay, right? So when you talk about that in a room full of people that champion homosexual interactions and call them homosocial, right? And
You're
they
not.
love
You're
to say
not
that. No, wait,
taking the
no,
abstraction of
wait.
words. Like,
No, understand. Okay, that's what I'm saying. There's context, right? So everything is taken with context. This is being said in this room, right? The same room that people said that is not gay for their homeboys, right? Same room that has championed quote unquote homosexual interactions between men. In the interaction, right? So all this is context, and then you also have Kay's habits of terminology, using sexual terms in order to describe an interaction in a small scope of time. So of course it's going to be seen as a sexual in suggestive language. I mean, it's just that. It's simple, right? And so
it's simple, and there, and let me hop in, Patrick, because it's like I really hate when y'all do this anti-intellectual like jargon. Like y'all are literally using figurative language to like whatever for whatever
To
purpose. I
exaggerate the
can't speak to the
point.
purpose, but it's figurative. Like
and effective.
Figurative is metaphor,
Why did that
simile, and
bother anyone? I haven't.
hyperbole.
What the fuck? Well, how does it bother
Thank
if
you.
somebody's a
Keon, you
little
know you
bit
can do
No,
more
a full
and
animated than
rebuttal.
Kaon, and
you?
I agree.
Like,
Kaon, I agree with you.
Thank
I
you.
think the real problem is that we're having the issue is that we're having a back and forth with two types of people in here, right? Free thinkers and abstract thinkers, and people who have a very narrow way of looking at things, right?
the
And I think
basement
that's
dwellers and the
They're in the
one who wants
matrix.
to
No,
keep going up the
yeah, I
Maybe
think
stairs.
that's really what it is. Let's
particular,
keep it
not
real, right?
They're
Because
narrow.
D
still in the
Man is saying
matrix. They're
figurative
still in the
language.
matrix. That's all.
Like
They're
what do you
stuck in the
mean?
matrix.
What do you mean? K no,
Do you not know
you
what
no, I'm
you
saying
figurative
you
is?
K
paint you
yo,
paint a picture
Would you
with
like
the
me to
language that you
define
It's
use.
figurative for you?
metaphorical
no,
exaggeration.
no,
Like, that's
it's
just
oh
what
my
it
god.
Okay,
is.
so
Oh my
why
god.
don't you? What's wrong with the picture? Did you not like it? Did you feel like it
But
should have
no,
been
no,
a little
no,
bit
and
bigger?
that's what I'm saying. So you paint a picture with the language that you use, and you also should understand the audience in which you are speaking to, so you understand how most likely they will receive it. So it's
You're not. You've
If
never
you
hosted a
care,
space.
if you care, you do
it's
that.
well, no. Well, that's the thing. Why do you communicate if you don't care? Why speak at all if you don't care? Why send a message if
That's
you
why
don't
we're on
care?
here.
You
We
get what
don't
I'm
give a
saying?
fuck.
Hold
So
on.
You
like,
care.
so
you
like,
care.
if you
Chaos.
speak,
This
if you
baboon.
speak and you use words, right, to talk to somebody, and you are trying to have your message received in some type of way to get some kind of outcome. So all that effort that you put in is saying that you care to a certain point. You might not care a whole lot. You might sit there and decide to speak recklessly because you don't care about how it's received that much, right? Or you might
No, they
find
actually
out
care to
Yeah,
bother
you
but you
might
know what?
people.
Power is
you
in
might be
control of the
finite with the
space.
words
So
that you
he's
use
actually,
because you care that much. If you use
yeah,
colorful language, you care. Like you're choosing to use colorful language.
right.
You
And
get what I'm
so
saying?
what makes Power like really good at what he does is that because he's controlling speech and a platform with
I
multiple
love the way you
speakers,
ride,
he
ride,
he
ride,
orchestrates his
ride.
words in a way, and he
Walking on
commands
the
the room or controls the
stereo.
conversations in a
Correct.
respectful manner. And he does
Correct.
Okay.
so, and he hits all across the board on respect. I will tell him
Okay.
that. I
So
will give him
when you
that.
do that, does that mean
Thank you so
can you
much.
do that
She
without
on
caring?
all four.
Can you do all
I'm
that
sorry,
without
what?
caring? Can you do
Can,
all that without caring?
he doesn't care about your
So
like reaction
it's
about it.
caring, but
Like,
it's being conscious.
it's
So
an
he's
art.
conscious in his speech. But
Right.
It's an
us,
art.
It's an
Correct.
art.
we're some of us aren't on here to just be conscious in our speech the entire time. Clearly,
And
Exactly.
can
If
you
I say
again?
like it,
Can you do
like
that
it's
without
like
caring?
exactly if I like exactly if I say like look listen if I say oh like yeah like it's literally corporate gaslighting, right? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get you guys to really, really understand what I'm actually trying to say. I'm taking it a step
Thank you.
further, right?
It's that
I'm
simple.
taking like I'm providing more context, more
Exactly.
nuance, right? And so if I say, well, yeah, like they financially, or I felt I felt as if I've been financially raped, right? I'm trying to give you guys like more context. I want you guys to actually understand what I'm trying to say, what I actually mean, right? Precisely, but what I actually mean, right? That's why I speak that way.
And,
Okay.
and,
But
and
isn't
it's
that just
fascinating that the origin of
misrepresentation?
language,
Is
it
that not
actually
effort
started
or
with
no?
the
Like,
interpretation of pictures into words.
this is crazy.
Correct.
So now we speak words into pictures, and some of y'all can't handle the scenery. That's not our problem. That's the thing.
And that's what I'm saying. Okay, if you paint a picture for somebody to view, right? Can you do that without caring?
No, of course not.
I
Okay,
just
that's all.
did.
That's all I'm saying. That's
No,
all I'm saying.
I'm
I
with
just
you.
want you to know,
Yeah,
Power,
Tantric, I'm
that
with you. I'm with you.
See, the
corporate
thing
I'm with you.
but the
gaslighting
thing
is
is,
just
depending
institutionalized
on the
deception.
depending on the context, figurative language can be very deceptive and evasive because pictures, as we know, you go to any museum, most pictures require some level of
Oh, Yoshi,
interpretation
you'll go next.
where literal speech is not up to interpretation. It means what it means. It's
Incorrect.
not. There's no
What in the
there's no
world
level
are you
of depth.
discussing right now? Language is
I'm discussing figurative
1000%
language.
interpretive.
Figurative language.
Sir, that
That's what I.
that was the
That yeah.
most
You just repeated
malarkey.
what he said. You literally
Bro.
repeated what he just said. So I don't know why you're
She's
doing
just
that.
Power's lapdog. Don't
Yeah,
mind
no,
her.
language is interpretive.
I'm nobody's lapdog,
No,
honey.
she's not.
are.
She's not my
Okay,
lapdog, honey.
you're not okay.
She's
You're
not my
you're
lapdog, honey.
nobody's lapdog, but you definitely just repeated what he said. So if
Hold on,
anything,
give me a
you're just
second.
a playback.
No, that this is what's interesting because
This is unhealthy.
hold on, because they made the same remarks about Yoshi and some other people as
And me
well,
too.
right? And Mo Wisdom. Just because
Well, it's a
people, hold on, just because people agree with me does not mean that they're my lapdog, right? Like that, that's what I'm saying. Like, because
I can
I
agree
agree
on
with,
that.
oh no, because I agree, like, because D-Man makes good points. Am I his lapdog? Sometimes, Tantric makes good points. Sometimes, am I his lapdog? You guys have some serious issues, right? You guys have some
No, that's not what
serious.
makes them a lapdog, but I'll let you continue and then I'll explain.
Bro, let's
Okay,
be sure. I already
perfect.
exposed what it was a long time ago, and I don't need to use the words over again. I'm just gonna say there's certain behaviors and natures that correlate with what you want out of life.
People are allergic
Doesn't make sense.
to solidarity, right? They hate
Doesn't make
seeing people move like a unit, right? They hate seeing
Wow,
people
true
like.
story.
I think that's what it is, right? Because like they've said that a lot of times about Yoshi. Well, yeah, Yoshi's power's bitch. No, he's not, right? Yoshi has a mind of his own, and me and him don't agree on a lot of
Oh
things.
yeah, I don't think I've
But
ever said that before.
not you.
That's
I know
why I've
Tantric
never
not.
called Yoshi a lapdog.
I know, but
If
no,
you
not
if
you.
you've
Other people have though.
noticed,
Yo,
if you've
tell us,
noticed, Kaon
relax.
never
Just take a
disagrees
chill
with
pill.
you.
Well,
If
but the thing is, this is funny.
Mo Wisdom
Powers
as
never
well.
said anything that
Mo Wisdom
Powers never
never
said
disagrees
anything
with
that
you.
contradicted.
Kaon never disagrees with
So,
you. So that's a
lady,
lack of
hold on,
independence.
hold
Okay, that's
Relax.
submissive.
ma'am,
That's a need
ma'am.
for approval
Yeah,
and
you can close your mouth
excessive
for 1 second.
compliance.
Oh, hey,
Excessive.
Power, I'm
Just the
invoking
fact that
a
she's talking
$10.
at this low
Shut
ass
her up
fucking
for
volume.
2
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
Shut her up.
Nobody
Well, hold
Shut
on. Give
her
me a
up.
agree
second.
on
All right, give me
Shut
a
her up for
second.
2
Oh yeah.
minutes.
So hold on. Let me see how much is
You
that.
don't even agree with
I don't
everything
even care.
Oh yeah. Okay. Give me a second. Like
Like,
mute. Oh, yo, hold on. She wants me to mute speaker for 3 minutes. Like she paid for that. Give me a second.
Yep.
So I'm gonna just
I
mute
don't
you,
give a
Tails, for
damn
3
what she
minutes.
needs.
Hold
I
on. Hold on. Just for 3 minutes. All right. So I'm gonna
3
let
minutes is
Kaon go
crazy.
real
no,
quick.
I would not be muted.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you, Tails,
Well,
for
you're
3
about to
minutes.
be. And
Right,
I
Tails.
paid for it.
I appreciate your
So
enthusiasm.
take my
But
receipt.
just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Go ahead, Kaon. You can make your point because Kaon does have credit.
Thank you. And here's my point. Power has actually never really said anything that contradicted or contrained against what my beliefs are, my moral integrities, my ethics. He's been on point. I am nobody's lapdog, but am I a supporter and follower of somebody whose voice I believe aligns with mine? Fuck yes, I am. So that's where I'm at. I am not a lap dog.
That's fair.
There. The end. Whatever,
So
however,
the reason
that's
why
it.
she
That's all I
said the
had to
reason why
say
she
there.
said that is
Let it
because
be
the
known.
moment that I said something in contrast to Power's stance, you jump in to defend him, which is
So
lapdog
then
behavior.
please do not consider
It's
it that,
figurative. It's figurative
because I need
language.
you to know that that is
It's painting a
actually,
picture.
sir, that is actually not the case. I
Well,
am my
okay.
own person.
Would it be better to say that instead of you actually being a lapdog, just saying that you're exhibiting lapdog behavior, or no?
If you believe that,
What
then I
the
feel bad for
fuck?
you. You can stay
No,
in the
I'm saying
basement
I'm just trying to
again.
figure out
Like
because like
you
Yo,
right,
you
fucking
know what's
so
so funny?
preschool
The other day,
children
hold
on
on,
this school
hold
of
on, hold on,
earth.
hold on. You
Fuck
know what's so
you.
funny?
Yeah,
The
you're
other
gonna
day,
be
you know
left
what's so funny?
behind.
Hold
I
on, you know
can't
what's
help
funny?
you.
The other day I was in a
that's fair.
space.
That's cool.
The other day I was in a space,
Yeah.
and I mentioned people in the space that I'm a fan of, right? And I mentioned being one of those people, right? And so, am I B's lapdog? No, right? That's what I'm saying. You guys are not used to seeing people support people
Yeah,
on this
no
site,
shit.
like at this level. Right, so you guys always like are trying to, not you, nobody in here. I'm not saying you, Tantric. I'm just saying I've noticed this pattern with like
Well,
the
the
black
reason
side of
why
X.
Power. Let me
the
just
reason
say
okay, go
too.
ahead.
Let me just say too. We have no hope in humanity if we can't find a vibration, a tribe across the internet. If we can't find that tribe and attach to it, through these methods, through those strings, through this data, through what we speak, through what we experience, through here, then we are fucked. So,
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, not sorry if I connect to I'm not kidding. And you know
No,
what?
I just found the
And
contradiction
anyone can
funny.
laugh.
Sorry.
Anyone can laugh. You want to know what? You want to know what? I'm okay being a nomad. That's the thing.
Of course.
That's the spirit.
Of
I
course.
prefer to be more of a misfit, but it's only when I'm connected I can do that.
That's the
So
spirit.
there's that too.
That's fair. That's fair. So the reason why I asked that is because
Tantric,
how
if you don't mind, I'm sorry, brother. Can I let Yoshi get in there? He's been waiting for like 30 minutes.
Oh shit, his hands up. My bad.
Yeah, and I'll let you get in there. Sorry, go ahead, Yoshi.
Yeah, so I mean, when we're talking about definitions, we do understand that there's a Webster's definition, there's a maritime definition, and even those definitions have other definitions when it comes to legal and medical. So at the end of the day, we're pretty much arguing semantics, right? So if that's
No, we're not, bro. What does semantics mean?
we're arguing the fact that
Yeah, exactly. Checkmate.
no. There is no checkmate because I just said
What does semantics mean?
we're arguing
What does
semantics
semantics
in
mean?
general because
What
we're
does
saying
semantics mean?
no, because we're saying that these definitions of what we understand that they are is given to us from one perspective when I just
Right.
gave you three other perspectives in general.
Yeah, it's
I just said
open.
there's a Webster's dictionary term, there's a maritime dictionary term of the same exact word, there's a legal definition of the same exact word, and then there's also a medical definition of the same exact
And
word.
they're spiritual and cultural.
What's the word in question?
And
What's
the
the word in
whole
question?
thing comes down to the hyperbole of this conversation is that that word and the way that Power chooses to influence people with his words. It's not creating lapdogs. It's not, what do we say? Semantically copulating the public. It's not emotionally, what do we say? Oh my God, we went through so many things. It's not any of that. It's just, this is, his ability. And nobody, and I'm sorry, tells, when I think about, she traumatizes me, God damn it. She gets into my head because she gets into my head because I like her. I don't want to not like her, but I'm like, holy shit. Sometimes,
Giving you a
please,
treat
please,
for your
hear a higher level
submissive
of
compliance. You
then there you
lapdog. You
are,
are the
my
dog
friend.
that's on the
My
Well,
lap.
3
friend.
minutes was
There
up.
she
So
is.
let me say
There
this
she
quickly.
is.
Hold
I
on,
am
let me
not.
say this quick. Hold on.
Kayon, you will now also
Welcome
be
to
added to
this
the list
reunion
of
of
people who
Charles
will
and
not
Kayon.
live around
Everybody
me.
is now present.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me say this quickly, right? Let me say this. Yeah, now you're in the back of the church. merch. Let me say this quickly, right? Hold on. Let me hold on. No. Let me say this quickly, and maybe Kay, and maybe Kay, maybe you can help me. Kay, maybe you can help me merge some words here, right? And so notice what Tell said, right? It's so interesting, right? Because I'm really trying to understand, right? And
Her
so
obedience.
hold on. Give me a second. But you're at a job that you're obedient to your boss to.
Not
Like
necessarily. I'm
you're
What's
talking
obedient,
really
about
funny
literally.
is I fell off the
Bro,
track though when she
this is
started
cognitive
coming in.
dissonance.
I'm talking
This
to
is
y'all
literally
women
cognitive.
power.
You're
It is
obedient.
cognitive.
Like you're
Yeah.
at your job and you're
Hey,
being
wake it up.
obedient.
Wake it up.
You're being obedient at your job right
There
now.
be light. There will be light in the darkness.
Like this is wicked. This is wickedness.
I get paid. She's paying you.
Monetary
She gets
value.
paid too.
Monetary
she
value.
paying
But I
not
pay for
compensate for that
privilege. I don't
behavior.
pay him. I pay
She
an
doesn't pay
entity
me,
he's
right?
associated
Monetary
with.
to
gain.
enter. I
Yeah,
didn't pay
like
to
I
enter.
pay the entity
What are you talking? You're
to
paying. Hold on, give me a
exert a
second. Hold on.
power
I
that is
got it.
affordable.
She's getting
Hold
paid
on.
in social
You're hold on. Give me a
capital.
second. You're at your job. You're paying
Your
with your time. You're paying with your
domain.
body.
They
You're paying with your
pay me,
soul.
baby.
What are you talking about? You're paying.
No,
Matter of fact, you're paying your boss more than he's actually paying you.
No, actually not. Actually not. Actually not.
Absolutely.
My 401k is
Absolutely.
matched. My
You're paying your
401k is
boss with your
matched.
mind, body,
For
and
real?
My
soul.
401k
That's
is
what we doing.
matched.
You're paying your
My
body. You're
401k
paying
is
your boss with
matched.
your mind,
My
body, and soul.
My 401k is the highest contribution.
It
It's
doesn't
matched,
matter about
baby.
the
What the
monetary
fuck?
value.
So your
talking
soul
about?
is worth a 401k?
Yep, absolutely.
That's how much your soul is worth?
Sure.
Charles,
A
he
measly
still won't even
401k?
give me a
A
jersey. I
measly
paid him like hundreds of
401k?
dollars. I
All
can't
of
even
this,
get a
all of
jersey
this,
out of
and
this
Kayon's
motherfucker.
still gonna be
Hold
on
on,
your
a
lap.
measly 401k. That's how much your
All of
soul.
this, and
That's how much
Kayon's
your
still
soul
on
is
your
worth.
lap, and she's
Oh,
still
you're
on your
cheap.
lap,
Your soul is cheap.
and she's still on your lap,
I'm saying your soul is
and
cheap,
she's still on your lap,
and you're on your boss's lap.
yeah, she's still on your lap.
At least, well, that's what I'm saying. Hold on. If she is on my
So
lap,
you
at
her
least she's on
boss.
my
So
lap
you her
with
boss. So
meaning
yeah,
and purpose.
Come on.
You're
I'm
at a
on
soul.
his lap. Wait, how much is it
No,
to
stay on my lap.
bounce?
Stay on my lap. Stay on my lap. Right? Stay on my lap. It's fine.
She's
It's
been
fine.
there.
Hold
She been
on.
there.
Nah,
But
that's
she's on her
crazy.
Hold on. She's on her boss's lap, right? And she's not happy. She's unfulfilled. At least Kayon is on my lap
I
and
never
she's
said that.
fulfilled.
You never
At
heard me
least
say that.
Kayon is on
That's
my lap
true.
and she's fulfilled.
Come on,
At least
bro.
Yoshi is on my lap and he's fulfilled, right?
No,
Never
You
true.
are
heard me
at
say
a
that.
job. You are at a job and you're unfulfilled, and you're coming at people who's on my lap, who
You've
actually
never heard me say
hold
I'm
on.
unfulfilled.
I
I
can
know
tell
what
you're
you're
Oh my
paying
God!
to
unfulfilled.
do
Listen how
and
you
do
talk
all
right
my
now.
hobbies,
I can
baby.
tell you're unfulfilled. You're eating
That's
McDonald's
You
fries.
gotta whisper.
That's oh
Hey,
please. That's what I
Power,
wanted to
you
do.
can go ahead and go ahead and evacuate the rest of my bank on Tells for tonight. If you don't mind.
Oh, wait, give me a
Evacuate
second.
my bank. Yeah.
Oh, the 50. The 50?
I mean, I have the credits.
I'm saying which one you
Evacuate
want to do though. I'm
all
like,
of it.
you
Just
want
fucking
to
all of it.
you want
The
to do the
rest.
50, the full
Nigga, you
exit?
paying
Yeah,
you
full.
as a lap dog, you
Full.
paying.
And the
That's
full
what I'm saying.
exit.
Bye, Tells.
All right,
Bye.
Tells. Yeah,
It's
man.
been
Peace.
fun. It's
We'll
been
see you
fun.
tomorrow.
Bye.
And that's the full exit. That's the full exit.
I told you, bro. Hey, I called this shit weeks ago, man. Weeks ago. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you think I'm playing? You think
What
I'm
you said?
playing?
Kayon be buying Tells out
No.
all the time.
I told her, be careful. That karma's gonna come back, and you got to pay that price at one point.
Yo, Power, let her know, man.
It's not about what you do. It's about
No
how you do it.
beat.
Dude, Tells has been she's been hard on me. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, so I'm like what, the white girl here now, only white girl in the community. I'm gonna tell you what, it's not been easy to raise my voice or be heard. And I'm gonna shut down. So all the money I have is gonna shut down the racist rhetoric. It's gonna shut that fucking shit down. And then any disrespect for being lab dog, like some sort of bitch, some sort of what, fuck you. You know what? That's what my money's for. And if this is what I want to spend it on, then that's what it is here for. I'm going to fucking do it. And thank you for the space.
You said what, B? I'm sorry.
Said I support that.
Nah, I mean, honestly, this needs to stop. Right? This, I don't know. I can't find a fancy term for this type of mindset, but people are really driving me crazy. So I'll give you an example. Mookum came in here and he was like, "Oh, my ban list and I'm a grifter for that." And I'm like, "Yo, Mookum, you would much rather spend money with people. Hold on, you would much rather." No, Mukam not. His name is Governor. You hear his? That's what. Yeah. And I'm like, yo, Mukam, right? And this is how like retarded people are. I'm like, you would much rather spend money with somebody that you have. I'm sorry, you would much rather spend money with somebody you don't know than somebody you have a rapport with. And so when you're spending your money at T-Mobile, Verizon, you don't know if the founder of T-Mobile is a pedophile. You don't know if the founder of T-Mobile sexually violated a woman before, but you're spending money with these people. You don't even know them in real life. You don't know what they do, right? But I'm a grifter because people want to pay me $10 to come off the ban list that they know me. They've built a rapport with me. Hotep paid me twice to come off the ban list because she know me. I knew Hotep for like 4 years on Clubhouse, from Clubhouse. And so this cognitive dissonance, this weird psychological thing where people are like, well, I don't want to spend money with someone I know, but they would much rather spend money with Apple, right? You don't know what's Tim, who Tim Cook.
Hold on, Power. So like, because as I'm a player, right? I'm a power player. Don't you think it should cost more to ban me than just the average non-player? Like if they want to ban me and I got to buy myself back in and they want to fuck around and find out in that regard, don't you think that there should be a price adjustment? I kind of do. If I wear the logo.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, like I'm cool with that.
I mean,
Let me
it
know.
shouldn't be $50. Fuck, $500. You want to ban me? $500 fucking dollars. I paid for my jersey.
Look, listen, let's do. Look, listen. You're on the team. If it's 500, let's do the 500. I'm cool with that, right? If y'all want to ban K on, $500. I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. No,
damn. I mean,
no, it's
shit.
no. T-Man, it's
Listen.
human privilege. It's human privilege, T-Man, right? But no, seriously, man, and it just needs to stop, man. I'm gonna do a space about this in a few days. I'm just trying to think of a clever title, but I don't really understand people's mindsets and
Art of bullying.
Yeah. Oh, I like that too, the art of bullying, because I really don't get like people's like their mindset, man. People have like this weird ass mindset around supporting people that they know as opposed to supporting people that they don't know, right? And it's just weird, right? And it's just weird. It's so funny because the other day I was thinking to myself, I was like, yo, I was on Google and I typed in on Google, I'm like, yo, what did Christ pay his disciples? Google said, well, Christ didn't pay his disciples with money. I'm like, okay, cool. So I asked Google, why would his disciples follow him then? That's interesting, right? Like, why would his disciples, like, why would an individual follow a man like Christ and he's not even paying them any money at all?
Social capital?
Correct.
No.
What do you mean?
Miracles.
Hold on. No, Thee-Man, what do you mean? Like, is God not currency?
The wisdom.
The disciples followed him because they were looking for a savior out of their oppressed state.
Okay, so what? So how was he
they
paying?
weren't looking for, they found, and then also, so then they followed. They weren't
You only
looking.
find something you're looking for.
So
Yeah, they
You
weren't
only find something you're
looking.
looking for.
So Thee-Man, so how was he paying them?
He paid them in abundance.
Correct. He paid them in other ways, right? Now, the better question is, like, who would drop everything and follow Christ, right? The point that I'm making is that people don't actually care about money. People care about meaning and purpose, right? That's what people actually care about, right? And so if someone came to UK tomorrow and said, look, listen, I'm going to give you your dream job, but I'm only going to pay you $2 an hour, you would take that job, right? You know what I mean? And so at the end of the day, like, let's be honest, like, people don't actually care about money, right? They care about like what the money represents, right? The symbolism, right? But they don't necessarily care about money at all. Like, I asked Yoshi the other day, I said, yo, Yoshi, why you been rocking with me for 4 years, man? Like, what is it about the mission? He's like, well, I believe in it. I'm like, oh shit, okay, cool.
I'll be honest, it felt really good to pay to get Tells out of here to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, right? Like, me and Tells are cool as fuck, right? Like, she's mad cool. And But I tell people on X all the time, it's business, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like I tell Hotep, everybody, like, yo, don't take it personally. Like when I dropped Beyonce 3 weeks ago, I was in a space last night with Hotep, and I think Beyonce, she still feels some. Hey, it's business. If somebody tells me, hey, Power, I want you to drop someone, I'm like, fine, right? Especially if you're not on like the team with the jersey, then it's fair game, right? Like
Well, when they
you're
come
getting
at
dropped.
like I'm a lap dog. I mean, so I don't take much offense in that, but you know that takes into your account like the mentality, right? Behind the insult. It's like, well, I mean, again, there's different stages and sectors of people. There
Why does
just
that
are.
bother you? It's just figurative language, Kayon. She was just being a little hyperbolic.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, the man.
We can't make fun of her. She ain't here, but and I'm not like it's cool. But I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I've taken some heat ever since I started Power Sing. So the funniest thing to me is like, oh, I'm a lapdog. Yeah, because from afar I send money just to like have a voice here. Why? With all of you? I mean, my God, like I could try to pay to find other conversations to have in all actuality. But the thing is that I landed here, I got connected. I know that there's a quantum entanglement thing involved, and I want to join the ride. Like that's why I'm here, and I'll keep being here. Like I'll keep fighting. Like you guys can make fun of me and call me racist. I don't give a fuck. Like whatever. I'll say racist shit. Call me racist. Oh my God, and it's not all what I mean. It's just I'm in a room. I'm here, and I like it here, and you can't kick me out unless
Yo,
you
listen,
can buy it.
I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. They're going to be. I know the man, and the man, the man's the bro. You know what I'm saying? I like the man's energy, but you're gonna be mad when Albert gets that jersey, man. Right? You're when Albert gets that jersey, man. When Albert joins the team, which is soon, because he's working. He filled out the application. Hold on, and then give me a second. Yeah, once he joined, yeah, bro, you guys are gonna be really, really pissed.
Yeah, y'all gonna be like, never mind.
Nah, no, no, no. Hold on. Like, nah. I don't know what you about. I don't know what you about to say, but thank God you ain't say it. But
It's a lot of new recruits that's really interesting. I mean, Mo Wisdom might balance it
nah,
out
yeah, nah.
if he
No,
joins.
the thing I like about Yoshi, Kaon, Albert is that they are very fearless. Okay, they're fearless. And I like working with people who are not afraid to take risk. You know, um, no, I'm sorry, intelligent risk, right? And so, yeah, and Albert's gonna keep it cool and respectful, man. Like I mean, Albert is a cool dude, man. So he's not gonna like just be bugging out, but
Yo, can you bring up the lady down there?
Oh, wet.
Is that her name?
I mean, her emoji, it says it all, right? Those emojis, I don't know. She got like wet licks or something. When I remember I was in Miami one time, and me and my bro, we on the strip, and this girl got my bro number. So we headed back to the hotel, and the girl texted my bro emojis with like a wet, like a some wet licks. And my bro's like, he's so stupid that he's like, yo, what does this mean? I'm like, yo, bro, what do you mean, bro? Like, why are you even asking me this, bro? Like she trying to get crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, she's saying you wet licks or whatever, like some emoji with, I don't know, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but it was funny though. It was really, really funny. But I'm trying to bring her up though, but I don't know. She's probably just chilling down there. Owl, what's up? What's going on? But no, damn, Kayon, I feel as if that really got to you. You know, that really that lapdog remark really.
Well, yeah, like I mean, because I don't want to be ever considered like unauthentic.
Okay, so
And
But you call yourself a
and
cougar.
so
That's
like that
another
just
animal.
pisses me off, but it doesn't because I understand like the
okay,
level
so
of whatever
no,
I'm dealing with.
no. Look, listen. I'm gonna tell you this, Kayon. 2 weeks ago, right? They did a space, and they was talking shit about Megs, right? And one of this seemingly gay dude named Big John, he he started saying that, yo, ever since Megs joined the team, he thinks Megs is infatuated with me, right? And these people, when they use those type of like language, what they're really trying to do is sow division. And so
True
yeah,
story.
yeah, and I don't really like, it's like I
I've
don't
never
pay it.
even seen you. I have
Yeah,
no
like
idea what you look like.
yeah, right, exactly. And so when they said that about Megs was like Megs felt some type of way about that. And I'm like, yo, Megs, you shouldn't care about what people think. Like if you know the truth, if you know you're not infatuated with me, if you know that you're just, you're on the team, you're trying to make something happen, we're trying to create and build something, formidable, then you shouldn't really care about what people think.
Well, you
And so,
can't care what people think. That's the thing, because you're going to get like 100 duds to the one. I mean, we're
right,
not here to collect everybody. We're here to collect like the few.
exactly. Yeah, like me and Yoshi, we used to say this all the time, like 2 years ago. Like, we do it for the few, we don't do it for the many.
Right.
And so that's just our whole approach.
And
But
that's a
yeah, big
different kind of marketing though, too. And so your hyperbole that you use in your speech and whatnot, see, it'll land and then you know the crowd. And then, I mean, that's a good filter, actually. The more eloquent that you speak, maybe, we can like filter through this a little bit faster. And I'm
I
pretty sure that's what AI does already for
I
us.
I agree with that. And um I do agree with that. And so, but it doesn't matter because Big John, he is banned, and he's going to have to pay $100 to come back in here, right?
Yeah,
And
and you
so
motherfuckers, if you want to ban
100?
me, it's
100,
500,
yes.
That's
and then I
crazy.
repay the 500 to
Yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
back on, and we just like do a fucking bidding war. How's
Nah, you
that?
should up it.
No, for Big John.
Yeah, you should up it, bro.
No, I'm gonna keep it at $100
You know why I
because
say you should up it?
why?
Because for all the times he was messy, bro, like, come on, bro. Like,
No, I know. Like, I want to see if he actually is going to pay $100. I have a feeling he might just do it. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, after people get tired of like all the other drama spaces on X, they're going to want to come back home, right? And that's here, right? And so, I think he might pay it, or I think he might do like a payment plan sort of thing where, he sends me 25 here, 20 here. I'm not sure, but I sense that he might just do that. But who knows? All right, who knows? TJ, what's up, man? Tantric, what's going on? Hey, Al, what's going on?
He just got released and came home.
Nice. That's
Kids are
good. That's good
sleeping.
news, right?
Yeah. You know.
Nice.
They were upset, that the kids had a rough moment, but I got them settled down and everything, and then it's been a little while, and then now he's back. But it's like a no violent contact order, which is good. But then he has to go to court and figure out his shit. Nah. All right, I'm in
No.
a good mood about